Congratulations to the host for activating the family binding system. Each individual will possess a home of their own, and once bound to their family, you shall share in both the glory and the downfall of that lineage. Naturally, the prosperity of your clan will bestow upon you significant enhancements, be it in strength or chakra, or even in the realm of bloodline limits. In his room, Uchiha-Lin's expression turned ashen, particularly as he gazed at the panel reflected in his retina. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. He recognized what this was. It was, without a doubt, the golden finger he had long awaited. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had traversed into this world for a full 15 years. While others might indulge in playful banter for 3 years, he was ensnared in a grim reality of if you were a ninja, come and strike me. After such an interminable wait, his hopes had begun to wane, especially considering that his own power was not insubstantial. Having crossed over for 15 years, he had been fortunate enough to evade the most tumultuous moments of the Third Great Ninja War due to his young age. He had merely experienced the war's brutality alongside his classmates, such as Uchiha Shursui. Towards the war's conclusion, despite his aversion to the horrors of battle, as a time traveler, he possessed an indomitable spirit. He had always been acutely aware of how to evolve his Sharingan, diligently seeking ways to enhance it over the years that, the tender age of 15, he had already garnered a reputation as one of the clan's most prodigious talents, akin to Shursui. Yet, deep down, he understood that he fell far short of Shursui, who harbored the potential for the Manjiki Sharingan. Though he knew how to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, he had yet to encounter the appropriate emotional catalyst to trigger its activation. The means to unlock this power did not necessitate the demise of a loved one. Rather, it required an extreme mental stimulation and fluctuation. While eliminating a close companion could be the simplest approach, it was utterly impractical for him. Aware of this method, his psyche was fortified against it, ensuring that he would inevitably fail if he attempted it. Without the Manjiki Sharingan, I stand no chance against Uchiha Itachi's madness. I would likely become just another soul claimed by his blade. 15 years had elapsed, and now it was nearly the 55th year of Konoha, which meant that less than a year remained before Uchiha Itachi would make his move. The atmosphere within the clan had grown increasingly oppressive, as if a tempest were on the verge of erupting. Yu Huan recognized the impending tragedy, yet he felt powerless to avert it. Thus, the only option available to him was to flee. He began to gather his belongings, preparing to make a swift exit at the opportune moment. If he could not confront the threat, could he not at least evade it? Remaining behind promised certain doom, while fleeing offered a slim chance of survival. The choice was glaringly apparent. As he contemplated where to escape, a panel suddenly materialized in his peripheral vision. The information contained within caused his complexion to pale. He could scarcely fathom that his cursed golden finger had activated at such a critical juncture. Not only had it activated, but it had also bound him to the Uchiha clan. Was this not akin to being ensnared? Furthermore, how much longer could the Uchiha clan endure? A year, perhaps, but strictly speaking, 10 months might be a stretch. Even if he were to rescue the Uchiha clan now, what lay ahead? Setting aside the figure soaring above, shouting threats, there were perilous events like the Chunin exams that could result in significant losses. Is this truly a family binding? It feels more like a binding to Konoha itself, and I cannot possibly flee. With the entire clan in tow, regardless of Konoha's fate, any calamity that befell it would likewise ensnare the clan. Even if he attempted to escape with his family, who would heed his call? And if they did manage to escape, would Konoha allow them to leave unscathed? The weight of these thoughts left Uchiha Yu Huan feeling increasingly despondent and troubled. However, he recognized that he had no viable alternatives. He understood now that escaping was no longer an option. Who could predict that outside, Uchiha Itachi might strike, leaving him to meet an untimely end? Such a scenario would be a heavy price to pay. The loss of others mattered little, but his own life was non-negotiable. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolved to contemplate potential solutions while examining the system for any additional information. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, extremely dire serious internal division within the clan, with malicious individuals lurking externally. Prosperity, 8848. The standard prosperity threshold for a clan is 10,000. Recommendation: expedite the resolution of internal discord, stabilize the clan's environment, and unite all who can be united to confront the impending challenges. You're aware of just how disordered the Uchiha clan has become, and yet you choose this moment to activate? It would have been better never to activate at all. Yuan could no longer contain his frustration, cursing aloud, fortunate that no one was around to witness his outburst, lest he be deemed a madman. How chaotic and fractured was the Uchiha clan? It was simple enough to draw parallels to the beacon of freedom across the Pacific in his past life. Those who could become ninjas naturally harbored a hierarchy with those who could not. Amongst the ninjas, there existed further divisions between those who could awaken the Sharingan and those who could not. The Uchiha had even transformed the security division into a family enterprise, creating yet another layer of hierarchy between those permitted entry and those denied. Moreover, the clan was divided into two major factions, the hawkish pro-war faction and the dovish peace faction, perpetually at odds, engaging in skirmishes while the rest of the clan was coerced into choosing sides. In any case, chaos and division reigned supreme within the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Yuan felt a slight alleviation of his despair, as the system had granted him a few abilities. The host is bound to the family as the clan prospers. So too shall the host gain greater power. Given the current state of the clan, the host may acquire 3 abilities for cultivation. Sky Dance Technique enables flight through the use of chakra. Secret Art, Chidori, allows the throwing of kunai imbued with lightning chakra. Each possessing the power of Chidori, those without lightning attributes can acquire it through. Skills. Glorious Evolution. By slaying enemies, one can obtain fragments of power to enhance a specific ability limited to one use. Upon contemplating the 3 options before him, Hagihara found himself ensnared in deep thought. None of these skills originated from the world of Naruto, and 2 of them were derived from a game he had played in his previous life. As for the third, if his memory served him correctly, it belonged to a realm where one could obliterate a planet with a single punch. While the origins of these abilities were indeed peculiar, it was undeniable that they were exceedingly desirable to him. The Sky Dance Technique, for instance, bestowed the gift of flight, a rarity within the Naruto universe. The Chidori, presumably an ability of the lightning user, seemed to have undergone some modification in this realm, such that every shuriken thrown possessed the power of Chidori. Most remarkably, even without the lightning release affinity, one could acquire this ability, effectively gaining a potent ninjutsu along with an additional chakra attribute. As for the final skill, Glorious Evolution, it was evidently a passive ability. Even without pursuing a mechanical ascension, it could enhance one's capabilities. Although the conditions were rather stringent, requiring Hagihara to vanquish his foes to collect fragments of power, the potential effects were astounding. This implied that with his current 3-tomo Sharingan, he could utilize this ability to elevate his Sharingan to the Mangekyo level. Was this not a fortuitous gift? Despite his troubled mood, the prospect of such rewards was not entirely unwelcome. With the Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, he would possess a degree of self-preservation within his clan. Time was of the essence, yet he was determined to strive for his own survival. He would not accept the fate of perishing in this cursed place. Acquired skill, Glorious Evolution, activation conditions, requires 100 power fragments for activation. Power fragments. Elite ninjas can obtain 25, Chunin can acquire 20, and Jinin may receive 10. Ordinary foes yield between 1 to 5. Friendly reminder. Ninja rank does not correlate with ninja strength. Host is encouraged to put forth greater effort. After Hagihara made his choice, the system's prompt panel swiftly reappeared in his vision, and he felt a sense of relief upon seeing it. With specific details outlined, matters became considerably more manageable, and the final friendly reminder invigorated his spirit. It is widely acknowledged that ninja rank and strength do not align. After all, Naruto Uzumaki was but a genin during the 4th Great Ninja War. Similarly, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were merely elite ninjas at that time. Equating ninja rank with inherent strength is the gravest misconception and a significant pitfall. Indeed, the ninja world has long relied on chakra reserves and intensity as a gauge for estimating a ninja's rank, but this serves merely as a reference. Recognizing that an individual possesses chakra within the elite ninja range necessitates approaching them with the mindset and preparation suitable for confronting elite ninjas, which is of utmost importance. If one were to solely consider the rank of a ninja, it certainly becomes markedly easier. If only that cursed system had been activated sooner. I could have directly joined the guard division. Uchiha Yu, initially a mission ninja, possessed the talent to enter the guard division, yet ultimately he declined. This was a measure to protect his reputation, for the guard division is indeed infamous within Konoha, a place he had no desire to step foot in. However, he now harbored some regret, as beneath the jurisdiction of the guard division lies an essential location, Konoha Prison. The authority of the guard division is substantial, albeit tainted by the self-inflicted woes of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups in Konoha have continuously diminished the power of the guard division under this pretext. Yet Konoha Prison has always remained under its control. Perhaps this was merely to further tarnish the division's reputation, a practice Konoha has maintained over the years. Presently, it is unrealistic for the guard division to venture into the prison. It appears I must resort to capturing individuals myself. Yu sighed helplessly. For the sake of his own interests, he deemed it prudent to venture out and apprehend someone. With this thought, Yu rose and strode towards the door, soon finding himself on the bustling streets. Time was of the essence. With numerous tasks awaiting his attention, there was no room for delay. As he walked, he pondered whom he ought to eliminate. To be frank, the ninja world is vast, yet there are few jonin, as they represent strategic resources for the village. Those who are easily dealt with are scarce. No competent jonin is a simple opponent. However, one name did come to mind, Aoi Kyuka. This individual, a contemporary of Uchiha Yu, was merely a chunin during his time in Konoha. Yet, after stealing the sword of the Thunder God and defecting, he attained the rank of jonin. Such a foe should be relatively easy to confront, but the greatest dilemma lies in the fact that this insufferable character has fled to the village hidden in rain. What sort of place is that? Is it somewhere he can venture? Jiraiya perished there. In his current weakened state, it would be tantamount to suicide. What a troublesome predicament. As he walked, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Where on earth could he find 4 jonin? What a nuisance. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear, causing him to stiffen slightly. Cursing himself for being so absorbed in thought that he neglected his surroundings. He realized that had it been an enemy, he might have met his demise. Yet, upon turning to see the newcomer, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, followed by a smile. Ah, it's you, Shursui. You have returned? Indeed, the figure who appeared behind you was none other than Uchiha Shursui. Shursui and you were contemporaries, and they had always maintained a competitive relationship. However, as they spent time together, you discovered that Shursui was rather amiable. In comparison to Uchiha Itachi, this fellow was a veritable breath of fresh air. At the very least, this individual, aside from his relatively feeble character and the tragic choice of suicide in the face of extreme adversity, did not exhibit an unwavering allegiance to any particular faction within the village or his family. His paramount desire was to preserve the harmony of both the village and his family, rather than to annihilate the latter for the sake of the former. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, was genuinely averse to this self-righteous individual. His actions towards the Uchiha clan and his treatment of Sasuke undeniably illustrated his belief that he could control everything. Uehara had interacted with him in his youth. However, once he expressed his own beliefs and attitudes, this fellow ceased to acknowledge Uehara altogether. In contrast, Shursui recognized and appreciated Uehara's perspective that the clan and the village were intrinsically linked, which significantly improved their relationship. Now, however, Uehara found himself forcibly bound to his family, rendering him incapable of escape, and his discontent towards Uchiha Itachi grew even more profound. As for Shursui, he felt compelled to take action. After all, his principles remained steadfast, and with the prospect of obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan in his future, this individual was undoubtedly someone he needed to contend with. Indeed, having a rare day off, he was inclined to return and see what was amiss. Shursui smiled, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts stirring within Uehara's mind. Having just completed a mission, he intended to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Originally, he had hoped to seek out Uchiha Itachi, but regrettably, Itachi was still occupied. Although both belonged to the Umbu, there were several different squads, each stationed in various locations. They were not part of the same squad, so they were often unaware of each other's circumstances, leading to instances where Shursui would return only to find Itachi unavailable. Nonetheless, encountering Uehara was a delightful surprise for him, though he was taken aback by the apparent burden weighing on Uehara. Do share your troubles. After all, we are friends, and I am more than willing to assist if needed. In truth, there were myriad troubles, personal dilemmas, and familial issues, all of which constituted burdens. Upon hearing Shirsue's inquiry, Uehara let out a faint sigh, and Shirsue's previously cheerful demeanor visibly shifted. His expression grew rigid, and the smile gradually faded from his face. "Let us refrain from discussing such vexing matters for now," he suggested. Ultimately, a bittersweet smile lingered on Shirsue's face as he shook his head and sighed. "Is there a family meeting taking place?" "Something like that. Each time feels akin to entering a bustling marketplace, which is undeniably irksome," Uehara replied, shaking his head. He continued, "However, it is foreseeable that the extreme factions will likely gain the upper hand. Though there is less than a year remaining until the fateful night of clan annihilation, it is evident that neither the hawks nor the doves within the clan have yet to fully seize control of its discourse. Among them, one cannot overlook Uchiha Fugaku. It is this individual who has managed to maintain a fragile equilibrium within the Uchiha clan, allowing the Dove faction and Hawk faction to engage in their internal strife without either gaining dominance. Yet, the actions of this very person have perpetuated a discord in the Uchiha, hindering the emergence of a unified voice. Moreover, a pivotal catalyst for the Uchiha's betrayal lies in Danzo's actions. His assault on Shirsue, the representative of the Dove faction, catalyzed the complete defection of those aligned with the Doves upon Shirsue's demise. However, this calamity has yet to unfold, and Yuzin still possesses the opportunity to intervene during this crucial period. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the Hawk faction indeed holds significant advantages, presenting a formidable dilemma. Shirsue sighed deeply, expressing his concern that if the clan continues down this path, it may very well plummet into an abyss. Indeed, the abyss seems inevitable. Especially considering the presence of Itachi, he murmured. In response to Shirsue's words, Yuzin spoke with a weighty implication. "I do not believe they are entirely ignorant of the situation." Shirsue's expression shifted slightly at Yuzin's remarks, prompting him to quickly survey his surroundings. Once assured that no one else was present, he exhaled with a hint of relief. He was acutely aware of whom Yuzin referred to, which only served to darken his countenance. Furthermore, the actions he and Itachi had undertaken could, in many respects, be construed as a betrayal of their clan. Some matters should not be discussed so lightly. "Yuzin," Shirsue cautioned, his expression grave and his voice lowered. "This could lead to significant complications, and our entry into the Umbu is the clan leader's directive." "I am well aware it is the clan leader's directive," Yuzin replied with a half-smile, observing Shirsue's tension. "Yet, I have not said too much, so why are you so anxious?" Shirsue felt a sense of frustration at Yuzin's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Well, the truth is, none of us are fools. Some matters can be understood as open secrets," Yuzin sighed softly. "To obtain intelligence, one must earn trust. And the best way to gain that trust is through the exchange of pertinent information, is it not?" At this, Shirsue closed his eyes momentarily, recognizing that Yuzin was insinuating their roles as double agents. Yet, he could not deny the accuracy of Yuzin's assertion. However, the alignment of double agents often leans towards one side, and only they themselves might know where their true loyalties lie. "However, since you have mentioned the clan leader, I have a question for you," Yuzin remarked, a smile creeping onto his face as he noted Shirsue's silence. "The clan leader?" Shirsue opened his eyes, curiosity glimmering within them as he regarded Yuzin, who had displayed an exceptionally rapid train of thought. "Go ahead and ask, provided your inquiry pertains solely to the clan leader. Do you believe the clan leader wields substantial power?" "Indeed, the clan leader governs the clan, thus holding considerable authority." "Then, why does he not seek to rectify the turmoil within the clan?" Yuzin's question left Shirsue momentarily speechless, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief, ultimately veering into shock. He never imagined that Uehara, the companion with whom he had grown up, would dare to pose such a question. Clearly, his words were a challenge to the authority of their clan leader, whose control over the family was beyond reproach. How could he dare to inquire thus? And how could he possibly respond? Yet, Uehara's words involuntarily prompted him to ponder why the clan had descended into chaos while the leader remained inactive. Observing Shirsue's dazed expression, Uehara realized his words had indeed sparked contemplation within him. In truth, Shirsue was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, his limited exposure to the world hindered his perspective. Uehara, as a transmigrator, had studied political science in high school and had delved into ideological courses in university, granting him insights far beyond Shirsue's comprehension. It could be said that, aside from his still developing abilities, His worldview was certainly on par with any leader in the ninja realm. This was the advantage of a transmigrator, a high-dimensional advantage derived from a broader perspective and knowledge. It is evident that he possessed the authority to unify the clan. Yet one must consider the current state of affairs within the family. Apart from the disarray in internal matters, the relationship between the clan and the village has become increasingly strained. A family must be united to prevent internal strife. Only through a consensus of opinions and thoughts can they effectively pursue a common goal. Shirzue, contemplate this. If dissenting voices within the clan were silenced, and if he were inclined towards Konoha, would anyone dare to obstruct him? Would the relationship between the clan and the village remain so dire? At this juncture, Hagihara had truly revealed his intentions. Although he understood that the issues plaguing the Uchiha clan were not solely the result of Uchiha Fugaku's actions, he acknowledged that Fugaku was indeed one of the principal architects of their downfall. However, matters must be approached incrementally. First, he would plant the seeds of doubt within Shirzue's mind, and then he would unveil the more substantial revelations to come. In truth, I have always believed that only two individuals possess the potential to alter the fate of the clan. Two individuals? Shirzue, still somewhat bewildered, stared at Hagihara, his mind echoing those words. Indeed, two individuals. At that moment, Hagihara's smile blossomed brilliantly as he pointed at Shirzue and then at himself. One is you, and the other is me. Alas, there were no childhood friends to share this moment with, and being in public, Hagihara refrained from engaging in a nostalgic discussion about leadership. Nevertheless, his words carried considerable weight. Uchiha Shirzue was now utterly stupefied. Observing his blank expression, Hagihara felt a surge of joy. If his words could not provoke any internal turmoil within Shirzue, then his efforts would be deemed a failure. Strictly speaking, discussing such matters with Shirzue was indeed a risky endeavor, yet being forcibly bound to the clan by the system, he needed to make a decision swiftly. Although less than a year may seem ample time, for Hagihara, it was akin to starting from scratch. To transform from nothing to something within just a year is indeed a pressing matter. Thus, it is truly unacceptable for him to remain unhurried. Hagihara, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? At this moment, Shirzue finally regained his senses, swiftly scanning the surroundings to ascertain if anyone was nearby. Only after confirming that they were in a secure environment did he adopt a grave expression, one that could even be described as somewhat distressed, as he addressed Hagihara. Your ideas are perilous, exceedingly so. Am I mistaken? Before Shirzue could finish his sentence, Hagihara interrupted him decisively. Though his voice was still subdued, it exuded an unprecedented determination. We are both youthful, brimming with vitality and vigor, united by a common aspiration. While our individual goals may diverge slightly, we both yearn for a harmonious coexistence between our clan and the village. Yet, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the relationship between the clan and the village has deteriorated to a dire extent. Shirzue, your position is unique. You should possess the clearest perspective. Shirzue clenched his teeth, appearing poised to counter her argument, yet no words escaped his lips. Deep down, he recognized that he had already accepted Hagihara's assertions, and in truth, his conviction was beginning to waver. This was a perilous signal, one that Shirzue, as a ninja, fully understood. However, Hagihara's words had profoundly embedded themselves in his consciousness, rendering them unforgettable. Is it solely the leader's fault? If we were to replace him with a better leader, would all our problems vanish? After a prolonged silence, Shirzue's expression settled, and he fixed his gaze upon Hagihara, finally inquiring, if you were the leader, what would you do? Shirzue, have you not realized that your perspective is rather narrow? Hagihara momentarily paused, letting out a slight sigh before continuing. We both know how a leader ought to act, yet the extent of their actions ultimately depends on the village's stance. At this juncture, Hagihara shifted direction, leading Shirzue toward the forest behind the clan. The forest at the rear of the Uchiha clan served as an abandoned training ground, once utilized by Obito. Unfortunately, following his departure, the area fell into further desolation. However, this fortuitously benefited Hagihara, who cherished training in this locale. It had nearly become his private sanctuary, a place where he could converse without drawing attention. What do you mean by that? After surveying the surroundings, Shirzue finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. What does it mean to consider the village's stance? Is there a problem in managing the village's relations once we become leaders? Thus, I maintain that your thinking is somewhat limited, Shirzue. Hagihara chuckled lightly, though his smile swiftly faded, and and his demeanor grew serious. The family and the village are inseparable, a truth that remains immutable. Are you aware of the most significant grievance against the Uchiha clan at present? Grievance? Shursui gently shook his head, although he had entered the Umbu and could witness more. Seeing does not equate to understanding. For instance, he could not fathom why that individual named Shimura Danzo, within the roots, harbored such animosity towards the Uchiha. It is indeed evident that seeing and comprehending are two entirely different matters. I can tell you unequivocally that the source of discontent lies within the security department. Yohara sighed softly. He had initially believed these secrets would remain unspoken, perhaps to be used to lure Sasuke, should he ever betray. However, he now found himself compelled to reveal them in an effort to persuade Shursui. The primary role of the security department is to maintain internal order and stability within the Hidden Leaf Village. It is also responsible for establishing regulations, reinforcing and upholding the village's order, and apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies among the shinobi. To be frank, the Uchiha clan has not performed too poorly in this regard. Yet, do you know why the reputation of the security department is so abysmal? I do not know, Shursui replied, shaking his head as he looked intently at Yohara. Awaiting an answer, he seemed unaware that he appeared more like a curious student. The root of the issue traces back to our second Hokage, who established the Leaf Police Force. While ostensibly assigning this crucial department to the Uchiha, he effectively designated the clan to play the role of enforcers of justice. By linking the police force with the prison under the guise of monitoring criminals, the Uchiha were brazenly relegated to the corners of the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, our clan once produced Uchiha Madara. The second Hokage's intent was to keep a vigilant watch over the Uchiha clan. He aimed to ensure a prompt response should another Uchiha Madara arise, believing this would better protect the leaf. At this point, Yohara paused slightly, and Shursui's expression had transformed completely. He knew of Uchiha Madara and had heard tales of the former clan leader. He was even aware that numerous followers of Madara still existed within the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage and his core team were predominantly disciples of the second Hokage, steadfastly adhering to his principles. Before Shursui could fully absorb these revelations, Yohara spoke once more, his words plunging Shursui's spirit into despair. Under such a philosophy, the Leaf Village would perpetually distrust the Uchiha, particularly following the Nine Tails incident, which intensified this distrust. One need only observe the current plight of the Uchiha to understand. In many ways, they are being driven to this state, and by a cruel twist of fate, we have encountered a leader of such a nature. The outcome for us is tragically foreseeable. As he reached this point, Yohara let out a genuine sigh, then turned his serious gaze toward Shursui, who appeared somewhat dazed. Thus, I must assert that should we overthrow Uchiha Fugaku, we must also consider the village's stance. However, united in our family's internal consensus, we are undoubtedly more formidable than a fragmented clan. At the very least, our position must not be so easily disregarded by Konoha. Indeed, provided we excel sufficiently to secure our voice, we might even, through our own endeavors, ascend to the role of Hokage. Yohara observed Shursui, who, though outwardly silent, seemed to harbor a flicker of fervor in his gaze, and he laughed heartily as he clapped him on the shoulder. So, how can we govern the clan effectively alongside these insects? We must have faith in ourselves. In truth, there was one more sentiment Yohara refrained from expressing. How can we govern Konoha alongside these pests? Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he could discern Shursui's current state. Yohara's words were profoundly stirring, and although Shursui remained silent, the shift in his gaze toward Yohara signified a transformation within. Unreservedly, Yohara's rhetoric had profoundly altered many of Shursui's inner convictions. Although the barrage of radical ideas was overwhelming, each was rational and stood the test of contemplation. After all, he was a traveler from another world, possessing a vantage point from which to observe the original narrative. Though Shursui's demeanor could lead one to despair at critical junctures, he was, nonetheless, an astute individual, having chosen to end his own life upon recognizing the futility of the situation. As a member of the Umbu, he could not have ascended without a keen intellect. Furthermore, his access to an abundance of information allowed him to quietly reflect upon the data in his mind, integrating Yohara's insights. Tragically, he realized that Yohara's assertions were entirely factual, and such truths jolted his very soul. The subsequent state he exhibited suggested he was still grappling with his thoughts. Hagihara understood that there was no need to bombard him further with radical doctrines at this juncture. What he needed now was to rest, recalibrate his condition, and most importantly, adjust his mindset. Alas, this meant that I need not concern myself with undertaking missions today. Hagihara sighed silently, then proceeded to escort Shisui back to his home before returning to his own residence. Hagihara's abode was a relatively spacious two-bedroom apartment, a legacy from his parents who perished during the Third Great Ninja War. As a promising member of the clan, he had access to a wealth of materials, which filled his modest home to the brim. Yet, the room appeared impeccably tidy, for he enjoyed the privilege of having personnel arranged by the clan to maintain his quarters. He need not expend energy on such matters. His sole focus could be devoted to diligent training. Even though he had yet to align himself with any particular faction within the clan, one could assert that Yu Yuan's life was rather pleasant, albeit with less than a year remaining in such a state. If he wished to maintain or even enhance his quality of life while simultaneously safeguarding his own existence, he must endeavor to take decisive action. Indeed, it is only when one's life hangs in the balance that one exerts extraordinary effort. Lying supine on his bed, Yu Yuan began to ponder the potential reactions of Shisui, specifically what choices he might make. Furthermore, irrespective of Shisui's involvement, he needed to devise a strategy to expel Uchiha Fugaku. In truth, there were only two methods to remove Uchiha Fugaku, one being a peaceful resolution. However, it was evident that achieving peace within the Uchiha clan had always been a formidable challenge. This group, with their inflated sense of self-importance, would only entertain reason if one possessed the requisite authority in their eyes. But how does one attain such authority? Quite simply, through brute force. No matter how fervently Naruto tried to persuade Sasuke in the future, it bore little fruit. Yet, when he adopted a different approach and ultimately subdued Sasuke in their climactic battle, the problem swiftly unraveled. There was no need for Naruto to utter a word, for Sasuke had already capitulated and become obedient. It appeared that the only way to compel Uchiha Fugaku's departure would involve some degree of violence. Yu Yuan mused that, given time, he could also initiate efforts within the security department, rallying allies to form a new coalition of interests, and seizing the opportunity to eliminate the most extreme factions. Assassination may not be the optimal solution, yet at times, the removal of key figures, such as a group's spiritual leader, could yield significant results. These individuals often serve as the linchpins of their factions, acutely aware of their political aspirations and capable of formulating corresponding agendas. With unified ideology, they could maintain control over their subordinates, ensuring compliance. However, should they incite their followers to arms, the consequences would be dire. The downfall of the Black Panther Party across the ocean was achieved by dismantling their true spiritual leader, leading to internal disintegration. Once a formidable force, the Black Panther Party ultimately devolved into a disorganized collective devoid of clear political objectives, becoming mere footnotes in Hollywood's narrative. Such tactics might become necessary in the future. But Uchiha Fugaku posed the greatest challenge. Did he possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? The existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan within Uchiha Fugaku was indeed a troubling prospect, as the original manga seemingly offered no indication of its presence. Yet, in Itachi's true legend, he revealed his Mangekyo before Itachi. Yu Yuan was uncertain of the nature of this world, but he felt compelled to prepare for the worst-case scenario, the possibility that this individual possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The individual in question has acquired a kaleidoscope, thus it is imperative for me to exercise utmost caution. Consequently, I must swiftly open my eyes and, without fail, take action tomorrow to gather 4 elite ninjas. Within, Yu Yuan pondered deeply, but at that precise moment, he was abruptly met with the reappearance of the system panel within his retina. Congratulations, host, for receiving initial recognition from Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui has been awakened by the host's words. He has begun to perceive the internal issues within the clan, as well as the problems concerning the clan and the village. Though he has yet to speak, he may choose to assist you in certain matters. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and a joyous expression involuntarily emerged upon his face. Gaining Shisui's recognition, even if merely preliminary, was a remarkable achievement, for every individual harbors a sensitive and skeptical heart. Doubt is not inherently negative, for it breeds anticipation, and when such doubts are gradually dispelled, the rewards reaped are the most profound. It appears that Shisui requires further guidance to broaden his horizons, enabling him to assist me even more. Yu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of glee, even though he remained uncertain whether Shui had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet it was clear he had acquired it in the original narrative. This signifies that Yu Yuan has garnered the support of a future wielder of the Mangekyo, which elates him immensely. Moreover, his happiness was compounded by a subsequent change in the system panel. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, severely deteriorated. The clan is in a state of serious internal division, with malevolent individuals lurking outside. Prosperity, 9848. The standard prosperity level for a clan is 10,000. Recommendation: expedite the resolution of the clan's division, stabilize the internal environment, and unite those willing to confront challenges together. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 points. These points can be exchanged for a single ability draw. Void Flight enables the user to soar through the skies using chakra. Blazing Inferno grants the ability to unleash a fiery blaze, rapidly spreading flames that inflict damage upon nearby foes, if lacking the fire release attribute. It can be acquired through skills. Whirling Tempest bestows the ability to summon a minor storm by altering pressure and temperature within a limited area, the greater the chakra. The larger the storm's size, if lacking the wind release attribute, it can be acquired through skills. Another opportunity for Void Flight. Observing this latest selection of rewards, Yu Yuan felt a sense of elation tempered by calmness. After all, he had already experienced 2 such occurrences in a single day. The thrill was difficult to sustain. Furthermore, this particular reward did not possess the richness of the first. Regardless, he had previously obtained the esteemed evolution, which assured his Sharingan could ascend to the level of Mangekyo. Perhaps what could still excite him would be the prospect of attaining even loftier abilities. Certainly, this was merely a fleeting thought for him. At this stage, although he had acquired the passive ability of glorious evolution, he had yet to fully harness its potential. Contemplating higher realms was essentially a daydream. Managing the immediate circumstances was of paramount importance. Regarding his current choices, there was not much to deliberate. As a Uchiha, he inherently excelled in fire release. Thus, he had no intention of acquiring the skill Flame Inferno. Although its effects appeared impressive, Yu Yuan had alternative options, such as learning the Grand Fire Destruction technique. Indeed, the potency of Grand Fire Destruction was considerable, yet it remained merely a B or C rank ninjutsu. Its strength and impact were entirely contingent upon the chakra infused. The more chakra one invested, the greater the resultant power. Conversely, Whirling Gale was indeed a viable option. Yu Yuan specialized in fire and earth release, yet he did not possess the ability of wind release. However, when compared to the freedom of soaring through the skies, he believed that wind release was not something to be wholly dismissed. Moreover, having encountered the sky dance technique twice, it would be unreasonable not to adopt it. Undoubtedly, Yu Yuan's choice this time was the sky dance technique. The sensation of flying in the heavens was an experience no one would willingly forego. Unless, of course, an even more challenging decision arose, such as evolving his eyes. After acquiring this technique, Yu Yuan eagerly ventured into the forest behind the Uchiha compound after nightfall to experiment thoroughly. It must be said that the sensation of free flight was truly exhilarating. However, he also noted that the chakra consumption of this technique was not insignificant. Given his current chakra reserves, he could sustain a slow flight for an hour. But rapid flight would likely exhaust him in under 5 minutes. Additionally, one had to account for the conditions in the sky. The various impacts of rapid flight were considerable. Nevertheless, for now, this was sufficient for him. Yu Yuan felt quite content. The sky dance technique provided him with yet another means of survival, especially since those capable of flight in the entire ninja world were exceedingly rare. To put it bluntly, unless he encountered formidable opponents like Pain or Inoki in the later stages, escaping would be a task no one could pursue him. To avoid drawing excessive attention, Yu Yuan returned to his residence after his experiments. After a restful night, he promptly chose to visit the mission center the following morning. To hunt down a jonin, one naturally required a plausible reason to leave the village, and accepting a mission was the most prudent choice. Simultaneously, he intended to see if there were any rogue ninjas from Konoha worth pursuing. Encountering a suitable target would be ideal. Shui. However, Yu Yuan was taken aback when he encountered Shui the moment he stepped outside. At that moment, Shui appeared somewhat fatigued. His eyes reddened as if he had just awakened to Sharingan, which was clearly a result of insufficient rest. Although Hagihara had already learned through the system that Shui had tentatively acknowledged him, He could not have anticipated the degree of inner turmoil this individual would exhibit. After all, Hagihara perceived little merit in such a conflict. The actions of the village and the inaction within the clan had ultimately led to the present state of the Uchiha. Understanding the essence of the matter rendered it rather straightforward. As for the turmoil, "Good morning, Hagihara." Shirzue appeared somewhat weary. Yet he maintained an air of utmost seriousness as he spoke directly. "I pondered throughout the night. While I fundamentally agree with your thoughts and perspectives, we must pause. This is not the place for discussion, and I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall speak later." Hagihara promptly urged Shirzue to halt. For who knew what eavesdroppers might be lurking nearby? Lacking the sensory abilities of a ninja, he understood that should ill-intentioned individuals overhear them, it would spell disaster. They would be left to wait for Itachi Uchiha to wield his blade, joining forces with Obito and Danzo's roots in their demise. Realizing his misstep, Shirzue's expression shifted to one of self-reproach. He recognized that he had strayed into dangerous territory, and had it not been for Hagihara's swift intervention, he might have landed himself in serious trouble. Yet soon, a look of curiosity crossed his face as he recalled Hagihara's mention of having matters to attend to. "Matters? Is there a mission?" Shirzue inquired with intrigue. "Not yet, but I intend to accept some tasks," Hagihara replied, gently shaking his head. "The atmosphere within the clan is stifling, and I am inherently resistant to such meetings. Furthermore, I need to contemplate my next course of action." Though Hagihara left his intentions vague, Shirzue instantly grasped his meaning. He could not deny the oppressive environment within the clan. Especially after reflecting on Hagihara's words the previous day, he realized they rang true. While Hagihara's statements were hard to digest, the reality seemed undeniable. How could they govern the clan effectively alongside those inept individuals? They had failed to grasp the root of the issues, and absurdly, they had even considered the security department to be a coveted asset. In truth, it was a harbinger of doom, a tool that distanced the clan from Konoha, an institution leading to the Uchiha's decline. The clan had transformed, and Konoha harbored no trust in them. Any hope for change rested solely upon their own shoulders. Suddenly, Shirzue recognized that he had underestimated his friend and classmate all along. They had competed, grown, and were hailed as the clan's prodigies together. Yet, he had blindly sunk into a quagmire, while his friend remained an outsider to the chaos. It was precisely this detachment that allowed Hagihara to perceive the truth, to discern the Uchiha's shortcomings. He was the most lucid individual within the clan. Contemplating this realization, Shirzue reached a resolution. However, before articulating this decision, he knew he must engage in further reflection and observation. "For instance, Hagihara, I shall accompany you on this mission." "Huh? What did you say?" "I expressed my desire to accompany you, for only in this manner can I glean more knowledge." Hagihara was taken aback by Shirzue's unexpected intention to join him on the task. However, what astonished him even more was that after Shirzue reported this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elder, actually consented. It was understandable that Shirzue wished to accompany him, as he had numerous inquiries and matters he yearned to comprehend. Yet, as a member of the Umbu, leaving the village at will was far from a trivial undertaking, particularly given the increasingly intricate situations surrounding the Uchiha clan. Yet, reality often surpassed Hagihara's expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed approved of Shirzue's request, prompting Hagihara to ponder the elder's intentions. Could it be that someone was monitoring them, intending to ascertain their actions? A malicious thought crossed Hagihara's mind, but upon further reflection, he began to comprehend that this was perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach to garnering loyalty. Shirzue's current demeanor was one of unwavering allegiance to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha, and his unique status placed considerable pressure upon him. He was well aware of the internal dynamics within the Uchiha clan, and in such a stifling and oppressive environment, it was only natural for him to desire a respite with friends. As for Hagihara, he had always exhibited a commendable disposition, displaying kindness to all within Konoha. He lacked the inexplicable arrogance characteristic of the Uchiha, readily offering assistance even to ordinary folk in distress. Such a nature set him apart from other Uchiha, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen to perceive him as a bearer of the will of fire. However, this alone was insufficient. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, much like the second Hokage, held a deep-seated skepticism towards the Uchiha, yet he had more than just Shirzue in his hand. He also possessed Itachi Uchiha, which likely contributed to his agreement to allow Shirzue some leisure time, fostering a sense of trust while ensuring he had support should complications arise. Having unraveled these thoughts, Uchiha felt a measure of relief. At least he need not worry about being shadowed, which would have restrained his candid expressions. Nevertheless, the third Hokage was indeed generous, allowing a month for relaxation. As they walked along the main road, Uchiha turned to glance at Shisui beside him, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "After being away for so long, are you truly untroubled? I must thank you, for it is indeed due to you that I find myself in this position." Shisui gently shook his head before responding with a calm demeanor. "Had it not been for your acceptance of so many perplexing missions, which compelled me to procure intelligence through channels, and ultimately caught the attention of Lord Hokage, I might not have been granted such an extended reprieve." Uchiha paid little heed to Shisui's words, unconcerned even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had become privy to certain details. He is indeed seeking trouble with some elite ninjas, even rogue ones, showing no concern for investigation. Acquiring intelligence through the channels is, in fact, a tacitly accepted norm. After all, the information gathered by the may be deemed more credible than that obtained by the clients themselves. Moreover, this time, Shisui will accompany him. Therefore, as long as he adheres to the established regulations, Shisui can provide some intelligence for their collective use. Furthermore, any tasks already posted at the mission center will have more detailed information submitted to the mission department by the following the proper protocols. Unless certain missions are specifically intended for training students, in which case, fewer details would be disclosed to the public. For instance, regarding a mission in the Land of Waves, Uchiha would never believe that Konoha lacked more specific intelligence, nor would he buy into Kakashi's somewhat clumsy performance. Both of them were swift, and it wasn't long before they had distanced themselves from Konoha. Their target for this mission primarily consisted of rogue ninjas, none of whom were of low caliber, and all were defectors from other villages. This situation is quite intriguing. Typically, there is scant information regarding rogue ninjas from one's own village. Although it may sound ironic, it is an undeniable truth that applies across the entire ninja world. When a village produces a rogue ninja, they seldom remain within their own nation, as the notion of darkness beneath the lamp does not apply to the Once these rogues escape to other nations and are discovered by other villages, as long as they refrain from committing egregious acts, those villages will, to some extent, protect them and refrain from leaking their information. However, such protection does not genuinely benefit the rogue ninjas. If a rogue possesses considerable strength, they might establish contact with their new surroundings to obtain intelligence. Conversely, if they are weak and lack any valuable information, they might be left to annoy the village they defected from or, during future exchanges of interests, be handed over as a gesture of goodwill. In truth, being a rogue ninja is not as easy as it seems. Ironically, one's own village's rogue ninjas are often the most challenging to apprehend, and once captured, their fate is typically grim. Speaking of which, what is the purpose of targeting such elite ninjas? After they had moved a considerable distance away, Shisui finally posed his question. "While this allows us to remain away from Konoha for an extended period, I believe you must have more thoughts on the matter, don't you? Consider it a process of training." Uchiha chuckled softly before responding. "After all, I need to train diligently, and I mentioned I must contemplate carefully. May I ask you a question?" Shisui paused for a moment in contemplation before gently inquiring. "If, hypothetically speaking, you were to become the clan leader, what would you do?" "Hypothetically? Clan leader?" Upon hearing Shisui's question, Uchiha could not help but smile. "The first thing I would do upon becoming clan leader is to unify the entire clan." At this point, Uchiha paused briefly, then lifted his gaze to the sky, slowly continuing his thoughts. A family can encompass a multitude of voices, as each individual harbors distinct thoughts. Yet, there exists an imperative that must be fulfilled: the unification of ideology and will. Only through such cohesion can we collectively strive to accomplish our objectives. However, this is merely the foundation. We require a comprehensive political agenda and action plan. It is only in this manner that we can elucidate to all family members our intentions and aspirations, rather than aimlessly floundering without a clear purpose. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha withdrew his gaze to meet Shisui's eyes, subsequently placing a firm hand upon Shisui's shoulder. Every endeavor must be directed towards a definitive goal, which can be delineated into two phases. The first is to eliminate internal discord within the family, allowing us to lead stable and peaceful lives. The second is to ensure that our voices resonate throughout the entirety of Konoha, making it known that we wish to avert chaos within the village. More importantly, We must convey that the Uchiha clan remains steadfastly present in Konoha. We have never departed. Yohara's declarations were resonant, igniting a fervent passion within Shursui. Indeed, while the Uchiha may seem to drift further from Konoha, their ultimate aim is to return, for they have never truly left. The concepts of political demands and action plans were unfamiliar to Shursui, and likely to most denizens of the ninja world as well. Even if they might be unwittingly engaged in such pursuits, they probably lack a conscious understanding of these notions. Take, for instance, the Akatsuki organization. They possess a clear political agenda and action plan. Their demand is for peace within the ninja realm, while their strategy involves utilizing military intimidation to compel unity among the nations, thereby fostering a climate of peace. Although the internal voices within the organization are diverse, as its members often harbor ulterior motives, it is undeniable that under Nagato's leadership, they have indeed acted in accordance with this vision. After Yohara articulated these two concepts with clarity, Shursui's astonishment gradually transformed into admiration. In Shursui's eyes, Yohara, who could succinctly articulate these notions, had evidently conducted extensive research. He understood precisely what he sought and what he aimed to achieve, and this clarity deepened Shursui's respect for him. It seemed that my perspective had indeed been too narrow. Yohara had ascended to a higher plane of understanding. Having grasped these two concepts, Shursui refrained from inquiring further about Yohara's specific methods, for he felt that the information he had received was sufficiently enlightening. He wished to absorb all that he had learned and contemplate how, in the role of clan leader, he would navigate the dual pressures of family and village. What would his political demands be? What would his action plan entail? Shursui fell into a contemplative silence, and Yohara, sensing the gravity of the moment, found joy in the exchange, relieved that he had not overwhelmed Shursui further. The young man pondered the responsibilities of his role as the clan leader, but the question lingered. What more could he possibly do? He certainly could not instruct Shursui to retain those who complied while banishing the defiant to a purgatory. Although, prior to his ascension as leader, he likely would have taken decisive action against some extreme individuals, particularly those who fancied themselves spiritual leaders, as they posed a significant threat. If they failed to embrace his vision and stubbornly sought to impose their ideals through radical means, then Yohara would find himself with little recourse. Thus, it was perhaps prudent to refrain from probing too deeply into matters for which he was not yet psychologically prepared. As the journey progressed, both individuals fell into a rhythm, with Shursui occasionally posing questions. However, these inquiries were no challenge for Yohara, who had benefited from a systematic education in his past life. His responses were direct and precise, consistently providing Shursui with valuable insights. Along the way, Yohara noticed a change in the way Shursui regarded him, an unmistakable glimmer of admiration and respect that could not be concealed. Yet, Shursui could no longer inquire further, for after a considerable trek, they finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of water. This was indeed the location they sought. Their objective was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, a formidable individual skilled in lightning techniques, with motives for defection shrouded in mystery. Upon crossing into the land of water, he had been detected by Konoha Zumbu, yet no one had previously deemed it necessary to address the situation. However, this individual was not one to remain passive. He had forcibly seized control of a village and had even attacked passing merchants. Such actions understandably incited panic among the traders, prompting them to escalate the matter to Konoha in hopes of resolution. Through Shursui's connections within the Umbu, Yohara acquired further intelligence regarding the mission, marking this rogue ninja as his primary target. As they approached the village, an involuntary sense of vigilance washed over them. It was eerily quiet, far from the normal ambience one would expect from a village. This unsettling silence was laced with an almost imperceptible scent of blood. It seemed likely that something had transpired here. They were not the only ones on the hunt for this rogue. Something must have happened, Shursui murmured, stealthily producing a kunai. Indeed, it appears someone has beaten us to it, Yohara remarked, his expression darkening. This was his target, and the key to unlocking his Sharingan. The thought of having his prize snatched away was intolerable. Could it be the hidden cloud? He inquired quietly, forcing himself to remain composed, as the implications of such a possibility weighed heavily upon him. Shursui, too, had suspected the involvement of the hidden cloud, which caused his countenance to reflect a similar concern. The relationship between the hidden cloud and Konoha was notoriously fraught, not least due to the death of the second Hokage at their hands and their aggression during the Third Great Ninja War. 5 years ago, they threatened Konoha with war, coercing the village to surrender Hinata Hisashi, which brought their relationship to a freezing point. Although Hisashi was unharmed since it was actually the corpse of Hinata Hayashi that was handed over, Konoha's reputation within the ninja world suffered a significant blow. Meanwhile, Kumogakure gained unparalleled glory from this incident, allowing them to surpass Konoha and establish themselves as the foremost ninja village, both in name and in reality. It is not an exaggeration to say that Kumogakure ascended to power on the back of Konoha. It would indeed be strange for their relationship to be amicable. I rather think it would be better if it were Kumogakure's people, Uchiha suddenly murmured, reminding that they were in the land of hot water. Shursui, upon hearing Uchiha's words, paused momentarily, then seemed to be somewhat tempted. But what if we get discovered? We shall handle it discreetly, Uchiha replied, sensing that Shursui found the plan feasible. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Let us first ascertain how many of them there are. Then you swiftly eliminate those of lesser strength. I will distract their leading jonin, and wait for you to clear them out before returning to assist me. Shursui, contemplating this opportunity, nodded firmly. Having experienced the brutalities of war on the battlefield, even though Shursui was a pacifist, he was not naive. Once the decision was made, they began to act. As they reached the outskirts of the village, they were resolute in their intention to eliminate these fiends. The ground within the village was strewn with corpses. Men, women, and children alike lay sprawled in pools of blood. The positions of the deceased indicated that they had attempted to flee, but sadly, the assailants had not afforded them the chance. At that moment, individuals were seen transporting their bodies to the village center, presumably for incineration. Witnessing this scene, Shursui could not suppress a curse, yet he restrained himself from acting. Their current objective was to ascertain precisely how many adversaries they faced. Only then could they confidently eliminate these foes. After a period of waiting and reconnaissance, Uchiha and Shursui concluded that there were only 4 ninjas involved in this operation. However, they also discovered a troubling detail. The leader was no ordinary adversary. If they were not mistaken, the individual appeared to possess magnet release abilities and was named Troy. This character is scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, with his only notable moment being his summoning by the medicine master Kabuto. Nonetheless, Uchiha recognized him, having encountered him in Konoha years prior, during an operation targeting Hinata. Moreover, Uchiha had heard that during the Third Great Ninja War, Troy had caused considerable trouble for many Konoha ninjas on the battlefield in the land of hot water. It is fair to say that he is a character rarely mentioned in the original work, yet undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Encountering this individual, Yu Yuan felt a profound sense of frustration. The ability of magnetic release was indeed a formidable adversary, as it allowed him to manipulate the weapons of his opponents. Any iron weapon, be it shuriken or ninja blade, was susceptible to such control. Once he unleashed this power, the weapon in the hands of his adversary could turn against its wielder, leading to an unimaginably dire situation. It was indeed this man, a significant catch. Yu Yuan murmured softly, his gaze subtly shifting. Though the appearance of this group had caused him to lose a target, they could very well compensate for his loss. He resolved to proceed according to the original plan. Such a prize quarry could not be allowed to escape. Be cautious. I will return to support you swiftly. Ji Shui did not dissent, but earnestly addressed Yu Yuan, clearly concerned for his safety. At that moment, who would support whom remained uncertain. Yu Yuan smiled and nodded slightly, his attention then honing in on Troy, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into the crimson 3-tomo pattern. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. As everything was set, Yu Yuan initiated the attack by forming the necessary hand seals. He opted for the technique with the broadest range, uncertain of its efficacy, yet having scouted the presence of 4 adversaries. Given the numerical superiority of his opponents, selecting a technique with extensive coverage significantly increased the likelihood of hitting the target. Be cautious, we are under attack. The response of the Cloud Ninja was remarkably swift, particularly Troy, who sensed something amiss at the earliest opportunity. Following his warning, all the Cloud Ninjas reacted, some hastily forming seals, others swiftly turning to evade. Now, as the formation of the Cloud Ninjas was disrupted, Yu Yuan and Ji Shui charged forth from their concealed position. Their eyes, glowing with the crimson Sharingan, quickly pinpointed the precise locations of the Cloud Ninjas. Without further ado, Ji Shui executed a body flicker technique toward the scattered ninjas, while Yu Yuan focused his attention squarely on Troy. He advanced rapidly, and the moment Troy touched down, Yu Yuan's fist came crashing down with immense force. Troy, with remarkable reflexes, instinctively crossed his arms to shield his chest, successfully blocking Yu Yuan's strike at the critical moment. Uchiha. Troy immediately recognized the crimson eyes of Yu Yuan, instinctively diverting his gaze from them. However, his tone was far from amicable. It brimmed with indignation. What do you intend to do? Are you provoking war? War? You needn't frame it that way. This is neither the land of fire nor your land of lightning. Yu Yuan was not swayed by Troy's rhetoric. He swiftly withdrew his hand and launched a powerful kick aimed at Troy's lower body. Yet, midway through his motion, he sensed something amiss, and in an instant, he halted his foot and simultaneously activated the substitution technique. The sound of slicing wind echoed, yet regrettably, only a few fragments of wood remained on the ground, while Yu Yuan's figure had already materialized beneath a nearby tree. The body replacement technique, one of the fundamental jutsu among ninjas, often proves to be a life-saving skill. Was his reaction truly that swift? Troy cast a glance at the shattered wood on the ground before turning to the position of Yu Yuan. Impressive, young one. And your eyes are remarkable as well. At your age, possessing such eyes surely signifies that you are not an unknown individual. You are Uchiha Yu Yuan, correct? Indeed. That is I, Yu Yuan replied, nodding gently, unperturbed by the recognition of his identity. After all, he was a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan. And having executed numerous missions over the years, his reputation in the ninja world was not insignificant. Being recognized was not particularly surprising, and he was acutely aware that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. As a competent ninja, the utmost priority in battle is to cast aside distractions. Only through unwavering focus can one secure victory. Indeed, it is you. I cannot deny that your clan is truly exceptional, Troy remarked, seemingly contemplative as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Yuan. His tone was indifferent as he continued. Once you attain your rightful Sharingan, a qualitative transformation occurs within you. The heavens truly favor your kind. What a tedious discourse, Yu Yuan replied, maintaining his unwavering stare at Troy. At that moment, he began to discard all the metallic tools on his person. The heavens do not bestow power without cause. If you take that for granted, you are indeed courting death. Perhaps, but I am genuinely intrigued by the power of your Uchiha clan. Troy's eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain as he replied. Moreover, discarding metal may indeed limit my capabilities, but, without any warning, several kunai materialized behind Yu Yuan, swiftly slicing through the air and piercing Troy's heart. Simultaneously, Troy found himself face-to-face with Yu Yuan, delivering a powerful punch to him. Without your weapons, how will you confront me? The sound of the strike reverberated. Yet in an instant, Troy sensed something was amiss. The ensuing cloud of smoke made it clear that the accursed Uchiha had employed the body replacement technique. However, he did not concern himself overly. After all, this genius of the Uchiha had already attained the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. It was only natural for him to possess such reaction speed, as Troy's movements were likely all within Yu Yuan's keen perception. With haste, Troy retrieved a scroll and tore it open. In an instant, dozens of shuriken, resembling small squares, emerged amidst the thick smoke. Hovering under his command and beginning to rotate slightly, Troy diligently sought out Yu Yuan's position, and within moments, a smile graced his lips. Found you. With a fierce roar, Troy commanded the shuriken, which surged forth toward Yu Yuan's concealed location as if obeying a summons. In an instant, the house was ruthlessly annihilated by the shurikens, demonstrating formidable power, particularly when employed in a surprise attack. Hovering in the sky, Yu Yuan quietly observed the scene below, unable to suppress a remark that seemed to lean more towards mockery. Being acutely aware of Troy's bloodline ability, he meticulously monitored the movements of this individual. Even before Troy unleashed his surprise attack with the kunai circling behind him, Yu Yuan had already sensed the faint chakra fluctuations emanating from him. Thus, the moment Troy's chakra intensified, Yu Yuan swiftly employed the substitution technique. However, his reaction was marginally delayed, resulting in Troy's kunai grazing his shoulder. Fortunately, this minor injury did not hinder him. Instead, it allowed him to manipulate Troy with ease. After executing the substitution and changing his position, he noticed that a unique and subtle chakra had been left on him. Ninjas do not engage in meaningless actions. It was evident that Troy's deliberate chakra residue served a specific purpose. Yu Yuan surmised that it was likely intended to track his location and exploit the magnetic nature of the chakra to launch an attack. Thus, he promptly discarded the garment tainted by Troy's chakra at the moment he concealed himself with the substitution technique. Subsequently, he created a shadow clone to hand over his discarded clothing while he utilized the aerial technique to covertly observe the unfolding events from midair. He did not fly particularly high, cleverly hiding behind a building to avoid detection. Even if spotted, it was hardly a significant concern. Yu Yuan had never regarded the aerial technique as something to be concealed. While aerial ninjutsu is exceedingly rare in the ninja world, it is not entirely non-existent, especially considering the earlier emergence of the sky ninjas. Therefore, although his technique was unusual, employing it was far from problematic. Moreover, with ambitions of becoming the clan leader and even grander aspirations, demonstrating sufficient capability and strength was paramount. As his gaze subtly shifted, he soon noticed that the battle involving Shizuku was nearing its conclusion. Undoubtedly, Shizuku possessed remarkable personal strength, particularly in terms of speed, which was breathtakingly swift. His body flicker technique was executed with such peculiarity that even Yu Yuan, with his Sharingan, found it challenging to discern the precise moment or which of the fleeting afterimages was his true form. Mastering the body flicker technique to such an extent, akin to the effects of shadow clones, while maintaining an air of deception, was a distinctive capability of Shizuku. Under his overwhelming speed, the Cloud Ninjas, also adept in swiftness, were utterly defenseless. One had already fallen to his might, and another had sustained injuries. Indeed, the prowess of these Cloud Ninjas is far from negligible. Even though they are not part of the Umbu, those who engage in the pursuit of rogue ninjas undoubtedly possess formidable strength. However, they have encountered the overwhelming might of the Uchiha clan, and their once proud taijutsu and speed seem insufficient in the presence of the Sharingan. Yet, I must hasten my pace. Troy, that troublesome fellow, wields magnet release, but he lacks my intelligence. Consequently, Yu Yuan's eyes momentarily flicker, while below, his shadow clone is rapidly cornered by Troy's shuriken. Nevertheless, Troy remains vigilant, refraining from advancing too close, unwilling to confront Yu Yuan's three-tomo Sharingan. From a distance, he manipulates his shuriken to launch an assault, all the while carefully sensing the chakra residuals left on this Uchiha ninja. After several confirmations, he silently nods. This boy still harbors his chakra, which should pose no problem. Nevertheless, he must exercise caution. A moment of carelessness can lead a ninja to the brink of death. With a swift motion of his hands, two square shuriken materialize in his grasp, while the remaining shuriken swiftly dart towards Yu Yuan like magnets. Yu Yuan, exhibiting remarkable agility, relies on his Sharingan to evade the barrage of attacks, striking down the shuriken while steadily closing in on Troy's position. Yet, he finds himself unable to approach. With each slight advance, he is compelled to retreat swiftly. TCH, I expected this Uchiha Yu Yuan to be more impressive. It seems he is not all that. Troy muses inwardly, observing Yu Yuan's desperate plight. However, considering the boy's age and Troy's own encounters with Uchiha ninjas, the latter's performance is indeed decisive and commendable. Faced with unfamiliar abilities and only knowing that his opponent excels in magnetic shields, he wisely abandons weapons susceptible to magnetic attraction. Achieving this level of discernment is not something an ordinary ninja can replicate. Yet, lacking intelligence about his adversary, this individual is destined for failure. Suddenly, chakra surged into the two shuriken, transforming them into elongated, razor-like blades in an instant. Troy then swung fiercely, aiming to cleave Yu Yuan. The unique chakra attraction almost guarantees that his strike will precisely target Yu Yuan. Alas, it appears you possess scant information about me. Thus, I shall send you on your way. Magnet release, Hornet's double blade. The sharp blades descended upon Yu Yuan, but at that moment, Troy sensed something amiss. The Uchiha before him exhibited a reckless fearlessness, charging directly at him, seemingly disregarding the might of the technique. This development instilled an ominous premonition within him. However, at this juncture, he could not afford to hesitate, and he brought his blade down with tremendous force. Bang! The white smoke billowed, and Yuan's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a tattered garment that fell to the ground. Troy's expression shifted slightly. Had this boy discerned the nature of his technique? Before Troy could ponder further, a shadow suddenly descended from the heavens, its speed rendering him unable to react. Without the slightest hesitation, this figure unleashed a powerful blow aimed directly at Troy's head. Thud! A sharp crack echoed, and Troy felt as though his teeth might shatter. However, as an exceptional cloud ninja, his physical constitution posed no issues. Though the strike caused him some distress and left him feeling dizzy, it was far from lethal. Yet, in the next instant, his complexion paled dramatically as a pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan appeared before him, locking eyes with him in an instant. An eerie chakra surged through those Sharingan, penetrating his gaze and infiltrating his mind. In that moment, his brain went blank, consumed solely by the sight of those blood-red tomo. As Troy succumbed to the illusion, Yuan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a searing fireball. The fireball ignited Troy in an instant, the intense pain snapping him out of the Jinjutsu. But it was too late. For Yuan, having become his opponent, there would be no mercy. Moreover, since it was through the impure world reincarnation that he remembered you, I shall deny you even the opportunity for such a rebirth. You, indeed, are quite something. After all, Troy is a bloodline ninja, and leaving his corpse behind would have greater significance for us. Shirzue watched the charred remnants of Troy, now reduced to ash, with a face full of resignation. The battle had concluded. This quartet of cloud shinobi had been entirely resolved by Yuan and Shirzue, including the one possessing magnetism, Troy. In truth, this squad was not weak in combat prowess. Had different individuals been involved, they might have posed a genuine challenge. Even a standard full-strength battle group would not have been easy to handle. Typically, the best choice would be to turn and retreat. However, this cloud shinobi squad was incredibly unfortunate, encountering Yuan and Shirzue, both members of the Uchiha clan. Their specialties were entirely countered by these two, leaving them with little chance. The battle concluded in under 10 minutes, largely due to the fact that some chose to flee, forcing Shirzue to pursue. This pursuit consumed considerable time, and upon his return, Shirzue was taken aback to find that Troy had already been incinerated by Yuan. That is the style of your umbu. I am not one of them, and I do not have the habit of bringing corpses back for study. Yuan felt no remorse for his actions. Indeed, over the years, whenever he eliminated an enemy on a mission, he had always opted to reduce them to ashes. Although such actions may appear exceedingly malevolent, to put it bluntly, they are nothing short of a brutal obliteration. However, Hagihara is aware that there exists a technique within this world capable of resurrecting the dead to continue their battles. And this very art resides within Konoha. He harbors no desire to confront those he has previously vanquished, thus exercising caution by reducing them to ashes eliminates any future concerns. You truly catch me off guard with your words, Yuzuru, yet he soon shakes his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Instead, he gazes at Hagihara with a peculiar expression. Just now, I witnessed you employing the substitution technique, and you ascended into the sky with remarkable speed and agility. When did you acquire such a skill? Not long ago, Hagihara replies with a slight smile, taking his time to elaborate. Ever since I learned of the third Tsuchikige's ability to fly, I began contemplating the means to achieve it myself. He possesses earth release, and so do I. Consequently, I delved into the ways to lighten my body using earth release, thus enabling flight. Fortune smiled upon me. Although it demanded considerable time and effort, I succeeded. Though Hagihara's aerial technique bears no relation to earth release, this does not hinder him from utilizing it as an excuse, for such reasoning is the most convincing. After all, with the example of Inoki, and given Hagihara's reputation as a genius, it is only natural for him to have made genuine discoveries. As anticipated, upon hearing Hagihara's explanation, Jisue nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Every ninja possesses their own specialized techniques, some even harboring secret arts they are reluctant to divulge. Should one persist in probing for answers, such individuals might be deemed foolish, or in more severe circumstances, regarded as spies. I understand. Let us proceed to handle the scene, Jisue remarked, eyeing the multitude of corpses strewn about, and he sighed involuntarily before taking the lead. Hagihara followed suit, yet as they moved, he could not resist glancing at his system interface. After his encounter with Troya, the system had provided him with certain prompts that piqued his curiosity. Skill, Glorious Evolution 01. Activation condition, requires 100 power fragments to activate. Power fragments. Jonin can obtain 25, Chunin 20, Jinin 10. And ordinary enemies between 1 to 5. Current power fragments acquired, 85. Friendly reminder, Ninja rank does not correlate with ninja strength. Please strive diligently, host. Upon viewing the information on his system interface, Hagihara was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated acquiring such a substantial number of power fragments, which left him feeling perplexed. He did not possess any doubling bonuses, thus any rewards received could not possibly yield a multiplication effect. He had just eliminated one of the Trojans. And by the time he turned to assist Shishui, the latter had already dispatched two and was in pursuit of the last one. This left him in a state of perplexity, for even a Chunin or a Genin possessed no fewer than 10 and no more than 20 shards of power. Could it be that the reason for this was his partnership with Shishui? Moreover, even if he had not directly engaged them, the assists would still count towards him, thus awarding him the power shards? Upon deeper contemplation, Hagihara realized that this was indeed a plausible scenario. 85 shards of power implied the weight of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, a numerical alignment that filled him with immense joy. This suggested that he merely needed to defeat a single Jonin, or perhaps just 1 Chunin, to complete his mission. Such a windfall was remarkable. Had it not been for Shishui's presence, he would have hardly dared to confront those 4 adversaries head-on. At that moment, Hagihara's spirits lifted considerably. Although initially discontented by the loss of a kill, he now recognized that he had not suffered a loss at all. Discovering that he had struck gold brought him great elation. However, this was not a moment for celebration. As he surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground, a sigh escaped his lips. He felt indifferent towards the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi, even able to face them with a cold detachment. Yet the sight of the civilian corpses was a burden he found hard to bear. Though civilian casualties in ninja battles were an all too common occurrence, the fact that these Cloud Shinobi had annihilated an entire village merely to deal with one rogue ninja was an act as barbaric as those committed by the beasts of Udon. Eliminating them felt justified to Hagihara, and their demise seemed well-deserved. Silently, he and Shishui gathered the bodies throughout the village, ultimately resorting to using fire release for a collective burial. The flames roared to life, igniting the entire village as thick, dark smoke rose alongside the firelight into the night sky. Hagihara and Shishui stood at a distance, watching this scene unfold, the flickering flames casting a long shadow behind him. Just as the inferno reached its zenith, Shishui suddenly shattered the oppressive silence. Hagihara, why do you think there are so many wars? The inquiry of why wars abound is one that, while seemingly simple, is not easily answered. At least for Hagihara, this question posed no significant challenge. However, for the inhabitants of this world, it might not be so straightforward. Having experienced the twilight of the Third Great Ninja War, he understood all too well how naive and absurd contemporary ninjas' perceptions of war could be. To 90% of ninjas, the primary catalyst of war was, in fact, hatred. A multitude of grievances coalescing into hatred ignited the flames of conflict, a notion even someone like Jiraiya would likely espouse. It was perhaps this very trend that birthed an absurd thought in his mind. If only individuals could understand and communicate with one another, hatred could be dispelled. And with it, war could cease to exist. Indeed, the premise of this notion is not entirely erroneous when one considers its initial segment. Interpersonal understanding can indeed mitigate animosity. However, the fallacy lies in the belief that it can eradicate warfare. For, war has never merely been the offspring of hatred, even though it may play a role. It certainly is not the predominant factor. War is a weighty subject, a stillness, perhaps influenced by the prevailing atmosphere. Yu Yuan's voice resonated with a certain somberness as he fixated on the distant flames. Suddenly, he inquired, "What do you perceive to be the essence of war? Or what do you believe incites it?" Shishui appeared somewhat hesitant. He was more inclined to hear Yu Yuan's interpretation, as he regarded Yu Yuan as a person of higher stature and broader perspective. Shishui had quietly begun to question his own thoughts, feeling a burgeoning uncertainty regarding his views and insights. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke. Perhaps, as many assert, it is due to hatred. The perpetuation of hatred leads to it. Thus, I reiterate, your vision and thoughts are far too narrow, Yu Yuan interjected before Shishui could finish. He turned to face Shishui earnestly, letting out a slight sigh before continuing. You, like everyone else, perceive matters in an overly simplistic manner. I can unequivocally tell you that the outbreak of war has never stemmed from hatred. Not from hatred. Although Shishui had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Yu Yuan's bold assertion. The definitiveness of Yu Yuan's words shattered a portion of their long-held understanding of the shinobi world. Indeed, it has never been due to hatred, for hatred is merely an excuse. Yu Yuan nodded gravely at Ji Shui. The true nature of war is, in fact, the continuation of politics through alternative means. Ji Shui silently pondered this statement. While he did not fully grasp its meaning, he sensed an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. Certainly, wars arise under certain political circumstances and are instigated by specific political motives. Without allowing Ji Shui much time for contemplation, Yu Yuan spoke directly, in simple terms. War is merely a facet of political interaction and is by no means an independent entity. While personal conflicts between individuals may be infused with elements of hatred, when a nation or a shinobi village engages in warfare, it is certainly not merely animosity at play. The outbreak of war is fundamentally an extreme measure chosen by various villages to safeguard their own interests. Let me pose you a question. Since the establishment of Konoha, we have endured 3 wars. The first 2 occurred before our births, and thus we are less familiar, yet we were both witnesses to the 3rd Great Ninja War. Do you recall what triggered the onset of the 3rd Great Ninja War? Yu Yuan posed this question midway through his discourse, prompting Ji Shui to engage in earnest contemplation. In the past, he would have undoubtedly attributed it to hatred. However, he is no longer so superficial as to consider only the issue of animosity. Instead, he began to delve into deeper matters, following Yu Yuan's line of thought, such as the political and economic factors he mentioned. Although Yu Yuan's words shattered his previous perceptions, having spent considerable time in the shadows, he was still capable of discerning certain truths. Soon, he seemed to grasp something, hesitatingly inquiring, is it a matter of their own development? Indeed, the issue of development is pivotal. Yu Yuan nodded with a smile. Having observed the changes in Ji Shui throughout this journey, if he could assist Ji Shui in broadening his horizons, then this individual would undoubtedly become his greatest ally and perhaps one of his most formidable forces in the future. The Land of Wind, situated in a desert region, suffers from a scarcity of water sources and arable land, severely constraining their development. They are unable to achieve self-sufficiency and must rely heavily on food imports, which in turn depletes their already limited finances. They require an oasis, a cultivable expanse, for only then can they transcend their limitations. Hence, to break free from such constraints, they must advance towards the land of rivers and launch an attack upon us, correct? In that instant, Ji Shui comprehended Yu Yuan's intent, and with the diverse perspectives offered by Yu Yuan, he sincerely recognized that this might be the very essence of the truth. In comparison to hatred, the interests of the village appear rather trivial. It became abundantly clear how one must choose from the position of the shadow. After coming to this realization, Ji Shui's gaze towards Yu Yuan shifted dramatically. Within these few short days, Yu Yuan had continually dismantled his worldview, shattering his previously held beliefs. Yet, rather than leading Ji Shui astray, this deconstruction provided him with a clearer path, enabling him to perceive and understand the world from a higher vantage point. Whether regarding judgments within the clan, the explicit demands and programs he must articulate upon becoming the clan leader, or the essence of war that Yu Yuan elucidated. All of this was once nebulous to him, mere thoughts devoid of concrete logic. Now, however, he seemed to grasp an abundance of understanding. Indeed, war is not simply as we, the ordinary folk, perceive it. What we witness may merely be a facade presented by others. At that moment, Yu Yuan revealed a smile, patting Ji Shui on the shoulder with a gravity that resonated deeply, advising him to think thrice before acting and to look beyond appearances to discern the essence. Only by understanding the true nature of things can one gain a clearer insight into this authentic world. Both the admonition to deliberate carefully and the encouragement to see beyond phenomena to their essence are fundamental lessons Yu Yuan learned from his past education. Yet, for Ji Shui, these teachings were profoundly impactful, evoking feelings of inadequacy within him. Although he never fancied himself a genius, he had always considered himself quite intelligent. Now, however, he realized how starkly different he was compared to Yu Yuan. The essence of war shall remain unspoken. He has yet to grasp even the fundamental dynamics within his own family. It is unwarranted to mention the intricate relationship between his clan and Konoha, as he has failed to comprehend the very essence of its transformation. Had it not been for Yuan's timely reminder, he would likely have continued to wander in a state of confusion. Reflecting on this, his gaze shifted towards Yuan, now infused with respect and an ardent fervor. Such a look from Shui was almost unbearable for Yuan Yuan. In his worldview, it was utterly unacceptable for one man to regard another in such a manner. Gradually, however, Yuan Yuan came to realize that Shui's gaze was not indicative of any issues with orientation. Rather, it stemmed from a genuine reverence for him. In the ensuing days, Shui's demeanor was no longer that of a mere friend or classmate. He appeared more like an earnest student, diligently recording the information he sought. Witnessing Shui's zeal for learning stirred a deep sense of nostalgia within Yuan Yuan. Had he possessed such determination in his youth, he might have already attended prestigious institutions like Qingbei. Alas, it is best to let such musings remain as thoughts, lest he be awakened by a sweet yet deceptive illusion, leading to great misfortune. Shui's transformation brought immense joy to Yuan Yuan, despite the inappropriateness of discussing Marxism-Leninism in this world. After all, this realm is imbued with supernatural forces. Yet there remains much for Yuan Yuan to discuss with Shui. He now felt a profound gratitude for the education he received in his previous life, for he discovered that this world lacked any semblance of political education. In Konoha, the predominant ideology is the will of fire. However, Yuan Yuan believes it would be more aptly described as brainwashing. This form of indoctrination never reveals the true nature of the world nor instructs one on how to comprehend or reshape it. Moreover, it fails to elucidate the concept of contradiction, leaving individuals unaware of their conflicting perspectives. They are merely instructed to remain loyal to their village and the Hokage, with the mantra of the will of fire echoing endlessly, yet leading nowhere. Perhaps, in the eyes of Hashirama Senju, ninjas were considered family from the outset. But this notion has since devolved into one of mere tools. The concept of ninjas as instruments has long circulated within the village, gaining considerable traction. Kakashi himself had once been akin to a tool-like ninja, and in the eyes of Danzo Shimura, his definition of a ninja firmly aligned with that of a mere tool. Upon reflection, there is nothing inherently wrong with this perspective. A tool devoid of self-will is undoubtedly easier to control than one who possesses clarity of thought. Are you certain this is the right location? They mused. As they journeyed, pausing intermittently, Yuan Yuan and Shui traversed from the land of hot water to the coastline, from where they could embark by boat directly to the land of waves. However, it was evident that their destination was not the land of waves. Rather, they aimed for a small village along the coastal border of the land of hot water. Their objective this time was to confront a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, now a defector known as Raiga. In truth, Hagihara was quite eager to seek out the elusive Zabuza, yet lamentably, Zabuza had not yet defected. The beheading sword remained firmly in the hands of Hozuki Kisame, and Uchiha Itachi had yet to accompany Kisame to the hidden village of Mist to deliver the weapon. Consequently, Hagihara had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Zabuza and instead fixate on his former comrade. According to intelligence reports, the rogue Raiga had entered the land of water from the land of waves, and fortuitously, his entry point fell within the jurisdiction of the Leaf Village. Such small nations have always been a source of lament. During times of war, they serve as battlegrounds for the great ninja villages, while in peacetime, they are relegated to spheres of influence dictated by geographical factors. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Raiga found himself within the dominion of the Leaf Village and was subsequently detected. Indeed, per the reports from the Umbu, his last known appearance was precisely here, seemingly intent on seizing control of a village, much like his predecessor. Shui, after meticulously surveying the surroundings, confirmed the concerns raised by Hagihara. It was astonishing that these individuals were again attempting to occupy a village. What could possibly be their reasoning? Although Hagihara, familiar with the original narrative, was aware that Raiga indeed harbored such ambitions, he could not help but scoff. Could such a diminutive village truly be expanded to the scale of a ninja village? Such aspirations seemed exceedingly far-fetched. Who could say? Shui shook his head and, with curiosity, inquired, "Shall we set off now, or postpone until tomorrow?" At that moment, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and a silvery moon loomed high amidst the clouds. Undertaking a mission at this hour was not without merit. In fact, for some ninjas, the cover of night could enhance the efficacy of their endeavors. However, after a moment of contemplation, Hagihara gently shook his head, decisively rejecting the proposition. "We have traveled a considerable distance and require rest. And your leave should still afford you ample time. There is no need to rush." Indeed, there was no urgency. Taking a moment to recuperate was a prudent course of action. Shui, who had initially been eager for action, now readily acquiesced to the idea of rest. This shift in his demeanor left Uchiha both amused and bewildered, yet ultimately, it was a positive development, reflecting Shusui's trust in him. No longer could Shusui's sentiments towards Uchiha be encapsulated merely by the term trust. Uchiha felt assured that, should he ever decide to confront Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui would undoubtedly be the first to lend his support. Speaking of which, Uchiha, what are your plans upon returning to the clan? After setting up a modest campfire in the forest, and with Shisui having caught a wild rabbit for dinner, he once again posed his inquiry. Though you seem to have some plans in mind, I am curious about the specifics. Surely you can share your thoughts with me, so I may prepare accordingly. Have you barely paused before diving back into conversation? Uchiha chuckled, shaking his head at Shisui's eagerness. Nonetheless, he was heartened by Shisui's inquiries, for it indicated that his own perspectives had been duly conveyed. What does being prepared entail? Naturally, it is preparation for the overthrow of Uchiha Fugaku. In truth, my objective is rather straightforward. A great individual once proclaimed the importance of uniting all possible forces. I believe this sentiment is applicable to our current circumstances. Who constitutes the majority within the clan? The answer to this question is simple. It is the most ordinary Uchiha members, particularly those who have yet to awaken their Sharingan. Although their power may be minimal, they are simultaneously the least noticeable and possess the least authority. Nonetheless, they represent the true majority of the Uchiha clan. Allow me to pose a question. Do you know the origin of power? Is it derived from the clan leader, the elders, or the common majority? Shisui paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and replied, is it not the clan leaders? I recently advised you to see beyond appearances and not to be deceived by your preconceived notions. Uchiha sighed softly before responding earnestly. Always remember that within the mechanisms of power, the clan leaders are the ones wielding authority. They are the superiors. However, the power granted to them is bestowed by the majority of the Uchiha. One could interpret this as the true power emerging from the compliance of the subordinates. Thus, as Uchiha articulated this point, he paused briefly, while Shisui found himself momentarily taken aback, only to then appear as if he had suddenly grasped the concept. So that is it. I understand now. If the subordinates choose to reject compliance and instead heed our call, they forfeit their power, and we shall seize the authority of discourse. Uchiha, you are truly remarkable. It seems you possess boundless knowledge. Such praise of omniscience is somewhat excessive for Uchiha, for he is acutely aware of his own limitations. His ability to exhibit a superior level of comprehension and perspective stems from the extensive education he received in his previous life. In Uchiha's eyes, the educational standards of this world are so abysmal they cannot be described as anything but dismal. After all, having graduated from elementary school in 8 years, what more could Uchiha possibly expect? These ninjas, having completed their primary education, must rely on their own continuous practice to acquire further knowledge and understanding. While this approach is not inherently flawed, the issue lies in the utilitarian mindset that constricts their thinking. Moreover, their level of education prevents them from contemplating deeply, leading them to become gradually ensnared in a fixed pattern of thought. This is why individuals like Uchiha Itachi, who have reached the pinnacle of understanding in the shinobi world, can still engage in actions that baffle others. To put it plainly, his level of insight simply falls short. Of course, Uchiha has little to take pride in. For any individual from his homeland who has undergone a certain level of education can achieve similar feats. Furthermore, such transmigrants typically maintain a mindset of nobility and power. Upon entering this world, they may initially adopt a cautious approach, yet when pressed, they could very well challenge the Hokage or even undertake feats that shake the very foundations of the world. Uchiha currently finds himself in a rather perplexing situation. To be candid, if it weren't for being ensnared by the system, he would have planned to flee. Thus, one might ponder whether he has brought shame upon himself as a traveler from another realm. While Uchiha remains uncertain of his own disgrace, he is acutely aware that if this trajectory continues, Jisue will undoubtedly become his devoted admirer. At times, Uchiha contemplates the profound impact it might have if he were to meticulously organize the knowledge he acquired in his previous existence and impart it to Jisue. However, after much deliberation, he concludes that such an endeavor would be excessively draining. Moreover, having to systematically organize knowledge he has not engaged with for over a decade, despite it feeling embedded in his very DNA, seems an insurmountable task. Much of that knowledge has already been imparted to his instructors. For instance, he struggles to recall even the simplest mathematical formulas. After a restful night, Hagihara sets out with Jisue the following morning. The formidable Raiga, when stripped of certain specialized techniques, is not particularly challenging to confront. However, the fact that he is a mist ninja complicates matters, as he possesses a technique that counters the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Mist Shadow technique. This technique has a degree of capability to obscure the Sharingan's effectiveness, instilling a sense of caution in both Hagihara and Jisue, albeit it is merely a cautious apprehension. Hagihara could easily employ the Sky Dance technique to subdue Raiga, and if necessary, unleash a torrent of fire release from the air. Furthermore, Jisue likely possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, alongside Raiga's alarming speed, which could allow him to evade an attack even before it is launched, or possibly even counter it. Moreover, they are two Uchiha together. If they cannot manage this adversary, they might as well abandon their aspirations. Soon, they find themselves within a small, desolate village, sparsely populated and seemingly inhabited solely by fishermen. After a thorough search, they fail to locate their target, leading both Hagihara and Jisue to harbor doubts. Could it be that he has already departed? Standing atop a small hill overlooking the village, Hagihara inquires with curiosity. "I am uncertain," Jisue replies, shaking his head. "We just questioned the villagers, and they confirmed that Raiga was indeed here. However, his current whereabouts elude me." Hearing Jisue's words, Hagihara can only nod in resignation. Indeed, intelligence is merely intelligence, especially when it is not current. This suggests that their information could be skewed by the evolving circumstances, something that is quite commonplace in the world of ninjas. Therefore, it is imperative for a ninja to possess a strong capacity for flexibility and adaptability to ensure the successful completion of their missions. Let us wait and observe, Hagihara suggests after a moment of contemplation. However, we should prepare contingencies, one to track his location and ascertain his direction, while the other remains here in anticipation. "Yes, leave the tracking to me," Jisue promptly affirms, nodding before turning to depart without further ado. The demeanor and actions of Shisui left Yu Yuan in a state of bemusement. Had this fellow completely taken it upon himself to assume the role of a subordinate? Nevertheless, there was no inherent disadvantage in this arrangement, as it would certainly spare him considerable hassle. Moreover, Shisui hailed from the Umbu, making him a veritable expert in the art of tracking. Eliminating Kurozai Reiga would ensure the successful conclusion of this mission, allowing Yu Yuan to proceed with his next strategic plan upon his return. The forthcoming plan involved swiftly amassing and consolidating the foundational power of the clan. If feasible, Yu Yuan intended to attract capable ninjas and even elders into his fold. The Mangekyo Sharingan was no trifling matter. 2 pairs of these eyes, alongside a substantial number of supporters, would undoubtedly instill fear in any adversary. At that moment, Yu Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to glance behind him. He noticed an individual approaching, albeit with the apparent intention of heading toward the village ahead. This person bore a mane of green hair and carried 2 somewhat peculiar-looking ninja blades upon his back. It seemed he had also taken note of Yu Yuan, particularly raising an eyebrow upon spotting the clan emblem emblazoned on Yu Yuan's attire. "Uchiha, Kurozai Reiga?" As the two drew within 10 meters of each other, they nearly spoke simultaneously, thereby confirming their respective identities. Yu Yuan was taken aback. It was hardly expected that Reiga would return so soon after Shisui had departed. He had initially contemplated a joint assault with Shisui on this individual, but it appeared that a one-on-one confrontation was now inevitable. Ninjas were never bound by the code of the samurai. They were not beholden to such principles. The annihilation of their targets permitted them to employ any means necessary, which epitomized the true essence of a ninja. Reiga's brow furrowed even deeper, sensing the ill intent of the newcomer. "What brings a mere Uchiha brat to this place?" "Indeed, I have come in search of you," Yu Yuan replied with a light chuckle, striving to adopt a cordial tone. "In fact, I am here to borrow something from you." Before Reiga could utter a word or prepare himself, Yu Yuan activated his Sharingan and, in an instant, appeared before him. "That is, your life." While Yu Yuan found it remarkable how fate operated in such peculiar ways, leading him to encounter Reiga under these circumstances, he never lost sight of his principal objective. As a ninja, he understood the necessity of adhering to the code of conduct inherent to his profession. Ambush was the fundamental technique of a ninja. He had never been one to engage in lengthy dialogue with adversaries before preparing for a confrontation. Even in conversation, his aim was merely to divert the opponent's attention, seizing the opportunity to strike. This method was well within his expertise. However, Yu Yuan was aware that this approach did not guarantee success every time, especially when faced with a seasoned ninja like Raiga. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed instantly as he responded with remarkable swiftness, drawing the ninja blade from behind him to deftly block Hagihara's kunai. Following this, he immediately launched a counterattack. The dual blades in his hands appeared to dance with extraordinary lightness. The swiftly wielded and oddly shaped ninja knives emitted a whistling sound. Amidst his frenzied onslaught, Hagihara found himself momentarily on the defensive, realizing that this Raiga was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. This individual's swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, and his speed was astonishingly rapid. Most critically, he consistently evaded direct eye contact with Hagihara's Sharingan. Consider the challenge of maintaining such vigorous offensive pressure while simultaneously avoiding the gaze that could lead to Jinjutsu. This alone attests to Raiga's prowess. However, it was evident that he was still affected, contemplating the need to create distance. Although Hagihara was being suppressed, his Sharingan allowed him to evade the relentless barrage of attacks with relative ease. Moreover, Hagihara could clearly perceive that Raiga's rhythm of attack was somewhat flawed, rendering his seemingly fierce strikes rather ineffective. In such circumstances, it was only natural that he preferred not to engage in close-quarters combat with Hagihara by creating distance. He could employ a variety of techniques, be they unique to his weapon or the immensely effective mist shadow technique that counters the Sharingan. Indeed, amidst yet another fierce clash of weapons, Raiga decisively created space, seizing the opportunity while Hagihara was evading. Though his expression bore a hint of solemnity, his words dripped with sarcasm. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to take my life? Though I have defected from the mist, I am not someone you can easily manipulate. Indeed, Raiga's swordsmanship was formidable. Standing firm, Hagihara gazed at Raiga with a smile, remarking, "Whether I am qualified remains to be seen in battle. And didn't you, as a rogue ninja, foresee this day? As a defector, I am well aware of the fate that may await me, yet I did not expect the visitors to be from Konoha." At that moment, Raiga suddenly burst into laughter, quickly forming hand seals as he spoke. "However, I find myself fortunate. Though I am unaware of your comrades' whereabouts, it seems you stand alone, and as a Uchiha, no less. Has no elder in your clan warned you to exercise caution when facing mist ninjas?" As he spoke, Raiga's technique was prepared, chakra surging wildly within him, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. Clearly, this was the mist shadow technique, and facing the threat of the Sharingan, he deployed it without hesitation. I concede that the mist shadow technique indeed possesses a certain countermeasure against the Sharingan, particularly when infused with such a massive influx of chakra. Yet, Hagihara displayed no signs of panic upon witnessing this scene. Rather, a smile crept onto his face, evoking a sense of unease in Raiga. However, Hagihara offered Raiga no chance to react, as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him, causing his body to begin levitating. "Allow me to pose a question. To what extent can your mist shadow technique envelop its surroundings?" As the words left his mouth, Yu Yuan ascended directly into the sky, towering above and casting a condescending gaze upon Leia, whose expression was one of utter dismay. The range of the mist shadow technique is contingent upon the chakra he invests. However, as a ninja, it is imprudent to wager a substantial amount of chakra without absolute certainty, particularly for the mere purpose of ensnaring an adversary. Leia, being an ordinary ninja, would never resort to such a reckless strategy. Moreover, he was currently beset by a throbbing headache, as he had never anticipated that this Uchiha could fly. A flying ninjutsu? How troublesome, he thought bitterly. Yet, he refrained from dispelling the mist shadow technique. Rather, he was curious to ascertain how long Yu Yuan could sustain flight and the altitude he could achieve. Should his flight prove fleeting or low, it would afford Leia an opportunity for counteraction or escape. However, Yu Yuan had no intention of granting him the luxury of time for such assessments. Without a hint of hesitation, he formed hand seals mid-air. His chakra surged vigorously within him, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly warm. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal fire dragon erupted from Yu Yuan's mouth, spiraling through the air before hurtling down towards the ground with ferocity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Leia's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly pivoted to evade the massive fire dragon while simultaneously intensifying the density of the mist. He grimly realized that failing to do so would allow the insufferable Uchiha to lock onto him from above and unleash ninjutsu at will. Boom! The roaring fire dragon collided with the ground, the tremendous explosion resonating across the plains, momentarily igniting the white mist with a fiery glow, transforming it into a vibrant orange hue. In that instant, Leia appeared somewhat disheveled. Although he had managed to evade direct contact with the flames, he could still feel the oppressive heat, a testament to the fire dragon's formidable power. Damn that guy! Can flying ninjutsu and fire techniques be combined in such a manner? Leia cursed inwardly, then peered through the thick mist towards the sky, only to find his countenance darkening in despair. He lamented the futility of seeking refuge in the mist, for the wretched Uchiha paid it no heed whatsoever. Once more, Yu Yuan gathered chakra and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted from Yu Yuan's mouth like seeds of the phoenix flower, dispersing in all directions and targeting the vast expanse of mist. Under the control of his chakra, the flames spread extensively, unreservedly enveloping the entirety of the mist shadow technique's domain. Prior to mastering the void technique, Yu Yuan's understanding and valuation of fire release lay predominantly in its tactical application. However, upon acquiring the art of aerial maneuvering, Yu Yuan has magnified the value of this ability, for he can now execute a carpet bombing with utter precision. As a time traveler, Yu Yuan is acutely aware of the significance of air supremacy. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless cacophony of explosions reverberates across the plains, while the misty technique employed by Leia has, at this moment, been thoroughly transformed into a fiery orange by the blazing flames. Although the searing heat has rendered the mist denser, it is evident that such thick fog is no longer a refuge. With Yu Yuan's continuous bombardment, Leia can no longer endure. He awkwardly bursts forth from the now discolored haze. At this juncture, he has merged his twin blades, enveloping himself in a defensive cocoon of lightning chakra, which has spared him from the flame's wrath. Yet, he is acutely conscious that remaining within the fog would spell his doom in such an environment. He is utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. What a wretched adversary! Leia silently curses, as he recalls the aerial ninjas obliterated by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, those who soared through the sky, hurling explosive tags towards the ground. However, Konoha possessed formidable anti-air capabilities, relying on the Oil Women clan's insects to obliterate those ninjas' flying apparatus, leading to their downfall. Though he too possesses anti-air capabilities, he was unable to employ them before Yu Yuan forcefully subdued him with fire ninjutsu, transforming his misty technique into a fiery smog. This directly robbed him of any chance to conceal himself. Remaining within could very well lead to his incineration or suffocation. Ah, the mouse has emerged. Yu Yuan, hovering in the air, chuckles softly at the sight of Leia's disarray, yet his movements remain unceasing. Given his temporary mastery of air superiority and the opponent's apparent lack of anti-air defenses, how could Yu Yuan possibly relent? Fire style, great fireball technique. With a series of hand seals, he conjures an enormous fireball, which hurtles toward Leia with a fierce roar. Humph! Leia scoffs, his body shifting slightly as he deftly leaps backward, evading the fireball entirely. Though devoid of the fog's protection, he finds himself more agile in the expansive terrain, free from the constraints of the mist. After dodging Yu Yuan's fireball, he seizes the opportunity to launch a counterattack before Yu Yuan can initiate another strike. Lightning release. Leia. His twin blades cross, enveloped in a fierce torrent of lightning chakra. As he unfurls his blades once more, the ferocious lightning chakra surges toward Yu Yuan in the sky. Observing the onslaught of rabid lightning chakra approaching him, Yu Yuan deftly maneuvers his body and chakra, weaving hand seals as he skillfully evades the attack. The agility of the sky dance technique is beyond question. Even in midair, Yu Yuan can effortlessly control his body. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Once again, Yu Yuan unleashed the grand fire dragon technique, and this time, he summoned 3 fire dragons in a single breath. The 3 fire dragons, each emanating from distinct angles, roared ferociously as they surged toward the position of Leia. Boom, 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 accompanied by 3 resounding explosions and the rapid spread of flames and smoke. Yu Yuan realized that Leia had once again evaded his attack with ease. This prompted him to shake his head slightly, for he was evidently somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. He had indeed secured air supremacy, even forcing Leah into a continuous retreat through this carpet bombing. However, the issue lay in the fact that his current approach felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The target was simply too small, and the opponent too nimble. Were you want to employ such tactics on a battlefield, the results would likely be quite effective. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, his methods appeared somewhat wasteful. Nevertheless, he had achieved his objective. At least this individual dared not employ the mist shadow technique anymore. Upon returning, he would need to replenish his fire release techniques. As Yuhuan contemplated this, he swiftly descended to the ground. Recognizing that continuing to fly and use ninjutsu for bombardment would likely strain his chakra reserves. Moreover, the purpose of utilizing the sky dance technique was to evade the mist shadow technique. Having accomplished that, there was no need to persist. As for replenishing his fire release, it was essential. Mastering the sky dance meant he must fully exploit its potential. Techniques such as the Great Fire Annihilation and the Great Fire Extinguishment, as well as the Dragon Flame Song technique, were vital tools to be mastered in conjunction with the sky dance technique. Once Yuan landed, he quickly retrieved several shuriken. But at that moment, a gigantic dragon, shimmering with lightning and spinning wildly, charged toward him. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. Yuan recognized the technique at a glance. He swiftly threw the shuriken in his hand and then executed a body flicker technique to evade the lightning dragon. However, Leah was clearly not one to miss such an opportunity. Although the lightning dragon did not strike Yuan, it plowed through the ground, carving a path that disrupted the flames Yuan had left behind, granting Leah greater maneuverability. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yuan. Die! Leah shouted, as he thrust his two ninja blades, infused with surging lightning chakra, fiercely toward Yuan. Clang! The Sharingan in Yuan's eyes shifted slightly, and in an instant, two shuriken reappeared in his hands. With the assistance of the Sharingan, he accurately blocked Leah's blades. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Yet a smile crept onto Leah's lips, for in the next moment, the lightning chakra had already transferred through the shuriken to Yuan. Amidst the tumultuous currents of electricity, Yuan's body began to glow, as the lightning chakra rapidly enveloped him. The kunai is conductive. Surely you are not so oblivious as to be unaware of this? Leia proclaimed with a hint of arrogance, yet this expression quickly froze upon his face. Before him, Yuan transformed with a resounding bang into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind two kunai that clattered to the ground. Shadow clone. When did this happen? Do you think I would be ignorant of such a thing? At that moment, Yuan's voice echoed from another location, accompanied by the sound of whistling air and the sharp clang of metal striking metal. Instantly, Leia became acutely alert, leaping backward as he recognized these sounds as the signature throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Bang, 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 bang. His movements were swift and precise, amidst his rapid evasion. All the kunai that descended from above landed beside him, piercing into the earth. Yet, not a single kunai managed to strike him directly. Seeing this, Leia felt a slight relief, but just then, Yuan's voice rang out once more. You have already lost, Leia. Yuan emerged slowly from the shadows of the flames, his crimson eyes striking a chilling fear into the heart. I have lost. At Yuan's declaration, Leia couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. You truly have a penchant for grandiloquence, little brat. You shall soon see whether my words are mere boastfulness. With a light chuckle, Yuan paid no heed to Leia's expression. You evaded beautifully, but do you know? From the very beginning, I never intended to use kunai to defeat you. As he spoke, Yuan began forming hand seals. His audacious act of doing so right in front of Leia immediately presented an opportunity. However, just as Leia prepared to raise his ninja blade to counterattack, he was taken aback by a sudden sharp pain coursing through his body, rendering him incapable of significant movement. Lowering his gaze, he realized that he had been ensnared by nearly invisible steel wires, intricately entwined around him, all of which were connected to the scattered kunai lying about, with their source ultimately stemming from Yuan's vicinity. Leia's expression darkened with fury. He had not anticipated this turn of events, and he began to struggle with all his might. Do not forget, I am an Uchiha. Yet, Yuan offered him no reprieve. With a surge of chakra, his ninjutsu was already complete. Fire release, fire dragon technique. The steel wires employed by Yuan were a unique product of the Uchiha clan. Not only resilient, but also difficult to detect. Moreover, These wires served a purpose beyond merely restraining the enemy. They were a formidable tool when combined with the Uchiha's fire techniques. As the fire dragon surged along the wires Yu Yuan had meticulously set, racing toward Leia, the pallor of his face transformed into a vivid crimson under the fiery onslaught. He strained to break free from his bonds, managing to sever several wires despite his injuries. Yet the speed of the fire release far surpassed his attempts. Particularly when Yu Yuan calculated the landing of his kunai, he meticulously focused on Leia's hands, denying him any opportunity to form seals. In that moment, the man was so overwhelmed that he could not even perform the most basic substitution technique. All he could do was watch in despair as the searing flames swiftly consumed him. The anguished cries instantly echoed across the plains, and the acrid stench spread rapidly in all directions, the chilling wails resembling those emanating from the depths of hell. Witnessing this scene, Yu Yuan felt a wave of nausea. Especially as he observed the flesh of the unfortunate being melting away, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Despite being a seasoned ninja who had encountered considerable bloodshed, Yu Yuan still held his own moral boundaries, akin to the fury he felt upon witnessing the slaughter of innocents. "I have stated that you have lost, so you may rest in peace," he murmured softly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. He then drew another kunai, lifting his hand gently as the weapon soared through the air towards Leia. With the sound of metal piercing flesh, Leia's screams abruptly ceased. The kunai had penetrated his heart, extinguishing the light of life within him. Yet his lifeless form remained upright, ensnared and bound by steel wires, continuously engulfed in flames, a sight both eerie and horrifying. However, Yu Yuan paid little heed to such details, swiftly regaining his composure, for he had already set many ablaze with his fire techniques. As a member of the Uchiha clan devoid of lightning techniques, Yu Yuan excelled in fire jutsu. He had dabbled in earth techniques, but found them rather mediocre. Thus, his tactical considerations during combat leaned heavily towards fire techniques, which, in his hands, were far from merciful. Even though he might use fire as a cover and a means to support his offensive strategies, it remained his best option for vanquishing foes when close combat was not a factor. Moreover, with the acquisition of the sky dance technique, the value of his fire jutsu had increased significantly. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. He had more pressing matters at hand. Yu Yuan silently reminded himself, then rapidly increased his chakra output, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. Amidst this frenzied and scorching inferno, Leia's corpse disintegrated further, billowing black smoke that ascended towards the heavens. He was determined to leave no trace of this man behind, nor grant him the opportunity for reincarnation. After completing this task, he began to access his system panel. In fact, the moment he eliminated Leia, he had felt a notification from the system. This confirmed that he had indeed eradicated Leia. Otherwise, the system would not have provided such a prompt. When the system panel materialized within Yu Yuan's line of sight, a smile crept across his face. Skill, Glorious Evolution 01. Activation condition, requires 100 power fragments to complete activation. Power fragments. Jonin can obtain 25, Chunin can obtain 20. Genin can obtain 10, ordinary enemies can yield between 1 to 5. Current power fragments acquired, 110. Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the prerequisites for Glorious Evolution. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Faced with such a query, Yu Yuan felt no need for deliberation, and his heart brimmed with exhilaration. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the eyes he had long coveted, were finally within his grasp. With these eyes, he could secure a favorable position in the tumultuous future that lay ahead, and possess the means for self-preservation amidst impending crises. More importantly, these eyes would grant him a broader arena for expression within his clan. The ominous shadow of the clan's massacre loomed over him, and although he understood that without Shirsue's demise, there would be no catalyst for the coup, nor would Itachi Uchiha have been prompted to awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha remained unchanged, even in the absence of Itachi. It was likely that someone else would be tasked with such grave actions. It was not beyond possibility to bypass the Uchiha, for in the original narrative, the night of the massacre was orchestrated by the Roots, with both Itachi and Obito Uchiha playing pivotal roles. If Danzo truly had no ties to the Akatsuki organization, Yu Yuan found it utterly implausible. After all, this individual had collaborated extensively with Orochimaru. The notion that Orochimaru's betrayal severed all connections was far-fetched. Without Orochimaru's assistance, How could he have achieved such formidable prowess? Thus, he could not afford to relax for even a moment. Only by amassing sufficient strength could he realize all that he aspired to accomplish. The yearning for power had been a constant in Yu Yuan's mindset since his arrival in this world, yet this desire became starkly evident after his family had ensnared him. Without adequate power, what good would his quick wit serve? Whether in schemes or overt maneuvers, various tactics merely served as aids. Possessing true power was the fundamental basis for establishing oneself in this realm. Glorious evolution is ready to commence. Skill, Glorious Evolution, 11. Will automatically dissipate upon use. Select Evolution Target, Sharingan. Evolution in progress. In an instant, Yu Yuan felt his mental energy being fervently mobilized within his mind, and it surged with a frenetic intensity. Amidst this tumultuous activity, he sensed an excruciating pain enveloping his head, and at that moment, it felt as if his eyes could no longer remain open. Under the relentless agony, even Yu Yuan, with his formidable endurance, could not suppress a cry of anguish. He collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut, hands cradling his head. He could feel something trickling from his eyes, if he were to hazard a guess. It was likely his own blood. In the midst of such torment, he felt as though every moment was a torturous ordeal. Yet, for the sake of the kaleidoscope, he must endure. He understood that the awakening of the kaleidoscope would serve as a profound mental stimulus, though he had yet to discover the means to elicit such intense stimulation. Consequently, the system forcibly summoned his mental prowess, compelling it to expand and grow wildly, which appeared to be the sole recourse at his disposal. Fortunately, this agony did not persist for long. Yu Yuan soon sensed that the energy within his mind began to settle. Accompanying this was the alleviation of the pain in his eyes, and a peculiar force began to emanate from them, signaling to him that the ordeal had come to an end. Was this the glory of evolution? Yu Yuan shakily rose to his feet, gently wiping away the traces of blood from the corners of his eyes, and slowly opened them. In an instant, a formidable and fearsome power radiated outward. The moment he opened his eyes, he could distinctly feel the terrifying potency coursing through them. The chilling, oppressive, and utterly destructive force surged forth rapidly, inducing a sense of palpitating trepidation within him. Yet, he quickly managed to rein in this overwhelming aura, allowing it to retract swiftly. Nonetheless, he recognized that his control over this power was still rather unrefined. However, he dismissed this concern, for he had only just unlocked the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, much like other tiers of the Sharingan, requires continuous refinement and exploration to wield adeptly. The most effective way to master its usage is through combat, as demonstrated by Sasuke in the original narrative. However, Yu Yuan was reluctant to emulate Sasuke, who had, within less than a month of acquiring the kaleidoscope, recklessly rendered his own eyes blind. Such a course of action was utterly unacceptable to him. Sasuke likely felt no apprehension due to possessing Itachi's eyes as a safety net, while Yu Yuan stood utterly alone, having lost his parents to war, with no possibility of siblings to provide him support. Of course, even if he had siblings, he would be unable to do much, for he simply lacked the resources to indulge in reckless behavior like Sasuke. Yet, perhaps that was not entirely accurate. After all, he possessed a system, and it was conceivable that he could draw something that would restore his ocular power. Yu Yuan mused quietly to himself, standing still as he recalled the recent pain vividly, realizing he needed a moment to recuperate. Moreover, intriguing information began to surface in his mind, which he felt compelled to examine closely. The first piece of information pertained to his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, manifesting suddenly in his consciousness upon the eye's awakening. This information outlined the abilities of his kaleidoscope, which are derived from the deepest obsessions of an individual prior to unlocking these eyes. Before awakening these eyes, Hagihara seemed to be incessantly murmuring about his desire for greater strength, believing that only with such power could he ensure a brighter future. His innermost aspiration indeed manifested in the unique abilities of his eyes. The power of his left eye, known as Uzumen, significantly reduces the difficulty of utilizing Susanoo. As the mightiest and most perilous ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the activation of Susanoo is notoriously challenging and demanding on one's chakra. Typically, a newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan user would be incapable of employing Susanoo until they have acclimatized over time. However, under the influence of Uzumen, Hagihara felt that he could summon Susanoo even at this moment. Yet, it might only be the most rudimentary form. lacking a full humanoid shape and merely manifesting as ribcage protection, albeit still boasting formidable defense. Conversely, the power of his right eye, called Daofan, enables him to amplify the potency of all his techniques. Indeed, every technique, be it Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, or Taijutsu, experiences a substantial enhancement when empowered by this ability. In essence, this technique bears some resemblance to Sage Mode, though the precise differences elude him, as he has yet to experience Sage Mode himself. These two abilities represent the pinnacle of power augmentation, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they bore a striking similarity to Uchiha Madara's powers. After keenly attuning to the strength bestowed by his ocular prowess, Hagihara's expression turned peculiar. The original narrative did not elucidate the capabilities of Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques, yet he left an indelible impression of sheer might, devastating offensive power, formidable ninjutsu skills, and an overwhelming Susanoo that instilled a sense of suffocating dread. Wherever he positioned himself, an unparalleled aura of dominance emanated, allowing others to readily perceive his might. Nonetheless, beneath this overwhelming strength lay fundamentally conventional abilities, with Susanoo being the sole ocular technique he employed. This led Hagihara to ponder whether Madara's Mangekyo abilities truly encompassed just two facets, one being the reduction of Susanoo's activation limitations, as he managed to achieve an almost peak form without the eternal Mangekyo, and the other being the enhancement of his overall capabilities. Despite certain ninjutsu relying on chakra accumulation to attain astonishing prowess, however, the quality of ninjutsu remains unchanged unless there exists a unique technique specifically designed to enhance it. Regardless of whether there is overlap with Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques, Hagihara consoled himself with the fact that he possessed his own abilities, both of which proved exceptionally useful. Though he had not acquired flashy powers like Kimui or Amaterasu, the abilities he gained were undeniably practical, leaving him immensely satisfied. As for the second piece of information, it pertains to the system. After Yu Yuan completed the glorious evolution, his system provided several prompts that he had yet to review. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is a pair of immensely powerful eyes. Possessing them enables the host to better salvage a family that has fallen into disarray. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Your strength has significantly increased, earning you 1,000 points. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, in a dire predicament. The family is in severe internal conflict, while external threats loom. Prosperity, 10. 848. The normal foundational prosperity of a family is 10,000. Note, although the prosperity exceeds the normal threshold, this is due to the host's and Shursue's individual prowess, and it remains unstable. Recommendation: expedite the resolution of the family's internal strife to stabilize the environment, uniting all who can stand together to face adversity. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points, granting you an opportunity to select a skill. Blade Technique, Waterbird Dance, a sword technique adapted from the Flowing Swordsman. As agile as a water bird, capable of manipulating the wind release attribute can be obtained via skills. Earth Release, Granite Shield, can construct a defensive chakra shield using Earth Release to negate one instance of damage. Earth Release attribute can be obtained via skills. Water Release, Surfing the Waves. In water, you and your allies will gain exceptional mobility. Water Release attribute can be obtained via skills. Upon observing this series of system notifications, Yu Yuan felt a mixture of confusion and burgeoning joy. It turned out that reaching the level of Kaleidoscope would yield 1,000 points, although he believed this amount to be modest. Considering that the system's mechanics equate 1 Jonin to 25 Chunin, he found it to be reasonably favorable. Furthermore, it provided him with insight. If the system rewarded him 1,000 points after he had dealt with Shursui, did this imply that Shursui had indeed attained the Kaleidoscope level? With this thought, Yu Yuan's spirit soared, as it imbued him with greater confidence. However, at that moment, he sensed something amiss and turned his head, only to see Shursui rushing towards him, his expression a mix of anxiety that soon morphed into a dazed look. He must hurry. Shursui dashed towards Yu Yuan's location, filled with regret for having separated from him. Though Yu Yuan's strength was indisputable, he now faced an adversary adept in the Mist Shadow technique. Shursui was acutely aware of the countermeasures against the Sharingan that the Mist Shinobi employed, having spent many years in the Umbu dealing with them. Despite having gained a fearsome reputation, so much so that even the Umbu named Ao from the Mist Village would retreat at his approach. He did not underestimate the formidable nature of Mist Shinobi. Particularly during his encounter with the Mist Ninjas, he observed a remarkable truth. The caliber of these ninjas was exceptionally high, and their commitment to their missions was unwavering, regardless of the peril to their lives. Shursui had heard that these Mist Ninjas were accompanied by a specialized Umbu team during their operations, ready to eliminate anyone who might compromise their intelligence should the mission deviate from its course. Such ruthlessly bloody and highly skilled ninjas, especially one who had once been among the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, naturally made Shusui's heart race with apprehension. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions heightened Shusui's anxiety, particularly when he noticed that his path was obstructed by raging flames. This predicament left him feeling somewhat frantic, as he was not adept at using water release to extinguish the fire, which meant he would have to devise an alternative route, consuming considerable time. Huyuan, please do not let anything happen to you, Shursui thought, his heart brimming with tension, before hastening in another direction. His speed was remarkable. Within mere minutes, he had plunged into the heart of the flames. However, what he beheld was a bizarre figure, arms outstretched like wings, engulfed in flames. The sight of this figure made Shursui's gaze sharpen, but he felt a slight relief upon noticing another individual standing beside it. He recognized that it was Huyuan, and the scene before him indicated that Huyuan had emerged victorious in this battle. It seems I have underestimated Huyuan, Shursui silently mused, before advancing towards him. Yet, in the next instant, Huyuan suddenly turned to face him, and at that moment, Shursui was left utterly stunned, for he clearly saw a peculiar triangular pattern slowly rotating within Huyuan's crimson eyes. It was the kaleidoscope. In that fleeting moment, Shursui recognized the design within Huyuan's eyes and realized that he had consistently underestimated him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was the most formidable eye within their clan, and he understood the immense torment required to awaken such power. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the potential unleashed by such eyes, for he possessed a pair himself. Quickly suppressing his shock and bewilderment, Shursui reminded himself that he too had this gift, and despite his astonishment, he could regain his composure. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder when Huyuan had acquired such eyes. His thoughts began to spiral, but he swiftly shook his head to dispel them. Everyone harbored secrets. Even Shursui's own kaleidoscope was known to only a scant few, even within the clan. However, upon realizing that Huyuan possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a subtle transformation occurred within Shursui. Perhaps he had possessed these eyes for quite some time. After all, without a foundation of power, resisting the clan leader and elders was indeed a formidable challenge. Possessing such formidable power, with a vision so far-reaching and a logic so lucid, he is undoubtedly the epitome of a perfect clan leader. In this moment, upon witnessing the kaleidoscope of Uchiha, Shursui has irrevocably concluded that Uchiha is indeed the optimal choice. A leader endowed with strength, insight, and foresight. One who comprehends the root causes of issues within the clan, the village, and even the broader ninja world. Who could possibly be more suited for the role of clan leader? Shursui is convinced that Uchiha would excel even as Hokage. Shursui, is that you? Upon recognizing Shursui's presence, Uchiha instinctively concealed his kaleidoscope Sharingan and smiled as he spoke. There is no need for concern. This fellow has already been subdued, indicating that our mission is accomplished. Shursui, still mulling over other matters, quickly regained his composure at Uchiha's voice. Indeed, it appears our task has reached its conclusion. As they conversed, Shursui continued to gaze intently at Uchiha, but the shift in his expression made Uchiha feel somewhat uneasy. Such intensity in his gaze was even more pronounced than in previous days, which was rather overwhelming for Uchiha. However, he understood that this reaction likely stemmed from Shursui witnessing his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha had never intended to conceal the existence of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. After all, he realized it would be impossible to keep it hidden. Having resolved to resist Uchiha Fugaku and his faction, he recognized the necessity of demonstrating his own confidence and strength. Showcasing his kaleidoscope Sharingan was the optimal way to establish that assurance. Clan members would not heed mere abstract reasons to join him in a struggle against the existing order or to oppose their clan leader. It was imperative to convey both his thoughts and rationale, while simultaneously proving his capability and strength. After being abducted by the clan, Uchiha's yearning for the kaleidoscope Sharingan grew. not only to guard against the impending threat of annihilation, but also to instill confidence in those who would follow him, a reassurance that following him would not lead to great troubles. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan symbolizes the utmost confidence for all clan members, even if they do not fully comprehend its power. The superiority of the Kaleidoscope over the ordinary Sharingan would be evident to them. While Shisui also possesses a Kaleidoscope, relying on him to achieve these ends is less pragmatic than depending on oneself. Moreover, the deterrent effect of a single pair of kaleidoscope eyes would hardly compare to that of two pairs. Very well, we can address any issues later, Uchiha replied. His spirits lifted despite lingering remnants of discomfort. Having acquired such a precious gift, it was difficult to remain unhappy. The situation had already escalated to this point, and remaining there was hardly advisable. Indeed, Shisui affirmed earnestly, suppressing all his inner doubts in response to Uchiha's words. Your manner of speaking is rather unkind. After all, you are my friend, not my subordinate. Yu Yuan teased Shisui before directing his gaze towards Leia, who was still engulfed in flames. Particularly fixating on the fallen ninja blades that lay on the ground, severed at the hands. Once the flames have extinguished, we can retrieve the blades and return. Are those the ninja blades of Leia? Shisui also looked at the two blades, nodding in agreement. Indeed, they are fine weapons, which could be turned into the village. I had no intention of surrendering them to the village, Yu Yuan interjected swiftly upon hearing Jisui's words. I plan to melt these two blades down and forge a new one for my own use. To forge a new blade for yourself? Jisui's mouth slightly agape at Yu Yuan's declaration, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan began to envision himself wielding the ninja blades. For he had ultimately chosen the skill ninja blade, Waterbird Dance, as his reward. The appearance of Waterbird Dance on Yu Yuan's skill selection panel was indeed unexpected. At that moment, he was transported back to the days when he held a controller, watching the screen display a woman adorned in a golden helmet, with long red hair cascading beneath a crimson cloak. She wielded a prosthetic blade, showcasing exquisite moves in the air, which ultimately left him bloodied and bereft of a significant portion of his runes. This woman had haunted his nightmares for an extended period, her graceful demeanor indelibly etched in his memory, much to the point where he felt an urge to smash the controller in frustration. In his desperation to vanquish her, Yu Yuan resorted to a cheat tool, only to discover its futility, as this woman possessed the ability to drain life. Thereafter, she became the Valkyrie in Yu Yuan's mind, a singular and unparalleled embodiment of that title. Although he ultimately defeated this Valkyrie with a decisive strike, he feared he would never truly forget her. Now, unexpectedly, he had discovered the very swordsmanship of that woman before him, enhanced with wind chakra. He could not let this opportunity slip away. In the future, I shall make the ninja world feel the malice of attacking its most vulnerable points. With the acquisition of a new sword technique, the necessity for a blade arose, prompting Yu Yuan's gaze to fall upon the lifeless form of Leia. The man had perished, leaving behind two ninja blades as unclaimed treasures. Yu Yuan was aware that these blades possessed unique chakra-absorbing abilities, and he could even utilize them to perform certain ninjutsu. To let these blades go would be something Yu Yuan could never forgive himself for. The following morning, Yu Yuan and Jisui took possession of the two blades. After confirming that Leia had been reduced to ashes, they began their journey back to Konoha. Although Jisui was puzzled by Yu Yuan's desire for the blades, wondering if he harbored intentions regarding the special ninja blades of the mist, he chose not to voice his thoughts. While turning in Leia's blades to the village might seem more honorable, ultimately, these blades were, after all, Yu Yuan's spoils of war. Uchiha is entirely justified in deciding how to manage his own affairs. In essence, it is not a matter of great consequence. Moreover, Shisui is currently in a rather dismal mood, and he is unlikely to pay any heed to such trivialities, much less convey them to the village. Instead, his mind is occupied with the words Uchiha shared the previous night, when they discovered a quiet place to rest. Shisui took the initiative to reveal to Uchiha that he had acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. This revelation brought immense joy to Uchiha, particularly as Shisui further disclosed the abilities conferred by his Mangekyo Sharingan, indicating to Uchiha that Shisui had firmly aligned himself with him. However, Uchiha still seeks clarity on several matters, specifically regarding how many individuals are aware of Shisui's Mangekyo and the extent of knowledge surrounding its capabilities. After all, Shisui's Mangekyo is exceedingly perilous. His powers remain akin to those in the original narrative, particularly the fearsome Kotoame Tsukumi. Only the clan leader, a few elders, and the third Hokage are privy to the existence of Shusui's Mangekyo. Shursui has not concealed this fact and has swiftly shared the relevant information. Nevertheless, they remain unaware of the specific capabilities, as Shursui has not disclosed those. Is that so? I understand, Uchiha responded, feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing Shursui's words. It must be said, however, that Shursui's potential demise is somewhat linked to his revelation of his own abilities. What exactly is Kotoame Tsukumi? It is a technique that can silently alter a person's subconscious and even their will. Those afflicted may remain completely oblivious to the manipulation. Such an illusion would instill fear in anyone, particularly when wielded by someone they do not fully trust. Your ocular technique must remain a secret, understood? Uchiha gazed intently at Shursui, his demeanor growing exceedingly grave, which in turn compelled Shursui to adopt a more serious stance. You should comprehend that if the clan were to learn of your ocular capabilities, what do you think they would compel you to do? The less astute might attempt to have you control another faction, swaying them to their side, while the more cunning would likely seek to have you manipulate the Hokage. I presume these are scenarios you wish to avoid, correct? Indeed, Uchiha, Shursui replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Regardless of the circumstance, I shall neither attempt nor engage in such actions. Furthermore, informing the village, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, would be an even graver error, potentially leading to dire consequences for you. Uchiha's mind briefly flashed with the image of Shursui disclosing information to Sarutobi, only to be subsequently attacked by Danzo. This prompted him to ponder whether the assault on Shursui was indeed Danzo's own design, or perhaps an instruction from Sarutobi, or even a consequence of tacit approval. Dire consequences? Shursui furrowed his brow. That seems excessive. Do not forget, you two hail from the Uchiha. Before he could finish, Uchiha interrupted, speaking with earnest gravity. The village's deep-seated distrust of the Uchiha clan is a matter you are surely aware of. It is ingrained in their very bones. Even if they were to place their trust in you, once they become aware of your formidable abilities, do you truly believe they would not contemplate the possibility of you wielding such power against them? Hayabusa's words cast a shadow of silence over Shursui. For this was a consideration he had not meticulously pondered, or rather, it was a thought that had eluded him prior to his close association with Hayabusa. Doubt is a fearsome entity. Once its seed takes root in the heart, it is destined to flourish, regardless of the justifications one may employ. Should the clan reach an irrevocable state of disarray, and you were to reveal to them your capabilities, claiming that you possess the means to alter the clan's will, do you think they would accept it? And what fate would await you? Allow me to assure you, for them, the mastery of such techniques lies solely in their hands for true security. The moment you perish, can you fathom the chaos that would ensue? Hayabusa's words sent a chill down Shursui's spine, for before his interactions with Hayabusa, he had contemplated the choices he might make if the clan were to truly reach such a critical juncture. He felt as though Hayabusa had stripped away all pretense, exposing his innermost thoughts, compelling him to reflect deeply. However, Hayabusa did not allow him the luxury of contemplation, offering a stark answer instead. I can tell you with utmost clarity, your demise would be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. You are the prodigy of your clan, its beacon of hope. Your death would incite fervor among your kin, leading your faction to turn against you collectively. The hardliners would seize control, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha, intent on utilizing force to assert their existence. A violent coup would become an inescapable reality. The village would, under such pretexts, strike against the Uchiha, aiming to eliminate their most pressing threat. At this point, Hayabusa paused slightly, while Shursui's complexion had turned an ashen hue. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his astonishment at Hayabusa's assertions, the potential outcomes he outlined, and his foresight into the future left him utterly shaken. After a long silence, he gazed at Hayabusa with a bitter yet respectful expression. Ultimately, the clan would face annihilation. Well, now that we are at the village, why do you still wear such a countenance? At the gates of Konoha, Hayabusa regarded Shursui, who followed behind him, seemingly lost in thought. For days, Shursui had maintained this demeanor. Wherever he went, he appeared to be in deep contemplation, and from time to time, his face betrayed signs of apprehension. Hayabusa understood the root of this behavior. It was likely that the words he had spoken that fateful night had left a profound impact on Shursui. Indeed, Hayabusa's intuition was correct. Shui was deeply unsettled, and the weight of such anxieties bore heavily upon him. Over the past few days, he had been relentlessly mulling over the matter, mentally rehearsing every aspect of it. He even retrieved various teachings imparted by Hayabusa, only to realize that none of them were mere exaggerations. What manner of individual is Danzo, one might ponder. Shui, having engaged with him and heard the assessments of the elders and the clan leader, is acutely aware that this wretched old man is an extreme character, one who harbors an unwavering distrust of others. Particularly with regard to the Uchiha clan, it appears he possesses an even stronger aversion, devoid of any semblance of goodwill. Moreover, it is peculiar that he has committed numerous transgressions without facing any repercussions, revealing the profound trust that the third Hokage places in him. This man, characterized by his radical distrust and disdain for the Uchiha, yet enjoying the Hokage's confidence, raises the question of what may transpire once he becomes aware of the capabilities of Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan. It is foreseen that he would not hesitate to turn against Shui and seize his eyes, believing such power would be far better retained in his own possession. Should fortune favor Shui, he might survive. However, returning to his clan alive would signal Konoha's impending aggression towards his family. Conversely, if he were to perish, the outcome would remain unchanged, igniting a fervor among his kin and escalating the internal strife between Konoha and his clan. Thus, the moment his abilities are revealed, the fates of both himself and his family seem all but sealed. Lost in contemplation, Shui was abruptly roused by Hayabusa's words, and with a hint of regret, he replied, "I apologize, it is my oversight. I understand now." Hayabusa, shaking his head in resignation, suggested, "Let us register our return home. Everyone is weary." "Yes, I comprehend," Shui responded, lifting his gaze to the grand entrance of Konoha. The gates loomed large and majestic, yet an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him at the sight. For reasons unknown, he felt a reluctance to step through those gates, for crossing the threshold would compel him to confront the internal turmoil of his clan, alongside the unforeseen challenges posed by Konoha. With a soft sigh, Shui recognized the impracticality of his thoughts. After all, he remained a shinobi of Konoha. He obediently accompanied Hayabusa to complete their village registration. At this juncture, the guards at the entrance were not the later figures of Izumi and Kozo, but rather two unfamiliar ninjas. They did not impede Hayabusa and Shui, allowing them to swiftly enter Konoha. The village bustled with life, children frolicking joyfully in the streets. This scene of happiness and warmth starkly contrasted with Shusui's current state of mind. Hayabusa observed all of this, unaware that his analysis from an omniscient perspective, or what could be called foreshadowing, would weigh so heavily on Shui. Nonetheless, he did not regret disclosing this information to Shui, as it was the truth, and recognizing the harshness of reality could ultimately be beneficial. Yet, Shusui's continued disposition left Hayabusa feeling somewhat exasperated. After a moment's reflection, he decided to step over to a nearby bookstore. He did not pay much attention as he casually purchased 2 books and returned. Although he found the bookstore owner's expression somewhat peculiar, he dismissed these details with indifference. Without further ado, Yohara directly thrust one of the books into Shimizu's arms, admonishing, "You are lost in your thoughts, and that is not right." Shimizu momentarily failed to react, yet instinctively caught the book Yohara handed him. He had no time to glance down at the volume before hearing Yohara speak again. "I tell you this not for you to ponder aimlessly, but to make you aware of a truth, to recognize your worth and significance. You have entrusted me with your abilities, and I, in turn, place my trust in you. Thus, it is imperative that I contemplate your situation thoroughly." At this juncture, Yohara paused briefly, placing a hand on Shimizu's shoulder, and continued with a smile. "You are my friend from childhood, my companion through the years, and my long-standing rival. Furthermore, we are both endowed with that unique vision within our families. Perhaps it is fate that has brought us together as comrades, striving for a grander objective. However, in your current state, it is challenging for us to fulfill our potential." Yohara's words struck a chord with Shimizu, reminding him of the deep and unique bond they shared, as both friends and adversaries. Their relationship had evolved into something kaleidoscopic, intensifying Shimizu's sense of closeness to Yohara. Especially resonant was Yohara's assertion that perhaps it was destiny guiding them to rescue their family together. Feeling a twinge of shame, Shimizu recognized that Yohara's guidance was indeed for his own benefit, yet he felt he had not lived up to Yohara's expectations. "I am sorry. I will not behave this way again, Shimizu vowed sincerely, taking a deep breath. I will immediately adjust my mindset and confront the future with my utmost resolve. That is the Shimizu I remember, and the Shimizu I need, Hagihara replied, his heart swelling with joy at Shimizu's newfound determination. To further bolster Shimizu's resolve, Hagihara decided to paint a vivid picture of their future endeavors. The path ahead is fraught with peril, and once we succeed, we must hold each other accountable. The tales of dragon slayers succumbing to the darkness are all too common. We must not allow ourselves to become that malevolent dragon. Therefore, regardless of who ascends to the position of clan leader, the other shall serve as the vice leader, tasked with overseeing and assisting the leader. We must always maintain our best selves. Only then can we advance and ultimately achieve our goals. Yes, I will never let you down, Shimizu declared, invigorated by Hagihara's inspiring words. When one finds themselves engulfed in confusion, even the slightest glimmer of hope, a new path illuminated by a ray of sunshine, can restore their faith. The fervent state of a convert is something Yu Yuan has encountered before. Although Shizuki does not precisely embody such a condition, it does not preclude Yu Yuan from employing a similar approach. When beset by psychological distress, one should immerse oneself in literature. Books can liberate you from worries, bestow joy, and impart knowledge. Observing Shizuki at that moment, Yu Yuan chuckled as he withdrew his hand, which had been awkwardly resting on a man's shoulder. Shizuki nodded earnestly, but when he lowered his gaze to the book in his hands, his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Yu Yuan, are you certain you want me to read this book? Of course, why? But this book is Paradise of Intimacy. Huh? Yu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the two books he had casually picked were indeed Paradise of Intimacy. No wonder the bookstore owner had regarded him with such an odd glance. However, the books were already purchased, and Yu Yuan had no intention of returning them. Whether Shizuki would read it remained uncertain, but he knew he certainly would. After all, this was a book that Kakashi, in the future, would cherish dearly, and Yu Yuan was naturally curious about its contents. Yet, before delving into a thorough reading, Yu Yuan had numerous tasks to attend to, such as reporting on missions and requesting someone to reforge Raiga's ninja blade. Fortunately, these matters did not require his direct involvement, as Shizuki promptly volunteered to handle them. He even mentioned that he would assist in reaching out to and gathering some Uchiha who had previously fought alongside them, and he would communicate with the elders behind him. He sought to gauge their attitudes, and if possible, he hoped to win them over. After all, even the currently less influential Dove faction elders wielded substantial resources. If Shizuki could persuade them, then Yu Yuan and his companions would undoubtedly save considerable effort. However, the outcome of such endeavors remained to be seen, and Yu Yuan could only hope for a favorable result. For the time being, with little else to occupy his mind, Yu Yuan settled onto a bench by the side of a street in Konoha and began to peruse the book he had just acquired. What on earth did this book contain? Yet, after eagerly reading a few chapters, his expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment, for he discovered that Jiraiya's writing was indeed quite abysmal. Although there were elements he wished to explore, Yu Yuan could not shake the feeling that Jiraiya's prose was subpar, particularly in terms of detail, leaving him utterly speechless. Having read complete works like Kong Suenxing Shao, and having studied the writings of authors such as Abin and Bai Jie, Yu Yuan found Jiraiya's current output to be rather disappointing. He could hardly believe that the author didn't realize just how entertaining such subjects could be. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Yu Yuan snapped the book Paradise of Intimacy shut, muttering to himself incessantly. At that moment, he noticed that the people around him were regarding him with somewhat peculiar expressions, particularly upon witnessing the tome in Yu Yuan's hands. The surrounding individuals could not help but engage in hushed whispers. This left Yu Yuan somewhat exasperated. Did such a modest book truly warrant such a display of intrigue? However, if penning a work of this nature could yield substantial remuneration, perhaps he should consider embarking on a similar venture. He mused that he could even delve into the realm of adult fiction, whether it was due to acquiring the kaleidoscope or resolving the matter of stagnation. Yu Yuan found himself in exceptionally high spirits. Although he was acutely aware that he had a considerable distance to traverse before fully extricating himself from peril, he had never been one to indulge in a perpetual state of melancholy. Maintaining a taut emotional state was hardly beneficial. A measure of relaxation and respite would enable him to muster the vigor necessary for his endeavors. With this contemplation in mind, Yu Yuan rose. intending to procure sustenance before seeking a training ground to experiment with the bounties of his recent undertaking. In addition to the resolution of his previous dilemma, he had acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan and a sword technique imbued with wind release. To put it plainly, he had struck a veritable mother lode. Yet, regardless of his gains, he recognized the imperative of adapting and mastering these new abilities. While he dared not recklessly exploit the kaleidoscope, the cautionary tale of Sasuke blinding himself within a month lingered in his mind. Nonetheless, he understood that merely activating the kaleidoscope to comprehend its transformations was a necessary pursuit. Since the activation, he had noticeably sensed enhancements in both his physical capabilities and chakra reserves. However, the improvement in physical prowess was somewhat limited, with the primary advancements manifesting in his chakra. Yu Yuan quietly reflected on the fact that activating the kaleidoscope would bestow certain benefits upon his physique. Though the specifics of these augmentations remained elusive to him, he recalled Uchiha Madara's mention of the straight bar Sharingan, which he had interpreted as a testament to agility. This left Yu Yuan perplexed. He could not fathom the meaning of straight bar. Was it indicative of linearity? Yet, in his recollections, Madara's original Sharingan appeared as 3 interlinked tomo, devoid of any discernible straight elements. Interestingly, upon obtaining his brother's eye and evolving it into an eternal kaleidoscope, he indeed perceived 3 straight pillars. As for Sasuke's eyes, Yu Yuan found himself equally bewildered. They were unmistakably a curved hexagram, yet after merging with Itachi's eyes, the patterns had straightened. Thus, the true meaning of straight bar eluded him, leaving him in a state of contemplation. Therefore, Yu Yuan preferred to focus on the changes within himself. The most significant enhancement he experienced post-activation of the kaleidoscope was rooted in his chakra. Both the quality and quantity of his chakra were steadily increasing, particularly as this enhancement bore no relation to his training. The substantial and comprehensive improvement was evident, albeit with a slight lag in physical attributes. Yet, this was of little concern, as he possessed a profound understanding of the path ahead. Having mastered the power akin to the sage mode known as Dao Fan, Yu Yuan harbors no concerns regarding the enhancement of his physical prowess. Although this ability may deplete his ocular power, would he truly refrain from employing it when faced with adversity in battle? As long as he does not excessively rely on his abilities, Yu Yuan is confident that he can resolve a series of predicaments before his ocular strength is entirely exhausted. Moreover, with the system providing support, he finds himself somewhat reassured, prompting him to diligently refine his swordsmanship. As he contemplates this, Yu Yuan has made a definitive decision. However, while he is still pondering how to convey a sense of malice towards the shinobi world, he suddenly hears someone calling his name. Yu Yuan? The voice is melodious yet tinged with surprise, and within it, he detects a hint of languor. This unexpected voice prompts him to turn around, where he discovers a young girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. Upon gazing at her features, Yu Yuan instantly recognizes her as a former comrade, one whose name has left a notable impression on him. She is a member of the Nara clan, known as Nara Konoha Shizuku. Are you aware of what you are saying? While Yu Yuan roams the streets of Konoha, engrossed in a book, Shizuku finds herself silently confronting an elder within a room of the Uchiha clan. This elder, Uchiha So, wears an expression of sheer astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend the words he has just heard. Shizuku has been under his watchful eye since childhood, and many of her beliefs and thoughts have been shaped by his teachings. He has always regarded her as a protege. Their shared conviction is to foster harmony between their clan and the village, aspiring for coexistence. This belief has remained unwavering, and they have continuously strived towards this goal. They yearn to establish connections through dialogue with Konoha's higher-ups, hoping to be genuinely accepted and acknowledged by the village. Regrettably, their faction is currently facing significant upheaval and distress. In the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly estranged from the village, an undeniable reality. Within their clan, the village's actions have incited profound dissatisfaction among the majority. Now, their only recourse is to rely on Shizuku as a conduit, hoping to gain the trust of the third Hokage and the acceptance of Konoha's shinobi. Their ultimate desire is to restore their clan to the embrace of Konoha and revive its former glory, especially considering that their ancestors once rejected Uchiha Madara. Shizuku, as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, stands out as the most exceptional member of her lineage, having even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The number of individuals within the clan who have activated the Sharingan is limited, let alone those who possess the Mangekyo, in Uchiha So's estimation. Shizuku is likely the sole bearer of the Mangekyo in their clan. Moreover, Shisui has successfully drawn the clan leader's son, Itachi Uchiha, into his fold, thereby enhancing their leverage. However, the Uchiha clan does not favor Itachi, as he prioritizes the interests of Konoha above all else. Nevertheless, this scion of the clan is a person of unwavering conviction. The clan leader cannot alter Itachi's perspective and instead places greater hope upon Shisui. Upon returning from a mission with the Umbu, Shisui did not report back, but rather took leave to undertake a mission alongside Uchiha Yui. Yui, a prodigy of the clan, had already attained the level of 3 Tomo Sharingan at a tender age, and he shares a friendship and camaraderie with Shisui. Yet, Yui is an unconventional individual who refuses to affiliate with any faction within the clan. He even shuns the role of a guard, ultimately opting to become a mission ninja. Despite Shisui's close relationship with him, Uchiha Zone is at a loss. In truth, he hopes Shisui can persuade a talent like Yui to join their ranks, thereby strengthening their influence. However, he never anticipated that Shisui's outing with Yui would result in him unveiling a new idea and plan. This plan is so audacious and radical that it sends chills down Uchiha Zone's spine. I am fully aware of what I am stating, Shisui said earnestly, gazing intently at Uchiha Zone. He nodded and reiterated, I assert that the internal turmoil and division within the clan are too profound. We are utterly incapable of uniting to confront our obligations. The architect of this discord is none other than the clan leader. Were it not for his indulgence and indecision, the clan would have long since united to tackle challenges collectively, rather than engage in incessant disputes over our divergent beliefs. Shisui's words were resolute, causing even the elder Uchiha Zone to tremble slightly in that moment. Having navigated the intricacies of clan dynamics for many years, he certainly comprehended the extent of the chaos within. Yet, understanding the problem is one thing, taking action or having the courage to act is another. According to Shisui's statement, he intends to oust their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Nonsense. Uchiha Zone interjected hastily, glancing around before whispering, Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to lay hands on the clan leader? Do you comprehend the implications of this? It would mean a coup. And after removing the leader, who do you propose to elevate as the new clan leader? Who possesses the qualifications for such a role? I concede that Uchiha Fugaku has indeed performed poorly, failing to unify the clan and allowing such division. But what would happen if unity were achieved? You must recognize that within the clan, it is the more formidable individuals who dominate, yet the true majority consists of the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. Before Uchiha Zone could finish his thoughts, Shisui interrupted him, locking eyes with Uchiha Zone and softly yet firmly asserting his stance. Yohara confided in me that within the mechanisms of power, the patriarchs and elders wield authority as superiors. However, the true source of power lies with the majority of the Uchiha clan. Their genuine strength emanates from their obedience. If they were to acknowledge us and refuse to submit to the domineering, they would forfeit their right to claim the title of majority. Uchiha Zone gazed in stunned silence at Shisui before him, suddenly realizing that Shisui seemed somewhat unfamiliar. His words had taken on a sharpness and audacity that was striking. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Shisui's statements succinctly and clearly articulated the structure and functioning of power. This revelation filled Uchiha Zone with a sense of admiration for Shisui's growth, yet simultaneously instilled a sense of peril, for Shisui's words were undeniably terrifying. In truth, we have consistently erred, and our mistakes have been egregious, whether on their part or ours. Shisui regarded Uchiha Zone and sighed softly before continuing, expressing that we have persistently engaged in endless disputes within the clan, akin to internal strife, without ever contemplating unity. Within Konoha, the third Hokage and his advisors have inherited the will of the second Hokage, and they likely harbor lingering reservations towards the Uchiha. Without unity, we cannot convey our political aspirations to them. Lacking cohesion, we have never established a clear agenda. We are but a scattered assembly, helplessly witnessing the deterioration of our circumstances, watching the clan descend step by step into the abyss. What fate awaits us in Konoha? I cannot say. However, Yohara has made it clear that we must ensure our voices reach Konoha. Otherwise, we are truly at risk. Uchiha Zone stood dumbfounded before Shisui, and though he was loath to admit it, he could not deny the truth. Shisui's words incisively captured Konoha's current stance towards the Uchiha and illuminated the clan's shortcomings. Furthermore, Uchiha Zong discerned that it was perhaps Hagihara who had influenced Shursui. Was it truly Hagihara? His voice was low and contemplative, as if he were both questioning Shursui and murmuring to himself. Indeed, it is Hagihara. Shursui responded to this statement, aware that he did not fully grasp the question but still providing an answer. It was Hagihara who reshaped my understanding of this world, who enlightened me regarding the state of our clan and village, and who revealed how we ought to proceed. He asserted that only he and I could transform the clan. Only we could lead it towards prosperity. Yet, I believe he is the sole choice, indeed my choice. As he reached this point, Shursui inhaled deeply, his expression turning earnest and grave as he regarded Uchiha Zong. He too possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. I never anticipated encountering you here, Yanagi. Hagihara gazed at the figure before him and couldn't help but smile. Then, casting a glance at the sign of Ichiraku Ramen, he pondered momentarily before stepping inside. Ichiraku Ramen is a ramen shop with a rich history in Konoha. Yu Yuan often visited it during his childhood, as it is a renowned spot in the village. Characters like Naruto, Iruka, and Kakashi from the original story have dined here, and Yu Yuan, having traversed into this world, naturally did not miss the opportunity to experience this place. However, as his missions became more frequent, his visits dwindled. Nara Kotonoha, a young woman who attended the ninja academy with Yu Yuan, left a lasting impression on him. Although both he and Shursui graduated early, they became teammates for a time after her graduation. The name Kotonoha, reminiscent of a certain anime, is difficult for Yu Yuan to forget. Additionally, the girl is quite beautiful. Her hair can be styled into a ponytail or left down as long, straight black locks, which certainly made an impact on Yu Yuan. She also happens to be the cousin of Nara Shikamaru and possesses the unique intelligence characteristic of the Nara clan. During their joint missions, she offered insights that even the leading jounin were willing to heed. However, as their ninja ranks advanced, they each took on new roles and missions, leading to the natural dissolution of their team. Over the years, Yu Yuan primarily undertook solo missions. Although there were occasional team gatherings, he seldom attended. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather unfortunate timing, as he was often absent from Konoha during these gatherings. Indeed, I thought I had misread. Nara Kotonoha tilted her head and smiled. You are quite the busy person. I can hardly recall when I last saw you. Perhaps a year or two ago? Yu Yuan himself was uncertain, but simply shook his head dismissively. You know I'm a mission ninja now, so my responsibilities are indeed numerous. Being with old teammates brought a sense of ease to Yu Yuan. Their team had never harbored significant conflicts, and he himself did not possess the troublesome traits associated with the Uchiha clan. Besides Nara Kotonoha, another teammate was a civilian ninja, and overall, their interactions were harmonious. Boss, please bring him a large bowl of pork chashu ramen, and don't skimp on the chili, Yu Yuan said. Upon hearing his request, Nara Kotonoha did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Ichiraku and ordered a bowl of noodles, then lowered her head to eat while commenting, I know. But you indeed made a wise choice by not foolishly rushing to take a position in the security department. Moreover, encountering you today is a delightful occurrence. So this meal is on me. Enjoy without concern. How rare. I never thought you would treat, Yu Yuan replied with a broader smile. Nara Kotonoha seldom offered to pay. Despite her family's affluence, she often appeared quite frugal. As for her mention of the security department, she had subtly brought it up to Yu Yuan several years prior. At that time, the Ninetales incident had yet to unfold. Yet she had cautioned Hagihara on the very day of the squad's disbandment that the security department was certainly not a commendable place to venture. This revelation left Hagihara utterly astonished. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware of the perils that lay within the security department. However, Nara Koto was neither a time traveler nor a member of the Uchiha clan. Are you insinuating that I am petty? Hagihara's words prompted Koto to roll her eyes, though she paid little heed to such trivialities at present, continuing to eat at a leisurely pace with her head bowed. Not at all, you can trust my word. By the way, what occupation do you currently pursue? Hagihara was reluctant to confess his true thoughts, choosing instead to swiftly redirect the conversation. It is indeed peculiar that you trust me, and your method of changing the subject remains as awkward as ever. However, it matters not, Koto remarked, glancing up at Hagihara before continuing. After the disbandment of the squad, I began assisting my father in managing family affairs. Later, my uncle encouraged me to join the administrative department, claiming it would be a shame for me not to. I informed him that I was still quite young and had not yet formed any concrete aspirations. In truth, I have no desire to work in the administrative department. It is exceedingly dull and fraught with troubles. I would much prefer attending school, where I could occupy a modest position that is both easy and devoid of complications. Naturally, Kodo's uncle was none other than Nara Shikaku, and Uehara was not surprised that Kodo could secure a position within the administrative department. After all, Kodo was exceptionally bright. And according to the traditions of the Nara clan, their future endeavors typically involved either the sale of medicinal herbs or positions in the administrative department, both of which had become family traditions. However, Kodo seemed to have inherited the Nara family's laid-back demeanor, as her enthusiasm for the administrative department appeared rather lukewarm. While they were engaged in conversation, Ichiraku had completed the ramen and brought it to their table. It must be said that Ichiraku's ramen was among the most genuine dishes Uehara had savored over the years. The generous portions and quality ingredients clearly reflected Ichiraku's dedication to his craft. This is what it means to prepare ramen with passion. Regardless of how many times Uehara indulged, he would always return to such earnest fare. Just as Uehara was about to dig into his meal, a small, slender figure with a mop of yellow hair suddenly dashed in. Upon the arrival of this little one, Uehara observed a warm smile spread across Ichiraku's face, though the other ninjas dining there furrowed their brows. It's this little fellow. Kodo also took note of the scene, her interest waning after a brief glance. I didn't expect to encounter this child again. It seems you do not harbor any aversion towards him, Uehara teased, casting a knowing glance at Kodo. His name appears to be Naruto, am I correct? Indeed, the small figure that had burst in was none other than Naruto. Uehara was well aware of Naruto. Though due to various circumstances, his encounters with the boy had been few and far between. However, how could Uehara, the protagonist of the original story, possibly forget? Yet, there remains a slight necessity for pretense, as he is, after all, not acquainted with Naruto in reality. Oh, how rare. Nara Katono remarked with a hint of surprise as she glanced at Uehara. You actually know his name, and you no longer harbor disdain for him. Please. I'm not an idiot, Uehara retorted with a shake of his head, followed by a sigh. I have heard of his circumstances. The lad is rather pitiable. Indeed he is. Nara Katono echoed with a soft sigh. My younger brother is his classmate. I am not unfamiliar with him. However, she suddenly fixed Uehara with a serious gaze. Lowering her voice earnestly, it would be best if you refrained from showing sympathy. His identity is too unique. You surely haven't forgotten what transpired back then? Handmaid uncle. I would like a large bowl of pork-flavored chashu ramen. Certainly, Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto, handmaid uncle couldn't help but break into a warm smile. He quickly turned to prepare the ramen for Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto cautiously approached the edge of the seat and gently hopped up. He held a fondness for this ramen shop. Ever since his first visit, it had left an indelible impression on him. The flavors here were exquisite, a culinary delight he had never experienced before, and the proprietor, handmaid uncle, treated him with a kindness unlike anyone else. He had never scolded Naruto or regarded him as a burden or calamity. Sometimes, Naruto pondered whether it was the flavors he adored or the warmth of handmaid uncle's demeanor that truly enchanted him. Yet, he believed that the taste held greater significance. Ichiraku ramen was undoubtedly the finest food he had ever savored. Thus, whenever he received his monthly allowance from the third Hokage, he would promptly visit this shop, or celebrate any noteworthy occasion here. Here you go, Naruto, your large bowl of pork-flavored chashu ramen. Before long, handmaid uncle had prepared the ramen, still smiling as he served it to Naruto. By this time, the other patrons in the shop had left, leaving only a young couple seated nearby. The empty seats naturally attracted several passers-by who intended to enter. However, upon noticing Naruto's presence, they couldn't help but display their disdain and subsequently departed one by one. Clearly, Naruto's existence was a source of displeasure for them, and it also hindered handmaid uncle's business. Yet, handmaid uncle remained unconcerned. Instead, he happily delegated the task of tidying up the stall to Ayum and leaned against the table to chat with Naruto. Naruto, do you have something to celebrate? I remember you were here at the beginning of the month. Why are you back again today? That's because something joyful has happened, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly picking up his chopsticks, his mouth watering as he gazed at the ramen before him. He skillfully separated the chopsticks and impatiently began to eat. I'm digging in. Wow, this is delicious. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. Handa shook his head as he observed Naruto's demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, He rose to his feet and resumed his tasks, simultaneously inquiring. You haven't yet shared what brings you joy. Well, I've made quite a few genuine friends. Naruto exclaimed, devouring his meal with fervor, his pride unmistakable. Today, during class, I hung out with Shikamaru and Choji. Choji was initially hesitant, but I managed to coax him into joining me, and he even shared his chips with me. Although I faced some consequences afterward, I was still elated. I finally have true friends. Hey, come on now, you're skipping class. Shobu interjected. Her lips pursed in disapproval as she listened. It was unclear whether her dissatisfaction stemmed from the chatter about the Ninja Academy or Naruto's presence affecting her business. Meanwhile, a young couple nearby looked at Naruto in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Besides, if you continue like this, your graduation as a ninja is in jeopardy. Shobu's words caused Naruto to feel a twinge of anxiety, but before he could retort, Uncle Handa chuckled and interrupted the playful banter between Naruto and his daughter. He then served Naruto a bowl of freshly prepared ramen along with slices of meat, smiling as he said, "But for now, congratulations, Naruto. You're one step closer to your dream. Keep it up." "Thank you, Uncle Handa. I will make even more friends, and I will become Hokage, earning everyone's recognition." Naruto's spirits soared as he gazed at the ramen in his bowl, though he couldn't shake off the sensation of weariness in his eyes. "Little fellow, may I ask you a question?" At that moment, a voice unexpectedly drifted over. The tone was devoid of any discernible emotion, less gentle than Handa's, yet enough to catch Naruto's attention. "Huh." Naruto turned to find a handsome older boy adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, gazing at him. "What question, big brother? You mentioned wanting to become Hokage, correct?" The dark-haired youth flashed a friendly smile that made Naruto's heart race involuntarily. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly, "Yes." "Then tell me, is it the one who becomes Hokage that earns everyone's recognition, or is it the one who gains everyone's recognition that becomes Hokage?" The handsome boy's smile widened, radiating warmth. "Are you out of your mind?" Before Naruto could respond, a beautiful girl seated beside him interjected, "He is far too young to grasp such concepts. Just enjoy your ramen." "Oh." The dark-haired boy pouted slightly, but ultimately nodded at Naruto with a smile, before quickly returning to his meal. Naruto, however, remained momentarily dazed, pondering the seemingly simple yet profound question posed by the charming older boy. However, Naruto felt an immense disparity within, though he could not quite comprehend it at the moment. Nonetheless, he committed this thought to memory. With his head bowed, Naruto swiftly began to consume his ramen. After savoring every bite, he noticed that the older brother and sister beside him had already departed. The ramen shop was now devoid of any patrons, and those who had initially considered entering opted instead to leave upon seeing him. Naruto had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He rose from his seat and retrieved his money to hand it to the chef. "There's no need, Naruto." The chef unexpectedly shook his head. "Sir, that simply won't do." Naruto insisted vehemently, refusing to take advantage of the situation. "Come now, do you truly believe I would allow myself to be at a loss?" The chef chuckled, returning Naruto's money, before gesturing to the vacant seats where the young couple had been. "The gentleman who spoke with you earlier has already taken care of your bill. You need not worry." "That older brother?" Naruto murmured, glancing at the empty spot. From that gentleman, he sensed a treatment that diverged from how others regarded him. He perceived himself merely as an ordinary individual, yet this distinction deeply moved Naruto. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight sting at the corners of his eyes. But he resolutely suppressed this sensation and raised his gaze to the chef. "Sir, what is that older brother's name?" "Ah, if memory serves me right, he goes by Uchiha. You fool, didn't I warn you? It would be best not to associate with him." After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto shot a disapproving glare at you, clearly taken aback by his actions. In Kanami's recollections, you had always been remarkably intelligent, kind-hearted, and composed in his endeavors. It was inconceivable that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Even Kaname, of the Nara clan, could not help but admire his insight and perspective. Yet, after years apart, upon encountering you again today, she noted that while he appeared unchanged, there seemed to be a shift in his intellect. Has he grown foolish? Who was that little brat, just now? Although the village forbade discussion, and the villagers had erroneously labeled Naruto as the embodiment of the Nine Tails, this assertion was not entirely unfounded. After all, Naruto was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, harboring the beast within him. During the night of the Nine Tails incident, The participating shinobi witnessed the reflection of those crimson Sharingan patterns within the demon's eyes. What did this signify? It indicated that the Nine Tails was under someone's control, and that controller belonged to the Uchiha clan. Though many years had passed, the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails in Konoha, resulting in the demise of the fourth Hokage and his spouse, remained vivid in the memories of all Konoha residents. The destruction caused by the Nine Tails marked the first significant attack Konoha had ever endured. Even if the average person is unaware that the Nine Tails is under control, would the higher-ups of Konoha be oblivious to such matters? What does it signify for a Uchiha to come into contact with the Nine Tails? Such actions are tantamount to courting disaster. I understand, rest assured, I am fully aware. Faced with Nara Yoshino's incessant chatter, Uehara could only shake his head in resignation. He was not angered, for he recognized that this was Yoshino's way of showing concern for him. When others extend goodwill, Uehara does not perceive such gestures as bothersome or distasteful. The sage once articulated, repay enmity with straightforwardness and kindness with virtue. While Uehara comprehended the original intent, he preferred to interpret it as, if others treat you well, you ought to reciprocate their kindness. If they do not, then it's up to you to decide how to proceed. Although this interpretation may distort the sage's words, Uehara adhered to his understanding in his actions. Furthermore, he had not forgotten the ancient teachings that advocate for gratitude and retribution. The Nara clan is indeed intriguing. Once you establish familiarity and gain their acceptance, they will find ways to assist you, even if they grumble about the trouble. This was evident in the original narrative with Naruto and Shikamaru. Despite being dragged into various predicaments by Naruto, Shikamaru would still strive to lend his support. Additionally, the Nara clan's ninja have consistently demonstrated admirable qualities during the Chunin exams. Shikamaru selflessly held the rear, fully prepared for the possibility of his demise. Fortunately, Asuma arrived just in time, or else Shikamaru might have truly met his end. But let us not dwell on my situation. Have you forgotten that your dear Shikamaru once skipped class with that rascal from the Akimichi clan? Uehara did not wish to linger on this topic, swiftly redirecting the conversation toward matters concerning the Yoshino family. Back in our day, we wouldn't dare skip class. Your brother seems to have a knack for it. TCH, Shikamaru is my cousin, not my brother. Why should I concern myself with his affairs? What a hassle. Unexpectedly, Uehara found that Yoshino would not take the bait, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Thankfully, Nara Yoshino was not the type to insist on her opinions being heeded. She merely intended to offer a friendly warning to Uehara. If he chose to disregard her advice, she would not press the matter further. As it was not her own affair, an excessive discussion could lead to displeasure. All right, this is your matter, handle it as you see fit. But consider this a friendly reminder. Nara Yoshino paused, surveying her surroundings before lowering her voice to speak to Uehara, even covering her mouth with her hand. I have caught wind of some troubling rumors, and it is evident to me that the relationship between your family and the village is deteriorating rapidly. If possible, I suggest you refrain from involving yourself in your family's affairs and seek a long-term mission outside the village. In due time, observe the situation and then make your decisions. Though her words were veiled, Uehara, being astute, grasped the underlying meaning of her cautionary advice. He certainly did not anticipate that Nara Kaname would offer him such a suggestion. However, it must be said that the advice was indeed quite amicable. As for the information Kaname had received, it was likely derived from a combination of Nara Shikaku's actions and an analysis of the current environment within the village. A person like Nara Shikaku would hardly divulge information easily. Naturally, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he wished to provide Uchiha a favorable opportunity. Nevertheless, Uehara leaned towards the belief that this was an independent analysis conducted by Nara Kaname herself. For having been teammates with her, he was well aware of the girl's capabilities. It must be remarked that her analysis was remarkably accurate, and her suggestion was indeed commendable. Yet the crux of the matter lay in Uehara's inability to escape. Are you implying that I should consider leaving Konoha? Perhaps sensing the gravity of the subject, or perhaps due to Uehara's own reluctance to engage further, he jested with Kaname. Well, it's just a friendly suggestion of mine. You are free to heed it or not. No one is compelling you. Nara Kaname cast a glance at Uehara before continuing her forward stride, without looking back. Hey, if you tell me such things, can I report you for inciting my defection? Uehara quickened his pace to catch up, chuckling softly as he inquired. Aside from you and me, did anyone else hear? Nara Kaname raised an eyebrow. regarding Yahara with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Defection? After uttering this, she resumed her walk, casually waving her hand back at Yahara. I'm off now. I hope to see you again next time. Yahara observed the silhouette of the girl, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly called out, Thank you, Kiname. He then turned to make his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Initially, his intention was to train, but now he felt a sense of urgency. He was more inclined to return to the clan and see how Shisui was faring in his discussions with the elder behind him. Moreover, Yahara believed that training was best conducted with a partner, especially since his training counterpart could not afford to be weak. However, to Yahara's surprise, upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha clan, he found Shisui already waiting there. Yahara, come with me. The elder wishes to see you. Understood, Yahara replied. Following Shisui to a residence within the Uchiha compound, Shisui nodded at Yahara at the door before opening it for him. Clearly, Shisui intended to wait outside, leaving the remainder of the proceedings to Yahara. In truth, Yahara was quite taken aback by Shisui's efficiency. He had no knowledge of what had transpired between Shisui and the elder. He was equally unaware of how this meeting would unfold. Yet he felt no trepidation at the prospect of facing it. Having acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if it had not been long since its attainment, Yahara had undeniably surpassed his former self. Should he encounter any troublesome situations, Yahara would not hesitate to employ the power of his eyes. Although he wished to avoid significant conflict and desired to resolve matters in a relatively peaceful manner, Yu Yuan was by no means a coward. He would not shy away from responsibilities that he must shoulder, especially since escape was no longer an option. He was, after all, ensnared by his entire family. As he stepped into the room, he could not help but cast a curious glance around, as it was his first time entering this space. The room was modest in size and exuded an air of antiquity, with sliding doors on either side and a single character for endurance hanging prominently, devoid of further embellishments. Seated beneath this character was the elder, Zong Uchiha, if Yu Yuan recalled correctly. He pondered whether Zong had a younger brother named Kiyoshi Uchiha, or perhaps a superior by that name. He silently wished for the latter to be true. With measured steps, Yu Yuan approached and stood before the elder, choosing not to sit, but to look down upon him instead. Zong Uchiha furrowed his brow at such a posture, feeling that the young man before him was quite impudent. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively suppressed it. Indeed, Yu Yuan's behavior was rather disrespectful, yet, if Shisui's words held truth, then Yu Uchiha had every right to such insolence. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was indeed a rare and formidable power. After the tumultuous era of 4 pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan during the tenure of Uchiha Izumi, only one individual within the clan remained in possession of this power, and that was Shisui Uchiha. Yet, the situation had transformed. The boy who had grown alongside Shisui had astonishingly awakened his own Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shisui had been nurtured by Zong Uchiha since childhood, fostering a profound bond of trust. Conversely, Yu Uchiha was an entirely different case. He had consistently refrained from aligning himself with any faction within the clan, and his methods bore no resemblance to the Uchiha legacy. One could even argue that he exhibited a distinct lack of belonging to the family. Perhaps it was this very detachment that allowed him to perceive the clan's issues from an outsider's perspective and identify their root causes. However, his approach was decidedly unconventional, bordering on heretical, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had convinced Shisui to trust him. Contemplating this, Zong Uchiha let out a deep sigh. He lifted his gaze to meet the imposing figure of Yu Yuan, ultimately conceding, "Please, take a seat, child. Thank you for your hospitality, elder." Yu Yuan replied with a faint smile before gradually settling down. In truth, Yu Yuan was not inherently an overbearing individual. He merely understood that at times, he must adopt a formidable demeanor. Only in this manner could others genuinely harbor concern for him, fear him, and ultimately heed his words. Such actions are indeed rather commonplace. For the allegiance or submission born of fear is the most unreliable of matters. If given the opportunity, Yahara would prefer to persuade through reason. However, at present, all he can do is to appeal to reason, albeit in a physical manner. Shisui has already sought me out and shared many thoughts. Upon seeing Yahara take a seat, Uchiha Zong felt a significant relief, as that feeling of being looked down upon was truly unbearable. Nonetheless, Uchiha Zong recognized that now was not the time to dwell on such trivialities, for he needed to extract more information from Hagihara. Oh, what did he say to you? Hagihara raised an eyebrow at this inquiry. Furthermore, why did the elder hastily summon me? What message do you wish to convey? I wish to hear your intentions. Uchiha Zong replied candidly, eschewing any circumspection. Shirzue mentioned that you plan to dethrone the clan leader in order to reunite the family. This is an exceedingly perilous notion. Yet I cannot deny it is indeed beneficial for the clan. Thus, I wish to understand your approach, your thoughts, and your plans. Shirzue hopes I will assist you. But to do so, I must perceive a glimmer of hope. Merely intending to see hope. Hagihara found a modicum of belief in Uchiha Zong's words, albeit just a sliver. For he knew that the elder had not divulged the entirety of his thoughts. Reflecting on their earlier conversations, Hagihara felt a headache creeping in, realizing he had spoken far too much throughout their journey. However, upon deeper contemplation, he surmised that the elder's compliance might well stem from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. With this realization, Hagihara felt assured, knowing he was undeniably positioned on the stronger side, thus granting him the upper hand. Would you care to hear my plans? Hagihara smiled softly, then gradually closed his eyes. In an instant, a heavy, destructive chakra emanated from Hagihara, instilling a sense of dread within Uchiha Zong, as if fear was being born anew within him. Very well, I grasp the elder's intent, yet I sense there is more to your inquiries than this. While I am unaware of the specifics Shirzue conveyed to you, I do understand that your willingness to meet me likely hinges upon something, a thing that you both fear and desire, one that could alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Am I correct? In the next moment, Hagihara opened his eyes, revealing a crimson hue, within which a triangular pattern slowly swirled. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. And you likely seek to confirm, or rather, are eager to ascertain whether I possess these eyes as well. Uchiha Zong gazed at Hagihara's kaleidoscope, feeling a tumult of excitement and helplessness within. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the Uchiha now boasted another pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, significantly enhancing the clan's strength. Yet, the helplessness arose from the realization that Hagihara was not only immensely powerful, but also an exceptionally dangerous existence. If it were merely that, it could be overlooked, at worst. Additional incentives could be offered to win him over, subtly transforming his perspective. However, the issue lies in the fact that this individual's vision and mindset render such efforts futile. Even the esteemed Uchiha clan would find themselves in awe of his insight. Faced with such a person, what could Uchiha Zong possibly do but listen attentively and contemplate potential strategies? I am uncertain of the extent of Shirzue's revelations to you. Yet I must assert that the clan is in dire need of transformation. As Uchiha Zong wallowed in profound sorrow, Yu Yuan began to speak. The clan requires consolidation. This is a sentiment I have previously conveyed to Shirzue, and I reiterate it to you now. Whether you or those on the other side, your division has rendered the clan incapable of functioning normally, even struggling to contend with Konoha's provocations. Uchiha Fugaku, despite his good intentions to maintain clan stability, clings to such notions at a time like this. I can only describe him with one word: indecisive. It appears he remains oblivious to the clan's current plight and utterly unaware of what it truly requires at this juncture. Moreover, consider the tenure of Uchiha Fugaku as clan leader. What has he accomplished during this time? Yu Yuan did not simply regurgitate everything he had discussed with Shirzue, but rather prompted Uchiha Zong to ponder actively. After all, Uchiha Zong is an elder, whereas Shirzue can only be regarded as a clever and competent ninja. The disparity in their perspectives, shaped by years of experience within the clan, is likely substantial. Indeed, under the leadership of the clan head over the years, the family has deteriorated. Uchiha Zong sighed. Yu Yuan's words had invoked his reflections. Uchiha Fugaku's performance in recent years has been dismal. The clan has undeniably declined. Consider the place we now inhabit. We have been relegated to the village's outskirts. Following the Nine Tails incident, Konoha suffered devastation, necessitating reconstruction. During this process, the Uchiha were pushed to the village's periphery. Such actions have incited discontent among countless Uchiha clan members, contributing to the burgeoning support for the hardliners. As the rift between Konoha and the clan becomes increasingly pronounced, the number of dissenters continues to swell. However, we are not without avenues to communicate with Konoha. Shirzue is currently within the Umbu, providing us with an opportunity to establish a bridge for dialogue. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Zong spoke once more, only to be interrupted by Yu Yuan. You are too naive, elder, Yu Yuan remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. He gently tapped the table and continued, "At your age, you should have witnessed the second Hokage's era, during which Uchiha Kagami was alongside you. I concede that the second Hokage took Kagami as his apprentice, offering you hope. But is that the reality? What is the purpose of the existence of the security department? Surely, after all these years, you must grasp this fundamental truth." Yohara's words left Uchiha Zong speechless, for he found himself unable to respond, or rather, he felt he was utterly incapable of doing so. At that moment, his gaze towards Yohara had shifted, his wide-open eyes betraying his inner astonishment and shock. With the security department at his disposal, and in alignment with the Uchiha's typical disposition, combined with the village's propaganda, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan would only deepen. Despite our unwavering dedication, the advantage in public opinion lay firmly with Konoha. Especially after you transformed the security department into a private entity, Konoha would only grow more audacious. You sent Shursui to act as a bridge for communication, and even Itachi was involved, but what was the outcome? They merely became double agents. Was your approach truly effective? Upon reaching this point, Yohara paused, quietly observing the elder Uchiha Zong, who had closed his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. What thoughts occupied the old man's mind, Yohara could not discern, but he was acutely aware that he had firmly seized the initiative. "So, if you succeed, what will you do?" After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Zong finally opened his eyes, his countenance etched with bitterness. "Speak, let this self-deceiving old man witness the plans of one so revered by Shursui. My thoughts have always been rather straightforward, and I have articulated them clearly." Yohara, observing Uchiha Zong's current state, could not help but shake his head, yet he continued to speak with calm deliberation. "The clan must unite. Shursui once inquired what I would do if I were the clan leader, and I told him I would consolidate all the clan's strengths, aligning everyone's thoughts. I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that I have never contemplated instigating a civil war between the clan and the village. I am acutely aware that should war erupt, the clan would inevitably face annihilation. However, to merely compromise according to your perspectives would lead to a similarly bleak fate for the clan. A great man once said, 'Peace attained through struggle is true peace. Peace sought through compromise leads to the demise of peace.'" At this juncture, Yohara gazed earnestly at Uchiha Zong before continuing. "After consolidation, I shall establish our action program and political demands. I will ensure that all clan members understand our objectives, what we seek to attain, where we can be radical, and where we must tread carefully. Simultaneously, I will make the village aware of our desires and what we absolutely cannot accept. Peace attained through struggle is true peace. Peace sought through compromise leads to the demise of peace." Uchiha Zong was visibly shaken by Yohara's proclamation. He was unsure which great man had uttered that phrase. Yet upon reflection, its veracity was undeniable. What had their compromises yielded? Deep down, they had anticipated the consequences, albeit clinging to a sense of luck. "I believe I grasp your intention," Uchiha Zong slowly articulated after a significant pause. "Now, I shall pose one final question. How do you intend to ensure that Konoha hears our voice? Beyond the necessary assertiveness, there must also be some subtle strategies at play." Hagihara could not help but chuckle upon hearing Uchiha Zong's words. "Do we not have the guard department? Is it not the case that this department allows us to enjoy power while simultaneously bearing the brunt of blame? What if we transform the guard department into Konoha's own, inviting all clans and civilian ninjas to partake? Together, we could relish in this power and shoulder the blame collectively. Then our voices could resonate from within the guard department to every corner of Konoha. Would the third Hokage dare to let us continue bearing the blame?" The silvery moonlight illuminated the earth as Hagihara leisurely exited Uchiha Zong's chamber. He was uncertain of the outcome of their discussion, even though Uchiha Zong seemed to waver. Making a decisive choice was anything but simple. Their faction functioned as a cohesive entity, more explicitly a vested interest group bound by a shared belief. It was hard to assert that when Uchiha Madara departed, they had chosen not to follow. Convincing them to alter their convictions was a formidable challenge. They were not like Shursui, who at his age still recognized and corrected his mistakes. Now, even if they were aware, invisible hands would always urge them onward, rendering any change impossible as they trudged forward into darkness. Perhaps their inner convictions forbade transformation. They had clung to their beliefs for a lifetime, and to change due to mere words would seem disingenuous. After all, every individual harbors a stubbornness within, even if misguided, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Much like knowing the fascination with legs is amiss, yet finding oneself unable to change. Hagihara silently murmured a few thoughts before he noticed Shisui waiting at the door, which elicited a smile from him. "Thank you." Hagihara approached and said, "It's just a bit urgent. You can rest before taking action." "There is no time to rest. Matters of the clan keep me restless," Shisui replied with a shake of his head, speaking earnestly. "I heard your conversation, Hagihara. You are truly remarkable." Hagihara found Shisui's demeanor amusing. He had no desire to engage in such troublesome affairs. Had it not been for the oppressive system that had ensnared him, he might have already fled Konoha to find solace in a quiet corner. He could have basked in the sun, enjoying paradise of affection, or perhaps fished by the river. What a leisurely and delightful existence that would have been. Instead, he found himself entangled in a web of conflicts with the cloud and mist ninjas, continuously assuming the role of a political instructor for Shisui, expounding on materialism and dialectics. He even morphed into a spiritual mentor, dispensing motivational platitudes and lofty dreams, while also playing the soothsayer, guiding Shisui in predicting the future. Additionally, he had to devise various plans and later meet with the enigmatic elder to discuss the future. These chaotic matters were plentiful and troublesome. Had it not been for his own life at stake, Hagihara would have left it all to others. It's nothing extraordinary. It's all for the peace of the clan and the stability of the village. Though feeling quite discontented internally, Yuan still managed to articulate some courteous platitudes. "Nevertheless, I maintain my stance that one must strike a balance. Relentless tension will only lead to fracture and ruin. Learning to rest is paramount." He sighed lightly before continuing. "However, in a few days, I may have to return to the Umbu. Once I am back in the Umbu, my time will be severely limited. Even if I wish to withdraw from the Umbu, I must navigate the procedural labyrinth, which is why I feel increasingly anxious." The demanding nature of Umbu missions was something Yuan was well aware of, even without first-hand experience. Observing Shisui and Itachi frequently disappearing for extended periods made it abundantly clear. Their absences were not merely a matter of days, but could stretch to weeks or even months. Given that the clan was at a pivotal juncture, his impending return to the Umbu signaled the onset of relentless busyness. Many matters would remain beyond his grasp, and he could not foresee Yuan's forthcoming actions, intensifying his inner turmoil. Yet, this predicament was inescapable. It was a choice he had made, and who could he blame for it? In truth, Yuan had contemplated resorting to more direct and violent measures, such as unleashing the Mangekyo Sharingan alongside Shisui to instigate a bloodbath within the clan. Eradicating the disobedient and compelling Fugaku to abdicate seemed a plausible solution. After all, the Uchiha clan possessed an inherent rebellious streak. Perhaps such actions would resolve the issues at hand. However, although this approach might grant power, the act of coercing everyone into submission through sheer force posed its own quandaries. Setting aside the willingness of others, Shisui's consent was a significant consideration, even if Shisui were to acquiesce. The ensuing repercussions from Yuan's actions would not be something he wished to confront. A threat is most potent when it lingers in the air. Once it descends, only pain and resentment remain. This is why, despite recognizing the efficacy of such methods, Yuan hardly entertained them, and his desire to take action against the spiritual leaders of the various factions within the clan was notably subdued. Had time rewound a few years, prior to the Night of the Nine Tails when Orochimaru still roamed the village, Yuan would have acted without hesitation against those individuals, readily blaming Konoha and Orochimaru for the fallout. Furthermore, during the era of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze harbored no ill will towards the Uchiha, and under his leadership, they fared comparatively well. However, everything had changed, and he could no longer proceed in such a manner. Should Yuan exhibit the same cold arrogance as Danzo, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, it would only incite instinctive resistance from all. No one relishes living under the shadow of fear. This is a matter of human nature, transcending strength or weakness. Additionally, such actions would not garner the hearts of the people. Without unity, what revolution could be forged? The Mangekyo Sharingan is not an omnipotent solution. With a sigh, Yuan acknowledged that this was the reason for his current adherence to the established order. Of course, if circumstances were to devolve into an irretrievable state, he would no longer be able to concern himself with such complexities. His own life was irrevocably intertwined with that of his clan. Allowing them to act recklessly was simply unacceptable. They have perished, and so be it. To die at their own hands would indeed be a grievous loss. Rather than waiting for Konoha to strike and annihilate everyone, it would be more prudent for Yahara to take matters into his own hands and eradicate them himself. At least, if they were to fall by his hand, they would serve as a foundation for the future prosperity of his clan. With this thought, Yahara's resolve solidified. Although he had previously harbored doubts, after today's encounters, he had unequivocally clarified his intentions. As the saying goes, one must first offer courtesy before resorting to force. If one is unwilling to heed reason, then they must not blame him for what follows. You may handle the affairs of the Umbu as you see fit. If you choose to withdraw, then withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, Yahara spoke. Thank you for your efforts, Shursui. Yes, I understand. I will manage these matters diligently. Shursui replied with a serious nod. He then gazed at Yahara as he stepped toward the exit and curiously inquired, "Where are you off to at such a late hour?" "Naturally, I wish to test my swordsmanship and abilities. Would you care to be my sparring partner?" "Ah, that explains your strength. It seems you've been diligently training all along." "Very well, I shall report back and join you shortly. I will await you at training ground number 3. Oh, and do remember to bring a ninja blade." Although Yahara found the idea of training at such an hour somewhat eccentric, he was unable to sleep at the moment. The events that transpired upon his return were rather overwhelming, leaving him with much to ponder. First, he encountered his old teammate Nara Yoshino, who discreetly advised him to flee while he still could. Then he met Naruto, whom he playfully teased. Lastly, he was summoned to meet with Uchiha So, who had much to say. Indeed, the day's occurrences were plentiful, and aside from Naruto, the other matters warranted serious reflection on Yahara's part. Moreover, he had originally intended to train thoroughly today. Now, unable to sleep and with Shursui conveniently present, Yahara decided to enlist Shursui as his sparring partner. This arrangement would not only strengthen their bond, but also allow him to acclimate to his newfound abilities, achieving 2 objectives at once. Quietly repeating his thoughts, Yahara soon arrived at training ground number 3. Perhaps due to the late hour, the training area was devoid of any presence, the moonlight casting a tranquil glow upon the ground. However, as Yahara stepped inside, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the training ground. Although Yahara was not particularly adept at sensory techniques, his 15 years of experience in this world had acquainted him with various battles, sharpening his instincts for danger. Halting his steps, Yahara's gaze began to scan the surroundings, curiosity piqued regarding who might seek to trouble him. Could it be members of the Uchiha clan? Unlikely, for despite their internal strife, they would not recklessly engage in conflict. Perhaps it was someone from Konoha? Yet he had not provoked them either. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yahara. He had not forgotten his brief interaction with Naruto today, but it had been merely a fleeting exchange of words. Could it be that Konoha has become this vigilant, or rather, that their animosity towards the Uchiha has escalated to such an extent? Come forth. Do not lurk like repugnant rodents in the sewers. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yahara spoke out, his resolve already steeled for battle. It was difficult for him to believe that those stealthily trailing him harbored benign intentions. Their motives were undoubtedly suspect. Regrettably, his words seemed to elicit no response, causing him to question his own perception. However, Yahara was not one to back down easily. He took a deep breath, retrieved several kunai, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Scanning his surroundings, he sought the most likely hiding spots. With the aid of his Sharingan, he pinpointed several locations without hesitation, swiftly launching the kunai towards them. He employed no special techniques this time, for it was unnecessary. After all, they were in Konoha, and he could not afford to be overly ruthless. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai soared into the concealed spots, and the next moment, the metallic sounds sparked fleeting fires against the night sky. As these sounds resonated, several figures suddenly emerged from their hiding places, confirming Yahara's suspicions. Clad in black ninja battle attire, adorned with silver armor on their chests and obscured by animal masks, they resembled a collective of shadows. Umbu? Yahara inquired curiously, uncertain if they indeed belonged to that elite division, yet suspecting that this encounter was somehow linked to his earlier meeting with Naruto. Uchiha Yahara, you are to accompany us, the leading ANBU member stated in a detached tone. His voice resembled that of a machine, devoid of emotion, and its icy timbre made Yahara furrow his brow. If you wish for me to accompany you, you ought to clarify your identity, Yahara retorted, unyielding, for he had matters to ascertain. Moreover, if you intend to take me, you must provide a justification. We do not require justification for our actions, The Yanbu agent replied bluntly, his tone growing even colder, akin to a chilling wind that sent shivers down one's spine. You have two options. Either accompany us quietly, or we shall take you by force. Upon hearing such a resolute declaration, Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, then involuntarily chuckled, as he had just confirmed the identities of these individuals. He was well acquainted with Shui and understood the modus operandi of the ANBU. They typically acted only with solid evidence, never without reason. However, there existed another faction that did not concern themselves with such trivialities. They would apprehend individuals without the need for justification. Even when they resort to murder, they merely dismiss it with a phrase about threatening the safety of Konoha, showing no inclination to engage in dialogue. At this thought, Uchiha's gaze grew increasingly perilous. Danzo stood as the most detestable character in the original narrative, without exception, with a facade of righteousness masking his intentions. His words dripped with ideology while his mind was consumed by self-interest. Such a person is unlikely to be favored by anyone. With this in mind, Uchiha wasted no words and assumed a combat stance. His identity remained unknown to the root, yet this served as an advantage. He could easily define those before him as impostors masquerading as Umbu. It appears you are unaware of my intelligence. Among my friends are members of the Umbu. The three Tomo in Uchiha's eyes spun rapidly, his chakra coiling and ready to unleash, his voice deepening in resonance. The Umbu do not operate as you do. Though I do not understand your motives, impersonating Umbu is a grave offense. It seems you have no intention of leaving with us? The leader observed Uchiha's movements without reaction, as if merely reciting a line from a script, before casually gesturing with his hand. If that is the case, then eliminate him. With this command, the other root ninjas responded almost instantaneously, charging towards Uchiha. Seeing their approach, Uchiha understood that this matter would not end amicably. His disdain for Danzo intensified at this moment, viewing him as a troublesome instigator. However, should you send your subordinates to their demise, do not blame me. Uchiha mused silently, the Tomo in his eyes spinning ever faster. A smile crept onto his face as he disregarded the oncoming ninjas, whispering, a swarm of insects. Today you shall witness the might of the Uchiha. In an instant, the three Tomo in his eyes coalesced, the oppressive and destructive chakra erupting forth. As the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Uchiha experienced an overwhelming illusion that everything was within his grasp. At this moment, he felt as though he could perceive all that transpired. The trajectory of each enemy's movements, the direction of their strikes. Even the force behind their actions and the thoughts in their minds seemed to lay bare before his gaze. This sensation was wondrous, and Uchiha began to comprehend why Uchiha Madara dared to confront the allied shinobi forces single-handedly during the Fourth Great Ninja War, relying solely on his Sharingan, because he possessed that kind of power. Yet, when Madara faced the allied forces, he only employed the three Tomo's capabilities, relying on taijutsu and jinjutsu. It was only after a sufficient warm-up, when driven from the battlefield by Tamari's wind techniques, that he resorted to ninjutsu. The prowess of Uchiha Madara is beyond the realm of human comprehension, surpassing the very limits of humanity itself. Yet, Yu Yuan harbors a flicker of hope for the future. Although he currently pales in comparison to Madara and lacks the camaraderie of brothers, his predicament regarding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan remains ambiguous. As a time traveler, however, Yu Yuan possesses a profound understanding of the evolutionary path of Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, he wields a unique advantage that Madara does not, his love-hate relationship with a system enhancement. Without this enhancement, he would likely be devoid of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and, as Nara Kanade suggested, he might have fled long ago. Yet, this very enhancement has tethered him to a nearly extinguished clan, compelling him to devise means to rescue it. With a gentle shake of his head, Yu Yuan momentarily silenced all thoughts, fully immersing himself in a state of combat. Initially, he intended to train with Shui to hone his mastery of the Mangekyo. However, with adversaries now approaching him, there was no need for civility. As the moment of his Mangekyo's emergence arrived, the leading ninja's tone shifted, revealing glimpses of astonishment and trepidation. Regrettably, the mask obscured Yu Yuan's view of his expression. Die! At that instant, the first root ninja lunged towards him, wielding a kunai with lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, Yu Yuan's right eye spun rapidly, the power of reversal quietly igniting, and his body began to move. He had already discerned the trajectory of the ninja's assault, allowing him to deftly evade the attack. Such a slight deviation rendered the root ninja's blade incapable of grazing Yu Yuan in the slightest. Buzz. Unbeknownst to him, a kunai materialized in Yu Yuan's hand. As he dodged the root ninja's strike, the kunai flew at an uncanny angle towards his assailant. The two figures intertwined, and suddenly, the root ninja found himself kneeling on the ground, gripping his throat as blood oozed through his fingers. At that moment, another root ninja swiftly closed the distance, launching a fierce attack at Yu Yuan. Once more, he deftly sidestepped, tossing the kunai from his right hand to catch it with his left. His blood-red eyes locked onto the approaching root ninja, causing the latter to freeze in place. With a swift motion, the kunai in his left hand pierced through the ninja's chest. In a mere span of seconds, Yu Yuan had dispatched two root ninjas, an efficiency that instilled a sense of dread among the remaining assailants. Each root ninja had undergone rigorous training, with only the elite few being deemed worthy to execute missions. They possessed no individual thoughts or emotions. They existed merely as tools, machines of slaughter. In their eyes, only the mission mattered. Everything else was insignificant. Yet, this very tool had effortlessly eliminated two adversaries who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. This unexpected turn of events stirred a subtle turmoil within them, but they were evidently resolute in pursuing their objective. Their pause was not to cease their assault, but rather to recalibrate their strategy. Yu Yuan was intrigued to observe their next move, and he discerned that the effects of the eye technique, Dao Fan, seemed to exceed his initial expectations. Though his foundational physical skills were commendable, achieving such a level of prowess was undeniably challenging. However, he now found himself capable of executing these feats with remarkable ease. Dao Fan indeed resembled a form of Sage Mode, and under its enhancement, he had unmistakably experienced a significant elevation in his abilities. After witnessing this technique, Yu Yuan had speculated about its nature, yet he had never been afforded the opportunity to utilize it, relegating his musings to mere conjecture. He was acutely aware that practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth, and with each application, he noted a particular detail. A unique power appeared to be flowing within him, and its consumption rate was not as substantial as he had anticipated. Could this be the fabled eye power? Yu Yuan mused silently, yet he felt assured that this phenomenon was indeed the legendary eye power. The depletion and consumption of this power could render the kaleidoscope blind, a fact he could not overlook. However, he discovered that the mere use of the kaleidoscope, or the combination of Dao Fan with physical techniques and illusions, seemed to incur less consumption than he had imagined. This was undoubtedly good news for Yu Yuan, yet he needed to continue experimenting to ascertain the limits of Dao Fan's endurance. The crucial aspect lay in the synergy of ninjutsu and how it intertwined with his other abilities, as well as with Susanoo, to fully comprehend its potential. According to the feedback from the kaleidoscope, Dao Fan could enhance all techniques. Furthermore, the skills acquired through the system had been somewhat localized, allowing Dao Fan to be utilized in conjunction with these abilities. Similarly, eye techniques were indeed categorized within the realm of techniques. His other eyes technique, Yuzu Ming, served to diminish the difficulty of employing Susanoo. Yu Yuan could sense a voice calling out to him within his consciousness, especially after activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The voice had grown increasingly pronounced. He realized that this might be his inner guardian, the embodiment of his protection as Uchiha Yu Yuan, his Susanoo. Yet, this was not the moment to summon Susanoo. The priority remained to swiftly eliminate the foes before him. As he pondered this, the root ninjas had repositioned themselves, encircling Yu Yuan once more. In the next moment, they swiftly encircled Yu Yuan. This time, their assault was meticulously coordinated. From every position, they offered support and assistance. The formation was commendable, yet it seemed they had misunderstood a crucial detail. Yu Yuan, observing the scene before him, suddenly revealed a smile. "I am not an ordinary Uchiha." As his words resonated, the chakra within him surged vigorously, and in that instant, he stood as if a fearsome Asura against typical Uchihas. Encirclement is indeed the most effective method of confrontation, for in one-on-one scenarios, few can withstand the power of the Sharingan. Unless one possesses the ability to attack without direct eye contact, or, akin to the ninjas of the mist, employs a technique to obscure the Sharingan, the odds are stacked against them. Thus, in most instances, surrounding a ninja with the Sharingan is the prudent approach. However, regrettably for them, as Yu Yuan had asserted, he was far from an ordinary Uchiha. He was one endowed with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, opting not to evade with the void dance technique. Yuan faced at least a dozen root ninjas alone, a seemingly perilous endeavor. Yet, curiously, he felt no pressure whatsoever, despite their elite status and commendable combat skills. Under the scrutiny of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, none could escape his gaze. With the aid of the Dao fan, Yuan's speed surged dramatically. The sound of blades slicing through the air resonated continuously. In this confined space of fierce combat, although Yuan appeared to be at a disadvantage, he remained unscathed. He danced like a delicate butterfly amidst a storm of blades, his movements graceful and effortless, narrowly evading lethal strikes time and again, rendering his enemy's efforts futile. However, mere evasion was not Yuan's style. He awaited the opportune moment to counterattack. Such an opportunity did not elude him for long. As the root ninjas grew increasingly impatient, sensing their failure to subdue him, Yuan seized his chance. Simultaneously discerning the trajectory of all the root ninjas' assaults, he executed a clever maneuver, evading the entirety of their attack range. Suddenly, his left hand produced a kunai, and with a speed that defied perception, he plunged it into the chest of a root ninja advancing towards him. A piercing scream echoed across the training ground, and as that cry resounded, Yuan's right hand seized another root ninja's wrist. Empowered by the Dao fan, Yuan's strength intensified, and he firmly restrained the ninja's hand. Noticing the kunai in the ninja's grasp, he twisted it violently, the sound of shattering bones ringing in his ears. In the next moment, Yuan spun, and under his guidance, the incapacitated ninja, still clutching the kunai, thrust it forcefully into the chest of another ninja. Wind release, great breakthrough. A root ninja seized an opportunity behind Hagihara, disregarding his teammates as he swiftly unleashed his ninjutsu. Naive. However, as the howling wind rushed in, Hagihara merely glanced back before leaping backward, skillfully evading the technique. Meanwhile, a number of nearby root ninjas were caught off guard and were blown away. Just as they crashed to the ground, Hagihara's kunai was already hurtling toward them. The air in training ground number 3 grew increasingly saturated with the scent of blood. In just a matter of minutes, despite being besieged by the elite root ninjas, Hagihara remained unscathed, while several of the elite adversaries had already succumbed to his prowess. The leading root ninja, engaged in the assault on Hagihara, felt a tumult of emotions as he beheld the graceful figure of Hagihara, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers. As a captain, he had access to a wealth of information and intelligence, particularly regarding Danzo's maneuvers against the Uchiha clan. Naturally, the root ninjas were well informed about Uchiha. He recognized that Hagihara possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he remained unaware of the true extent of its power. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan had not been seen for ages, and he had never witnessed such might. However, at this moment, clarity began to dawn upon him. So this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even when besieged by adversaries vastly outnumbering him, Hagihara exhibited an effortless grace, navigating through the confined space with ease. Every attack directed at him was not only anticipated, but deftly evaded or countered. Such insight was far beyond the capabilities of the regular Sharingan. Just then, Hagihara suddenly seized a root ninja charging at him, gripping the man's neck tightly, but choosing not to end his life immediately. "Allow me to borrow your blade." With a subtle shift of the Mangekyo, a root ninja wielding a sword inadvertently locked eyes with Hagihara, rendering him momentarily frozen. The long blade was effortlessly snatched away and swung, blood erupting forth. With the stolen weapon in hand, Hagihara did not attack right away. Instead, he paused, gently flicking the blood off the blade. His gaze swept over the remaining root ninjas as he calmly declared, "Having played with you for quite some time, I believe it is time to conclude this farce." To Hagihara, this conflict was merely a trivial amusement, a sentiment that belittled the root ninjas entirely. The expression of the leading root ninja shifted, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. He was unaware of Hagihara's intentions, but he sensed that trouble was imminent. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. Hagihara was proving to be exceedingly troublesome, especially with those extraordinary eyes. Such intelligence must be relayed back. But just then, Hagihara's body began to ascend into the air, an unexpected revelation that made all surviving root ninjas realize that this individual possessed the ability to fly. This further illuminated their realization that should this individual truly wish to depart, they would be utterly powerless to impede his escape. Suspended in the air, Yuan clenched a kunai between his teeth, his hands deftly forming hand seals with remarkable speed, while simultaneously, The kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye spun rapidly once more. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A vast surge of chakra cascaded towards the surviving root ninjas, and in the next instant, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from the ground. The sheer size of these dragons exceeded their comprehension of this fire technique. They had never witnessed such enormous great fire dragons before. Most critically, these 3 dragons completely sealed off their retreat paths. I had stated that the farce was drawing to a close. Just as these root ninjas were compelled to huddle together, Yuan's voice resonated from the heavens. He stood aloft, a single hand raised high with the kunai, his chakra rippling at that moment. The fierce, menacing chakra made it evident that it was wind release. However, the amalgamation of wind and blade techniques left them bewildered as to Yuan's true intentions. At that juncture, Yuan suddenly broke into laughter. Have you ever felt the razor's edge from Michaela? In an instant, Yuan descended like a water bird. The kunai in his grasp radiated a resplendent sheen, as countless wind blades danced around him with reckless abandon. Secret technique, waterbird dance. The sharp blade, accompanied by terrifying wind blades, ravaged the earth, rendering even the fire dragons previously unleashed by Yuan in ruin. As he landed, the remnants of the root ninjas lay shattered behind him, under the onslaught of the waterbird dance. Yuan was uncertain if these ninjas could still be reconstituted into a semblance of a whole. However, he was resolute in his belief that none of them could escape his assault. The waterbird dance, a skill he had met his demise to repeatedly in his past life while gaming, held no small measure of power in his eyes. Moreover, this was reality, not a game. In games, one could respawn and endure countless strikes without their body being cleaved asunder. Yet now, beneath Yuan's blade, those root ninjas were swiftly dismembered. Their bodies, shattered into fragments, could only survive if they were akin to Buggy, who had consumed the split fruit. Otherwise, survival was impossible. The sole concern now was whether anyone remained at a distance, merely observing, but even that was not of great consequence. Even if someone witnessed Yuan eliminate a substantial number of root ninjas, it was Yuan who stood as the true victim. Should he be captured or perish? This matter would have no further ramifications. The Uchiha clan might be coerced into rebellion, a scenario that would surely delight Konoha. As a village, it could not overtly act against its own clans, for the establishment of the village relied heavily on the support of these prominent families. If you strike the Uchiha today, will you not also turn against the Hyuga and the Inuzuka clans tomorrow? Although the Uchiha clan and Konoha have experienced a profound schism, one cannot help but wonder how the Uchiha were ultimately severed from the rest. Did the leaders of these prominent families truly remain oblivious to this unfolding? They could not take the initiative to strike. Any action required a justifiable cause, and ideally, it would be preferable for the Uchiha to turn against themselves. For instance, if a rogue Uchiha ninja were to go mad and massacre their entire clan, Konoha would at least appear to have no direct involvement. However, now that Hagihara has survived, it is the root organization that finds itself in a precarious predicament. With the inexplicable assault and the attackers not being members of the Umbu, it was evident to all who had orchestrated this chaos. One should not assume that, at this juncture, the root could still play the victim. The mangled bodies strewn across the ground would attest to the number of assailants present. If the intent was merely to invite Hagihara for tea, would such a large contingent have been necessary? The evidence at the scene clearly indicated that this was far from a friendly visit. Moreover, the uproar caused by Hagihara would undoubtedly attract attention, and he was keen to observe how this would all come to a conclusion. Although Hagihara employed fire release to leave the root ninjas with no avenue of escape, he was not foolish enough to avoid drawing attention to himself, thus positioning himself as an innocent party. Furthermore, he was indeed seething with anger. Having had even a brief interaction with Naruto, his demeanor diverged from that of others. The late-night confrontation raised the question of whether, had he engaged more deeply with Naruto, he would have been openly pursued. And where was Shursui? Hagihara silently pondered this, soon growing weary of such thoughts. His current focus was awaiting Shusui's arrival. However, during this interval, Hagihara took the opportunity to reflect on his previous battle and to contemplate the status of his Mangekyo Sharingan. This encounter marked the first time he had fully utilized the Mangekyo in combat, yielding significant insights. The technique Dao Fan proved to be as effective as he had anticipated. Even with the sky dance technique bestowed by the system, Dao Fan offered substantial enhancements. When applied to ninjutsu, the improvement was distinctly observable. Hagihara was confident that as his proficiency with the Mangekyo grew, he would soon rival Uchiha Madara, capable of rendering countless ninjas powerless with merely a single fire release technique. Furthermore, with the addition of the sky dance technique, he was undoubtedly progressing towards a strategic aerial warfare capability. Nonetheless, he noted that the consumption of chakra for the ocular technique increased when employing ninjutsu, a reminder to exercise caution despite remaining within his limits. Having utilized the technique, Hagihara discovered that the drain on his ocular power was not as rapid as he had feared. Moreover, when activating the Mangekyo without employing the ocular techniques, the consumption was nearly negligible. Despite the inherent risks of gradual accumulation, one can still utilize certain abilities for many years, as long as one does not emulate that young Uchiha Sasuke. Take Uchiha Itachi, for instance. His eyes have endured for so long without losing their brilliance. And then there is Uchiha Madara, who has withstood the test of time against Senju Hashirama for many years. Therefore, the judicious application of ocular techniques is of paramount importance, and Yu Yuan is confident that his system will aid in resolving these issues. If this problem cannot be surmounted, then what purpose does binding myself to this clan serve? Yu Yuan retains faith in the capabilities of the system. After all, it has uniquely stimulated his psyche without adversely affecting him. This has enabled him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him his current powers, which alone is reason enough for Yu Yuan to trust the system. Furthermore, based on the system's tendencies, it seems to favor rewarding Yu Yuan with skills reminiscent of those found in League of Legends quests. Viewed from this perspective, Yu Yuan indeed has a significant chance of acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, there are numerous passive abilities among the heroes that can enhance one's power or even evolve a single ability. Not only enhancement, but even resurrection is possible. Although one may transform into an egg, it ultimately allows for revival. Additionally, after this awakening of the Mangekyo, I can sense the latent power of my other eye stirring. And I have indeed perceived the presence of Susanoo. Susanoo, the most formidable power of the Uchiha clan, is, in Yu Yuan's eyes, the epitome of unparalleled strength. Although the Mangekyo can manifest an array of inexplicable powers, such as spatial abilities that are undeniably tempting when it comes to ultimate destructive force and defense, Susanoo confidently claims the second position. Yu Yuan cannot fathom who could possibly claim the first. It seems imperative to delve deeply into understanding my Susanoo. I can naturally reduce the activation difficulty, and I possess an enhancement technique to amplify its power. If I do not take proper advantage of this, I would be neglecting my own potential. Yu Yuan pondered quietly, when suddenly he noticed Shursui hastily approaching him from a distance. Not only him, but a multitude of Konoha ninjas were also rushing towards him. What could be the reason for this commotion? Back at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow upon hearing the cacophony from the outside. The duties of the Hokage are undoubtedly burdensome, especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is an exceedingly confident individual. He believes he can manage everything in Konoha with precision, hence almost all documents pass through his hands for judgment. Undeniably, this approach has allowed him to wield significant power. While he may not be the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history, he is certainly among those who command the most authority. Perhaps only his teacher, the second Hokage, surpasses him in strength. In recent years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has found himself embroiled in numerous affairs, particularly following his decision to compel Hyuga Hisashi to surrender. This act has rendered him exceedingly occupied. On one hand, he must labor tirelessly to restore Konoha's credibility, as his actions have dealt a significant blow to the village's reputation within the ninja world. Consequently, Konoha's mission allocations have plummeted, forcing Sarutobi to exert considerable effort to rehabilitate the village's image. On the other hand, he faces mounting pressure from the Hyuga clan. In truth, it is not solely the Hyuga clan that harbors grievances. It appears that the entire village's ninja families may hold similar sentiments. To speak candidly, there exists a palpable sense of animosity. If he dares to strike against the Hyuga, who can predict whose head may next feel the weight of the blade? The sorrow of the fallen resonates deeply within their kin. Such is the nature of existence. However, Sarutobi possesses means to address this predicament. To ensure Konoha's tranquility and to pacify these families, nothing serves better than to enact a show of power. What could be more disquieting than the disappearance of a prominent, unstable clan, especially one he regards with disdain and possesses ample intelligence on? Yet, such actions are unequivocally unbefitting of a Hokage. To maintain the village's stability, He must project an image of compromise from all angles. Thus, at this juncture, Danzo's value comes to the fore. Although his decision to surrender Hyuga Hisashi stemmed from compromise, he harbors no regrets about his actions. He is acutely aware of the delicate balance between war and peace. A momentary display of weakness and concession may afford Konoha a chance for recovery, and he would not hesitate. For the sake of Konoha, even the scorn of the masses is a burden he can bear. Just then, a knock resounded at the door to Sarutobi's chamber. Shortly thereafter, an Umbu ninja, after receiving his permission, swiftly entered. This ninja, adorned with silver hair and a mask, knelt before him and spoke in a steady, low voice. Lord Hokage, a fire incident has occurred at training ground number 3, and it was caused by human action. Caused by human action? Sarutobi furrowed his brow and continued. You must have acquired further intelligence. Speak freely and enlighten me on the matter. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu nodded before elaborating. According to the reports, an attack was launched against Uchiha Hagihara of the Uchiha clan, yet those assailants were all dispatched by him. Numerous Konoha ninjas have already arrived at the scene, and descriptions indicate that the fallen were a group disguised as Umbu. Uchiha Hagihara was attacked? Has that boy returned? And those masquerading as Umbu? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi recognized the gravity of the situation, his brow deepening in concern. Is there any additional information? Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu member then spoke, revealing that according to intelligence, today, Uchiha you had been seen dining at Ichiraka Ramen and had interacted with Naruto. At this point, the Umbu paused, while Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended the entirety of the situation. The so-called imposter disguised as Umbu was, in fact, a ninja from Root, and Danzo's intention was clearly to pressure the Uchiha clan. Within the Uchiha, there were Umbu members, and the operational style of Umbu was entirely distinct from that of Root. Even if the Uchiha suspected that it was Root that had acted at that moment, you had vanished without a trace, allowing for plausible deniability. Given the grave injustices suffered by the Uchiha, it was conceivable that they might resort to extreme measures. This presented an opportunity for Konoha to act, possibly inciting a conflict between those within the Uchiha who favored peace and those who were more militant. However, while the notion was appealing, reality proved harsh. The individuals dispatched by Danzo had all been eliminated, which posed a significant complication. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, rubbing his temples in frustration. He then rose and stated, in that case, I shall go and assess the situation. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu member nodded, preparing to depart, only to be called back by Sarutobi. Has Danzo already arrived? He had already been there when I arrived. What is the situation on their end? It appears to have escalated into a standoff. Are you certain of your assertion? Shursui questioned, gazing at the numerous shattered corpses strewn across the ground, their tattered clothing unmistakably identifying them as Umbu. He swallowed hard, unable to discern precisely how many lay there, as the bodies were too mangled to count. But he recognized that there were at least 10. The fact that you had single-handedly dispatched over 10 individuals in such a brutal manner spoke volumes of his formidable strength. The most alarming aspect remained their attire. These individuals were clearly dressed as Umbu. Not only Shursui, but the multitude of Konoha ninjas accompanying him were also taken aback, many of them instinctively encircling you. Konoha's ruthless engagement against Umbu was evidently no trivial matter. It could even be classified as an act of extreme malevolence. However, after you explained the circumstances, Shursui and the gathered ninjas could not help but frown. Otherwise, you shrugged, his expression one of resignation. As an Umbu member, I am familiar with certain operational protocols, and if they truly sought to confront me, they would not have sent such a substantial force. It is evident that they are prepared for confrontation. Indeed, Shursui nodded in agreement. The gathered ninjas, even those who had never encountered Umbu, sighed in relief. It was clear that the arrival of such a large contingent did not merely indicate an inquiry or investigation. This was a coordinated effort aimed at eliminating a target. Everyone disperse. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the air, followed by the entrance of a sinister old man, his body swathed in bandages. Both Yahara and Shimizu furrowed their brows upon seeing this figure. Although their reasons for discontent differed, it was evident that neither held any fondness for this elderly man. For this was none other than Shimura Danzo. Danzo glanced around the surroundings, his expression darkening as he turned his cold gaze towards Yahara and Shimizu, hissing under his breath. Uchiha Hagihara, how dare you act so ruthlessly against Konoha Umbu? Do you even consider yourself a ninja of Konoha? And who are you to speak so boldly in this place? Hagihara raised an eyebrow at Danzo's words, disregarding Shimizu's attempts to intervene, and disdainfully replied, "Whether I am a ninja of Konoha is not for you to decide." Danzo, incensed by Hagihara's audacity, commanded the ninjas present to seize him, his voice laced with authority. Yet, alas, Danzo was merely Danzo. As the head of Konoha's root, he rarely made public appearances, resulting in most present not recognizing him. In such circumstances, how could they possibly heed his orders? A mocking smile crept across Hagihara's face as his chakra began to surge, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. You bark orders without understanding the situation. Who do you think you are, Lord Hokage? Do you truly believe you are the Hokage? Hagihara's words dripped with derision. Yet they silenced Danzo, igniting a firestorm of fury within him. The loss of over a dozen subordinates had already soured Danzo's mood, and Hagihara's audacious remark stoked the flames of his wrath entirely. The title of Hokage had long been Danzo's ambition, a goal he had relentlessly pursued, yet remained perpetually out of reach. In pursuit of this coveted position, he had even resorted to assassinating his close friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet he could never shake off the memory of that fateful day when he sat proudly upon the Hokage's throne, envisioning a prosperous future for Konoha under his leadership, only to have his old friend Hiruzen quietly approach him from behind and, with an air of grave indifference, declare, "Danzo, you have overstepped. I am the Hokage." Those words, delivered in a seemingly mundane manner, were etched indelibly into Danzo's heart. He understood that while Hiruzen lived, he could never ascend to the Hokage's seat. And today, this insufferable Uchiha brat dared to utter such words before everyone, igniting Danzo's fury and breaching his defenses. It appeared that the title of Hokage was indeed beyond his grasp, and it was certainly not a position that a mere Uchiha child could cavalierly critique. In a moment of utmost fury, Danzo found an unexpected calmness. His cold gaze, emanating from a singular eye, fixated on Hagihara, and his voice, as frigid as ice, sent chills through the air. The situation unfolded as I witnessed. You have eliminated numerous ANBU operatives and yet seek to evade responsibility? I am not the Hokage, but I am indeed a Konoha ninja. For the sake of our village, I must apprehend you, even if it means ending your life. Seize him at once. As Danzo's words echoed, the root ninjas accompanying him sprang into action. This scene caused all the Konoha ninjas present to furrow their brows, and Shirsue's expression darkened. In contrast, Hagihara regarded Danzo with a hint of surprise. This man appeared composed, yet was he truly blinded by rage? With over a dozen root ninjas targeting him, did they truly believe they could subdue him? Or perhaps Danzo was confident that, in front of so many witnesses, Hagihara would refrain from unleashing his full wrath? This possibility flickered through Hagihara's mind, and he found it somewhat amusing. If their intent was merely to capture him, then should he choose to kill, it would spell trouble for him. Or rather, such actions would merely play into the old man's hands. However, with an assault already directed at him, Hagihara could not simply stand there and take the blows. Gripping his ninja blade tightly, he resolved to assess the situation before acting. If their aim was to capture him, he would respond accordingly, but if ill intentions lurked beneath, he would teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, before Hagihara could make his move, Shirsue charged forward. His blade, which had been resting at his side, was drawn in an instant, and he engaged the three root ninjas in a flurry of combat, employing the body flicker technique. Witnessing this, Hagihara frowned. Shirsue was being reckless. This was not a favorable course of action, especially given his affiliation with the ANBU. Despite the ongoing tensions between the ANBU and Root, they typically refrained from direct conflict. Hagihara, who was blissfully unaware of the existence of Root, could act without hesitation. But Shirsue's situation was far more precarious. Sighing in resignation, Hagihara swiftly joined the fray. This battle was entirely different from the previous one. Earlier, he had fought without restraint. But now, with so many witnesses and the opponents revealing themselves as Konoha ninjas, he had to tread carefully. If he acted without caution, particularly when the opponents were not striking first, it would lead to complications for him. Nevertheless, both Hagihara and Shirsue were formidable, each possessing the prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even without fully unleashing their powers, they could still function independently, each targeting a specific enemy while simultaneously restraining another. In this manner, they managed to hold their ground against the three root ninjas, achieving an equilibrium in combat. Indeed, Yu Yuan could discern that, Although the trio exhibited a remarkable synergy, their combat was rendered quite uncomfortable under such constrained circumstances. Furthermore, Yu Yuan noted that their identities were presumably of considerable standing, as Danzo had previously remarked that they could even eliminate him. Yet, they refrained from employing lethal force, presenting themselves as if they were intent on capturing rather than killing. Were they not endowed with a certain status and insight, the present situation would not merely be a back-and-forth exchange. It would have escalated into a genuine conflict. "Cease. What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. At the sound, Yu Yuan and Shui involuntarily exchanged glances and promptly took a step back. The three root ninjas also halted, ultimately returning silently to Danzo's side. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a grave expression, Hiruzen approached this training ground, where the flames had already been extinguished by the other Konoha ninjas upon their arrival. However, this training ground could hardly be referred to as such anymore. It had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Nevertheless, as a Hokage forged in the crucible of war, Hiruzen surveyed the shattered corpses on the ground. Though the sight caused his brow to twitch, he maintained his composure, eventually directing his gaze towards Yu Yuan. "Pray, elucidate the matter. Whose corpses lie here?" "This matter is best elucidated by me, Lord Hokage," Shui interjected before Yu Yuan could respond. He respectfully bowed to Hiruzen and then spoke slowly. "Lord Hokage, Yu Yuan had invited me to meet him at the training ground tonight, intending to hone his swordsmanship. Naturally, I accepted the invitation. However, by the time I arrived, the incident had already transpired, and Yu Yuan recounted the entire affair to me." Shui's delivery was measured and coherent, reflecting the efficiency and brevity he had mastered during his tenure in the Umbu. Yu Yuan listened attentively, nodding internally, and he observed that with Hiruzen's arrival, more and more Konoha ninjas gathered at the scene. Not only were there ordinary ninjas, but even clan members had arrived, and he spotted Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku among them. "It seemed I have inadvertently orchestrated quite a spectacle," Yu Yuan mused, finding a certain humor in the situation. Nevertheless, the greater the crowd, the safer he felt. Moreover, the gathered individuals were not foolish. With the unfolding events of the evening, particularly Danzo's somewhat clumsy demeanor, each clan likely harbored their own calculations, especially the Uchiha, who would surely have even more thoughts and discussions in the wake of this incident. Such is the situation. Lord Hokage, that concludes my report. Once Shui had fully conveyed the information Yu Yuan had shared, he silently returned to stand beside Yu Yuan, choosing not to speak further. Sarutobi Hiruzen now truly felt a throbbing headache. This matter was indeed just as he had anticipated, and the most critical point was that Danzo had unwittingly made a grave miscalculation. Perhaps he had acted with good intentions. After all, an Uchiha approaching the Nine Tails would invoke caution in anyone. The events of 8 years ago seemed to linger vividly in his memory, and the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails remained strikingly clear. No one wished for the Uchiha to have any contact with the Nine Tails again, nor did anyone desire a repeat of the Nine Tails incident within the village of Konohagakure. However, the methods employed to address such matters varied among them. Had it been Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, they would have opted for careful observation, subsequently devising a means to inform the village of the Sharingan's ability to control the Nine Tails. This would effectively instill greater fear and disdain towards the Uchiha, even fostering deeper suspicions. Yet, Danzo did not take this approach. He perceived the situation as an opportunity, one that could potentially drive the Uchiha to extremes, and thus acted without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, Danzo's plan faltered, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a rather precarious position. It appeared that everyone had underestimated Uchiha Yuhi, a genius once renowned alongside Shui. Stealing a glance at Yuhi, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but sigh inwardly. He had not anticipated Yuhi's prowess to be so formidable. The fact that he had dismantled over a dozen elite root ninjas was quite astonishing, as they were indeed the cream of the crop from root. Initially, he had hoped to leverage the relationship between Shui and Yuhi to perhaps establish another connection within the Uchiha clan. After all, Yuhi had previously demonstrated commendable capabilities. However, following Danzo's recent maneuvers, he deemed such a possibility highly unlikely. "I understand," Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Though discomfort swirled within him, he assumed a stern demeanor, directing his gaze at Yuhi and asking earnestly, "Is everything that Shui has said true, Yuhi?" "Yes, Lord Hokage," Yuhi responded promptly, stepping forward with resolve. He nodded and solemnly affirmed. All of Shirsue's statements are indeed accurate, and the corpses of those individuals are right here. You may inspect their masks to ascertain whether they belong to the Umbu. As he spoke, a flash of anger crossed Yuhi's face. Though it was merely for Sarutobi Hiruzen's benefit. Alternatively, we could enlist the assistance of the Yamanaka clan's elders to probe into the memories of these individuals. Now that everyone is present, this would also serve to corroborate my claims, and it would allow me to discern which wretched rat from the sewers is plotting against me. Upon finishing his statement, Yuhi could hardly contain his amusement. His words were indeed a calculated provocation aimed at Danzo. As anticipated, Danzo's expression shifted subtly. Even if these root ninjas perished, diminishing the information within their minds, Danzo had not entrusted them with many secrets. Their very existence as members of Root was, in itself, the greatest secret. If exposed publicly, the trouble would be far from trivial. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Yahara's remarks, could not help but momentarily stiffen, yet as the Hokage, he maintained his composure at all times. After a brief contemplation, he discerned the course of action to take. An investigation is imperative. If your assertions hold merit, then these individuals may not be ninjas from within the village. Their ability to enter the village at will raises numerous questions that necessitate our thorough and meticulous inquiry, rather than treating it as a mere jest. With a succinct statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen categorized the situation, first acknowledging Yahara's claims, then promptly refuting his perspective. However, after delivering his words, he regarded Yahara with a grave expression, as if the transition between kindness and severity lay solely within his thoughts. Nonetheless, Yahara, I recall you were already a jonin a year ago. I understand your anger in facing such circumstances, but as a jonin, especially when confronting foes who have infiltrated our village, it is unacceptable to leave no survivors. You slaughtered them all and desecrated their bodies. Do you comprehend the considerable hindrance this poses to our investigation into these adversaries' origins? While the deceased may offer us intelligence, it pales in comparison to what the living could provide. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words resonated with authority, leaving Yahara momentarily stunned. At times, Yahara believed he had reached a level of shamelessness, yet in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he realized he still appeared somewhat inexperienced. The practice of swiftly reprimanding after a minor infraction is commonplace. However, the fact that he inverted the truth and chastised Yahara was indeed remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks prompted nods of agreement from the surrounding Konoha ninjas, who deemed Yahara's actions excessively harsh. Although you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and possess considerable prowess, sparing even one life is far preferable to the brutality you exhibited upon their corpses. Yahara could easily envision that, following Sarutobi Hiruzen's admonition, the Uchiha clan would likely acquire yet another reputation for savagery. I sincerely apologize, Lord Hokage. My swordsmanship is still in its infancy, and I have not mastered it well, thus causing trouble for everyone. Faced with such a situation, Yahara could only offer an honest apology, yet he mentally noted the incident. He hoped that when the time came to confront Danzo, this old man would still address him with such a tone. With that, let us disperse. The remaining matters will be handled by the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily discern that Yahara's apology lacked sincerity, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter. His gaze lingered on Danzo for a moment before he silently departed. As Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the other Konoha ninjas followed suit, and even Uchiha Fugaku turned away after casting a glance at Yahara and his companions before exiting. Only Hagihara and Shirsuke remained, along with a few Umbu members tasked with collecting the corpses. Observing the situation, Hagihara realized there was no reason for him to linger, as he had essentially achieved his objectives. Thus, he promptly took Shirsuke by the hand and made his way outside. Following this incident, both Hagihara and Shirsuke found themselves devoid of any inclination to train, with Shirsuke's heart particularly laden with doubt. Once they had distanced themselves significantly, Shirsuke suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, "Are they from Danzo's faction?" "Yes, if there are no unforeseen complications, they are indeed his," Hagihara affirmed with a nod. "However, aside from you, no one is aware of my knowledge regarding his existence, which grants me considerable freedom in my actions." "I see," Shirsuke replied, though he quickly shook his head. Nevertheless, they are still leaf ninjas. Hagihara could only acknowledge Shirsuke's statement with a nod, but he soon posed a counter-question. "Have you contemplated what might transpire if they succeed? What would become of the Uchiha? Time certainly flies." Standing at the threshold of his home, Hagihara gazed at the clear sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Indeed, time had passed swiftly. Since employing the waterbird dance to impart the sharp edge of Mikura to those root ninjas, a month had quietly elapsed. Within this month, many intriguing occurrences had transpired. Firstly, as Hagihara had anticipated, his elimination of numerous root ninjas had seemingly been executed with excessive brutality. Consequently, while the Leaf Village boasted of his formidable strength, it likely also whispered of his ruthless nature in secret. That night, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had spoken before many, a declaration that could not be forgotten by these ninjas. Likewise, rumors were circulating about Hagihara's peculiar treatment of the Nine Tails. Hagihara required no extensive contemplation. It was only a matter of time before whispers of the Sharingan's ability to control the Nine Tails resurfaced in the village. However, he remained entirely unfazed, having already braced himself for such gossip. After all, he had dispatched more than a dozen of the enemy's ninjas to the afterlife. The adversary had suffered a significant loss without the means to retaliate, rendering any idle chatter entirely justifiable. As for the notion of a soft knife killing, there was indeed a certain truth to it. Yet the Uchiha's reputation was already tarnished, and a little more tarnish held little consequence. In truth, Hagihara did not wish to remain in such a passive state indefinitely, yet the machinery of public opinion was beyond his control, leaving him powerless to effect change. Nonetheless, these matters were of little importance compared to the transformation of Shursui and his clan following that night. Shursui had expressed some discontent regarding Hagihara's heavy-handed approach, perceiving these individuals as leaf ninjas. However, Hagihara posed a question: if others were to draw their blades against you, determined to take your life, would you simply wait for your demise? This question rendered Shursui momentarily silent, and ultimately, he refrained from elaborating further, realizing that dwelling on the past held no significance, especially as the deceased could not be resurrected. Particularly, the inquiry posed by Yahara compelled him to engage in profound contemplation. Although Shursui still grapples with considerable experiential shortcomings, his logical reasoning has significantly improved, likely due to the month-long dialectics instilled by Yahara. After a week of reflection, he sought out Yahara late one night. I believe I comprehend your perspective. Should they succeed, the clan would undoubtedly be incensed by your demise, enraged by Konoha's indiscretions and actions. Furthermore, Konoha may indeed welcome such a scenario involving the Uchiha, culminating in irreconcilable discord between the clan and the village, would it not? Shursui's words elicited a nod of satisfaction from Yahara. Despite the week it took to arrive at this conclusion, it marked a considerable advancement from his previous understanding. Yet, a question lingered in Shursui's mind. Why would Konoha pursue such a course of action? After receiving Yahara's acknowledgement, he still found himself dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan's stance. Was he not a member of Konoha? The very fact that he could articulate this question brought Yahara joy, even though he had previously informed him about the rift between the second and third Hokage. Nevertheless, some matters Shursui was determined to investigate, and it seemed he was now on the cusp of uncovering the results of his inquiries. Did I not inform you of this matter? The origins are indeed quite ancient, and I presume you have conducted your investigations by now? In response to this query, Yahara maintained a calm demeanor, but his subsequent remarks plunged Shursui's heart into despair. Setting aside the historical context, let us consider the present situation in Konoha. Have you noticed that since Hinata Hizashi was dispatched 5 years ago, the attitude of the Hyuga clan has grown noticeably colder? Not only the Hyuga clan, but many families have begun to distance themselves out of fear that they may be next. Furthermore, you must have interacted with Root during your time in the Umbu. Have you not? Those in Root, resembling soulless machines, are primarily from bloodline clans. How do you suppose Root acquired them? Upon hearing Yahara's words, Shursui began to grasp the implications, though he remained unaware of how Yahara possessed such insight into Root. Yet, he chose not to pry. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and digging too deeply is rarely prudent. Thus, the clans have grown increasingly discontent with the third Hokage, who should have resigned in light of the immense losses from the third Great Ninja War. Yet, following the fourth Hokage's demise, he regained power and has now orchestrated such circumstances. Naturally, for the sake of their own interests and the so-called stability of the village, the third Hokage must devise solutions to these issues. What, then, is the most effective means of resolving these dilemmas? Personally, I believe it involves setting an example through severe consequences, with our clan being the prime candidates. After all, the Uchiha are seen as restless, and they are certainly not favored. Yohara's words rendered Shursui utterly silent. This answer was one he was reluctant to accept, yet it aligned all too logically with the current reality. As time progressed, Yu Yuan's words seemed to manifest, and even though no misfortune had befallen him, his family sensed that something was amiss. Dissenting voices within the clan began to amplify. Sometimes, even a miscalculation could yield unexpected benefits. Although Yu Yuan appeared outwardly unaffected, continuing his daily routine with nonchalance, Shursui understood that if this situation persisted, a significant crisis was imminent. Uchiha Fugaka's approach remained one of suppression and equilibrium, a tactic that was no longer satisfactory to Shursui, and even factions from both the hardliners and moderates expressed their discontent. Should this continue, once one faction seized complete control of the discourse, it was likely that Uchiha Fugaka would unhesitatingly align himself with them. After all, as the clan leader, siding with the majority within the clan was a natural inclination. However, how could Yu Yuan permit such a scenario to unfold? He pondered silently, recognizing that such an outcome would signify a return to the original trajectory. This was something Yu Yuan vehemently resisted. Although the night of the clan's annihilation was still a short while away, he understood that he must accelerate his plans. Certain matters required urgent attention, while others could not afford delay. He would not wait until the night of destruction to resolve issues. Instead, he aimed to address them beforehand, thereby enabling him to tackle even more challenges. Today, the weather was splendid, and he hoped for a favorable outcome. With this in mind, Yu Yuan made his way to the residence of Uchiha South. He intended to demand a resolution, and regardless of whether Uchiha So would provide an appropriate answer, he would ensure that this individual delivered a satisfactory response. If reason proved ineffective, then force would be necessary. Although Yu Yuan was reluctant to resort to violence out of concern for the clan's prosperity, he had mentally prepared himself and formulated a plan of action. Should it come to that, he believed it was better to suffer a swift pain than a prolonged one. The losses incurred now could be compensated for in the future. With these thoughts circulating in his mind, Yu Yuan arrived at Uchiha So's abode. Upon entering, he discovered that alongside Uchiha So, there were others present as well. As Yu Yuan stepped into the room and surveyed its contents, he immediately began to take stock of everything within. What he had not anticipated was the presence of additional individuals besides Uchiha South. However, this was not particularly surprising. Uchiha So was merely an elder within the moderate faction, and there were indeed others among them. They had gathered, fully aware of Yu Yuan's intent. This was a confrontation. As Yu Yuan entered, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to ascertain whether Uchiha So had arranged for any additional personnel, perhaps to signal a breakdown in negotiations. Yet, at present, it seemed no such arrangements had been made. Even if there had been, he felt no concern, unless his opponent were Shursui, who might pose a challenge. After all, the calm waters also reflect the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In a true confrontation, Yu Yuan could only guarantee he would not be defeated. Victory was anything but certain. Welcome, Yu Yuan-kun. As Yu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, Uchiha Zong also spoke, this time adorned with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Greetings, Elder Zong, and esteemed elders. Yu Yuan withdrew his gaze, then smiled and nodded at all the elders present. Yet, he soon wore a perplexed expression. I didn't expect even Elder Naoki to be here. This truly takes me by surprise. Elder Uchiha Naoki appeared to be a man in his 50s, which, in Yu Yuan's perspective, still fell within the realm of middle age. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that in Yu Yuan's recollection, Elder Uchiha Naoki belonged to the hardline faction. His presence here indeed bewildered Yu Yuan. Could it be that the hardliners intended to seek him out? Or had the words he exchanged with Uchiha Zong already reached this individual? Just as Yu Yuan's mind swirled with uncertainty, Uchiha Zong spoke at an opportune moment. Yu Yuan-kun, there is no need for astonishment. To my shame. Although Naoki and I differ in our stance, he is my brother. Isn't your brother supposed to be Uchiha Kyo? Upon hearing Uchiha Zong's words, a thought inadvertently crossed Yu Yuan's mind, but he quickly shook his head inwardly and began contemplating other matters. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that Uchiha Zong had a brother who had aligned himself with the neighboring hardline faction. However, considering the Uchiha clan, or rather, the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, often found themselves at odds, he found little cause for surprise. It now seemed clearer to him why. Following the death of Uchiha Shursui, the moderate faction had shifted their positions so swiftly despite the presence of Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps, In addition to the overwhelming hatred and despair the moderates felt over Shirsue's demise, Uchiha Naoki's role as Uchiha Zone's brother played a significant part as well. Regardless, Uchiha Zone's decision to summon Uchiha Naoki carried profound implications. So it is, my apologies for my oversight. Yu Yuan feigned a moment of realization before finding a seat. Now, esteemed elders, I trust you are aware of my purpose in coming here. I have inquired about Shirsue's associates, and the response I received indicated they are shinobi from the Root organization. I am cognizant of the nature of Root and their activities. Hence, I seek to ascertain the ramifications of the recent attack on me. As you are all high-ranking members of your families, I believe you possess a clearer understanding of these matters than I do you not? Yu Yuan's words elicited nods from the seated elders. They were acutely aware of just how many times they had debated this issue over the past month. It is precisely due to this ongoing division that they have arrived at their decision. They wish to meet the young boy, one of the only two in the clan possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, who does not belong to any faction and possesses his own unique perspective and insights. We indeed comprehend your intentions, and after this incident, we acknowledge your thoughts. Following Yahara's remarks, an elder from the moderate faction suddenly spoke up. While we recognize your ideas, we do not endorse your ascension to the role of clan leader. Although Shirsue asserts that you are the sole choice for the clan, as well as his own, your youth renders you lacking in the experience and capability required to lead a clan. Furthermore, we are still only aware of your thoughts without any clear understanding of your actions. What confidence do you possess to convince us? The elder's words elicited nods of agreement from all present, and Yahara could not help but cast a glance at this individual. To be candid, Yahara felt no anger, for the questions posed were indeed pointed and aligned with reality. Empathizing with their position, had Yahara found himself in a similar predicament, he too would not easily bow to pressure, possibly even disregarding it altogether. The fact that these old-timers are now willing to sit down and converse with him is already a considerable compromise, largely due to the intimidation wielded by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I understand that you all consider yourselves experienced and capable, but in truth, would you have contemplated these matters had I not articulated them? A faint smile graced Yahara's lips. He felt no pressure, for to him, this was merely an interview. Even if you could conceive such ideas, would you dare to act upon them? Clearly, from what we observe, you lack the courage to do so. This illustrates the disparity in vision, the youthful vigor that you seasoned veterans lack despite your years of struggle and toil. Yahara's words were unreserved, bordering on disrespectful. Yet he was acutely aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. Though he lacked experience and a convincing track record, he possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the backing of Shirsue's own. Power is not absolute, but within the Uchiha clan, lacking power is indeed a significant disadvantage. And this is why Yahara dares to be assertive. As for my thoughts and plans, I may have expressed them too vaguely. Thus, allow me to articulate them with greater clarity. In my view, both your moderate faction and the hardliners are excessively extreme. The moderates are overly accommodating, and the peace achieved through such compromises is destined to perish. Without the necessary firmness, others will perceive you as easy prey, emboldening them to exploit you without restraint. Conversely, the hardliners are excessively rigid, bordering on arrogance. I fail to comprehend why they believe our group could shake the very foundations of Konoha. Although their target may be merely Hiruzen Sarutobi, who truly knows the extent of Konoha's strength. Who among us can offer assistance? Excessive compromise leads to demise, while excessive rigidity also invites ruin. If I were the clan leader, I would strive to harmonize both perspectives. The most significant conflict between the moderates and the hardliners lies in their approach to Konoha. I now offer my resolution. In matters devoid of familial interests, we may adopt a gentle demeanor to address issues. However, should the family's interests be at stake, we shall inevitably respond with the fortitude characteristic of the hardliners. At this juncture, Yu Yuan paused thoughtfully before articulating with profound significance, we are all one family, united in our pursuit of the clan's welfare. In the past, when Uchiha Madara sought to lead us away, we resolutely declined. Now, if there are those who wish to depart, it is likely that the clansmen would also be unwilling. The very establishment of Konoha was a collaborative effort between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Having lost so much, we must double our efforts to transform ourselves and reclaim what we have lost. The phrase to reclaim what we have lost with our own hands caused the Uchiha elders present to inhale deeply. The division within the Uchiha clan into two factions fundamentally stems from a desire to restore what they have lost. Regardless of the magnitude of their ideological discrepancies and the conflicts that have arisen, this core motive has remained unchanged throughout. In truth, Yu Yuan's proposal to amalgamate both perspectives is neither particularly brilliant nor unprecedented. Over the years of their internal strife, many wise individuals have emerged, having previously suggested similar ideas. Yet, as the saying goes, conceiving an idea is one matter, executing it and daring to act upon it is another entirely. After so many years of discord, their conflicts have reached an unimaginable level, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to utter such words or to take the first step toward concession. Moreover, as time passes, they grow older, and their motivation and resolve to effect change wane. The younger generation, burdened by differing ideologies, perpetuates the cycle of discord, making it even less likely for anyone to take the initiative to yield. However, Yu Yuan is indeed exceptional. He is a prodigy of the clan, yet does not belong to any faction. He maintains amicable relations with all, yet seldom spends time with the clansmen. This pure, neutral stance places him in a position reminiscent of Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, he is clearly not Uchiha Fugaku, for he is genuinely unentangled in the factions. Observing Yu Yuan's spirited demeanor and vigorous vitality, the elders, even if discomfort internally, must concede that he speaks the truth. They have indeed aged. The concerns that weigh upon them have multiplied. Many matters have transcended right and wrong, as certain stances and personal apprehensions hinder them from pursuing what is right. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Minu finally emerged from contemplation, fixing his gaze upon Yu Yuan as he posed his final question. However, reconciling the perspectives of both parties is no simple task. Achieving mutual satisfaction is quite challenging, and I am also curious to know what actions you would take if we both were to refuse. This is indeed a profoundly pragmatic question, and it represents one of the most formidable challenges for Hagihara in unifying the family's thoughts and intentions. Frankly speaking, it is also an exceedingly significant trial. Hagihara felt a twinge of frustration at this inquiry, as he was reluctant to reveal the truth. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he deemed it best to speak candidly, recognizing this as a vital opportunity to manifest his own convictions. With clarity of thought, Hagihara inhaled deeply, casting his gaze over all present before he slowly began to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, synthesizing both sides' viewpoints is no easy endeavor. Thus, when it comes to pivotal opinions that neither party can accept, it is imperative for someone to make a definitive decision. Throughout this process, I have remained uninvolved in the disputes between you and the hardliners, which positions me as the most objective individual to make certain decisions. A great thinker once proclaimed that one cannot exist without freedom, nor can one exist without discipline. It is commendable that you possess your own opinions and ideas, as this is inherently your freedom and allows for the better realization of your capabilities. However, in matters of critical importance, discipline must prevail. For the unification of family ideology is indisputable. Hagihara's resolute words rendered all present silent. His unwavering stance was difficult for them to accept, as they had grown accustomed to Fugaku Uchiha's leniency. Yet, they understood that the Uchiha clan currently required a formidable leader to effectuate change. And Hagihara's statements resonated with them on a fundamental level. They were unaware of the identity of the great thinker Hagihara referenced, but it was evident that the clan indeed required discipline and cohesion. As they pondered their responses, Hagihara spoke again, his tone considerably more somber this time. Therefore, there is but one course of action I can undertake. I will collaborate with Shursui to diligently engage with lower-ranking Uchiha members, regardless of whether they are shinobi or civilians. I have conveyed to Shursui the true mechanism of power. It is not an inherent possession, but rather arises from the obedience of a greater number of clan shinobi. During this period, both Shursui and I have maintained extensive communication and contact with them, which is merely a broad direction. Yet, as Hagihara's gaze sharpened at that moment, his chakra began to surge with rapid intensity, his demeanor growing notably colder. If an agreement cannot be reached, my only recourse shall be to eliminate all of you elders. You are too significant and perilous. Your ideologies can sway your followers, capable of quieting them or inciting them to arms. Once you are gone, the remainder will merely be a disbanded multitude, and under the guidance of 2 sets of Sharingan, they will naturally be inclined to follow us. Do not doubt my resolve, nor my abilities. Even if I stand alone, I can enlist Shursui to join me. Rather than allowing our clan to sink into oblivion at your hands, I would prefer to eliminate you beforehand, turning you into the very cornerstone upon which our family can reclaim its former glory." Uehara's words rang with conviction. Though he had not wished to voice them, he understood that clarity was necessary when confronting the truth. It was indeed beneficial for them to comprehend his determination. And deep down, Uehara harbored a semblance of confidence that he would not falter. Yet, he was also acutely aware that this group might feign compliance while secretly plotting against him. However, the suppression of the Sharingan by the kaleidoscope was no mere jest. As evidenced by Uchiha Itachi and Obito's audacious incursions into the Uchiha stronghold, Uehara hoped these individuals still held onto a flicker of hope, sparing him from taking drastic actions. Upon hearing Uehara's declaration, the elders' expressions soured markedly. While they had anticipated such a scenario, the brazen manner in which Uehara articulated it instilled a profound unease within them. Even as Uehara acknowledged their significance, the mere suggestion of eliminating them was discomforting for anyone. Furthermore, they perceived that Uehara's candidness indicated his lack of concern for any underhanded tactics, which only underscored the potential threat he posed. Silence enveloped the gathering until Uchiha Zone, with a hint of resignation, broke the stillness. "We understand your intentions. It appears that for the sake of our lives, we must continue to compromise." Though Uchiha Zone's tone bore a tinge of sarcasm, it was primarily laden with bitterness and helplessness. "In fact, prior to your arrival, we had devised a contingency plan. There are 2 conditions that you must accept." "Pray, do tell," Uehara replied, sensing that the matter was nearing resolution, yet intrigued by Uchiha Zone's thoughts. "Firstly, upon your ascension to clan leader, Shursui must serve as your deputy, overseeing your every action. Should you stray from the path, only Shursui can intervene." This stipulation momentarily caught Uehara off guard, but he quickly nodded in assent. He had not anticipated that the vision he initially proposed would be presented as a demand. He had no grounds to refuse. "I can accept this," he affirmed, gesturing for them to continue. "As for the second condition, allow me to articulate it," Uchiha Naoki interjected. "We request that you, Uehara-kun, join us tonight for a verification of certain matters." "I can acquiesce to that," Uehara replied, a smile gracing his lips. "However, I suspect your motives extend beyond mere verification." That night, Uehara followed Uchiha Zone and the others toward the bamboo grove situated behind the Uchiha clan's territory. This grove was considerable in size and lay in close proximity to the clan leader's residence, most crucially housing many of the staunch elders. Since Uehara had agreed to their invitation, it was only natural for him to attend. Although he was somewhat surprised that Uchiha Zone would accompany him, he deemed it inconsequential. Uehara understood that their intention for summoning him tonight was likely to assess his abilities. It was well known that the Uchiha clan revered strength, and the hardliners among them sought to seize power in Konoha through force. To pacify them, one must thoroughly subdue them in battle. However, he pondered if there were any ulterior motives at play, akin to a hidden banquet. Despite his earlier musings, he had not partaken of even a sip of water since entering, and it appeared he had perhaps overthought the situation. Nevertheless, maintaining a vigilant mindset was an essential quality for any ninja. Uehara had no intention of lowering his guard, particularly as circumstances remained uncertain and he found himself in a precarious position. Before long, they arrived at a residence on the outskirts of the bamboo grove, where Uchiha Naoki had been waiting at the entrance. "Welcome," he stepped forward, nodding at Uehara before turning his gaze to Uchiha Zone. "Brother, it is good to see you. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us enter," Uchiha Zone replied, shaking his head and directly inquiring, "Are they waiting for us inside?" "No, they are at the back," Uchiha Naoki responded, his gaze shifting back to Uehara. "Everyone is within the bamboo grove. Let us proceed." Neither Uehara nor the elder Uchiha Zone found anything peculiar in Naoki's words. They were all aware of the theme for the evening and understood that selecting a more spacious yet concealed location was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Uehara subtly nodded in agreement, and soon their group followed Uchiha Naoki's lead into the bamboo grove. At that moment, the bamboo forest was lush and vibrant, yet the silver moonlight cast an air of chill and desolation. No fires illuminated the grove, which added a slightly eerie ambience to the scene. Shortly thereafter, they reached the center of the bamboo thicket, where Uehara could discern the presence of numerous individuals. However, these figures seemed to embody the traits of ninjas, standing apart and shrouded in shadows. rendering their features indistinguishable. Upon Yahara's arrival, they almost instantaneously activated their Sharingan. The crimson light flickered ominously within the bamboo, amplifying the already unsettling atmosphere to a fever pitch. Yet, Yahara remained largely unfazed. He had no doubt that Uchiha Naoki had conveyed the contents of their earlier conversation to them. Clearly, this group intended to assert their dominance. For anyone who faced threats could not help but feel a sense of discontent. Thus, it was only natural for them to engage in seemingly outrageous behavior. But as long as these actions posed no genuine threat, Yahara would not take them to heart. "Are you Uchiha Yuban?" At that moment, a voice, aged yet robust, resonated. The genius of the clan, a pair of newly awakened Sharingan? I do not presume to claim the title of clan genius. And whether my Sharingan is indeed new is not for you to determine. Yujin chuckled softly, nodding towards Uchiha's own before proceeding forward, uttering, "I must admit my disappointment. For your performance falls significantly short of my expectations. Yet it matters not. I understand the purpose of my summons. For the stability and future of the clan beckon my presence. Now, it is your turn to express your stance. It seems others have misjudged you. I have long heard you described as the least Uchiha-like among the Uchiha, yet it appears you truly embody the essence of our clan." This voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of amusement. "You remain the proud Uchiha, albeit your pride is well concealed. Such pride is commendable." What a peculiar notion, Yuban mused inwardly. Pride and whatnot. While he had indeed felt a sense of elation at being an Uchiha upon his arrival in this world, the trials faced by his clan weighed heavily upon him. After all, what man does not harbor dreams of mastering a formidable mecha alongside the thrill of high-speed racing? Yet, the plight of the Uchiha left him utterly perplexed. He had long sought to instigate change within the clan, but previously lacked the decisive strength to effectuate any transformation. This was, in fact, the very reason behind his earlier desire to escape. However, now that he possessed formidable power, he would not indulge these individuals with any courtesy. Ironically, his lack of politeness was misinterpreted as a form of pride, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Aside from lamenting the foolishness of these individuals, he had little else to say. Taking a deep breath, Yuban gently closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, they had transformed into the crimson three-tomo state. "You speak far too much. I have already stated that I am aware of the purpose behind your summons today, and I am equally eager to ascertain the prowess of your elite. After all, you lot seem to fancy yourselves capable of overthrowing the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen, daring to stand against the entirety of Konoha." As he spoke, a sardonic smile graced his lips, filled with a subtle mockery. "I am most curious to witness the strength you possess to undertake such audacious endeavors. After all, Konoha awaits the opportunity to strike back once you seize the initiative. Should you fail to surpass even my challenge, I would strongly advise you to abandon such dreams, for they may very well lead to the clan's demise." With that, Yuban unsheathed his ninja blade and struck down a bamboo stalk with precision. In an instant, the bamboo fell, and after measuring its length against his blade, he severed it accordingly. Finally, he thrust the ninja blade into the ground and casually picked up a bamboo pole of matching length, chuckling softly to himself. "Come forth. I am prepared. If you wish to witness my kaleidoscopic Sharingan, at least allow me to feel the pressure of utilizing it. Above all, do not disappoint me. I hope you can amuse me." Yu Yuan's words caused all present from the Uchiha clan to furrow their brows, for such declarations transcended mere arrogance. Fortunately, Yu Yuan himself was a member of the Uchiha, so his audacious words were somewhat tolerable. However, this was contingent upon Yu Yuan genuinely demonstrating a power that would earn their respect. Otherwise, such hubris would inevitably be met with disdain. Gradually, a dozen or so Uchiha ninjas emerged from the shadows of the bamboo grove, with one individual at the forefront. He gazed intently at Yu Yuan and remarked in a detached tone, "Truly, you are the Uchiha genius. Your pride is indeed inherent. Yet, I wonder if you are worthy of such pride." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan could not help but roll his eyes, for the implication of the remark suggested he was merely a lunatic of the Uchiha clan. This left Yu Yuan feeling somewhat unsettled. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. He stared at the individual before him and suddenly shook his head. "Just you alone? What do you mean by that?" The man, a robust young man who had stepped out of the shadows, had scarcely finished speaking when Yu Yuan appeared before him. Without affording him any chance to react, Yu Yuan's eyes emanated a peculiar power, and simultaneously, the the bamboo staff in his hand thrust forward with ferocity. The azure chakra enveloped the staff, silently descending upon the formidable ninja. The muscular figure reacted swiftly, but as he attempted to move, Yu Yuan's crimson gaze had already locked onto his. In an instant, the robust ninja felt as though his mind had seized, and the next moment, he experienced a profound emptiness in his thoughts. Just then, Yu Yuan's staff struck him, and with a resounding crash, the sturdy Uchiha ninja was sent sprawling to the ground. All the ninjas present were momentarily taken aback. Yu Yuan's decisiveness exceeded their expectations. He truly seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation, engaging without the slightest preamble. Observing the agonized ninja struggling to rise from the ground, their hearts quickened. But Yu Yuan's words sent their blood pressure soaring. My meaning is clear. You alone are insufficient. Did you not come to witness my Sharingan? Yet with just you, there is no need for me to even activate it. As he spoke, Yu Yuan's gaze swept across all present, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The oppressive atmosphere permeated the crowd, making them feel as though their hearts were faltering. If this is all you can muster, you cannot even hope to amuse me. Upon uttering this, Yu Yuan coldly regarded everyone, and under the moonlight, he appeared utterly formidable. As the gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, the sound seemed to mock everyone present. Advance. We cannot allow this scoundrel to look down upon us. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, galvanizing all the young hardliners of the Uchiha clan present. They roared in fury, charging towards Hagihara with a fierce determination. The disparity in numbers was stark. While a group of ninjas might often leverage their numerical advantage, there are always exceptions to the rule. In this instance, upon their first confrontation, a piercing scream echoed from one of the ninjas. Despite the onslaught from this group, Hagihara, while aware of the trouble at hand, regarded it merely as an inconvenience. His strength had burgeoned rapidly. Although his prowess still lay predominantly in the quantity and quality of his chakra, his physical growth could not compare. Yet, his speed and perceptiveness had reached extraordinary levels, and throughout the past month, he had not neglected his training, even if it had primarily focused on research. Particularly in the development of Susanoo, due to Shursue's indecision about resigning from the ANBU. Overall, Hagihara's taijutsu had seen tremendous enhancement since acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even without utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan or the power of the dojutsu, his capabilities far surpassed those of his current adversaries. Beneath the moonlight, Hagihara danced among the throng like a butterfly, his movements seemingly effortless. Every Uchiha ninja who crossed his path found themselves swiftly dispatched. Though some of the ninjas activated their Sharingan, the vast gulf in observational prowess rendered them incapable of thwarting his attacks. In Hagihara's hands, combat resembled an art form, each motion elegantly simple and fluid. Discarding the bamboo staff he wielded, he deftly evaded an attack from a ninja and struck with lightning speed at the most vulnerable point of an Uchiha adversary. The impact sent the Uchiha hurtling backward, and the force of his blow inadvertently shielded several of his comrades behind him. With a flicker of his scarlet Sharingan, he deftly shifted aside as a wooden kunai was thrust at his back. Clearly, his assailants had come prepared. The materials of their weapons indicated they had no intention of staging a mere ambush. Nevertheless, Hagihara had no intention of holding back. Since they sought to gauge his strength, he would oblige them with a display worthy of their inquiry. With a swift motion, he grasped the wooden kunai, thrust towards him, along with the arm of the Uchiha ninja who wielded it. In an instant, the Uchiha felt his limb become uncontrollable, yanked in a different direction. The dull thud of impact resounded as another Uchiha was struck squarely in the chest by the very kunai, sending him crashing backward. Even a wooden kunai could inflict excruciating pain when met with such force. Yu Yuan paid no heed to the individual who had been flung away. With a swift twist of his wrist, he effortlessly dislocated the Uchiha's arm that he had grasped. He then crouched down once more, skillfully evading an incoming attack from a ninja. Like a cheetah, he surged forward, and the Uchiha ninja could only witness Yu Yuan's approach before being sent flying, without any opportunity to react. As the Sharingan flickered, another ninja poised to strike Yu Yuan found himself momentarily paralyzed. In the next instant, Yu Yuan delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling, while a bamboo pole he had launched into the air descended perfectly into his grasp. You have truly disappointed me, Yu Yuan mused, his chakra still surging within him. He cast a sweeping glance over everyone present, followed by a soft chuckle. If this is all you can muster, then I fear it ends here. You cannot even compel me to unveil my Mangekyo. Uchiha Yuyuan, that is enough. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged, his face marred with displeasure. His chakra emanated a formidable intensity, and there lingered an almost palpable aura of menace about him. It was evident that this man had survived the Third Great Ninja War, returning as an elite among the living. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow at the sight of him, yet he quickly resumed his smile and inquired, "Oh, am I not even allowed to speak the truth? It is indeed a fact that you are powerful enough to instill fear." The middle-aged man replied in a low, resonant voice, "But they are also your kin. Do not presume that we are without numbers." His declaration was loud and resolute, yet it resonated in Yu Yuan's ears like the lament of a vanquished soul. Previously, Yu Yuan had merely speculated about the extent to which the Mangekyo suppressed ordinary Sharingan. Now, however, he was entirely convinced that this suppression was unimaginable, for what others possessed, they wielded with greater strength. What he lacked, they possessed. With abilities both uncanny and devastating, capable of enhancing the state and potency of the three-tomo Sharingan even without activation. It was clear that the Mangekyo Sharingan and the ordinary Sharingan belonged to entirely different dimensions. No wonder Uchiha Itachi and Obito had so easily obliterated the vast Uchiha clan, albeit with covert assistance from the roots. However, Yu Yuan would not allow such a fate to unfold. Every action he took was aimed at extinguishing that possibility entirely. Raising his head slightly, Yu Yuan fixed his gaze upon the man before him and shook his head gently. "You speak well, but can you deliver?" With that, he thrust the bamboo pole into the ground, and at that moment, his chakra surged anew. Strength is not mere rhetoric, no matter how eloquent the words. They are hollow if unaccompanied by power. At least what I see is that you cannot even compel my Mangekyo. To be frank, with such meager strength, do you truly entertain thoughts of a coup? Have you even considered gathering more allies for such an endeavor? Not to mention the necessity of managing one's image, clarifying one's objectives, and unifying the hearts of the family. If the hearts are not in accord, what do you intend to use to instigate a rebellion? Lacking a clear goal, do you aspire to oppose the entirety of Konoha? You may perceive yourselves as lions, yet in my eyes, you are merely sheep. And I dare say Konoha shares this sentiment. Otherwise, they would not have taken action against me. After so many days of bickering, you must have realized that Konoha is attempting to provoke you into action. Once you do, Konoha will have the perfect pretext to eliminate us all. At this juncture, Yu Yuan inhaled deeply, and the three-tomo in his eyes began to spin with increasing speed. Accompanying this rotation, a suffocating and destructive force began to quietly permeate the bamboo grove. Thus, I have always asserted that while your tenacity is commendable, excessive stubbornness borders on folly. Just as the Uchiha clan's incessant compromises lead only to annihilation, so too will your obstinacy bring about the demise of your entire family. Furthermore, if you seek to behold my Mangekyo Sharingan, then do take a good look and truly experience it. As his words fell, the three-tomo in Yu Yuan's eyes converged into a singular pattern. The eerie designs, coupled with the terrifying power, transformed the already unsettling bamboo forest into something even more chilling. In an instant, a brilliant blue chakra began to manifest around Yu Yuan, enveloping him in a frenzy until it gradually formed the shape of ribs. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present instinctively swallowed hard, especially the elders, whose bodies began to tremble. The Susanoo. Upon seeing the bizarre patterns of Yu Yuan's Sharingan, the staunch elders could hardly contain their excitement. They were witnessing the Mangekyo of the younger generation firsthand. Although Shursui also possessed a Mangekyo, he stood behind Uchiha Fugaku, representing an entirely different stance. Moreover, Shursui was a member of the Umbu, spending little time within the clan and rarely participating in family meetings. He had never even seen Shursui's Mangekyo. This situation is indeed profoundly disheartening, despite being family. They have grown so unfamiliar and antagonistic towards one another. Perhaps this is what Yu Yuan meant when he spoke of the disunity within the clan while aspiring to orchestrate a coup. Although Yu Yuan is not aligned with them, and in some respects is far more malevolent than Shursui, he undeniably possesses the capital to adopt such an attitude. For Yu Yuan has not only awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but has also mastered the Susanoo. These individuals have largely experienced the period following Uchiha Madara's departure and have also endured the chaos of Uchiha Izuna's 4 Mangekyo battles. Even if they have not awakened their own Mangekyo, they understand that each pair of Mangekyo possesses unique ocular techniques. and the most formidable power hidden within each is indeed the Susanoo. While every Mangekyo can potentially unlock its own Susanoo, not every bearer of the Mangekyo can wield this ability. The execution of this technique necessitates an exceptionally high level of proficiency with the kaleidoscope, not to mention the inherent risk of damaging one's own kaleidoscope in the process. The ease with which Hagihara employs this technique serves as testament to the remarkable control he possesses over his own kaleidoscope. Observing the middle-aged man who, even in the most rudimentary form, appears somewhat distressed and daunted by the Susanoo, one cannot help but feel a sense of unease. The elder who had previously spoken on behalf of the hardliners let out a resigned sigh and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the middle-aged man. "That is enough. Hagihara-kun, it is sufficient now," he implored. The middle-aged man felt a wave of shame wash over him at the elder's intervention, lowering his gaze as if unable to meet Hagihara's eyes. While others may not perceive it, he, as the one facing the brunt of Hagihara's pressure, understood all too well the profound despair that accompanies being locked onto by the kaleidoscope. It is a terror beyond comprehension. He could scarcely fathom the courage it took to confront such a reality, and if given the choice, he would willingly avoid a repeat encounter. "Very well, Tomoya. If he is not your match, then he is not your match, and Hagihara-kun is not humiliating us," the elder gently chided, urging the middle-aged man to refrain from further protest. He then turned his earnest gaze towards Hagihara. Hagihara-kun possesses this strength. He stands at a height we cannot attain. He gazes down upon us all, and he is entitled to pursue whatever endeavors he desires. Let everyone depart. I trust you are all aware of the vast disparity that exists. With that, the elder disregarded Uchiha Tomoya behind him and advanced toward Hagihara. Upon arriving before Hagihara, he locked eyes with him, prompting Hagihara to furrow his brow. Within the elder's gaze, he perceived both obsession and boundless admiration. Yet, it seemed that the elder soon recognized the impropriety of his actions and quickly regained his composure. Once he appeared more normalized, he spoke softly, "Hagihara-kun, I believe we can have a meaningful conversation now." "Oh." Hagihara arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "Is there no need to observe my state beneath the gaze of my kaleidoscope Sharingan? That is not necessary. What I have seen is ample," the elder replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, Hagihara-kun, there is no need for you to maintain this state. It is not beneficial for your eyes." While prolonged use of Susanoo could indeed strain Hagihara's vision, the reality was not quite as dire as the elder imagined. Hagihara's Susanoo was activated with the aid of Uzumaki, significantly alleviating the difficulty involved. Furthermore, after a month of training and study, Hagihara discovered that this reduction in difficulty seemed to extend beyond mere activation. Even the consumption of chakra associated with Susanoo appeared to fall within this category of reduced difficulty. Thus, the strain on his eyes was considerably less than anticipated. However, the consumption of Susanoo is not merely confined to ocular power. It also relentlessly depletes chakra. Although it appears that the majority of chakra expended originates from the depths of Yuan's eyes, specifically from the divine guardian Susanoo that resides in a realm beyond. Communicating with such a force and manifesting it through the Mangekyo Sharingan is an arduous and chakra-draining endeavor. Fortunately, after activating the Mangekyo, Yuan experienced a significant surge in chakra, and he had only awakened the initial stage of Susanoo. Thus, the energy expenditure was relatively insignificant for him. A conclusion drawn after a month of what felt like experimentation and training. Otherwise, Yuan would not dare to wield it recklessly. Silently, he deactivated Susanoo and subsequently closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, observing the elderly man before him with quiet contemplation. In Yuan's memory, this elder was named Uchiha Tekachika, a figure of considerable standing within the clan. However, much like Uchiha So, Yuan had little to no connection with him, and he found their political aspirations rather distasteful. After all, once they attained sufficient influence, they compelled the deeply concealed moderate Uchiha Fugaku to turn against his own, leading Konoha to act against the Uchiha without hesitation. It would indeed be peculiar for Yuan to harbor any positive sentiments towards such a character. Now, this man had retained the elders and expressed a desire for a serious discussion, piquing Yuan's curiosity about the nature of their discourse. Yet, it was reassuring for Yuan that the matters at hand might yield answers he was eager to receive. Once Uchiha Chiya and those whom Yuan had bested departed, heads bowed. From the bamboo grove, Uchiha Tekachika finally spoke. "Well, they have all taken their leave. I hope you are not upset about the events of this evening, Yuen Koen. At this juncture, Uchiha Takachika sighed softly before continuing. I have heard from Elder Naoki about your meeting this morning. Essentially, I concur with your viewpoint. Yet there is one aspect I cannot fulfill. That is, to insist with the utmost firmness that my children heed my words, relinquish their grievances, forsake their animosities, and abandon our former beliefs. The ideological conflict between our factions has persisted for countless years, leading us to a point where many circumstances have rendered us powerless. Therefore, do you require me to intervene and convey this to them? Upon hearing Uchiha Takachika's words, Yuen raised an eyebrow, although the sentiment expressed was not without merit. He remained skeptical of fully embracing his claims. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly broke into a smile. Moreover, you wish to behold my Mangekyo, do you not? Your gaze just now revealed everything. Indeed, he longed to witness the Mangekyo again, for it had been an eternity since he last encountered such eyes. Uchiha Takachika showed no inclination to refute this, merely nodding in agreement before a faint smile graced his features. Moreover, engaging in battle with them serves as a definitive assertion of your authority. To ascend as the clan leader, one must naturally earn the respect of the community. In the Uchiha clan, the endorsement of Shursui alone would suffice to gain the full recognition of others. However, our circumstances are markedly different. Despite Shursui's formidable prowess, our interactions have been minimal. The youths who follow me, naive and uninformed, have only heard whispers of the Mangekyo Sharingan without comprehending its true power, and thus, they are unlikely to grant their acknowledgement. Therefore, your intervention could bridge this gap, enlightening these uninformed youths about the ultimate strength of the Uchiha clan, which would indeed be a beneficial endeavor. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, Hagihara was momentarily taken aback. While the Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly a formidable ability within the Uchiha lineage, it scarcely qualifies as the ultimate power. After all, beyond the Mangekyo lies the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, an ocular prowess that is said to possess boundless strength and immunity to blindness. Could it be that this elder is entirely unaware of the existence of such eyes? After a brief contemplation, Hagihara dismissed the concern. He had, after all, received a response that aligned with his desires. The term clan leader, articulated by Uchiha Takeji, coupled with the threats Hagihara had issued earlier that morning and his current demeanor, could be interpreted as a form of validation from the elder, albeit it may also suggest a degree of compromise. Regardless of the interpretation, Hagihara had attained the answer he sought. Pray tell, what are your demands? Hagihara inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to meet Uchiha Takeji's earnest expression. Although he was now aware of his acceptance, he harbored doubts that Uchiha Takeji would comply effortlessly. The Uchiha clan member was negotiating terms with him, emboldened by his connection to Shursui. Nevertheless, Uchiha Takeji, being an elder, undoubtedly possessed his own motivations. Even if Hagihara were not obliged to acquiesce to his requests, it would be prudent to hear him out, to understand his perspectives, thereby facilitating Hagihara's judgments. I am aware that Uchiha Zong has presented 2 requests, that Shursui be appointed as vice-clan leader and that we grant our recognition. I have heard that you consented to the first request, and you have already fulfilled the second. Hence, I shall present 2 requests of my own. Rest assured, we shall not impose undue hardship upon you. Uchiha Takeji regarded Hagihara intently before continuing earnestly. First, you must ensure the safety of the clan. This is your solemn duty as the clan leader. Second, you must fulfill all your commitments. I wish to see the Uchiha rise to greatness once more. These are my only 2 requests. Can you accede to them? Hagihara was momentarily stunned by his words. He had anticipated that this elder might present demands that were challenging or even burdensome. Yet, he was taken aback by the simplicity of the requests, which aligned seamlessly with the very endeavors he aspired to undertake in the future. In that instant, he discerned that while those within the Uchiha may possess certain eccentricities, their hearts were perhaps not as bleak as he had initially perceived. Despite their differing ideologies, they are nonetheless striving in their own ways to salvage the family. Although the outcome is quite dire, their earnest efforts earn Hagihara a newfound respect for them. Taking a deep breath, Hagihara solemnly nodded, saying, I accept your request. I shall exert my utmost to fulfill all of this, and your aspirations align with my ultimate goal. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Takeji's smile blossomed even more brightly. He turned to look at Uchiha Zong and the others, as Uchiha Zong. accompanied by the elders of his faction and the staunch elders like Uchiha Naoki, approached. Soon, they all formed a united front, their expressions turning exceedingly serious, and in unison, they performed a slight bow. Esteemed leader, the future of the Uchiha clan rests in your hands. So, you have garnered the approval of both sides? I suppose so. Though I must admit, the minds of those on both sides are somewhat troubled. Their intentions are solely for the family's sake. Moreover, after witnessing my Mangekyo, they have become more agreeable. On a clear afternoon, Uchiha and Shursui were quietly conversing at the edge of a training ground. However, Shursui's expression appeared somewhat awkward, as Uchiha's remarks inadvertently included him in the reprimand. Nevertheless, he found no grounds to refute Uchiha's assertions, as, indeed, according to Uchiha's reasoning, they belonged to that group of individuals with questionable judgment. Yet, regardless of their mental state, all of that was in the past, for Shursui had received exhilarating news. Today was his day off, and he initially intended to return home to inquire about Uchiha's situation. However, upon arriving home, he discovered that Uchiha was absent. After some inquiries, he located Uchiha at the training ground, only to be promptly seized by Uchiha for training before he could ask anything. Although Shursui was anxious for answers, witnessing Uchiha so composed and eager to train with his newly acquired ninja blade reassured him that the circumstances were not dire. Thus, he settled down to accompany Uchiha until they concluded their training. Only after finishing did he finally have the opportunity to question Uchiha about the events of recent times. Receiving a response that filled him with joy, both Uchiha Zone, whom he regarded as a grandfather figure, and the staunch Uchiha Takeji had acquiesced to Uchiha's wishes. The simplicity of their requests touched Shursui's heart, as he had not anticipated such straightforward demands from the two elders, just as Uchiha had articulated. Despite the chaos they had created within the family due to their respective ideologies, they genuinely wished for the family's betterment. Well then, congratulations, Uchiha. Shursui decided to shift the subject, concerned that his emotional response might be diminished by Uchiha's words. With a beaming smile, he looked at Uchiha and then inquired, "Should I address you as esteemed leader like those elders? It is still early. There are numerous matters to attend to before any actions can be taken. Are you truly unable to contain your eagerness to assume the role of deputy leader?" Uchiha retorted without reservation, teasing Shursui, which left the latter scratching his head in bemusement. In truth, the elders indeed have a multitude of tasks to accomplish, such as clarifying the acceptable boundaries for their dealings with Konoha. Such discussions are exceedingly time-consuming and laborious. They spent over half a month in deliberation with Uchiha on these matters. Fortunately, despite the challenges, particularly in areas where consensus seemed elusive, they had previously established an agreement. Thus, when discussions reached a standstill, they entrusted Uchiha with the authority to make decisions. Facing these troublesome issues, Uchiha felt a twinge of frustration. However, he was aware of the course he needed to chart and how to execute it. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, he did not hesitate, but rather decisively made choices regarding these matters. As for the remaining minor details, Uchiha chose not to get entangled in them. With the overarching direction firmly under his control, he could afford to turn a blind eye to the other interests that they sought to protect. Immersing oneself in every detail would inevitably lead to exhaustion. He had not forgotten how a certain astute, yet overly burdened chancellor had succumbed to such pressures. As long as it remained within reasonable bounds, Uchiha understood he could not oversee everything. The cake must be shared among all to ensure that everyone is brought aboard, and he grasped this principle well. Additionally, Uchiha needed to engage with the younger members of the clans and the majority of the Uchiha he referred to. Having openly articulated the mechanisms of power and possessing knowledge of the concept of the people's strength from his studies, he was willing to invest time in these endeavors. Moreover, the prosperity of the clan could not solely hinge on the ranks of ninjas. Uchiha recognized the necessity to focus on all aspects, requiring his reformative touch to elevate the clan's prosperity, thus enabling him to garner greater strengths in exchange for enhanced capabilities. Currently bound, Uchiha clan, current status, relatively balanced. You have resolved internal clan issues, but external threats still loom. Prosperity, 11,000. The normal foundational prosperity of a clan is 10,000. Suggestion: consolidate all clan forces to confront external adversaries. After unifying the two major factions, Uchiha received a modest number of points, which left him somewhat disheartened. Even though the points were sufficient for another lottery draw, having reached 1,000, This time he did not acquire anything particularly valuable. Ninjutsu, chakra shield. Each time this technique is executed, a shield composed of chakra is generated, capable of absorbing a certain amount of damage. Ultimately, Uchiha opted for a defensive capability. Truth be told, he had hoped to obtain the granite shield from the previous draw, but alas, it was not to be. He truly found himself perplexed. Despite having integrated two factions, why was the system unwilling to bestow upon him a few more points? After much contemplation, he suddenly came to a realization. His integration was not derived from the Patriarch's consolidation. This implied a significant divergence between the Patriarch's ideals and those of his own. And the system's judgment continued to derive from a higher echelon within the Uchiha clan. Consequently, unless Hagihara could ascend to the position of Patriarch, it seemed unlikely that his points would increase substantially. However, time was of the essence. Several months had elapsed since he had acquired the system, and the fateful night of his clan's annihilation, which lingered in his memory, seemed to draw ever closer. Fortunately, Hagihara had prepared himself. A tragedy would not be birthed on his watch. Once he completed the tasks at hand, he would formally challenge Uchiha Fugaku, for he was determined to claim the title of clan leader. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding Shursui, prompting him to inquire, "How is Itachi faring these days?" "Itachi, you say?" Shursui blinked thoughtfully before responding slowly. "He has been rather busy with missions, but he should be returning soon." "Is that so?" Hagihara paid little heed to the specifics of Itachi's assignments, knowing that inquiries into the ANBU's operations were not to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, he pondered a pressing matter. Although he harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards this traitorous figure, he acknowledged that the clan genuinely required strength to navigate impending troubles. Thus, he resolved to see if Shursui could persuade Itachi to assist their cause. If successful, it would be fortuitous. If not, what then? "Why does your expression appear so grim?" As Hagihara mulled over these thoughts, Shursui unexpectedly posed a curious question. "Your relationship with Itachi has never seemed particularly amicable. It's odd that he appears to harbor some aversion towards you." "Perhaps my perspective clashes with his ideals," Hagihara replied, coming back to the present with a slight smile. "Right, the clan needs strength. See if you can convince him to aid us." "Convince him?" Shursui paused momentarily, then nodded earnestly. "Of course, I can undertake this task. However, how much information about the clan should I disclose to him?" "Disclose as little as possible," Hagihara contemplated carefully before articulating. "Just inform him that the clan has adopted a new vision capable of transforming our future. Unless he genuinely agrees, there is no trust to be had." "Very well. I shall take care of this matter," Shursui affirmed. Entrusting Shursui with the endeavor of persuading Itachi was a decision Hagihara had deliberated upon for quite some time. Despite his disdain for Itachi's self-righteousness and arrogance, the latter's actions were all rooted in what he believed to be the best choices for Konoha and the clan. Even Sasuke, in his own understanding, has never genuinely considered the feelings and thoughts of others, instead opting to act upon what he deems correct. Such a disposition and behavior, if not characterized as self-righteousness and arrogance, leaves one at a loss for words. Although in the original narrative, Itachi Uchiha ultimately attains enlightenment and expresses remorse to Sasuke, the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan renders the value of his repentance questionable. From the perspective of the Uchiha collective, it seems utterly futile, which has led to a consistently unfavorable perception of Itachi in Yuanyuan's eyes. Perhaps this sentiment is also influenced by Yuanyuan's upbringing in a nation steeped in a millennium of filial piety. In his view, the long-standing grievances between Konoha and the Uchiha are not insurmountable obstacles. While the Uchiha clan indeed struggles with articulating their political aspirations, their core philosophy fundamentally seeks fairness. As one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha experienced a brief period of equitable treatment during the leadership of Hashirama Senju. However, following the departure of Madara Uchiha and the death of Hashirama, the clan has gradually distanced itself from Konoha. Their potential to ascend to Hokage has always been limited, and under the influence of Tobarama Senju, they have been met with fear and exclusion from the villagers. This atmosphere has inflicted profound harm upon the Uchiha, who chose to remain. In such a milieu, the Uchiha birthed two extreme ideologies, one of extreme compromise and another of staunch rigidity. Regardless of the approach, their aim has always been to reclaim what rightfully belongs to them, though they could hardly have anticipated the emergence of Itachi Uchiha. Yuanyuan, too, has little desire to engage with Itachi. After all, In his youth, he sought to align with powerful figures for personal gain, yet Itachi paid him no heed. Furthermore, as a time traveler aware of Itachi's future actions, Yuan gradually shifted his focus to cultivating a relationship with Shisui, leaving it at that. Now, Yuan is nearly certain of his potential to become the clan leader, which necessitates the support of capable allies. Despite Itachi's troubling personality and cognitive abilities, it is undeniable that he possesses the potential for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Yuan harbors dissatisfaction with Itachi due to yet-to-occur events, he must acknowledge that those events remain unmanifested. Given that they have not transpired, and considering that all of Yuan's actions aim to rectify this situation, the most prudent course of action would be to set aside personal emotions and contemplate things from the family's perspective, exploring the possibility of winning Itachi over. If he can be swayed, that would be ideal. If not, so be it. It is worth noting that Itachi's actions are motivated by Sasuke. Yet Konoha holds a transcendent status in his mind. It is only natural that someone of such disposition would find it difficult to align with us. Hagihara silently pondered, subsequently dismissing the matter altogether. After all, he had entrusted this task to Shisui, sparing himself from undue worry. Moreover, Shisui's diligence in handling this affair far surpassed Hagihara's own. He genuinely wished for Itachi to join them. The bond between Shisui and Itachi was exceptionally strong, even surpassing the connection Hagihara shared with Shisui prior to the latter's indoctrination. Before his demise, Shisui bequeathed his soul kaleidoscope to Itachi, who, in turn, awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan in response to Shisui's death. Their relationship transcended that of mere brothers, embodying a profound camaraderie. Undeniably, even though Shisui had embarked upon a new path filled with aspirations, the emotional ties between them remained intact. Hagihara was eager to see how Shisui would engage with Uchiha Itachi. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for him to concentrate on his own affairs. The tasks at hand were progressing smoothly. He also found time to diligently study the ninjutsu he needed to master. Concurrently, he sought ways to enhance his Susanoo, possessing the ability to reduce its activation difficulty and amplify its power. Failing to capitalize on these advantages would indeed be a grave oversight. Hagihara acknowledged the multitude of areas requiring his attention, particularly in the realm of ninjutsu, where significant improvement awaited him. Previously, as a mission-oriented shinobi, lacking allegiance to any clan, he had been deprived of substantial resources. However, having now persuaded both factions, the resources available to him would undoubtedly be ample. He could finally devote himself to mastering the great fire destruction technique, eagerly anticipating the day he could wield fire ninjutsu with the same formidable presence as Uchiha Madara. Yet, after spending numerous days meeting with the elders from both factions, Uchiha Fugaku could not be oblivious to the unfolding events. It remained uncertain what thoughts occupied his mind or whether he sensed their underlying malice. Ultimately, it mattered little whether Uchiha Fugaku perceived their actions. What held significance was that Hagihara had accomplished the preliminary integration, and whether he was aware of it or not, the course of events was irrevocable. Now, all that remained was the commencement of the next clan meeting, where everything would be irrevocably transformed. As Hagihara awaited the onset of the clan assembly in quiet anticipation, Uchiha Itachi had returned to the clan following the completion of his mission. His return was not solely for the sake of homecoming. He needed to attend the impending clan meeting to gather critical intelligence. Although Shisui would accompany him, Itachi remained indifferent to such matters. To him, this might simply serve as an opportunity to collect more comprehensive information. Upon returning home, Itachi Uchiha cast a fleeting glance at his younger brother, Sasuke, before quietly departing once more, heading towards the clandestine meeting place he shared with Shisui. It had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on Shisui, as the duties of the Umbu were indeed demanding and shrouded in secrecy. Despite their affiliation with the Umbu, opportunities for encounters were scarce, and Itachi harbored a multitude of thoughts he wished to share with Shisui, alongside numerous inquiries he longed to discuss. To him, Shisui was akin to an elder brother, one who had nurtured him throughout his childhood and imparted invaluable wisdom. With remarkable speed, Itachi stealthily maneuvered past the watchful sentinels of the Uchiha clan, reaching a cliff by the riverside in approximately 10 minutes. He was keen to avoid drawing the attention of his kin, particularly given the oppressive and peculiar atmosphere that enveloped the clan at present. This cliff served as their secret sanctuary, a place where Itachi could freely express his innermost feelings and thoughts. As he surveyed the scene, He spotted a figure seated cross-legged at the edge of the precipice, quietly observing the flowing river. A smile instinctively graced Itachi's features upon recognizing the silhouette. "Shursui," he exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he leaped toward his companion. "You've arrived, Itachi," Shursui replied, also breaking into a smile as he stood up from the cliff's edge. The height of the cliff was dizzying, yet Shursui appeared utterly unfazed, as if the towering precipice were inconsequential. Soon, Itachi found himself beside Shursui, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. He scrutinized Shursui closely, sensing a subtle change in his brother. During their last encounter, although Shursui had worn a smile, Itachi could detect an undercurrent of weariness and suppression in his demeanor. Today, however, Shursui's smile radiated genuine warmth, devoid of the previous signs of fatigue. Intrigued by this transformation, Itachi could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Shursui, you seem particularly joyful today. What has transpired?" "One might say so. It is, indeed, a rather favorable development," Shursui acknowledged with a nod. Although he was slightly taken aback by Itachi's perceptiveness, he felt no inclination to conceal the truth. He was genuinely elated, for changes within the clan had filled him with unprecedented joy. A recent conversation with Yuhi had revealed that they were but a step away from enacting meaningful transformation within the clan. While he held little interest in the position of vice-clan leader, he recognized it as an opportunity to genuinely assist Yuhi, an avenue to observe the clan's evolution more clearly. Thus, he embraced the role without hesitation. As for the notion of overseeing Yuhi, he deemed it unnecessary. Yuhi was both rational and formidable, and he had no doubt that he would not lead the Uchiha astray. He believed that his purpose was to assist Yuan, to support him and witness the transformation of their family and the village together. However, gazing at Uchiha Itachi before him, Shursui was suddenly beset by a headache. As he recalled Yuan's admonition that certain matters should not be articulated too explicitly. Although Shursui found it perplexing why Yuan held such a stance and why he harbored distrust towards Itachi, he had promised Yuan and was therefore resolved to abide by his wishes, even in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. "What news?" Itachi inquired, sensing something amiss. For Shursui's expression had shifted while he spoke of good tidings, an observation that piqued Itachi's curiosity. Shursui found himself at a loss for words, needing to carefully structure his thoughts, yet his hesitance only deepened Itachi's unease. After a prolonged silence, Shursui finally exhaled softly, having formulated a tentative approach to convey his message. "Indeed, there may be some changes within the clan. Both the elder and Takazuchi have come to realize that their past actions were misguided. Consequently, the clan has begun to discard previous dissenting voices, preparing to unify their will. But what does this unified will entail? What are their intentions?" Before Shursui could fully articulate his thoughts, Itachi interjected, his demeanor betraying a sense of disquiet. For Itachi, this revelation was not only shocking but also bewildering. How could he be unaware of the ongoing disputes between the two factions within the clan? As someone yearning for harmony between the clan and the village, he could scarcely fathom the idea of his faction aligning with the hardliners. After such unification, would those who longed for peace truly be able to coexist with the village? Could they continue to uphold their ideals under such circumstances? Would they, inevitably influenced by the hardline faction's ideology, plunge the entire clan into extremism? These were thoughts Itachi found unfathomable and dared not contemplate, especially regarding Shursui, whom he regarded as a brother. Shursui's apparent satisfaction with such developments was utterly bewildering to Itachi. It had been Shursui who once told him that the clan must cultivate mutual trust and interdependence with the village, that reintegration would lead to a better future for all. Itachi had always held this belief close to his heart, yet when he pondered the situation from the perspective of Hokage, he recognized that the Uchiha had become a source of instability within the village. He had contemplated why this was the case, arriving at the conclusion that the clan could not content themselves with the status quo, perpetually clinging to unrealistic fantasies. This only intensified his longing for the clan to find tranquility, for only then could his younger brother flourish in Konoha, leading to a more stable village. At this moment, Shursui's words sent a chill through Itachi's heart. He could not comprehend why things had evolved into this state, yet he found it utterly intolerable. "Itachi, please do not rush. Allow me to explain." Observing Itachi's demeanor, Shursui furrowed his brow, uncertain of the turmoil brewing within Itachi's mind or the extent of his aversion to such transformations. Shirzue believed that Itachi struggled to accept these revelations due to the steadfast convictions he had held since childhood, prompting him to sigh deeply before continuing. In truth, we have consistently pursued the wrong path. Yes, I am indeed asserting that we have erred. Our yearning for peace, our desire to attain it through our efforts and thereby integrate into the village, has been misguided. We have never truly contemplated a crucial question. Will the village allow us to assimilate? The answer, forged through our relentless compromises, concessions, and striving, is a resounding no. The third Hokage, a disciple of the second, has inherited his predecessor's will, and the changes regarding the Uchiha clan began with the second Hokage. Not only he, but also his advisors share this sentiment. Some matters are not easily altered. During my time in the Umbu, I discreetly perused certain documents, and I assure you, my assertions are grounded in truth. Itachi, you have always been perceptive. Under such circumstances, how do you propose we survive? Upon concluding his remarks, Shirzue silently observed Uchiha Itachi, who had now closed his eyes, engulfed in a profound silence, unable to fathom that Shirzue could utter such words. Was the second Hokage dissatisfied with the Uchiha? If so, why then did he accept Uchiha Kagami as a disciple and nurture him with care? Did the third Hokage inherit the second's discontent towards the Uchiha? If that were the case, why would he assign the Uchiha to oversee the security department and permit Itachi and Shirzue to join the Umbu? The notion that the Uchiha would lower their guard and allow the security department to facilitate a rift between them and the village is utterly implausible. The Uchiha gained immense power through the security department, yet it was their own attitudes that precipitated the schism with the village. In Itachi's heart, disbelief and reluctance to accept Shirzue's words surged forth, rendering Shirzue an unfamiliar figure in his eyes. He questioned why Shirzue could harbor such beliefs. Could he truly be blind to the efforts of the Hokage on behalf of the Uchiha? Furthermore, if the third Hokage genuinely harbored dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha, the reports submitted to the clan meetings could have already served as grounds for action against them. Feelings of anger, sorrow, and disappointment coursed through Itachi's being, yet he swiftly suppressed his inner turmoil. As a competent ninja, particularly as a member of the Umbu, he understood the necessity of concealing his emotions. He still needed to ascertain numerous facts and gather more intelligence. What are your plans? Uchiha Itachi's tone assumed an air of normalcy. What new ideas do you have? Itachi, are you all right? Shirzue furrowed his brow. Although Itachi presented himself as composed, Shirzue, as a member of the Umbu, could discern that Itachi was clearly not himself. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to engage Itachi earnestly. After all, Itachi was a prodigy of the clan, and if he could indeed assist the family, it would be a tremendous boon, especially given their current circumstances. Shirzue could envision a hopeful future and was genuinely eager to persuade Itachi to join their cause. I'm fine, don't worry, Uchiha Itachi replied after taking a deep breath, then spoke earnestly. In that case, I shall share my thoughts. Shirzue nodded gently and began to articulate his points with care. Shirzue spoke slowly yet with meticulous detail, discussing the diverging perspectives within their clan regarding the present situation of Konoha and their own family. He highlighted that, in the absence of Hagihara, the clan had come to realize that weakness would yield no favorable outcomes, for such frailty would only invite Konoha's gradual encroachment. Ultimately, the clan would not draw closer to Konoha, but rather drift further apart, leading to their own extinction within the village. Conversely, Shirzue noted that a continued hardline stance would not prove beneficial either, as it would pit the clan against the entirety of Konoha, resulting in a similar fate of annihilation. Thus, he concluded that the most prudent course of action for both parties would be to unify their thoughts and intentions, ceasing the ongoing conflict and division within the family. They resolved not to compromise excessively with Konoha. They needed to be resolute, to resist, and to rebel. Yet, they also recognized the necessity of having a clear objective. They did not intend to betray, but rather to take adversarial measures aligned with their goals, ensuring their voices were heard by Konoha. At this juncture, Shirzue paused, believing he had conveyed enough. Though he had not provided exhaustive details, having made a promise to Hagihara that he would not breach, he felt the essence of his message was clear. They must adopt a different approach to attain peace between the clan and the village. However, Itachi's expression grew increasingly grim, particularly upon hearing Shirzue's insistence on rejecting compromise and retreat, advocating for firmness and resistance. He knew the situation was dire. Although Shursui repeatedly emphasized that the clan would not rebel and sought peace with the village, Itachi questioned how they could achieve all this without compromising or resorting to rebellion. Ultimately, it would likely lead to a perpetual entanglement with the Hokage, resulting in a rift between the Hokage and the clan, thereby fracturing both Konoha and the family. The Hokage was the leader of Konoha. To oppose the Hokage was tantamount to opposing the village itself. It was merely rebellion dressed in elegant garb. At present, he feels as if his heart is in disarray, utterly astounded that the individual he regarded as an elder brother, who had cared for him for years and shared similar aspirations, has now transformed entirely into a stranger. Silently, Itachi Uchiha turned his head aside, his gaze fixed upon the towering cliff. He sensed that with Shursui's words, the Shursui who had been both mentor and friend in his memories had departed. The gentle Shursui, who cherished Konoha, had plummeted into the abyss. The Shursui he had looked up to as a role model was gone forever. At the moment this person uttered such words, he realized he could no longer find the Shursui he once knew. The pain in his heart felt as though it might burst forth. He suppressed the anguish within, lifting his head to quietly regard Shursui, and ultimately, the myriad of thoughts and unspoken words coalesced into a single question. Shursui, are you truly willing to forsake our shared dreams and tread this path? What? Shursui, bewildered by Itachi's cultural perspective, was uncertain whether he had misspoken or failed to clarify his intent. Yet, it was evident that Itachi was unwilling to grant him the opportunity for explanation. Itachi lifted his head, his eyes transformed into a shade of crimson. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Shursui, his tone resolute as he pressed on. Are you certain you wish to oppose the village? Are you sure you want to shatter its tranquility? Are you determined to plunge our clan and the village into darkness? Upon hearing this, Shursui's expression shifted. He could see that Itachi seemed entirely incapable of understanding their perspective and was unwilling to even attempt to comprehend it. Itachi appeared to have concluded that the clan could only integrate into Konoha through peaceful means, while their actions seemed to be driving the clan and the village toward ruin. This situation rendered Shursui's countenance grim. He had once shared similar thoughts, yet under the guidance of Fugaku, he had undergone a transformation. He recalled hearing from the clan elders that Itachi was a person of unwavering resolve who would not easily change. Such steadfastness could forge him into a great ninja. Yet when faced with adversity, he might become someone who walks the path of darkness unyieldingly. Itachi, please listen to me, Shursui implored, urgency lacing his voice. His feelings for Itachi genuine, as he sought to salvage the situation. There's no need to speak further, Shursui. Itachi interrupted before Shursui could finish. You wish to contend with the village, to oppose it under the guise of uniting the will of the clan against it, shattering its peace and dragging the innocent into chaos. At this point, the tomo in Itachi's Sharingan began to whirl rapidly. I will never permit it. I will not allow your plans to harm my family or the village. You must first contend with me. With those words, Itachi cast a deep glance at Shursui. He had trusted Shursui more than he trusted the third Hokage. However, from this day forth, he felt he could no longer place his trust in Shursui. He harbors his own obsessions, yearning for peace and stability within the village, wishing for his younger brother to grow up safely amidst its embrace. He desires no discord between his family and the village. What he craves is a sincere tranquility. Turning away, Uchiha Itachi departed in silence, sensing a shift in his own gaze. Yet the sorrow consuming him left no room to ponder such matters. Meanwhile, Shursui gazed at Itachi's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. He pondered whether his words had been flawed, yet he found his sentiments echoed those of Uchiha. It is not merely about yielding, equally. It is not about stubbornness. The family seeks integration into the village, not through subservience, but rather to ensure that Konoha hears their voices. Taking a deep breath, Shursui quietly closed his eyes, and after a prolonged moment, he shook his head with a bittersweet smile. It appears that Uchiha was right to prevent me from revealing his identity and our plans. It seems Itachi has declined your invitation. Did you fail to clarify your intentions? I apologize, Uchiha. I could not persuade him. Perhaps my expression was unclear, leading him to dismiss our ideas. Within a tastefully adorned room, Uchiha, Shursui, and other Uchiha members, including Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Juzi, sat together, with Shursui appearing notably remorseful. He recounted his encounter with Itachi and the manner in which he articulated their views. Both Uchiha and the elder members discerned no issues in his account. In Shirsue's retelling, he neither revealed Uchiha's presence nor disclosed their forthcoming actions. He merely articulated a truth understood by nearly all clan members. The family cannot afford to appear weak, nor can they be arrogant. They seek peace and fairness, desiring only for Konoha to acknowledge their voices. However, from Shirsue's words, it seemed Itachi had interpreted their stance as a rebellion against the Hokage, against Konoha itself. The dilemma lies in the fact that the Hokage and Konoha are intertwined, yet separable. Their aim is for everyone in Konoha to hear their voices, not to wage war against it. Itachi's position is indeed perplexing. His opposition to change is glaringly apparent. He staunchly resists any conflict between the family and the village, yearning for a peaceful consensus between the two. I have long asserted that Itachi is a person of resolute will, unlikely to easily alter his stance or beliefs. Uchiha Zong sighed in resignation, careful not to speak too harshly, for there was no need. He understood the nature of Shirsue and Itachi's bond. They had grown up together, and this situation had undoubtedly impacted Shirsue significantly. He wished not to exacerbate Shirsue's wounds, aware that it was Uchiha who sought to engage Itachi. Now that that endeavor has faltered, there is no merit in lingering on the matter. Failure is acceptable. This is not your fault. Perhaps it is I who failed to allow you to fully express your thoughts. Next time, I shall pay him a visit. Uchiha observed the self-reproachful expression on Shirsue's face and could not help but shake his head. Eventually, he spoke to comfort him. To be honest, he was not particularly disappointed by Uchiha Itachi's decision, although it was somewhat regrettable that this individual, who possessed the potential for the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not accompany him. However, Uchiha was not one to dwell excessively on such matters. Possessing potential did not equate to actual activation. Moreover, this individual's ideology was exceedingly extreme. Though Shirsue displayed a certain cowardice at the most desperate moments, he ultimately did not commit any acts that would incite universal outrage. In stark contrast, Uchiha Itachi coldly annihilated his entire clan, leaving only his beloved younger brother behind. Even from Konoha's perspective, Itachi's actions could be seen as a noble sacrifice of familial ties. Yet was Konoha truly in the right? Shaking his head, Uchiha was disinclined to further contemplate this individual's affairs, whether it be a misunderstanding or a personal decision. One must walk the path chosen. This is a cruel world. One must take responsibility for their choices. Thank you for your comfort. I'm fine, Uchiha. Shirsue managed a strained smile, then took a deep breath before speaking earnestly. Though it is regrettable that Itachi made such a choice, there are matters beyond our control. At this point, Shirsue paused slightly, his expression becoming notably more serious. Hence, what we must do is look ahead and strive to do our utmost. Only then can we demonstrate to him that we are right and that our choices are indeed the correct ones. Uchiha regarded Shirsue's demeanor and ultimately nodded. However, what would it matter to prove their correctness? Would Uchiha Itachi truly return to seek them out? Even if he did return, Uchiha could accept it. But whether the elders would be amenable remained an entirely different question. Furthermore, Uchiha had no doubt that this incident would be reported to the higher-ups. Even if the information relayed was trivial, it would inevitably sow significant discord. After all, which clan harbors affection for a traitor? The mere thought of a traitor prompted Uchiha to glance at Shirsue, who could arguably be categorized as one himself. What is it, Uchiha? Shirsue noticed Uchiha's gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under it. Nothing, just pondering a few thoughts. Uchiha quickly shook his head. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, if, hypothetically, Uchiha Itachi were to oppose us, as he expressed to you, and he took tangible action towards that end, what would you do? Shirsue had relayed Itachi's threatening words, and naturally, Uchiha and the elders were aware of them. Uchiha's question piqued the elders' interest as they turned their attention toward Shirsue, curious how he would confront his brother. I would stop him. I will not allow him to be an obstacle for us. Without a hint of hesitation, Shirsue spoke solemnly. If the situation indeed escalates to an unavoidable point, I will show no mercy. He holds steadfast to his beliefs, just as I cling to my own convictions. Even though I still regard him as my brother, there are certain matters on which I cannot yield. Shirsue's stance is resolute, and his unwavering attitude brings smiles to the faces of Yu Yuan and the elders. None desire any disturbances during this critical period, especially after they have completed their fundamental arrangements. The discord between the moderate and hardline factions has significantly improved, thanks to Yu Yuan's mediation and their mutual concessions. Yu Yuan has also made considerable progress in reaching out to the lower echelons of the Uchiha clan, gaining insight into their circumstances and understanding their needs. In light of this situation, their next step is to confront Fugaku at tomorrow night's clan meeting. Challenging the clan leader, even to the extent of forcing his abdication, marks a historical first in Uchiha history. To be candid, such actions evoke a degree of apprehension within them. Yet the presence of two Sharingan provides them with a sense of reassurance. Should any issues arise with one of the Sharingan at this juncture, particularly one involving the clan leader's son, it would be a cause for concern for anyone. Fortunately, Shursui has not disappointed them this time. Such brutal actions do not require your involvement. You need not prove anything, for we all place our trust in you. Yu Yuan patted Shursui on the shoulder and continued with a smile. If necessary, I shall face him. At the very least, I carry no lingering affections for him. You must adequately prepare yourself, for tomorrow marks the clan meeting, which is of utmost importance to us. Indeed, tomorrow's assembly signifies the dawn of transformation for the Uchiha clan, and Shursui must be in optimal condition to confront any unforeseen circumstances. The Uchiha's metamorphosis begins tomorrow, and Shursui clenched his fist in quiet determination. Despite the changes brought about through his interactions with Itachi, he has resolutely chosen this path and will not waver. As he has stated, he must look forward and strive to achieve his utmost potential, proving to Itachi who is truly in the right. I will show you Itachi. The Nanha Shrine serves as the Uchiha clan's sacred grounds, accessible only during clan meetings and typically entered solely by the clan leader. During Uchiha Madara's tenure as leader, the Uchiha clan was effectively a dictatorship, with clan meetings serving merely as a formality. After all, Madara's prowess is unparalleled, to put it bluntly. He is undoubtedly the most powerful Uchiha in a century. Regrettably, the Uchiha clan's long-standing nemesis, the Senju clan, has also produced a formidable individual capable of overpowering Madara. Although Yu Yuan recalls the ultimate confrontation between Madara and Hashirama, where both appeared utterly exhausted, Hashirama was still able to launch a surprise attack. This suggests that while they may be evenly matched, overall, Hashirama held the upper hand. Even though the advantage may seem slight, it signifies a considerable disparity in strength between the two individuals. Throughout their prolonged struggles, Senju Hashirama consistently held the upper hand. Thus, the founding Hokage of Konohagakure was indeed Senju Hashirama, a status attributed not solely to Uchiha Madara's character, but also to his formidable power. However, the Senju clan has since perished, while the Uchiha clan, though still extant, now stands on the precipice of peril. Furthermore, the current Uchiha lacks the unparalleled might that Uchiha Madara once possessed. In the annals of Uchiha history, it is likely that only Uchiha Madara could forego clan meetings, as none of his predecessors wielded such overwhelming authority. Consequently, most matters concerning the family necessitated deliberation at periodic clan gatherings, where discussions would precede any considerations for action. While the clan leader possessed the power to negate or decide on crucial issues, it was rare for any leader to exercise such authority. Yohara and Shursui proceeded quietly towards the South-He Shrine, both feeling a tinge of anxiety. After all, what they were about to undertake this night was unprecedented within the Uchiha clan. Yet, as proficient ninjas, they could effectively manage their emotions. Nervous? Yohara inquired with a hint of amusement. Tonight's events are quite significant. There is some tension, but with you by my side, I trust that everything will be fine. Shursui replied, taking a deep breath before speaking. Let us hope that no unforeseen complications arise. Yohara nodded, then continued, by the way, will Itachi attend the clan meeting? Under normal circumstances, he would, Shursui affirmed, but his expression soon shifted to one of grave concern. However, I will not permit him to enter. This clan gathering was of paramount importance. Everything that transpired within was deemed confidential by Yohara and the elders, who unanimously agreed that it was best to refrain from sharing anything until the issues were thoroughly resolved. No one wished for complications to arise, nor did anyone want this matter to become fodder for malicious schemes. Only once they had addressed all concerns would they consider disclosing information to the outside world. As a member of the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi had made his stance clear. Thus, Yohara would not allow him to participate in this crucial meeting, regardless of his lineage as the son of Uchiha Fugaku or his possession of the three-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan prides itself on the honor of the Sharingan. In the eyes of its members, Only those who have awakened the Sharingan are considered true Uchiha, possessing a rightful voice within the family. Therefore, a prerequisite for attending the clan meeting at the South He Shrine is that participants must be members who have awakened the Sharingan. I appreciate your effort, Yahara said with a gentle smile toward Shursui. Taking a deep breath, he then earnestly declared, "Let us arrive and forge an era that belongs to us." As the words fell, Uchiha Yuan was the first to push open the grand door, followed closely by Shursui, who nodded earnestly in agreement. With the door ajar, the Uchiha clan members seated within the shrine instinctively turned their gazes toward Yuan and Shursui. Yet, upon recognizing the two, they swiftly averted their eyes, lowering their heads in deference, unwilling to meet their gaze. The reputation of Shursui was well known among the clan. Both the moderates and the hardliners acknowledged his formidable prowess. Particularly, the moderates were acutely aware of Shursui's strength and his esteemed position within the Uchiha lineage. Although Yuan had long been a peer of Shursui, his choice to pursue the path of a mission-oriented ninja rather than align himself with any faction within the family, including the guard division, had gradually diminished his standing within the clan. While the younger generation still held him in good regard, there was a consensus among them that Yuan would likely never surpass Shursui. Despite their close relationship, the gap between them only seemed to widen. However, what was once unimaginable transpired when, just a few months prior, Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation. He inexplicably garnered Shursui's support, earned the trust of the elders, and, most astonishingly, revealed himself as an Uchiha possessing the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. This revelation left them utterly astounded. And even more shocking was the fact that the hardliners had chosen to back him as well, collaborating with the moderates to amend many of their long-held beliefs. The rapidity of these changes was almost overwhelming. The most unfathomable aspect was the realization that they were now contemplating the overthrow of the current clan leader, to elevate the mere 15-year-old Yuan to the position of clan head. Yet, they could not deny that after hearing the perspectives shared by the elders and Shursui, they found themselves in agreement with Yuan's vision. The Uchiha indeed required reform. Their current leader was inadequate, and action was imperative. The moderates had already embraced this notion and recognized Yuan's capabilities, while the hardliners were similarly swayed. After all, those present were individuals who had felt the weight of Yuan's strength firsthand and had witnessed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. They would likely never forget the bizarre patterns within his eyes or the azure, humanoid Susanoo that enveloped him that fateful night. On that night, Yuan appeared as a harbinger of destruction, shattering their confidence into fragments. Now, they were united in their support for Yuan, not only because his words and insights illuminated their shortcomings, but more crucially, because his strength warranted their allegiance. Amidst this gathering, the only one wearing a grave expression was Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the helm of the clan. He gazed intently at Yuan, who was fixated on Shursui, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Although Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, appeared weak and indecisive, it did not deter some within the clan from choosing to follow him. At that moment, Fugaku's heart brimmed with confusion and concern. He had heard whispers of the happenings within the clan over the past month. He was utterly perplexed as to why two factions, so fundamentally opposed, would come together and even show signs of reconciliation, a notion he found incomprehensible. Having served as clan leader for so long, he understood all too well the extent of animosity that existed between these factions. The fact that they had yet to engage in open conflict was a testament to their lingering respect for the clan's laws, perhaps also influenced by the presence of Shursui. This young prodigy, while others may have been unaware of Shursui's true strength, as elders, they certainly recognized that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the current situation was unlike anything he could fathom. The youth from both factions had begun to communicate, and the elders were sitting down to converse. Such changes truly exceeded Fugaku's comprehension. Ordinarily, this would be a positive development, as he yearned for peace within the clan, yet in the past, he had been unable to achieve that or even know how to do so. Now, this newfound harmony eluded his grasp, and it seemed to exclude him entirely. When anomalies arise, there is often something amiss, a sentiment that may not hold universally true, yet carries a similar implication. Particularly, Fugaku noted a shadow lurking within these events, the shadow of Uchiha Yuan. Undoubtedly, Yuan was a genius of the clan. He and Shursui were classmates who had experienced the brutality of war at a tender age. Following this, Yu Yuan awakened his own Sharingan, further solidifying his prowess by passing the examinations to become a Jonin of Konoha. Such a promising young man, regardless of perspective, seemed destined for greatness. Yet, from an early age, he appeared markedly different from other Uchiha members, not only in temperament, but also in his choices. He did not align himself with any faction within the clan, nor did he join the police force. Instead, he chose the path of a mission-oriented shinobi. This young man, who seemed somewhat out of place among his kin, was now entangled with members of these factions. How could Fugaku find solace in such a situation? From the very outset, today's clan meeting had instilled in him a sense of unease, though he struggled to stabilize his emotions. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Leader, everyone has arrived. I believe we can commence. Uchiha Takeji suddenly interjected, drawing Fugaku from his reverie. Quickly, he shook his head, responding, let us wait a moment longer. Itachi will be here shortly, I am certain of it. Forgive me, leader, but this time we do not wish for Itachi to participate. Uchiha Munin gently remarked as he rose to his feet. The words of Uchiha Zone caused Uchiha Fugaku to furrow his brow slightly, amplifying the unease within his heart. The fact that Uchiha Itachi, his son, who possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, was being excluded from participation by none other than Uchiha Zone himself left Fugaku utterly astonished. Uchiha Zone was a prominent elder of the moderate faction, having gained influence due to his mentorship of Uchiha Shisui. To think that he would refuse to allow Itachi to partake, especially alongside Uchiha Takeji, was a turn of events that signaled impending trouble far beyond imagination. What do you mean by this? Before Fugaku could voice his thoughts, a young man seated among the crowd interjected with dissatisfaction. The clan leader's son will one day be our leader. What right do you have? Hirano, hold your tongue. Before the young man could finish, he was swiftly interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku. This youth was a loyal follower of Fugaku, adhering to tradition with commendable strength, though somewhat limited in perspective. Given that this situation was a collective decision made by the elders of both factions, it was reckless for a mere clan member from the security department to voice dissent. Though Fugaku held the title of clan leader and could oppose the decision firmly, he was reluctant to envision the consequences of such defiance. Fearing further turmoil within the already chaotic family, clan leader Uchiha Hirano attempted to speak again, but Fugaku quickly cut him off. Since it is the request of the two elders, I shall respectfully comply. Fugaku stated calmly, adding, furthermore, Hirano is merely a young man. He lacks understanding, and I hope you can overlook this. Once Fugaku had spoken, he gazed quietly at the two elders, his stance made exceedingly clear. Uchiha Hirano seemed to realize his impulsiveness, and although still somewhat disgruntled, he obediently fell silent. The atmosphere within the shrine grew notably somber. Rest assured, Hirano-kun speaks with the clan leader's best interests at heart. Uchiha Takeji remarked, shaking his head before continuing, shall we begin? Let us commence. Fugaku inhaled deeply before coldly stating, might I inquire what matters the two of you wish to discuss at this clan meeting? Fugaku's emotions were visibly stirred, yet he maintained his composure. As this was ultimately for the peace of the clan, this clan meeting is of utmost importance. After deliberation with Elder Zone, we believe it is essential to address the current situation thoroughly, Uchiha Takeji stated calmly, then turned to Yuhara, seated beside Shisui. Yuhara-kun, please join us. You are the focal point of this gathering. With Takeji's words, all eyes turned to Yuhara, who, already aware of the forthcoming events, maintained an air of tranquility. Amidst a select few who remained oblivious, there was a palpable sense of confusion, and among them stood Uchiha Fugaku, increasingly plagued by an unsettling anxiety. He sensed that this matter was likely directed against him, especially as two factions had conspicuously united while deliberately excluding him. The fact that they had also kept his son at bay spoke volumes, yet he remained perplexed about their true intentions. What was the purpose of promoting Yuhara? Wasn't Shisui akin to the others? Had Shisui perhaps conceived a new perspective? Amidst this myriad of uncertainties, Yuhara rose and strode to the center of the assembly. He first acknowledged Uchiha Takeji and Uchiha Munetaka with a subtle nod, before finally directing his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume I am well known to you all, hence I shall forego self-introduction, although I would rather not be standing here. The circumstances within our clan have escalated to an intolerable degree. The root of this turmoil lies with our clan leader. I stand here today to impeach our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Even those who had mentally prepared themselves were taken aback by Uchiha's proclamation, leading to a chorus of astonishment, albeit varying in intensity. The impeachment of a clan leader was an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Uchiha clan, and faced with such a revelation, how could they maintain their composure? Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened. He had anticipated that this clan meeting would relate to him, yet he had never imagined it would culminate in an attempt to impeach him. Having held the position of clan leader for so long, he believed that while he may not have excelled, he had at least ensured a fragile harmony between the clan and the village. Moreover, he had prevented any particular faction from gaining undue dominance, thus averting the clan's alignment towards one side. Though this equilibrium was precarious, it had, at the very least, kept the clan intact, ensuring that neither the clan nor the village succumbed to chaos. Uchiha's direct call for his impeachment left him bewildered, leading him to question the rationale behind such a motion and the nature of any agreements that had been reached. Uchiha Hagihara, are you aware of the gravity of your words? Uchiha Hagihara rose in a fit of rage, activating his Sharingan. The crimson orbs, adorned with swirling tomo, gathered his chakra, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike. Not only he, but others who supported Uchiha Fugaku also rose in indignation, activating their Sharingan in solidarity. The atmosphere in the assembly became charged with tension, yet Uchiha maintained his composure amidst the brewing storm. I am fully cognizant of my statements and require no reminders, he replied, shaking his head gently. Sheath your Sharingan. They hold no significance here. Furthermore, this matter does not concern you or your faction, so please take your seats. Uchiha Hagihara, do not presume that your innate talent renders you exceptional. Who do you think you are to comment on the clan leader? However, contrary to expectations, Uchiha Hagihara, standing behind Uchiha Hagihara, voiced his anger. Uchiha Hagihara, a captain of the security department and a staunch supporter of Uchiha Fugaku, had been kicked aside by Uchiha Itachi in the original narrative, a memory that lingered in Uchiha's mind. Yet, at this moment, that incident had yet to unfold, and Hagihara was advancing towards Uchiha. Do not think that possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan grants you the right to speak so brazenly. You are merely a child. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are, and whether you can maintain your audacity here. As his words fell, Uchiha Hagihara made his move, though he refrained from drawing a weapon, indicating a certain restraint. Nevertheless, the very act of attacking in such a setting revealed the extent of his arrogance, prompting Uchiha to furrow his brow. In an instant, Uchiha's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and at that moment, Hagihara felt a peculiar force emanating from Uchiha's gaze. Genjutsu? Hagihara scoffed inwardly. Employing Genjutsu against a Uchiha who had activated their Sharingan was far from a wise decision, even though Uchiha had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Hastily unleashing Genjutsu while being under observation would surely diminish its effectiveness, if not render it completely futile. However, in the next heartbeat, Hagihara's expression froze, as he experienced a sudden fog enveloping his mind. In his line of sight, all that remained was Uchiha's pair of crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Bam! At that moment, a muffled sound burst forth in Hagihara's ears, and he felt a sharp pain pierce through his chest. Such intense agony jolted his consciousness back to his body, only for him to realize that he was being propelled backward. It was not until he crashed to the ground that he comprehended his defeat. You have no authority to judge whether I have spoken out of turn. At that moment, Hagihara heard Uchiha's voice once more, calm yet suffused with an intensity that made him grit his teeth in hatred. And you likewise lack the qualifications to stand before me and utter threats. I have stated this is not your arena. Remain in your place. Uchiha Hagihara's expression darkened considerably. He wished to articulate a retort, yet as he opened his mouth, a wave of searing pain surged through his chest. This agony rendered him incapable of completing a coherent sentence, and he could only clutch his chest and gasp for breath. You scoundrel! Uchiha Hagihara could no longer contain himself, swiftly charging towards Uchiha, delivering a punch aimed directly at Uchiha's chest. His eyes burned crimson, his movements fluid and sharp. While he instinctively sought to avoid direct eye contact with Uchiha, the dire situation of Uchiha Yashiro lay before him, and he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. However, what transpired next was utterly unexpected. Uchiha remained stationary, silently observing as his opponent's fist descended upon his chest. A dull thud echoed in the air. Yet Uchiha exhibited no reaction, for a blue halo had mysteriously manifested before him. It was evident that this was chakra, which effectively absorbed Uchiha Hayano's strike, rendering it impossible for him to make actual contact with Hagihara. Clearly, the technique of chakra shield was proving its worth. Hagihara silently observed the unfolding events. Just moments prior, after casting his Jinjutsu, he felt a formless gathering of chakra coalescing before him. The strength of this chakra shield appeared to correlate directly with his own chakra capacity, which was why Hagihara chose to stand his ground against the assault. He sought to gauge how this shield would respond to a physical attack, and the results were indeed impressive. Uchiha Hayano had failed to breach the chakra shield, leaving its integrity and quality intact. "Is this all you are capable of?" Hagihara inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Hayano. The latter's expression soured, and upon hearing Hagihara's words, he stiffened with indignation. In a desperate attempt to withdraw, Uchiha Hayano quickly retracted his hand, but in that instant, Hagihara seized his wrist. Before Hayano could react, Hagihara's knee struck forcefully against his abdomen. Uchiha Hayano winced in pain, instinctively bending forward. Yet at that moment, Hagihara exerted his strength. A crack resounded as he deftly dislocated Hayano's wrist and then released his grip, seizing the young man's throat. "Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Do you truly believe you can dance with me? Stop! Uchiha Hagihara, what are you doing? Let him go." Hagihara swiftly incapacitated Uchiha Yashiro, tightening his grip on Uchiha Hayano's neck, which incited considerable discontent among Uchiha Fugaku's supporters. Many of them rose abruptly, encircling Hagihara with hostility. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, the Sharingan glinting ominously within the shrine. As their agitation grew, the atmosphere within the shrine turned suffocating, akin to a powder keg on the verge of ignition. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction towards Hagihara's actions. Yet, he also harbored resentment for Uchiha Yashiro and Hayano's reckless aggression. Although their actions seemed to defend their honor, they ultimately jeopardized their own standing, and he found himself unable to blame them entirely. Most critically, their attempts not only yielded no tangible results, but also resulted in a humiliating defeat, inciting an even greater uproar. This outcome left Uchiha Fugaku in a state of profound distress. Despite his dissatisfaction, he felt compelled to protect those who supported him. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly noticed that Shursui and the moderates had already stood up. And not just them. Those from the hardline faction had also risen to their feet. The Sharingan in their eyes had quietly blossomed, and their chakra began to surge ominously. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback by this scene, falling into a silence once more. He was aware that Hagihara was closely aligned with these two factions, and he had received their backing to stand against him. However, he suspected that Hagihara might merely be a figurehead endorsed by these factions. Should he succeed, the benefits would accrue to them, and should he fail, they would bear little consequence. Yet, it now appeared that the situation was far from what he had envisioned. He never anticipated such unwavering support for Hagihara from these factions. This was not merely an act of placing Hagihara in the limelight. It was an unequivocal endorsement of him. Not only was Uchiha Fugaku stunned, but even his supporters were now bewildered. They were completely at a loss regarding the current circumstances, yet they understood that danger loomed ominously. "Rest assured, I shall release him," Hagihara remarked, harboring little concern, for whether these individuals chose to intervene made no difference to him, and he had no intentions of escalating matters further. Teaching these audacious individuals a lesson was already his limit. Should a life be lost, the repercussions would be dire. Observing Uchiha Hayano, whose complexion had turned a shade of purple, Hagihara gently loosened his grip, causing Hayano to clutch his throat and gasp for air. Although anger flickered in his eyes, it was now intertwined with a palpable fear. Hagihara paid him no heed, turning instead to Shursui, whom he addressed with a smile. "Shursui, it's quite all right. Please lead everyone back to their seats. This is a clan meeting, not an arena. Everyone, please disperse." Hagihara is correct. This is a clan meeting, not a battleground. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku had regained his composure. Though somewhat weakened, he spoke up. "Hakadai, you and Hayano should seek treatment. For the next month, you are forbidden from leaving home. Take this time for reflection. Your actions have been excessively reckless." "Yes," clan leader Hakadai and Hayano responded, though their expressions reflected their discontent. However, witnessing the current situation, they nodded obediently. In truth, they were not foolish. They were acutely aware of the considerable trouble their actions could provoke. Yet, their objectives were clear: to uphold the clan leader's prestige. They simply had not anticipated that Hagihara, this mere 15-year-old youth, would possess such formidable strength. The distinctions between the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the 2 Tomo Sharingan are indeed profound. However, a ninja's considerations have never centered solely on such matters. Factors such as chakra reserves, practical experience, tactical application, and intelligence are the quintessential elements that enable a ninja to triumph over their adversaries. Otherwise, within the ninja realm, there would not exist individuals devoid of the Sharingan capable of defeating members of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the harsh reality has revealed that even at the tender age of 15, Hagihara is not someone they can measure up to. With heads bowed in mutual support, the two soon departed from the room. At that moment, everyone else had resumed their seats, and tranquility once again enveloped the shrine, as if the earlier conflict had never transpired. Yet, the gaze of those who supported Uchiha Fugaku subtly shifted, revealing a hint of change, even amidst their dissatisfaction with Hagihara. The Uchiha clan has always revered strength. Although Hagihara's previous performance did not showcase significant prowess, he had faced no mere amateurs. Resolving his opponents with such ease spoke volumes of his capabilities, earning him a modicum of respect, even from those who harbored grievances. It was this newfound respect that silenced them, compelling them to listen attentively to Hagihara's rationale for impeaching their clan leader. Hagihara, I apologize for the events that transpired earlier. I hope you can overlook it, as they were merely anxious. Uchiha Fugaku sighed lightly before addressing Hagihara earnestly. Now that they have departed, let us resume the clan meeting. You mentioned your intention to impeach me. I have endeavored to fulfill my duties as clan leader diligently. While I may not have achieved any remarkable feats, I have not committed any acts that would bring shame upon the clan. Surely, you possess a valid reason for your impeachment. Please enlighten me on where I have fallen short as an adequate leader. Though Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor appeared composed, it still conveyed the grace befitting a clan leader. His calmness caught Hagihara somewhat off guard, as he had anticipated a reaction marked by hysteria or profound anger. However, the tranquility he exhibited left Hagihara momentarily at a loss. Regardless of Fugaku's disposition, Hagihara knew he had to persist with his intentions. Gazing intently at Uchiha Fugaku, he ultimately nodded softly before shaking his head. There is no denying that Fugaku has indeed approached his role with diligence. In normal circumstances, he might have been an exemplary clan leader. However, the current environment of the Uchiha and the internal dynamics of Konoha are anything but ordinary. While Hagihara's words may appear to absolve Uchiha Fugaku of unnecessary blame, those who comprehend the underlying message recognize it as the gravest of accusations. His intent was unmistakably clear. It conveyed to all present that Uchiha Fugaku might have been an adequate leader in more favorable times. As we approached a critical juncture, Uchiha Fugaku found himself unable to fulfill the responsibilities of clan leader. It was evident that he understood Hagihara's words, as an inexplicable pallor washed over his countenance. However, he managed to rein in his emotions, silently observing Hagihara without interruption. A tempest of frustration brewed within him, compelling him to ascertain why he was deemed inadequate. Esteemed clan leader and honored elders, he began, our family is currently confronted with an unprecedented crisis, a fact that I trust has not escaped your keen awareness. Since my encounter with the Root Ninja, it has become abundantly clear what Konoha's stance truly is, has it not? Hagihara paid no heed to Uchiha Fugaku's shifting demeanor. Instead, he let out a soft sigh before continuing. Konoha seeks to provoke us into action, fully cognizant of the rift within our clan, which has split into 2 factions. One faction advocates for the reclamation of what the Uchiha have lost through force. Imagine if I were to be ambushed and subsequently disappear without a trace. While Konoha vehemently denies their involvement, should the internal sentiments of our clan sway toward the hardliners, I fear the only course left for you, esteemed leader, would be to support them. With such an outcome and atmosphere, Konoha would possess a substantial leverage against the Uchiha rebellion. What do you suppose will unfold next? At this point, Hagihara paused slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Fugaku, keenly observing the nuances of his expression. Regrettably, he noted that Fugaku displayed no overt signs of change. Perhaps he had already grasped the implications, or perhaps he simply could not reconcile himself to this reality. Yet, Hagihara remained undeterred. Some matters would persist, while others would inevitably be altered. My answer is simple, the annihilation of our clan. Hagihara delivered this harrowing conclusion in an almost dispassionate tone, casting a pall over all present, whether they aligned with the moderates or the hardliners. The hardliners, having previously experienced Uchiha's reprimands and heard echoes of similar sentiments, found themselves slightly better prepared. However, those among the moderates and Fugaku's supporters were left in disbelief and dismay, unable to fathom such a grim outcome. "Uchiha Hagihara, what nonsense are you spouting? Spare us your alarmist rhetoric," exclaimed Uchiha Inaho, the captain of the Guard Corps and a staunch supporter of Fugaku. "Even if such a calamity were to occur, I firmly believe our leader will guide us through these turbulent times. Regrettably, he is incapable of doing so and has never taken such action." Hagihara, indifferent to this individual who had been unceremoniously cast aside by Itachi, continued his narrative with unwavering resolve. "Perhaps you are all perplexed as to how we have arrived at this juncture? There are two primary reasons for this. The first concerns the second Hokage, who has harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan due to his family's historical grievances. From the village's perspective, the infamous incident involving Uchiha Madara's assault, which led to his ultimate demise alongside the first Hokage, has only intensified this animosity. These two factors combined have naturally fostered a profound distrust in Senju Tobarama towards the Uchiha. Although he initially established the security department, granting substantial authority to the clan, and even took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, this was, in essence, a ruse to ensnare the Uchiha. By accepting Kagami as a disciple, he lulled us into a false sense of security, while binding the security department to the prison system effectively distanced us from the political center. Moreover, both Kagami and the security department can create an environment that encircles and surveils us. Is it not clear to everyone by now? As Hagihara spoke, he let out a sigh. The expressions of the Uchiha present, aside from the elders and Shursui, darkened considerably. They yearned to refute Hagihara's assertions, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, evidently aware of the underlying truth, which rendered him unable to counter Hagihara's claims. The third Hokage and his associates are inheritors of the second Hokage's will, and such animosity should indeed be preserved. Hagihara gathered his thoughts and continued, his tone now resolutely firm. As for the events concerning the Hyuga clan a few years ago, I believe all present are well aware. Let me pose a question. If such matters were to befall our clan, would you all be able to endure it? This constitutes the second reason. The dissatisfaction stemming from the Hyuga incident resonates with many other clans as well. If you were in the position of Hokage, would you act differently? The concept of making an example of someone is well understood. If I were successfully attacked, and our clan made a decisive move, what would ultimately be our fate? Hagihara raised three poignant questions, each more distressing than the last, invoking silence and outrage among his audience. Reflecting on Hagihara's words, it became evident that the clan faced an immense crisis, potentially verging on annihilation. At that moment, even supporters of the clan leader began to grasp the rationale behind Uchiha Itachi's exclusion. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why Shursui was still permitted to stay. However, Hagihara offered no answers, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Fugaku, his tone growing increasingly severe. "I need not elaborate on our impending fate. I have acknowledged that clan leader Fugaku has dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. Regrettably, your lack of capability and resolve, coupled with your timid disposition and wavering will, have been significant factors in our clan's decline. Given the external pressures we face, your inclination towards compromise is disheartening, while the internal divisions persist unaddressed. Fugaku, are you truly a worthy clan leader?" The words of Hagihara struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer, especially impacting Uchiha Fugaku. He remained silent, merely gazing at Hagihara, at a loss for words. In that moment, the interior of the shrine was enveloped in an oppressive silence. With all eyes fixated on Hagihara and Uchiha Fugaku, they awaited Fugaku's response, as well as Hagihara's continuation of his onslaught. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the shrine, causing furrowed brows among the attendees, including Hagihara himself. Shortly thereafter, a young Uchiha ninja pushed open the door and entered, whispering, "Esteemed elders, it is Lord Itachi who has arrived. We have been instructed to deny him entry, but..." Upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, the expressions of everyone present varied, yet they instinctively turned their gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku. His countenance darkened, but before he could speak, Shursui suddenly stood up. "I will handle this matter," he stated calmly. "Hagihara, you have said that the clan requires discipline. Despite my affection for Itachi as a brother, he too must adhere to the clan's rules." Watching Shursui walk out, Uehara could only sigh in resignation. He had originally intended to step out and resolve this complication himself, as he had promised Shursui he could handle such matters. Of course, there was also an element of wanting to teach Itachi a lesson, even though Itachi had not yet committed any unforgivable acts. Uehara had spent 15 years in trepidation under the shadow of the actions Itachi would eventually undertake in the original narrative. Over those 15 years, he had contemplated whether to brainwash Itachi, but alas, being the son of the clan leader, he could not approach him casually. When he finally had the opportunity to interact, he had only subtly indicated his thoughts, yet the boy had chosen to ignore him. Shursui, having grown up alongside him, was somewhat easier to engage with. However, Uehara had been too young at the time to express certain ideas openly. Particularly concerning political stances, he feared that his words might reach the elders through Shursui, leading to trouble for himself. He understood that matters must be approached step by step. Expecting instant results was unrealistic. Thus, he had always aimed to express his positions while plotting his course. Unlike Itachi, Shursui was able to accept Uehara's viewpoints, even when they occasionally clashed. This perhaps illustrated the distinction between Shursui and Itachi. Shaking his head, Uehara turned to Uchiha Fugaku and continued, "Although some unexpected events have transpired, I believe Shursui can resolve these troubles. Indeed, Shursui could tackle the issue." Uchiha Fugaku sighed and nodded. "Let us resume the meeting. Uehara-kun, please continue. I truly wish to ascertain how inadequate I appear in your eyes." Uchiha Fugaku, your shortcomings lie in your failure to grasp the reality at hand, in your willingness to compromise, and in your indecisiveness. Yu Yuan continued to gaze at Uchiha Fugaku, calmly articulating his thoughts. As the clan leader, it is paramount to acknowledge the truth of the situation. I must ask you, Fugaku, do you still recall the decision you made on the night of the Nine Tails? That night marked a pivotal turning point for the Uchiha clan, a fact that none can deny. Moreover, those who were present that fateful evening remember one crucial detail. Uchiha Fugaku ultimately heeded the command of an elder, thereby halting all support efforts. This decision has long been a source of skepticism among many, yet Uchiha Fugaku defended it by claiming it was the order of the third Hokage, a means to absolve them of any suspicion regarding the Nine Tails. Today, Yu Yuan has brought this matter to light once more, prompting curiosity among the onlookers, as well as bewilderment in Uchiha Fugaku himself. Yu Yuan, that decision stemmed from the directive of the third Hokage, Fugaku began, only to be interrupted by Yu Yuan. No, Fugaku, this matter cannot be solely attributed to the third Hokage's arrangement. Yu Yuan shook his head gently, his expression grave. Do you not recall how dire the situation was? The third Hokage was already on the front lines confronting the Nine Tails. With such a formidable threat at hand, how could he possibly find the time to issue such orders? Every additional moment of strength could enhance the likelihood of vanquishing the Nine Tails. You might argue that the Uchiha had suspicions surrounding their control of the beast, but in truth, the most effective way to dispel such doubts was to confront the Nine Tails directly. Yu Yuan's words left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response as Yu Yuan pressed on. Furthermore, even if we concede that this was indeed an order from the third Hokage, I must pose a question to you, Fugaku. 8 years ago, who was the Hokage of Konoha? Was it the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato? At this statement, Uchiha Fugaku's complexion shifted dramatically, mirrored by the subtle changes in the expressions of all present. Undeniably, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had issued the command to halt the Uchiha's actions, yet the critical issue remained. Who truly held the title of Hokage? Fugaku, your inability to recognize the truth has caused the clan to forfeit its best opportunity to prove itself. The repercussions of this misjudgment manifest in the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, when the village recklessly relegated us to more remote areas during the reconstruction. The reason is clear. We failed to validate our innocence, and you, as clan leader, have erred once more in this regard. You chose to compromise. You accepted the status quo. You did not assertively reject this narrative, effectively conceding to it all. Yu Yuan's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of all present. Their gazes, at that moment, involuntarily turned towards Uchiha Fugaku. Even the most steadfast supporters of Fugaku found themselves looking towards their leader with newfound scrutiny. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, revealing the inner turmoil and anguish that plagued him at this moment. However, he refrained from voicing any rebuttals. He found himself at a loss for words. listening to Hagihara while reflecting on his past experiences. It seemed that Hagihara's assertions held a semblance of truth. As for your indecisiveness, Hagihara observed Fugaku and sighed, his tone softening. The circumstances outside the clan had escalated to this point, yet within the clan, he had never contemplated unifying the thoughts of his kin or rectifying the misguided ideologies within. The moderate faction had compromised excessively, demonstrating that the peace yielded through such concessions inevitably leads to demise. Conversely, the hardliners exhibited an overzealous rigidity, lacking a clear objective beyond reclaiming the Uchiha's glory. Could it be inferred that the Uchiha sought to oppose all of Konoha? Konoha is vast, home to numerous ninja clans. How could a single Uchiha stand against the entirety of Konoha? The Hyuga, Inazuka, Aburame, and others, along with the vast multitude of civilian ninjas, how could we, as mere Uchiha, confront them? Is our current clan leader still Uchiha Madara? Others could outlast us. Yet you allow such ideologies to proliferate. You have never sought to consolidate the clan's philosophies. Instead, you have merely attempted to balance the two factions. Your actions have led members of both factions to believe themselves in the right, resulting in continual internal strife and division. Each clan meeting resembles a chaotic marketplace, failing to yield any viable solutions to pressing issues. The clansmen lack a clear and unified objective, completely unaware of what they truly desire. This is the transformation you, as clan leader, have brought upon the Uchiha. At this juncture, Hagihara paused slightly, casting a grave gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku before softly inquiring, Fugaku, are you truly an adequate leader? Hagihara continued his admonishment within the shrine as Shursui arrived outside. Tonight's clan meeting was of utmost importance. Shursui would not permit any disturbances, even if the intruder were Uchiha Itachi. From the outset of the meeting, it had already been established that Itachi would not be allowed entry, and now, as Itachi appeared poised to force his way in, Shursui would naturally oppose it. Rushing toward the perimeter of the shrine, Shursui spotted Itachi surrounded by several individuals, but his brow soon furrowed. He noticed several clan members lying on the ground, which could only indicate one thing. Itachi had already engaged in combat. What is happening here? Shursui did not address the issue of Itachi directly, but instead asked, the clan meeting is in progress. Why is there such a commotion? Lord Shursui. It is Lord Itachi attempting to force his way in, a somewhat perturbed Uchiha ninja replied. Although he was indeed a Uchiha, it was evident that he lacked the Sharingan, rendering him incapable of entering the clan meeting. Moreover, neither party involved is one to be trifled with. On one side are the collective orders of the elders, and on the other, Itachi possesses the Sharingan and is the son of the clan leader. In such circumstances, even those clansmen endowed with the Sharingan would find themselves in a quandary, let alone him. Who struck first? Shursui inquired, nodding slightly before speaking. We received orders not to allow Lord Itachi to enter, and when he attempted to force his way in, we had no choice but to obstruct him, a ninja replied. His head bowed. The individual spoke ambiguously, failing to clarify who initiated the confrontation, evidently filled with trepidation. However, Shursui was indifferent to such matters. He merely sought a general understanding of the events and a precise outcome. Nodding once more, Shursui turned his gaze toward Itachi, whose expression had taken on a hint of complexity. Yet, he swiftly concealed his tumultuous emotions, ultimately sighing with a tone of resignation. Itachi, you are aware of the rules. You should not have come tonight. Why should I not come? Itachi's voice was chillingly detached as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Shursui, asserting, if you are allowed. Why am I not? This is the command of the elders, and the clan leader concurs, Shursui replied, shaking his head before delivering his verdict. You need not attend tonight's clan meeting. Leave now, and spare me the burden, as well as the discomfort of others. After uttering these words, Shursui turned to depart, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable chakra brewing behind him. This caused him to halt, slowly turning around to find Itachi's eyes transformed into an exceptionally vivid crimson hue. Indeed, you have changed entirely, Shursui, Itachi remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Shursui. You are no longer the Shursui I once knew. I do not know what has brought about this transformation in you. However, I wish to convey that I will enter, and you cannot impede me. Even as one endowed with the three-tomo Sharingan, I possess the right to attend the clan meeting. Itachi, do not compel me to act against you. Shursui regarded Itachi, his heart heavy with sorrow, yet he remained remarkably composed and resolute. I have stated that this reflects the united will of the clan leader and the elders. Your status as a three-tomo bearer does not grant you exemption. As he spoke, Shirsue's eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo, signifying his unwavering stance, a clear message to Itachi that this matter could not be altered. Indeed, I must relinquish any illusions regarding you, for you are no longer the Shirsue of my memories. Witnessing this scene, Itachi seemed somewhat saddened, yet also appeared to find solace in it. He gradually closed his eyes, his voice still imbued with an icy detachment. Just then, an even more enigmatic chakra began to emanate from him, its intense and frigid aura rapidly expanding outward. In light of the circumstances, there is little more to say. I shall proceed, and this reflects my stance. As I inquired, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a mesmerizing pattern that spun like a dart within his gaze. Are these eyes sufficient for my entry? The Mangekyo? Shirsue, taken aback by the scene before him, had not anticipated that Itachi possessed such eyes. Yet, amidst his astonishment, a wave of concern surged within him. He was unaware of the origins of Itachi's eyes, and it was evident that Itachi had taken a position of opposition. After a moment's hesitation, Shirsue clenched his teeth and quickly closed his eyes. The next instant, when he opened them again, an equally enigmatic Mangekyo had manifested. He focused on the chakra converging within Itachi, and at that moment, he spoke. The Mangekyo Sharingan indeed grants you the qualification to enter forcefully. But there is a question I must pose. Itachi remained silent, merely gazing at Shirsue. Unperturbed, Shirsue continued. If I were to ask you to refrain from reporting everything that transpired at tonight's clan meeting, could you comply? Outside the shrine, as Shirsue's words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The Uchiha ninjas who had encircled them had long retreated, unable to withstand the aura emanating from the two young men. The suffocating atmosphere was overwhelming, evoking a sense of despair. After a prolonged silence, Itachi finally spoke. I understand. Moments later, he turned without looking back and began to leave. This action caused Shirsue's expression to darken, prompting him to call out, Itachi, you need not say anything further. Itachi interrupted him mid-sentence, walking away while slowly articulating, how disappointing that it has come to this. However, I have already surmised your intentions and the inevitable outcome. You must take care of yourselves. Under the silvery moonlight, Itachi's figure gradually receded, fading from Shirsue's sight. In that moment, Shirsue felt a profound ache within his heart. Behind the shrine, the gathering remained eerily silent, all eyes fixed upon Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, Fugaku maintained his silence, reflecting on his past, contemplating whether he truly was as inadequate as perceived. After a lengthy pause, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, lifted his gaze to Hayabusa, and inquired earnestly, how do you intend to address my inadequacy as clan leader? Given the impeachment, it is clear that Fugaku is no longer suited to hold the position of clan leader. Upon uttering these words, Hayabusa turned to Uchiha Takashi and Uchiha Munenori. Esteemed elders, I now entrust this matter to you. Uchiha Takashi and Uchiha Munenori nodded in unison, exchanging glances before Uchiha Munenori stepped forward. In light of the various actions of Uchiha Fugaku that have plunged the clan into such dire straits, we have resolved to dismiss him from the position of clan leader. At this juncture, Uchiha Munin took a deep breath, and his voice began to rise. We hereby nominate Uchiha Hagihara as the new clan leader. The decision to elect Hagihara as the leader had long been predetermined and could be regarded as an immutable fact. While every individual may harbor personal interests, these elders are no exception. Yet, regardless of their self-serving inclinations, they remain members of the Uchiha clan. The quintessential mentality of an Uchiha member is to submit to the strong. Faced with Hagihara, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and the support of Shirsue, they dared not reveal their private motives, for such inclinations had been thoroughly shattered. The ensuing vote held little suspense. The hardliners were the first to rally behind Hagihara, fully aware that he did not embrace their ideology. In fact, upon hearing Hagihara's words, they recognized their own lack of a clear objective. The arrogance of opposing Konoha was indeed a daunting prospect. It was not that they doubted their strength. Every Uchiha, indeed every ninja, must exercise caution. However, along with caution must come confidence. Without confidence, how could they confront formidable adversaries? Yet, confidence and arrogance are two distinct matters. The mere thought of facing the combined assault of all the clans in Konoha, along with a multitude of civilian ninjas, would send shivers down anyone's spine. They wholeheartedly acknowledged Yahara's sentiments. Even if they believed they could prevail, others could simply outlast them. Moreover, Yahara had demonstrated his extraordinary prowess, earning the respect of even their elders, and thus they could not defy his words. The moderates, too, silently positioned themselves behind Yahara after the hardliners made their choice. Strictly speaking, they were the first to make a decision, as Shui had already resolved to follow Yahara. Their elders had long since reached a consensus. Although they had never clashed with Yahara directly, they were well aware of his actions among the hardliners. With Shui's backing, the elders' support, and Yahara's assurance of strength, they harbored no hesitation whatsoever. As the two factions completed their alignment, those supporting Uchiha Fugaku began to murmur restlessly. Many bore troubled expressions, and a considerable number appeared deeply conflicted at that moment. Regardless of their eventual choices, the outcome of this matter was nearly certain. Particularly at that moment, Shui had returned to the shrine, his demeanor somewhat dazed. However, upon realizing that it was time for the vote, he hesitated not a moment and stood resolutely behind Yahara. This action rendered the vote devoid of any suspense. It seemed the result was already determined. Huyuin gazed at Uchiha Fugaku and calmly inquired, "Do you have any further guidance to offer, clan leader?" He was not at all surprised by the outcome. After all, he had invested considerable time and effort into Shui and the members of various factions. He had even deliberately exposed his Mangekyo Sharingan and engaged in a confrontation with the hardliners, all in pursuit of successfully executing this impeachment. Furthermore, during the clan meeting's impeachment, Huyuin had once again adopted an omniscient perspective, thoroughly analyzing the Uchiha clan's circumstances. He had done everything within his power, akin to a card game where all his opponents appeared to be playing their hands face up. He was aware of everything, bolstered by a systematic advantage. If this did not garner sufficient support, it would indeed be peculiar. However, he dared not relax in the slightest. For there remained one individual who commanded his utmost caution, Uchiha Fugaku. In terms of familial support and prestige, Uchiha Fugaku had already suffered defeat under Huyuin's relentless pressure. Fugaku found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Yet the crux of the matter lay in whether this man possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were to concede without resistance, all would be well. However, should he be unwilling to step down and indeed hold the Mangekyo Sharingan, Huyuin would undoubtedly be compelled to engage in a fierce battle. For such a scenario was nearly inevitable. The Uchiha clan was inherently a warlike lineage, and Huyuin had relied on his Mangekyo to negotiate with the elders. Should Uchiha Fugaku also wield the Mangekyo, claiming that the clan leader must possess formidable strength, Huyuin would find it impossible to refuse. A refusal would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to his authority. Indeed, it appeared that the outcome was already determined. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, but his subsequent words elicited an involuntary sigh from Huyuin's heart. He lifted his gaze, earnestly regarding Huyuin, and then a transformation occurred in his eyes. As they turned a deep crimson, a terrifying aura emanated from him. His eyes had morphed into the three-tomo state, and he quietly observed Huyuin before shifting his gaze to Shui. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I concede that, in light of your assertions and after considerable reflection, I am not a suitable clan leader, and I am willing to relinquish my position. However, Huyuin-kun, I trust your wisdom is indeed sufficient for this role. Yet, the leader, especially of the Uchiha clan, must possess more than mere intellect. One must have the requisite strength to gain the clan's recognition. Although your earlier performance was commendable, I believe it remains insufficient, for your Sharingan lacks the necessary power." At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, and the three-tomo in his eyes began to whirl rapidly. In mere moments, they had completely fused into a singular form. At this moment, the expressions of nearly all the elders underwent a dramatic transformation, for they had not anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku had concealed his true strength so profoundly. They had never imagined that this seemingly frail clan leader possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan represents the zenith of the Sharingan's power. In truth, I have always hesitated to reveal these eyes, as I believe they would invite trouble. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a soft yet resolute tone, gazing intently at Yahara. "You aspire to become the clan leader. I am willing to lend my support. But I believe you still lack the necessary qualities. I propose that Shui be considered as a candidate for the leadership. He too possesses these eyes and is thus qualified. Moreover, to truly become the clan leader, he must defeat me. Only by overcoming me, the the bearer of these eyes, can one be deemed a worthy leader. Do you comprehend my meaning, Yahara? Yes, I understand. Yahara sighed softly, nodding in acknowledgement, though he soon shook his head. He turned slightly to smile gently at the concerned elders behind him, before directing his gaze back to Shursui. Together, they looked at Uchiha Fugaku, and in that moment, their eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, devoid of the typical Tomo pattern. Instead, they exhibited an eerie, irregular design, radiating a formidable power. Uchiha Fugaku found himself momentarily stunned. And it was not only him. Those who stood in support behind him were equally bewildered. However, after this moment of confusion, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror, astonishment, and an unmistakable shock. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Hagihara also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hagihara regarded Uchiha Fugaku with an air of calm before allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Unfortunately for you, I too possess such eyes. And I believe I am entitled to this position, am I not? What a splendid day it is today. The following morning, Hagihara sat in his chamber, vividly recalling the events of the previous night. He had succeeded, having effectively compelled Uchiha Fugaku to abdicate. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer the clan leader. Through his analytical prowess, he had exposed Fugaku's missteps before the clan's upper echelons. His authority had suffered an unimaginable blow, rendering him incapable of maintaining control over the vast Uchiha clan. Yet, Hagihara had not triumphed entirely, for at the last moment, Uchiha Fugaku unveiled his Mangekyo Sharingan to all present. He posed an irresistible condition. The new leader must defeat him to ascend to the role. Although Hagihara was not taken aback by this development, after all, despite his apparent frailty, Fugaku was still an Uchiha, and one wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan at that. In simpler terms, he was merely a madman. Hagihara had already prepared himself psychologically and was not surprised that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, in Itachi's true story, this individual had unabashedly showcased his Mangekyo to Itachi, so his current emergence was hardly unexpected. However, this development thwarted Hagihara's immediate path to the position of clan leader, as subsequent discussions determined that his battle with Fugaku would take place a month later. Yet, this struggle for the leadership was merely a facade of legal succession. In essence, Hagihara and Shursui, both wielders of the Mangekyo, had already seized actual control of the clan. Uchiha Fugaku had ceased to be regarded as the clan leader. The immense impact on his authority and the ensuing crisis of trust had resulted in his loss of clan governance. Furthermore, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan had largely rallied behind Hagihara. It could be said that the current fate of the Uchiha was dictated by him. What he lacked was merely the title of clan leader recognized by the former leader, and nothing more. However, upon hearing from Shursui that Uchiha Itachi had also awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, Hagihara found this revelation particularly astonishing. The thought of Itachi's awakening caused him to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that Itachi could unlock the Mangekyo, especially since Shursui was still alive. How had Itachi achieved this feat? Although Hagihara had always recognized Itachi's potential to awaken the Mangekyo, he wondered how one could awaken such power without a powerful mental trigger. Could it be that Itachi believed Shursui had chosen a different path and concluded that the Shursui in his heart had perished, thus awakening his eyes? Hagihara could not help but internally scoff, as no one could truly know when the Uchiha clan would spiral into madness and undergo such a mental transformation. As for how to deal with Itachi, according to the original narrative, Hagihara could afford to remain unconcerned about Itachi. The reason was quite simple. Hagihara was well acquainted with him. In the original tale, the capabilities of Itachi's Mangekyo were almost universally known, and with this knowledge, Hagihara could devise corresponding countermeasures. Yet, the manner in which Itachi had awakened his eyes was somewhat perplexing, making it difficult for Hagihara to predict his abilities. Currently, Itachi, like Fugaku, had become a formidable challenge. However, if Hagihara's thoughts were correct, Itachi's abilities should still resemble those of the past, as it seemed that only Shursui had the power to stimulate his awakening. After all, Hagihara had not heard of any unforeseen incidents involving Sasuke, while Shursui had transformed from his former self. Thus, it was highly plausible that Itachi's awakening was a result of Shursui's changes, coupled with a series of clan actions that plunged him into profound despair. Although Hagihara could not ascertain the accuracy of his speculation, given that Shursui had not engaged Itachi, this did not deter him from contemplating this direction. Moreover, regardless of the nature of Itachi's Mangekyo, Hagihara retained a degree of confidence in his ability to respond, for he was not without his own hidden cards. His success at the clan meeting has led to a notable increase in his points, albeit a modest gain of merely 1,000 points. Nevertheless, Yuhuan is quite content. Particularly, the rewards bestowed upon him by the system are exceedingly generous. Current affiliation, Uchiha clan. Current status, relatively balanced. You have resolved internal clan issues and received formal recognition. Yet there remain malevolent individuals lurking externally. Prosperity, 12, 345. The standard prosperity for a clan is 10,000. Suggestion: attain the position of clan leader to effectively govern the clan and address threats against its members. Congratulations to the host for completing clan integration. Though only a step away from leading the clan, achieving this milestone reflects the host's capabilities, thus earning a high-level point reward draw. Secret technique: resolute will, capable of purifying all current negative states and granting substantial recovery abilities without harming one's fundamental essence, lasting for 8 seconds. Secret technique: crescent guardian, uses chakra to repel or eliminate nearby enemies while creating a protective wind. Any ninjutsu or shuriken thrown from outside this wind will inflict no damage, lasting for 8 seconds. Secret technique: sacred chant, allows the use of a secret technique to enhance one's ninjutsu, genjutsu, and ocular techniques within 8 seconds, inflicting immense damage. This reward has indeed rendered Yuhuan speechless. If his memory serves him right, these abilities fall within the realm of ultimate techniques. Moreover, he unabashedly covets all 3 skills, as each one promises significant enhancement. It is no wonder the system refers to this as a high-level point reward draw. Perhaps these abilities are not obtainable at his current stage, or perhaps they exceed what a mere 1,000 points can exchange for. However, Yuhuan is disinclined to dwell on such matters. Now presented with these options, he would certainly not let them slip away. Although choosing among them is proving to be quite the conundrum. After careful contemplation, he ultimately selects this secret technique, resolute will. While it is merely a defensive skill, the ability to purify all negative effects is something Yuhuan is unwilling to forego. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaka's abilities remain unspecified, but he showcased his future visions through genjutsu to Uchiha Itachi. This implies that his Sharingan likely possesses formidable genjutsu capabilities, making this technique a fitting choice. As for the mystery surrounding Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques, though Yuhuan is unaware of their specifics, the substantial recovery power of Resolute will could prove immensely beneficial. Coupled with his Susanoo, he feels quite unperturbed. As Yuhuan walks, he silently ponders. Although he often senses a transformation into a bull-headed figure, having this ability undoubtedly provides a sense of security. He resolves to rise, visit the library to study diligently, and then head to the training grounds for rigorous practice. He cannot afford to squander this month. At this moment, while he is not yet the clan leader, the authority he possesses is sufficiently extensive, which is a positive development for him. Moreover, to ensure a steady path to victory, Yuhuan must prepare thoroughly. To triumph over Uchiha Fugaku, one must not harbor the slightest hint of complacency. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi had silently arrived at the Hokage building. In the depths of night, Itachi stood quietly at the precipice where he and Shisui had once clandestinely met. Gazing into the unfathomable abyss, his heart brimmed with sorrow. Since his return from leave, he had discovered that many of the certainties he once held had undergone a profound transformation. First was Shisui, the man he regarded as a brother, who had taught him since childhood and conveyed the ideals of coexistence between the village and their clan. This Shisui had become a stranger, a far cry from the memory he cherished, and the so-called new perspectives he presented shattered Itachi's inner convictions. He had never contemplated opposing the village, as he preferred to view matters from the Hokage's standpoint. The current state of the village was dire, as the actions of the Cloud Village had severely undermined its credibility, leading to a swift decline in the allocation of missions for Konoha. In such a precarious situation, should a violent dispute arise between the clan and the village, or worse, a coup d'état, the ramifications for the village would be unfathomable, regardless of who might emerge victorious. The village's inherent weakness would be inescapable. Every ninja village harbors spies among the others, which meant that whatever transpired within Konoha would inevitably reach the ears of rival villages. A weakened Konoha would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of other villages. The animosities birthed from the Third Great Ninja War had never truly faded. Should other villages seek retribution and launch an offensive against Konoha, the village would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught, leading to its demise. This catastrophe must not come to pass. Itachi silently vowed that, for the sake of the village, the clan, and his younger brother, he would not allow conflict to erupt between them. Thus, Shirsui's words struck him with profound impact, rendering him to feel as though the familiar Shirsui he once knew had perished. Amidst this turmoil, the turmoil within him was palpable, and he sensed a subtle transformation within his eyes. Yet, this change was not yet complete. He still harbored a flicker of hope, a glimmer of expectation. However, all such hopes were extinguished the previous night when he attempted to enter the clan meeting, only to be intercepted by Shirsui. Why was he denied entry? Because he was a member of the Umbu, and Shirsui was well aware that he would report any intelligence to the Hokage. Why was this occasion any different? Because this clan meeting was resolutely determined to undertake the most dreadful course of action. Upon grasping these revelations, Itachi could no longer contain the chill that enveloped his heart. The suffocating despair relentlessly pricked at his soul and nerves. Under the immense strain of such tormenting mental stimuli, he activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this is still insufficient. Uchiha Itachi's heart was heavy with sighs. Although he had acquired the mightiest power of the Uchiha clan, he lamented that he was not the sole possessor of such strength within his family. The one he once esteemed the most, Uchiha Shirsui, also wielded this formidable power, and had possessed it longer and with greater mastery. He knew he was no match for Shirsui, and without permission to attend the clan meetings, he was entirely in the dark regarding the family's forthcoming plans. This overwhelming sense of confusion and despair left him feeling utterly disoriented. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's voice turned cold as he quietly extended a hand behind him, gripping a shuriken tightly. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an eerie and unfamiliar chakra resonating nearby, alerting him to the presence of others in the vicinity. In such an environment, he had to remain exceedingly cautious, no matter who it might be lurking around him. Abruptly, the ripples in space dissipated, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black emerged from the void. The figure wore a hood, and the moonlight revealed only a glimpse of a yellow mask at the jawline, leaving Itachi with little information about the stranger. Let us not make this first encounter overly tense, shall we, Itachi? The mysterious man spoke first, his tone laced with what seemed to be amusement. Answer my question, Itachi retorted, ignoring the man, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. His eyes glowed crimson as his Sharingan focused intently on the stranger's every movement, searching for an opportune moment to strike. The younger generation is indeed excessively cautious, the mysterious man remarked softly, then removed his hood. The intricate mask revealed a single eye with a hole, where a three-tomo Sharingan gleamed unmistakably. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, and my name is Uchiha Madara. Before his words had fully settled, a flash of cold light erupted, as the man lowered his hood and spoke. Itachi seized the moment to attack. The shuriken sliced through the moonlight, his figure darting past the stranger, and the weapon aimed directly at the man's throat. Yet, nothing transpired. The masked figure calmly turned, his three-tomo Sharingan regarding Itachi with an emotionless gaze. Such trivial actions bear no significance. I come without malice. Should you insist on positioning me as an adversary, it may lead to a decision you would regret for a lifetime. The moonlight bathed him in a serene glow, his words exuding an unsettling authority that pressed down upon Itachi. This weight of pressure was something he had never encountered, not even from Shirsui, who had never instilled such dread in him. Gazing intently at the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, Itachi finally spoke in a measured tone. If that is the case, our initial step towards communication must be one of honesty. You assert that you are Uchiha Madara. I'm afraid I cannot accept such a claim. Not just me, but any reasonable person would find it unbelievable. If you truly harbor no ill intentions, then perhaps you might consider removing the mask from your face. The mysterious figure suddenly chuckled softly, speaking in a low tone. Foolish Uchiha descendant, I never imagined you two would dwell within the confines of your narrow world, akin to those mundane beings. Everyone claims Uchiha Madara is dead, yet the truth remains elusive. People often cling to their ignorance as if it were truth, for they do not comprehend. I wish for you to understand, I am Uchiha Madara, a fact that requires no validation from you. It is, in fact, your side that finds itself in peril. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose in seeking me? Uchiha Itachi silently observed this enigmatic figure, and after a lengthy pause, he finally inquired. As for my purpose, the mysterious figure maintained his smile, regarding Itachi with a detached demeanor. I possess no specific aim. I merely came to see you. It is evident that you are troubled. However, I harbor no interest in the plight of the Uchiha, nor do I concern myself with Konoha's stance. Thus, you need not regard me with excessive suspicion. At least we do not share any direct points of conflict, correct? Itachi remained silent, still attempting to discern the true intentions of this figure, especially after their brief encounter, where he found himself at a disadvantage both verbally and physically. Oh, your vigilance persists, the mysterious figure remarked, observing Itachi's stance, and he chuckled nonchalantly. Yet, it is only wise, were you to trust too readily. I would hardly merit your attention. The hour grows late. Let us temporarily conclude today's conversation. However, there are matters I must caution you about. The Uchiha stand on the precipice of a cliff. Not only the Uchiha, but indeed this world teeters on the brink. Should you find yourself in a desperate situation or make a consequential decision, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As he spoke, the figure's form began to waver, and as he vanished, his final words plunged Uchiha Itachi into deeper silence. I shall come to find you. Speak freely to whomever you wish. But I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory answer next time. Remember, my name is Uchiha Madara. The terror that Uchiha Madara embodies is something even Uchiha Itachi, despite never having experienced that era, is somewhat aware of. As the son of the clan leader, Itachi had access to resources that others could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. The wealth of knowledge available to him was beyond measure, including access to secret techniques even at such a tender age. For instance, the Izanagi, as well as the Izanami that counters it. Perhaps these are the privileges of being the clan leader's son. It is undeniable that Uchiha Itachi possesses the talent and qualifications to warrant such advantages. In this environment, he has acquired knowledge far exceeding that of others, including information regarding Uchiha Madara. The emergence of Uchiha Madara truly caught Uchiha Itachi off guard. A figure so fearsome would instill dread in anyone. Though, by age, Uchiha Madara should be nearing his final rest. However, the audacious presence of this individual before him compelled him to remain vigilant. Despite Uchiha Madara's claims of disinterest in Konoha, he found it hard to believe. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi felt an unparalleled pressure as the weight of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan, and Konoha converged upon him, leaving him breathless. Yet, he understood that it was precisely during such times that maintaining composure was paramount. He realized that he alone bore the responsibility to save Konoha and everything it encompassed. What should I do? How am I to proceed? Itachi repeatedly questioned himself, lowering his gaze toward the abyss-like cliff beside him, suddenly struck by a moment of stillness. He then gently closed his eyes, fists clenched, his body trembling with intensity. After a prolonged struggle, all movement within him came to a silent halt. As he opened his eyes, his gaze fixated once more upon the towering cliff, and in that instant, an aura of icy coldness enveloped him. He resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, akin to an eternal ice that would never melt. The following morning, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazan, and Tsunade sat in a row, while below them, Uchiha Itachi knelt in the attire of the Umbu. Is it true that the Uchiha clan has reached this critical juncture? Tsunade spoke first, her voice grave. Now over 60, she had transformed into an elderly matron. Her former beauty and brilliance faded, and at this moment, her expression was exceptionally serious. And what of that Akatsuki organization you mentioned? Itachi lowered his head, his tone icy and solemn. After careful consideration, he chose not to utter Madara's name. Madara was too unique, and the masked figure too enigmatic. He resolved to gather further intelligence before speaking. I cannot ascertain the clan's stance, but last night's clan meeting barred me from attendance. Furthermore, Shursui warned me against showing weakness to Konoha and urged rebellion, leading me to conclude that it is quite possible. I am unsure about the Akatsuki, but I sense they pose a significant threat, and they seem to harbor unspeakable intentions towards Konoha. Sarutobi silently ignited his pipe, inhaling deeply before responding. I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head. Itachi, we are aware of these developments, and we will devise a plan. During this time, do not burden yourself excessively. Take a moment to rest. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Itachi before continuing. By the way, I believe you should inform Danzo about certain matters. Although you are not a member of the root, your subordinates are, and since he is currently absent, it is only fitting that you notify him. I understand. Itachi gently nodded, his voice low as he assured, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I understand what must be done. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Itachi solemnly bowed before Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, then activated the body flicker technique, his form abruptly transforming into a shadow before vanishing from sight. The third Hokage gazed at the spot where Itachi had disappeared, shaking his head for a considerable time before he placed his pipe heavily on the table and spoke in hushed tones. Now that there are no outsiders, I hope everyone can speak candidly about their thoughts. The situation has escalated to a point where decisive action is required. And Danzo, you've been listening long enough. It's time for you to emerge. As his words fell, Shimura Danzo stealthily stepped out from the shadows of the room, clearly having been present all along. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to disregard Danzo's presence, his expression starkly contrasting with that which he had displayed before Itachi. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan and that organization? Akatsuki? Nara Shikaku and Mito came in exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Mito who spoke first. I have never heard of Akatsuki, but the current turmoil surrounding the Uchiha is troublesome. No one knows their true intentions. However, this young Uchiha gives me the impression that the clan has reached a perilous juncture. Troubles must be addressed gradually, and prioritizing the Uchiha clan's eradication is of utmost importance. Although we are unaware of their exact plans, previous clan meetings indicated they had some peculiar ideas, did they not? I believe that taking the initiative is the most prudent course of action. At this moment, Danzo interjected, a mocking expression gracing his features as he regarded Sarutobi. Moreover, have you not already made a decision and provided that boy with a direction? Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi shook his head lightly before lifting his gaze to meet Danzo's. His tone grave. While taking the initiative is indeed advantageous, I will not issue an order for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The ninjas of Konoha cannot act in such a manner. I trust you understand my meaning. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Danzo's cane tapped against the ground as he coldly remarked, your hypocritical facade is truly nauseating. After all these years as Hokage, you have fallen from your former decisiveness, Hiruzen. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Sarutobi shook his head, entirely dismissing Danzo's derision, offering no explanation. For this was not about bravery or hypocrisy. It was a necessity. Regardless of how others may perceive the situation, the Hokage must never issue a command for the annihilation of a prominent clan within the village. Unless the Uchiha clan were to take the initiative and act first, even the ninjas of Konoha must not involve themselves. Otherwise, the village would cease to belong to them. In the ensuing meeting, the four continued to deliberate on the potential issues that might arise. For instance, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be on high alert and should be approached with caution for the time being. For instance, if Uchiha Itachi had the opportunity to prepare adequately and consider which individuals to dispatch for collaboration, the outcome might have been different. 2 hours later, the four departed in succession. However, the future of the Uchiha clan had already been irrevocably determined within that brief span of time. The Akatsuki organization, as well as the members of the Yule Garden Quartet, were oblivious to its significance and showed little concern. Their focus remained solely on the Uchiha. The sudden betrayal of Uchiha Shursui and the ostracism of Uchiha Itachi by his own family, compounded by the enigmatic nature of the Uchiha clan's assembly, fueled their suspicions. They questioned whether the Uchiha clan was indeed plotting something. Regardless of the truth, as long as the Uchiha refrained from taking action, they could not preemptively strike. That would place them in an exceedingly passive position. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi currently served as a captain in the Umbu and had been assigned to Danzo's command for specific reasons. His two teammates hailed from the roots, necessitating certain matters to be reported directly to Danzo, and there were instances where only Danzo needed to be informed. This arrangement allowed for greater convenience, particularly for certain special missions that could be issued by Danzo without the intervention of the Hokage, thus eluding the records of the Umbu. In certain extreme circumstances, Uchiha Itachi's value would be fully realized, as he was a member of the Uchiha clan and stood firmly aligned with the Hokage's interests. Moreover, they had decided that any action would be postponed for a while, especially after recently revoking Uchiha Itachi's participation in the clan meeting. The Uchiha would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Furthermore, they were not foolish. they would certainly take precautionary measures, waiting for the opportune moment when their guard was lowered. What the Yulei Garden Quartet contemplated was unknown to Uchiha. Even the actions taken by Uchiha Itachi eluded his understanding. Despite instructing Shisui to devise a method to follow Uchiha Itachi, the information gleaned was scant. After all, as fellow holders of the Mangekyo Sharingan and members of the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi's counter-surveillance abilities were exceedingly formidable. Aside from knowing that this individual had discreetly met with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha was left in the dark. Nonetheless, Itachi's meeting with Hiruzen likely did not bode well. Hence the necessity for caution. After all, this was a person endowed with the Mangekyo. Keeping a close watch on him sufficed. As long as the Uchiha refrained from initiating hostilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to act overtly, with Uchiha Itachi presenting the greatest challenge. As Uchiha strolled along the street, deep in thought, he made his way to the training grounds. He had dedicated himself to rigorous training in recent days, with the clan dispatching numerous elite ninjas to accompany him. In truth, his ideal training partner would have been Shisui. Yet the latter was currently preoccupied with monitoring Uchiha Itachi's every move. Even if Shisui could not acquire any substantial information, or if Uchiha Itachi became aware of the surveillance, it remained a necessary endeavor. Much like Uchiha Itachi reveals his Mangekyo Sharingan to Shisui, Yuan was well aware that this lad's Mangekyo posed no genuine threat to Shisui. However, its intimidating presence was undeniable. Uchiha Itachi's display of the Mangekyo was likely intended to instill fear, a proclamation that he too possessed such formidable power. Yuan's directive for Shisui to accompany Uchiha Itachi was crystal clear, to convey to Uchiha Itachi that they were watching him closely, that every action of his was under their vigilant scrutiny. Moreover, I recall that Uchiha Itachi seemed to have orchestrated a series of actions in conjunction with Uchiha Obito. Therefore, one must ponder whether Uchiha Obito has commenced any movements of his own. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Yuan maintained a healthy degree of caution. Even though he was aware of Obito's vulnerabilities, the nature of his spatial abilities posed a significant challenge. The only individuals seemingly capable of contending with him were the deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi, who had mastered the Mangekyo in later stages, in conjunction with Naruto's offensive. Nevertheless, Shisui was aligned with Yuan, and should it come to pass, he could unleash a Kodoame Tsukumi upon Uchiha Obito. Yuan doubted the latter could evade such a fate. Employing Jinjutsu to counter Uchiha Obito was, to Yuan's mind, the most viable strategy, and the terror induced by Kodoame Tsukumi was unparalleled. The ability to subtly rewrite another's will was a form of illusion that, Yuan believed, few in this world could withstand. Of course, those possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan might be immune, as well as individuals endowed with the cells of Senju Hashirama, who could potentially withstand such an assault. Yuan habitually considered all conceivable factors. Although his speculations remained unverified, this did not deter him from pondering possibilities. Regardless of whether Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were in contact at present, it was likely that the latter would emerge as an adversary for Yuan in the future. Thus, preparing early and categorizing him as a hypothetical enemy was entirely reasonable. Speaking of which, were I able to procure any abilities from the Time Sage, even merely the power of deceleration, I could manipulate Obito as I pleased. The power of time has always been among the most formidable of forces. Yet, acquiring such power through conventional means in this world seemed to hinge on the eruption of the Mangekyo. Unfortunately, when Yuan awakened his Mangekyo through the system, his mind was solely fixated on obtaining the strongest power, resulting in the current predicament. However, through unconventional methods, Yuan found himself not entirely devoid of options, as he too was a system bearer. Shaking his head, Yuan dismissed the notion of relying on the system's lottery to attain his desires. In truth, such an endeavor was exceedingly elusive. Rather than dwell on these thoughts, it would be more prudent to contemplate how Uchiha Madara would respond to Obito's ocular techniques. Upon reflection, Yuan surmised that Madara's most likely course of action would be to activate Susanoo and await Obito's offensive. Once Obito made his move, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly unleash an unimaginable power in an instant, overwhelming Obito with sheer force. After all, in terms of foundational ninja prowess, few could rival Uchiha Madara. After careful contemplation, Uchiha concluded that the immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. He currently had access to the entire library, which included chapters on forbidden techniques. And he had acquired considerable knowledge. Whether it was Izanagi or Izanami, he had committed them to memory. And he had also studied powerful fire techniques, such as great fire destruction and great fire extinguishment. As an augmentation, he supplemented his understanding of earth release and wind release. The latter gained through the technique of waterfowl dance. Aside from not having fully mastered the transformations and qualitative changes of earth and wind release, he had significantly bolstered his abilities overall. Wind release was unnecessary. The waterfowl dance had effectively granted me the qualitative change I sought. The transformations and qualitative changes of earth and wind release were not something Hagihara needed to dwell upon in this brief month, as time was insufficient for completion. Rather than invest his time in that, Hagihara deemed it more prudent to devote more effort to Susanoo. He had already diminished the difficulty of activating Susanoo and reduced its consumption through his ocular techniques, and having perused numerous historical accounts of the Uchiha clan, his understanding of Susanoo had undoubtedly deepened. Thus, it was only natural to spend more time on Susanoo. Moreover, the color of my Susanoo is identical to that of Uchiha Madara. I wonder if my Susanoo can reach the heights he attained. Madara's Susanoo is a brilliant blue, and so is Yahara's, though currently, he could only manifest it to the second stage. It seemed rather humiliating, as compared to both Madara and Sasuke, his Susanoo was lacking. However, considering that he had managed to achieve this in merely a couple of months through careful exploration, the results were commendable. As he walked, he suddenly noticed two familiar figures approaching him. One was Nara Shikamaru, and the other was Nara Kaname. What a coincidence! I never expected to encounter you here. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Upon seeing Kaname and Shikamaru, Hagihara approached with a smile, while Kaname merely shrugged, appearing neither enthusiastic nor resistant. Hagihara was accustomed to her demeanor, especially since his main focus was on Shikamaru. In the original narrative, aside from prominent characters like Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, various supporting characters also garnered immense affection. Nara Shikamaru was among Hagihara's favorites. He bore a certain resemblance to Jiraiya. Both appeared utterly unreliable in their daily lives, yet were the most trustworthy in critical moments. This seemingly contradictory character trait endowed them with unparalleled charisma, and besides, Shikamaru's future accomplishments were nothing short of astonishing. Not only did he marry the sister of the Kazekage, but he also ascended to the position of Minister of Administrative Affairs, essentially inheriting his father's role. Certainly, these events belong to the realm of the future, and Hagihara finds himself uncertain about how things will unfold. His attention, however, remains firmly anchored in the present. Hagihara distinctly recalls that Shikamaru was among the earliest to acknowledge Naruto, and the bond between them is quite commendable. At this moment, Hagihara harbors a genuine curiosity about Naruto, or perhaps more specifically, the Nine Tails dwelling within him. What are you looking at? Nara Kanai noticed Yahara's gaze directed at Shikamaru, leaving her somewhat perplexed. If you stare at my little brother like that, you might frighten him. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Hagihara quickly regained his composure and offered a faint smile. Just contemplating something intriguing. How utterly perplexing. Kanai rolled her eyes, and then playfully tapped Shikamaru on the head. Go off and play, will you? Honestly, your father is quite lazy for making me look after you. Oh, Shikamaru rubbed his head, though it was evident that he was somewhat displeased. Yet, despite his annoyance, he remained silent, merely turning to walk away. Hagihara found this scene quite amusing and began to wonder if Shikamaru's constant exclamations about women being troublesome stemmed from Kanai's relentless teasing. Stealing a glance at Kanai, Hagihara felt it prudent to refrain from voicing such thoughts. After all, he had long considered giving Shikamaru's pineapple hairstyle a playful nudge, and witnessing Kanai do so was somewhat satisfying. Nevertheless, it seemed that Kanai had not adopted the Nara clan's pineapple hairstyle, as far as Hagihara could recall. Shikamaru's mother did not sport such a look either. Could it be that this iconic hairstyle is a privilege reserved solely for the males of the Nara clan? What are you pondering now? Kanai observed Hagihara lost in thought as he watched Shikamaru's retreating figure, her tone laced with irritation. Why does it seem that your behavior is so peculiar during this encounter? Is it truly strange? Hagihara snapped back to reality and shrugged nonchalantly. I don't find it particularly odd. Not strange. Kanai shook her head, then suddenly covered her mouth, lowering her voice seriously. You have quite the audacity to eliminate someone right in the village. Are you out of your mind? Please, they were the ones who attacked me first. Hagihara scanned the bustling crowd around them, relieved that no one was encroaching upon their conversation. It was crucial for him to keep his dialogue with Kanai discreet. I've already warned you that the village is not safe. Do you know who instigated this? Kenai glanced around, continuing to walk ahead while whispering her inquiry. I do. Though the third Hokage labeled them as outsiders, they sought me out because of my association with that rascal Naruto while they were still alive. Hagihara chuckled softly, revealing an answer that left Kenai momentarily stunned. However, I believe their true intention was to provoke the Uchiha into action. I am well aware of who they are. They are likely members of Danzo's faction. It seems you are quite aware of the situation, yet why do you disregard my counsel? Yeni recognized that Hagihara was astute. Although taken aback by his response, she was not overly surprised. However, her brow soon furrowed in concern. Wait, since you are so knowledgeable, you wouldn't be planning something dreadful, would you? At this juncture, Yeni's demeanor turned significantly more serious. She halted her steps to gaze intently at Hagihara, and finally, with her head bowed, concealing her face behind her hair, she continued, if that is the case, I believe it would be prudent for us to limit our interactions. I have no desire to be entangled in such terrifying matters. Furthermore, I advise you to think carefully, for your clan's current predicament serves as testament to their inadequacies. So please, heed my advice. At this point, Yeni paused, while Hagihara found himself bemused. Surely he was aware of the previous failures of the Uchiha clan's leadership. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated Fugaku Uchiha's ousting. Yet, such matters were not for him to disclose, at least not until everything had settled. Observing Yeni's retreating figure, Hagihara shook his head, opting not to pursue her, for the Uchiha affairs were indeed sensitive. However, he was taken aback when Yeni suddenly stopped. Curiosity piqued. He approached her and inquired, what is it? Is there something else? It's nothing. I merely recalled a message someone asked me to convey to you. Yeni turned to face Hagihara, her demeanor cautious. She discreetly scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no suspicious individuals or even flies before she lowered her head, speaking in a tone only audible to the two of them. Someone mentioned that the current atmosphere in Konoha is quite peculiar, with certain troop movements being exceedingly clandestine. And it appears there are issues within your clan. Therefore, someone wished to inform you that your situation is rather precarious. As members of Konoha, it is unwise to act recklessly. Some matters require careful deliberation. Upon reaching this point, Yeni suddenly lifted her head, revealing a bright smile. She firmly patted Hagihara on the shoulder and exclaimed, all right, you are so unclear in your speech that I hardly grasp what you mean. Is this about the gathering? We can discuss it later. I have matters to attend to, so I must be off. With that, Yeni turned without a glance back and continued on her way. This time without pausing. Hagihara remained in place, lost in thought. Was this the goodwill of the Nara clan? As he made his way to the training field, he reflected on the conversation he had just had with Yeni. In his contemplation, he pondered the implications of her words and why the Nara clan would choose to communicate this to him. After some deliberation, Hagihara was able to ascertain a wealth of information and began to grasp the intentions of the Nara clan. It can be reasonably concluded that Uchiha Itachi harbors some rather unsavory thoughts. It is indeed perplexing that, despite sending Shursui to seek him out and providing him with a completely new path, he remains unchanged. Hagihara finds it difficult to comprehend how matters have escalated to this point, yet he is disinclined to delve deeper into the intricacies. For every individual possesses their own unique perspective. Furthermore, he has already prepared himself psychologically, thus he is not entirely taken aback. What truly surprises him is the attitude of the Nara clan. In the original narrative, Hagihara never heard of the Nara clan sending messages to the Uchiha. Upon further contemplation, he speculates that it is not so much that they are unwilling to send a message, but rather that they are at a loss as to whom it should be directed. Sending it to Shursui is clearly impossible, as during Shursui's lifetime, events had not yet spiraled out of control. Sending it to the Uchiha Itachi after Shursui's demise is even more implausible, with Shursui already deceased. Such an action would merely entangle oneself in the same predicament. Now, with Shursui alive and Hagihara, who shares a good rapport with Nara Shikamaru, naturally becoming a conduit for information, the Nara clan's intention in conveying this message is rather straightforward. On one hand, it is likely a genuine concern for Konoha, as the village is currently in no position to endure further turmoil. Should conflict ensue, although the Uchiha may face obliteration, Konoha would also suffer catastrophic losses, compounded by an open rebellion from one of its most prominent clans. This would deal a devastating blow to Konoha's reputation within the ninja world, especially considering that Konoha's standing has already been severely tarnished by the actions of Kumogakure and Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other hand, there is perhaps an element of dissatisfaction directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the prior incident involving the Hyuga clan, coupled with Danzo's actions towards these noble families, can be seen as a blatant violation of the village's established norms. Whether it be Yamanaka Inoichi or Yamanaka Fu, their recruitment was entirely coercive, forcibly extracted from their respective clans. No clan would willingly relinquish their finest disciples to Danzo's grasp. Moreover, Danzo's coercive tactics extend far beyond just these two families. In essence, this discontent towards the third Hokage has culminated in the discovery of issues surrounding the Uchiha clan and the presence of someone like Hagihara, who has ties to the Nara clan, likely prompted them to subtly relay this information. The only individual privy to this knowledge would be the esteemed minister of the administrative department, Nara Shikaku. Hagihara has pieced together the likely scenario, and upon realizing the circumstances, a smile graces his face. This sequence of events evokes memories of the Chunin exams, where even Kakashi managed to restrain Guy, and the others seemed to vanish without a trace. Particularly striking was the sudden disappearance of Hinata Hizashi, who had just been conversing with Niji in the examination hall moments before. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen met his end, he immediately reappeared, along with other members of prominent clans. It is abundantly clear how profound their dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen runs, to the extent that they stood idly by and witnessed his demise. Certainly, it is also possible that the so-called spirit of the samurai compelled the two to engage in a duel. However, they are not samurai. Rather, they are ninjas. Shaking his head, Hagihara found himself disinclined to ponder these matters further. He had received goodwill from the Nara clan, and this benevolence extended beyond merely them. It must be noted that the trio of boar, deer, and butterfly have always acted in unison. Nevertheless, any subsequent information would ultimately hinge upon the Uchiha clan itself. Only by diligently attending to his own responsibilities can one be perceived as possessing a future, thus providing opportunities to continue expressing goodwill. Although he had long been under Shirsue's watch, it was apparent that this vigilance was insufficient. Upon his return, he must overhaul the existing defense mechanisms, ensuring that Shirsue remained unaware. While uncertain of when such events may transpire, early preparation is undoubtedly prudent. Moreover, even if they were to occur, it would not be at this moment. Just recently, they had expelled Itachi Uchiha, and Konoha would certainly remain vigilant, biding its time. In the original narrative, Itachi spent considerable time preparing psychologically after meeting Danzo, waiting for the Uchiha to lower their guard before making a move. At that time, the Uchiha was oblivious to Itachi's betrayal. Now, my scrutiny of you provides a pretext for action should you dare to proceed. Within the depths of the root base, clad in the garb of an Umbu ninja, Itachi Uchiha stealthily entered. After days of preparation, he had resolved to act on this day. Removing his mask, he stepped forward, aware of being watched, yet he paid it no mind. Such encounters were not unfamiliar to him. As expected, upon confirming his identity, those who had been observing him ceased their scrutiny. As he approached the innermost sanctum of the root, Itachi beheld Danzo seated within. He quickly knelt, lowering his head in a subdued tone. "Lord Danzo." "Oh." Danzo nodded slightly, a cold smile flickering across his features. "I have previously advised you that there are matters you need only report to me, yet it seems you have not heeded my words." With an impassive expression, Itachi replied, "I apologize, Lord Danzo. This matter is of great significance." "So you sought out Hiruzen then?" Danzo was well aware of everything, but chose not to undermine Hiruzen's authority. "I have heard of this matter. What do you intend to do?" "The Hokage has sent me to inquire of you, Lord Danzo." Itachi closed his eyes, uncertain of how to respond to this question. Otherwise, he would not have come here. Danzo observed Itachi's demeanor, his expression remaining indifferent. He had already formed an answer. Yet he needed to be cautious of Itachi's evolving disposition, as on that day, Itachi had clearly informed them of possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Do you wish to hear my answer?" After a lengthy pause, Danzo finally spoke with a detached tone. "Very well, I shall provide you with two answers. First, align yourself with the Uchiha clan and pursue your desires alongside others. And the second." In that moment, Danzo's expression subtly shifted, becoming even colder and more menacing. "Secondly, stand with us, stand by the side of Konoha village, and before the Uchiha commit the unforgivable act, spare only your brother, annihilate the rest of the Uchiha clan." As these words fell, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, a transformation occurred within his dual gaze. The three tomo in his eyes had, unbeknownst to him, morphed into a pattern resembling a boomerang, eerie and spectral, inducing a sense of vertigo with but a single glance. Indeed, it was the kaleidoscope. This young prodigy had awakened this remarkable vision. Danzo observed the eyes with silent contemplation, yet he remained composed and continued speaking with an air of indifference. In order to protect the village, it was imperative to suppress matters before chaos ensued. The only ninja capable of bearing this heavy responsibility were Uchiha and the dual spies of Konoha. One was Yu, and the other was Shisui. However, Shisui's defection indicated the severity of the situation. For the sake of Konoha, my command to you is to eliminate the threat. Will you accept this mission? Uchiha Itachi gently closed his eyes. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the weight of this task felt rather burdensome. Yet, thinking of the village's current plight, of his brother, and the potential consequences of conflict between his family and the village, as well as the formidable Uchiha Madara, he swiftly opened his eyes. His expression gravely earnest as he declared, "As long as you uphold your promise, for the sake of Konoha, I am willing." In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had quietly passed. This period had been one of both busyness and profound fulfillment for Itachi, during which he experienced tremendous growth. As he grew increasingly familiar with the kaleidoscope, his physical capabilities and chakra reserves also advanced significantly. However, the situation remained unchanged. His chakra growth far surpassed his physical development. Despite these transformations, Itachi found himself quite satisfied, though those who trained alongside him were left in considerable discomfort. After all, his foundation was the kaleidoscope. Even when training with merely the three tomo, the intensity proved to be quite taxing for the elite peers. Of course, the foremost reason lay in their reluctance to exert themselves fully, coupled with their inherent apprehension towards Itachi's kaleidoscope abilities. Fortunately, their arduous days were nearing an end, for both they and Itachi understood that persisting in this manner would yield little further benefit. What Itachi truly needed now was consolidation. After all, he had absorbed an abundance of knowledge over the past month and experienced numerous events. For instance, Shisui had now become a free ninja. "So, you have submitted your resignation and completely left the Umbu?" Sitting in a corner of a dango shop, Itachi gazed at Shisui, whose expression was somewhat melancholic yet resolute as he inquired. Shisui sought out Itachi for a simple reason: to report on recent developments and inform him of his departure from the Umbu. "Indeed, I have submitted my application, and it has been approved." With a resigned nod, Shimizu rubbed his brow and cast a glance at the already established soundproof barrier before slowly speaking. "However, this may be for the best. The tasks of the Umbu are too demanding for me at this moment, and they no longer assign me missions." Uchiha nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was only natural for the Umbu to withhold assignments from Shimizu, especially since Itachi had already approached the third Hokage. Thus, it was understandable that Shimizu had fallen out of favor. Given the circumstances, remaining in the Umbu had lost its significance. Departing was the wisest choice, lest Konoha swiftly grant approval for his exit. After all, the matters the Umbu dealt with were shrouded in secrecy, and the rapid release of personnel spoke volumes. However, Shimizu might find himself under close scrutiny, or perhaps no one was watching, as Hiruzen Tsurutobi and others may not care about what Shimizu knew. Contemplating this, Uchiha felt a tinge of melancholy. The affairs of the Uchiha clan were anything but straightforward. Regardless of what Itachi or Hiruzen Tsurutobi were up to, Uchiha believed it was imperative to maintain vigilance, restraint, and a keen sense of awareness. The Hokage would never issue an order for the extermination of a clan. Hiruzen Tsurutobi was far too astute for such folly. The only one capable of giving such an order would be Danzo, with execution falling to the root ninjas and Itachi, possibly accompanied by a Bido Uchiha. This was one of the reasons Uchiha felt compelled to keep a close watch on Itachi, preparing for any potential ambush. As long as they refrained from taking action, the situation could remain stable, which was precisely what Uchiha needed at present. Setting aside these thoughts, he inquired with curiosity, "How has Itachi been recently, and what of our clan leader, Fugaku?" Tapping lightly on the table, Uchiha expressed his desire for more precise information from Shimizu. Despite being somewhat aware of both individual circumstances, Itachi had been spending all his time with Sasuke, refraining from undertaking missions or gathering intelligence. His behavior, while seemingly normal, was undeniably peculiar. Upon mentioning Itachi, Shimizu couldn't help but sigh. He, too, found Itachi's actions rather strange. Itachi devoted so much time to his brother, neglecting all other responsibilities, as if he were trying to make up for lost moments of companionship with Sasuke. Moreover, Shimizu sensed that Itachi's behavior felt akin to a farewell, which left him with a disquieting feeling. As for Fugaku, he had completely isolated himself. Aside from Lady Mikoto, who delivered meals daily, he refused to see anyone else. Even Lady Mikoto would merely drop off the food at the door before departing, never catching a glimpse of Fugaku. Hearing this, Hagihara scratched his head in disbelief. It seemed that neither father nor son was particularly normal. It was worth noting that Itachi did not align with Hagihara and the others' ideologies, while Fugaku was facing the final battle against his potential removal as clan leader. Consequently, one of these individuals fervently supports his younger brother, while the other isolates himself, displaying a complete lack of initiative to alter their circumstances. It seems indeed that not all kin share the same path, though perhaps they have long been prepared. Unbeknownst to others, shaking his head, Yu Yuan felt disinclined to dwell on the matters concerning this father and son duo, as such reflections only served to aggravate his thoughts. I understand. However, we must inform the clan to exercise caution, particularly regarding the sentinels. Adjustments are necessary, and we must keep this information confidential. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan spoke. We need to modify the sentinels as well. Ji Shui paused, taken aback by the statement. What are you worried about? Are you concerned that the village will be compromised? The Hokage would never issue such a command, yet we must remain vigilant. Do not forget that I was ambushed last time. Yu Yuan clarified, and his words were indeed grounded in reality. Thus, necessary precautions must be taken. Do not overlook the fact that I was a target of their attack. You could also interpret this as essential adjustments and a change of guard. Ji Shui nodded earnestly, vividly recalling Yu Yuan's ambush, which he firmly believed was orchestrated by Danzo, though evidence was lacking. Very well, I understand. I will discuss this with the elders and finalize the matter promptly. Thank you for your assistance, Ji Shui, Yu Yuan replied with a smile. Yet there was a matter that troubled him, one he hesitated to voice. He was still contemplating how to get Ji Shui to discern Naruto's daily routines. With the nine tails sealed within Naruto, this was undoubtedly a significant advantage, while Yu Yuan was uncertain how to control the beast. Should the moment arise where he could secure Naruto, it would pose a formidable deterrent for Konoha. However, pursuing such a course of action could lead to irreparable rifts, and the potential negative repercussions weighed heavily on his mind, causing him to abandon the idea. After all, circumstances had not escalated to that point. He was merely inclined to consider possible contingencies. Nonetheless, he recognized that some matters were best handled independently. Strengthening oneself was essential to suppressing all dangers and risks decisively. A month is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Particularly for Uchiha Itachi, this month was both joyous and tormenting. He found joy in finally having time to spend with his younger brother, compensating for the time lost during his tenure in the Umbu. Yet, the anguish stemmed from the internal upheaval within the clan and the pressure exerted by the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi could neither comprehend nor endorse Ji Shui's perspective. Viewing the situation from the Hokage's standpoint, it represented a confrontation between the clan and the Hokage. The Hokage is the chosen representative of the village's will, and opposing him is tantamount to opposing the entire village. However, Uchiha Itachi had not initially resolved to take a definitive stance. He remained embroiled in contemplation. It was the appearance of the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara, along with Danzo's words, that ultimately solidified his resolve. The terror of Uchiha Madara is self-evident, although Uchiha Itachi suspected this figure might be an impostor. The Sharingan concealed beneath the mask could not deceive him. Furthermore, in the presence of such a being, Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming pressure. The silent emergence of such a person in Konoha must harbor unspeakable secrets. The upheaval within his clan, Shirsue's betrayal, and the emergence of Uchiha Madara, all of these factors weighed heavily upon him. Under such extreme pressure, coupled with Danzo's guidance, he ultimately made his decision to cleanse Konoha of disaster and, in doing so, approach Uchiha Madara to provide intelligence for the village. Perhaps out of concern for the immense pressure on Uchiha Itachi, or to grant him time to prepare, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo afforded him a month of respite, allowing him to recuperate. Now, as that period drew to a close, Uchiha Itachi understood that he was soon to take action. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Under the twilight, Uchiha Itachi walked, somewhat absent-mindedly responding to Sasuke's inquiry, which elicited Sasuke's displeasure. Sasuke pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, though it was more a display of endearment. "It's nothing, just pondering some important matters," Uchiha Itachi replied, gently shaking his head before reflecting for a moment and smiling as he spoke. "By the way, you should head home by yourself later. I have some matters to attend to." "What matters? Didn't you say you would stay with me today?" Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke's expression fell further. Though he understood that his brother had spent a considerable amount of time with him, human nature is inherently greedy. Sasuke cherished the moments spent with his brother, especially since Itachi had cared for him since childhood. However, their time together had always been fragmented due to time constraints. Now, having an entire month to bond was a rare joy, yet he still yearned for more companionship. "I'm sorry, but due to certain matters, I must take my leave," Uchiha Itachi patiently explained. "Moreover, as a member of the Umbu, there are many things beyond my control." At this point, Uchiha Itachi paused, while Sasuke continued to pout, appearing quite displeased. This prompted Itachi to shake his head gently. He approached Sasuke, crouched down, and unexpectedly flicked Sasuke's forehead with his finger. "Next time, Sasuke, I promise I will spend quality time with you. Honestly, I'm not a child anymore." Sasuke rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight sting from the flick. But internally, he had already forgiven his brother. He was not oblivious to the realities of life and understood that his brother often had pressing obligations. As he ran off toward home, he called back, "Remember, brother, next time you must accompany me properly." As he gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, Itachi Uchiha maintained a serene smile. However, once that silhouette vanished into the twilight, the smile on his face faded entirely. With a soft sigh, he turned and sprinted towards the cliff where he had secretly arranged to meet Shisui. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the silvery moon quietly ascended into the night sky, where Itachi had already been waiting in silence for quite some time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing an unusual chakra manifesting around him. He knew his awaited companion had arrived. "It seems you have made certain decisions," spoke Tobi, adorned with an orange spiral mask. In a heavy tone, "You claim to be Uchiha Madara. I do hope you can demonstrate your true power." Itachi, devoid of any intention for idle chatter, regarded the enigmatic figure with indifference and stated, "I require your assistance. The Uchiha possess a Mangekyo. Should we engage, it could become quite troublesome." "Are you referring to Uchiha Shisui?" Tobi's voice remained hoarse, yet it carried a hint of mockery. "I have heard that you two are close brothers. It appears you are indeed resolute about taking action against him. However, I suspect there are more than just the two of you who wish to intervene, correct? After all, the Uchiha clan is vast, and dealing with both of us, even as Mangekyo users, is not a trivial matter." "You need not concern yourself with those details," Itachi replied, his expression unchanged, though his fists began to clench tightly, his eyes shifting into the Mangekyo state. "Only a select few need to cooperate. The rest I can manage on my own. I merely seek one answer. Will you assist me in confronting him?" "Intriguing, truly intriguing," Tobi remarked, his gaze towards Itachi laced with derision. Yet, in the end, he nodded, "Very well, as you wish. However, I must advise you to strike only when they are least alert. After all, Uchiha Shisui is also a Mangekyo user." The silver moonlight illuminated the earth. While within the Uchiha clan, Shisui arrived at the home of Hagihara, holding a shinobi blade. "The ninja blade you requested is ready. It is truly exceptional." Featuring a unique summoning seal that the craftsman took considerable effort to remove, Shisui placed the blade upon the table, then added with a slight smile, "Tomorrow marks the beginning. Are you prepared?" "Of course, I am ready. This past month has not been in vain," Hagihara replied with a smile, carefully examining the blade on the table. It was not heavy, embodying the standard shape of a ninja blade, and its craftsmanship felt remarkably fine. Regrettably, the materials were exceptionally suited for lightning chakra, which might diminish the effectiveness of Hagihara's wind-based technique, Waterbird Dance. Nevertheless, even with some compromise, it surpassed ordinary ninja blades, which, while capable of channeling chakra, did so with inefficiency and risked breaking under excessive chakra. This blade served to address Hagihara's shortcomings in that regard. "By the way, how goes the matter of the scouts?" Hagihara inquired with curiosity, nodding in satisfaction. "Prepared and assured. The elders have acknowledged your caution and prudence." Shisui nodded. Then, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Do your best, Yahara." "Thank you, Shirzue." Yahara's expression grew considerably solemn. He was determined to give his all the following day. In truth, he would exert every ounce of effort. For it was the moment of the curtain rise. At the break of dawn the next day, every member of the Uchiha clan, regardless of rank, collectively took a leave of absence. They gathered, dispersed yet united, in the forest bordering a secluded gorge in Konoha, while the clan's security team had already commenced their preparations. Naturally, the events of the day were not to be disclosed to outsiders, nor would they permit anyone to approach. Any announcement would only come after the conclusion of the proceedings. Elders such as Uchiha Takashi and Uchiha so awaited in silence, their eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of calmness. However, truth be told, there was a profound unrest within them, for they were acutely aware that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only Fugaku, but the fact that Uchiha Itachi also wielded this extraordinary power left them in disbelief. How could such prodigious talents arise from one family? Indeed, the elders refrained from labeling Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi as mere geniuses. They deemed the term prodigy far more fitting for this father-son duo. One was weak and indecisive, while the other seemed utterly disinterested in understanding or embracing the changes within the clan, resolutely steadfast in a manner that was almost unfathomable. It was hard to fathom that these two were related by blood, and even harder to believe that both had unlocked the Mangekyo. Surely, such individuals could not be anything but prodigious. However, intelligence reports indicated that Fugaku had not disclosed the nature of his ocular powers to Itachi, nor had Itachi sought to engage in dialogue with his father. Their peculiar lack of communication left the elders astounded. Had they truly no intention of conversing? Furthermore, after isolating himself from others, Fugaku had not met with anyone, including his own son Itachi, who instead chose to spend his time solely with his younger brother. Neglecting all else, it is crucial to note that Fugaku awaited a formidable confrontation concerning the lineage of the clan leader and the impending clash between two Mangekyo. Moreover, the elders were aware that Itachi had previously met with the higher-ups of Konoha. The behavior exhibited by both parties was indeed extraordinary, evoking a sense of utter incredulity. Yet, regardless of their eccentricities, at least this father-son pair remained in the dark about each other's plans. Otherwise, the situation concerning Yahara and Shirzue, both wielders of the Mangekyo, could have escalated into chaos. One must concede that an individual's peculiar disposition can be difficult to categorize as either a blessing or a curse. For those of them who are reformers, however, this peculiarity was hardly a misfortune, as it alleviated their concerns. As the morning sun ascended steadily into the sky, the day unfolded splendidly. Under the radiant sunlight, Yahara and Shirzue approached with measured steps. Not far from them, Uchiha Fugaku silently advanced towards their direction. The sunlight elongated his shadow, casting him in a semblance of solitude and melancholy. Yet, the aura surrounding him exuded an unmistakable resolve. Before long, the three of them had arrived at the heart of the forest, where their respective factions had quietly gathered behind them. In terms of numbers, Yu Yuan's side held an undeniable advantage. However, at this juncture, sheer numbers were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal factor lay in the confrontation between Yu Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku clan leader, "It has been a while," Yu Yuan remarked, observing Uchiha Fugaku's current state. He could not help but nod slightly. "You appear somewhat haggard. This is not the demeanor befitting one before battle." "Thank you for your concern, Yu Yuan-kun," Uchiha Fugaku replied, gently shaking his head. His tone was courteous yet firm. "I am fine. Please do not worry. Although I may seem a bit worse for wear, I am fully aware of my own condition, and I assure you, there are no issues." Yu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, what Fugaku had expressed amounted to mere formalities. The weakened state of his opponent was, without a doubt, advantageous for him. How could he relinquish such an edge? After all, Yu Yuan was a competent ninja, and ninjas have always been known to employ any means necessary to achieve their objectives. "I understand," Fugaku clan leader, Yu Yuan affirmed with a decisive nod. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Takeshi, the elders present. Uchiha Fugaku, too, directed his attention towards them. After a brief, hushed exchange among the elders, Uchiha Zong stepped forward, surveying all those gathered before him. He proclaimed loudly, "We have convened here today to address the impeachment incident from the clan meeting a month ago." Fugaku clan leader, regardless of the outcome of today's duel, you shall relinquish your position as clan leader. Do you have any objections? None, Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly, shaking his head. He had long anticipated this outcome. In truth, he had effectively lost his position as clan leader the moment the clan meeting concluded. Yu Yuan-kun. Uchiha Zong nodded, then directed his gaze back to Yu Yuan. Should you emerge victorious in this battle, you shall become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. However, if you should fail, you will not directly attain the title of clan leader, though you may retain your candidacy for the position and continue to partake in clan affairs. Do you have any reservations? None. Yu Yuan gently shook his head. He was acutely aware that Uchiha Zong's words were indeed inclined in his favor. It was evident that they harbored genuine concerns regarding Uchiha Fugaku's strength, yet they also recognized that their relationship with Fugaku had deteriorated beyond repair. Simultaneously, Yu Yuan had the support of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Shursui. Should they choose to reverse course and support Uchiha Fugaku, it would undoubtedly lead to complications for them. Undeniably, this was a predicament fraught with difficulty, and thus, the only course of action available to them was unwavering support for Yu Yuan. Moreover, Yu Yuan had already endeared himself to them. They had acknowledged him, and even in the event of his defeat, they would heed his directives. Such an arrangement was naturally beyond Yuhara's capacity to refuse. Yet he found himself perplexed and amused by the belief held by this group that their chances of victory were so dire. While Yuhara had to concede that Uchiha Fugaku was indeed a formidable adversary, his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were still a mystery to Yuhara. However, Uchiha Fugaku was equally unaware of Yuhara's own Mangekyo capabilities, not to mention that Yuhara possessed powers bestowed upon him by the system beyond the Mangekyo. Most importantly, the abilities of Yuhara's Mangekyo could amplify the powers granted by the system. Uchiha Fugaku gently shook his head, indicating that he harbored no concerns. And then he took the lead, descending toward the precipice. Yuhara nodded at the elders and followed suit. After all, this was a confrontation between two Mangekyo-level Uchiha, and the extent of their clash was uncertain. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. As he observed Uchiha Fugaku ahead, Yuhara felt a surge of emotions. Realizing he had reached the final juncture, at the base of the cliff, the river rushed tumultuously. Yuhara and Uchiha Fugaku stood opposed on the banks, while all the Uchiha ninjas capable of observing the battle silently watched from the forest above the cliff. A gentle breeze swept through. Yet neither Yuhara nor Uchiha Fugaku made a move. Their auras had already reached a zenith. The palpable chakra energy swirled ominously above the river, casting a daunting shadow over the two, rendering them as fearsome as demonic entities. Yuhara-kun, I never anticipated my opponent would be you. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. And you truly leave me in awe. Should I express gratitude for your praise, or should I feel a sense of guilt? Yuhara gently shook his head, his demeanor focused as if he were perpetually searching for an opportunity. There is no need for guilt. You have merely fulfilled your obligations. Uchiha Fugaku continued, his tone now considerably more serious. What astonishes me is your talent, your perseverance, and your vision. I must admit, I have consistently underestimated you, merely categorizing you as an eccentric genius of your clan. Yet, your actual performance has demonstrated that you are not merely a clan genius. You are the kind that could occupy the position of a leader. Moreover, your strength rivals that of Shursui, and you too possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. You would make a commendable clan leader. Fugaku-sama, what do your words imply? Upon hearing this, Yuhara involuntarily furrowed his brow. He found Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor today to be quite peculiar, and his current statements even more so. Such sentiments echoed a striking lack of confidence, as if he had tacitly conceded the position of clan leader to Yuhara. Were that the case, today's battle could have been averted, yet his actual conduct seemed to suggest otherwise. This left Yuhara in a state of bewilderment, yet regardless of the oddity, he would not allow himself to relax in the face of an adversary wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no significance, merely a reflection. Uchiha Fugaku gently shook his head. Then his expression grew serious. You will understand my meaning, but now you must be cautious, for the battle has begun. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling gleam flashed across Yuhara's neck, swift as thunder. The confrontation had commenced. Yuhara remained wholly focused. The moment Uchiha Fugaku made his move, his eyes transformed into the state of three tomo. He deftly evaded the formidable strike. Simultaneously, the ninja blade at his waist was unsheathed in an instant, radiating a brilliant blue light as it sliced towards Uchiha Fugaku's back. The battles of ninjas are indeed fearsome, and those of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan, exhibit an even keener sense of timing. The slightest lapse in the opponent's concentration invites a swift and lethal counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the two had completely intertwined in combat. Blades flashed and chakra surged like a torrent, yet both appeared to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from unleashing their full might immediately. Despite the fierce appearance of their skirmish, it was clear to all that this was merely a prelude, a means to gauge one another's strength and abilities. The Crimson Three-Tomo spun relentlessly, showcasing an extraordinary level of insight. After evading Yahara's strike, Uchiha Fugaku thrust his kunai towards Yahara's neck. Yet, mid-action, he abruptly halted. In an uncanny twist, Fugaku redirected his kunai to the side. Suddenly, Yahara emerged, grasping his arm, and without hesitation, plunged the ninja blade into his abdomen. This scene sent shivers down the spines of those watching from the cliff. However, as Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a cloud of smoke, they nodded in acknowledgement. Such a battle was truly captivating, one from which even they could glean valuable lessons. Yet, to witness such a confrontation fully, it seemed one must activate the Sharingan for a clearer view. Many Uchiha ninjas pondered silently, some even activating their Sharingan, intently observing the two figures below, akin to phantoms. Yahara's scarlet eyes spun slightly, and in the next moment, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. Although the feedback from his Mangekyo Sharingan primarily enhanced his chakra, the improvement to his physical prowess was comparatively modest. Nevertheless, his speed now was beyond the capabilities of his self 6 months prior. What incredible speed! Uchiha Fugaku found himself beside the river, quietly marveling, yet he felt no panic. His Sharingan had already tracked Yahara's movements. Yahara's ninja blade slashed outward, effortlessly deflecting Fugaku's kunai. The blade shimmered and appeared before Fugaku, descending without hesitation. However, at that very moment, Uchiha Fugaku had already completed a hand seal with one hand. The river around him surged wildly, a formidable wall of water standing directly before him. Water release, water barrier, water release. Yahara was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the water wall. After all, few Uchiha possessed the mastery of water release, given that their innate affinity lay with fire release, making the learning of water release inherently challenging. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku's adeptness at this technique genuinely puzzled Yahara. Nevertheless, Yahara did not hesitate. The chakra of wind release began to manifest upon his ninja blade. With the execution of this technique, Uchiha Fugaku hurled a kunai toward the water wall while leaping back to create distance. At that very moment of his retreat, the thick water wall was effortlessly cleaved apart by Yahara's blade, and the kunai flew directly towards him. An explosive tag? Yahara raised an eyebrow, for he clearly discerned an explosive tag affixed to the handle of the kunai. It must be said, Uchiha Fugaku possessed a remarkably diverse array of tactics. His repertoire of tricks was indeed extensive. Although his character was deeply flawed, his prowess was undeniably formidable, at least in actual combat. Many of his techniques and strategies provided considerable insight to Yahara, yet such assaults posed little threat to him, especially since, at that moment, his ninja blade was already suffused with chakra of the wind attribute. Boom! Suddenly, the explosive tag detonated. A thunderous roar accompanied by a blaze of fire enveloped Yahara completely. However, in that instant of the explosion, a striking azure chakra quietly enveloped Yahara. The flames and thick smoke from the explosive tag caused the Uchiha clansmen observing from the cliff to furrow their brows. They were not concerned about Uchiha Fugaku's actions being excessive, nor did they doubt Yahara's ability to evade such an attack. It was simply that, in their eagerness to witness the clash between Yahara and Uchiha Fugaku, they had activated their Sharingan and noticed the peculiar chakra surrounding Yahara. This layer of chakra enveloped Yahara completely. Though invisible, it was undeniably real, leaving them perplexed as to how Yahara achieved this. Some of the more assertive elite members, along with those who had witnessed Yahara's exploits that fateful night, seemed to harbor various speculations. As the gentle breeze began to disperse the thick smoke, a figure suddenly darted from the flank. His ninja blade once again radiated a brilliant blue light as he charged towards Uchiha Fugaku's position. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as Uchiha Fugaku deftly blocked the blade with his kunai at a critical moment. Observing Yahara closely, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but nod slightly. The violent explosion caused by the explosive tag had left no mark upon Hagihara, yet he remained shrouded in a mesmerizing azure chakra that rippled like waves. It appears that your Susanoo has reached a breathtaking level of mastery, Uchiha Fugaku remarked quietly while fending off a strike from Hagihara's ninja blade. I noticed it last time, but now I can confidently ascertain that such a purely formidable chakra defense must indeed be Susanoo. It is evident that your command over Susanoo is exceptionally strong. With such power, I feel considerably more at ease. However, it is still insufficient. You must remain vigilant, Hagihara-kun. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Hagihara was at a loss for a response. How did the formidable spirit shield transform into Susanoo? While the spirit shield did bear some resemblance, there were significant differences between the two. At the very least, the spirit shield could not undergo the transformation to assume the form of Susanoo. Nonetheless, Hagihara had no intention of elaborating on this to Uchiha Fugaku, especially since he could sense that Fugaku had little desire to continue the conversation. With a fierce thrust of his kunai, a powerful force momentarily pressured Hagihara. In that instant, Uchiha Fugaku leaped back, hurling his kunai towards Hagihara with great force. Simultaneously, he quickly formed hand seals, and the next moment, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The fire dragon surged forth, creating a vast cloud of steam as it roared towards Hagihara. Has he resorted to ninjutsu? Hagihara raised an eyebrow but swiftly devised a counter. The three tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, he pinpointed the technique's weakness. With a thrust of his ninja blade infused with wind-release chakra, he pierced the massive fire dragon's head, cleaving it in two. After executing this maneuver, he quickly leaped back, simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. He had no fear of engaging in ninjutsu combat, particularly since he excelled in its use. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Hagihara did not opt for the most powerful fire technique. Instead, he chose the one with the broadest range, and countless sparks scattered forth, enveloping Uchiha Fugaku entirely. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly. Ninjutsu was indeed his forte. He had heard that Hagihara was proficient in fire techniques, and he believed that during the past month, Hagihara would have seized the opportunity to learn more. However, Hagihara was still quite young, merely 16 or 17 years of age. In terms of chakra reserves and proficiency in ninjutsu, Fugaku did not believe that this young man could surpass him. Nevertheless, he would not let his guard down. For Hagihara possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan inevitably enhances one's physical capabilities. Thus, even though he was confident in his superiority in this regard, he knew he must remain exceedingly cautious. Water release, water formation wall. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, opting for water release to counter the fire release. With his seals complete, a formidable wall of water emerged from the turbulent river, effectively blocking all of Hagihara's fire techniques. However, Hagihara displayed no intention of yielding. He clasped his hands together and, in an instant, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. This fire dragon immediately generated a thick mist above the rushing waters, with the intense heat causing the water to evaporate, rendering the dragon even more elusive. The obscured fire dragon roared, surging forward towards Uchiha Fugaku amidst the swirling vapor. Fugaku observed this scene with a calm demeanor. To him, Hagihara's fire techniques were indeed impressive, yet he was fully capable of countering them with his own fire release. Nevertheless, he felt that this warm-up had served its purpose. Through this skirmish, he had effectively assessed Hagihara's capabilities in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Moreover, he was astonished by Hagihara's adeptness in utilizing Susanoo, a level of proficiency that left him speechless, especially considering Hagihara had yet to employ his Mangekyo Sharingan. The warm-up was primarily intended for intelligence gathering and strength appraisal, and his goal for this confrontation was merely to ascertain certain aspects. At this juncture, he resolved to accelerate the pace, eager to witness the full extent of Hagihara's power. With a thought, the three tomo in Fugaku's eyes began to whirl rapidly, casting a chilling aura of destruction around him. With the extraordinary insight and dynamic vision afforded by the Mangekyo, Fugaku effortlessly leapt to evade the fire dragon's charge. Upon landing, he had stealthily positioned himself beside Hagihara, while an enigmatic chakra subtly unfurled. Mangekyo? Hagihara arched an eyebrow, astonished that Uchiha Fugaku would activate his Mangekyo so swiftly. However, now that it had been employed, Hagihara would not hold back. Since activating his own Mangekyo, he had only previously engaged with those from the Foundation. On that occasion, he had also felt the power of the Mangekyo, as those from the Foundation were certainly formidable. Yet, under the scrutiny of the Mangekyo's insight, they possessed virtually no secrets. Every movement laid bare before Hagihara. With the utilization of his ocular techniques, Hagihara had effortlessly dispatched those individuals to the Pure Land. Now he faced Uchiha Fugaku, who similarly wielded the Mangekyo, and he was keen to test the limits of his own vision. Furthermore, he was curious about the extent of Fugaku's abilities. The atmosphere surrounding them had shifted dramatically, an aura so terrifying that it left one wondering whether they had invoked some forbidden power. On the cliff above, numerous Uchiha ninja sensed the sudden shift in energy below, a chilling and destructive force that rendered them breathless. As elite members of the Uchiha clan, having also participated in the clan meeting incident, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It appears that either Yu Yuan or Uchiha Fugaku has commenced the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Alas, matters have escalated to this point. Uchiha Zong stood upon the precipice, letting out a faint sigh. Rest assured, their confrontation remains somewhat restrained. Uchiha Zhuji interjected, though he quickly lowered his voice. By the way, how has that Uchiha Itachi fared lately? I have heard he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ji Shui was on alert, and the sentinels had also been altered, as per Yu Yuan's orders. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Zong felt a pang of concern. Let us observe this battle that may determine the future of our clan. Uchiha Itachi will be fine. A battle that determines the future of the clan? Uchiha Zhuji chuckled at this remark. The Uchiha clan now belongs to Yu Yuan. What future is there to worry about? Uchiha Zong refrained from responding to Zhuji's words. Indeed, the Uchiha clan could be considered Yu Yuan's at present. Yet, Yu Yuan lacked one crucial element, the rightful title of clan leader. Has he already decided to employ the power of the Mangekyo so swiftly? Yu Yuan halted his offensive, his eyes now reflecting the state of the Mangekyo Sharingan, calmly addressing Uchiha Fugaku. The contest in the three-tomo state has sufficed. I have discerned your limits and capabilities, and that is ample for my needs. Uchiha Fugaku, equally composed, felt his chakra surging with fervor. Then it is only natural that we advance further. After all, the three-tomo state restricts our true potential, does it not? The moment the words left his lips, Uchiha Fugaku, like a specter, appeared before Yu Yuan, swiftly thrusting his kunai towards him. Clang! Yu Yuan's reflexes were extraordinarily quick. He swiftly raised his ninja blade to deflect the kunai, then pressed forward with force, closing the distance between them. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, both Yu Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku's speed, strength, and reflexes became visibly more enhanced and exaggerated. Yu Yuan acutely felt this change. Although the pressure of battle intensified, for some inexplicable reason, he found this combat experience increasingly exhilarating. The clan members observing the fight were equally affected. They had activated their Sharingan to spectate, yet while they could comprehend the battle, their bodies could not keep pace. Amidst this fluid and rapid confrontation, Yu Yuan had silently harnessed the power of reversal. He could distinctly sense that Uchiha Fugaku possessed a foundational strength far superior to his own, which was quite natural. After all, Fugaku was older, with superior physical attributes and combat experience that a still maturing Yu Yuan could not hope to match. Particularly, in terms of the feedback from the Mangekyo, Fugaku had benefited from it for a longer duration than Yu Yuan. In light of this, even though Yu Yuan cherished his ocular power, he would judiciously begin to utilize it. He was determined to triumph over Uchiha Fugaku, unwilling to be dominated by this formidable opponent. Two phantasmagoric figures intertwined and weaved through the canyon, their combat a delicate balance of restraint and peril. The clangor of metal resonated through the air, evoking a sense of suffocating tension amidst the skirmish. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku subtly distanced himself. His eyes, adorned with an intricate and eerie kaleidoscope, whirled rapidly as his chakra surged violently, completing the hand seals with silent precision. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Accompanied by his formidable chakra, a cataclysmic torrent of flames erupted forth, akin to a tidal wave. Faced with such an immense inferno, Yu Yuan hesitated to advance further. Although Uchiha Fugaku's technique paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara, it effectively hindered Yu Yuan's movements within the confines of the canyon. Is he compelling me to employ Susanoo? Yu Yuan pondered swiftly. In truth, utilizing large-scale earth or water techniques could thwart the impending attack. However, his grasp of earth techniques was still lacking, and he was utterly inept in water techniques. Uchiha Fugaku was likely aware of this fact. Yet, the abilities Yu Yuan possessed extended beyond merely the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Resorting to Susanoo would indeed be a prudent choice. But to invoke it at such a trivial juncture felt excessively capricious. He lightly flicked his wrist, feeling the searing heat, as azure chakra began to radiate from him. The flames surged forth rapidly, and in the next instant, Yu Yuan's figure flickered, the fire engulfing his previous position. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, uncertain of Yu Yuan's current state, yet instinctively sensing an imminent threat. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, perceiving a menacing chakra coalescing above him. Indeed, upon looking up, he beheld Yu Yuan soaring through the sky. Flight technique? Uchiha Fugaku murmured inwardly, yet he was compelled to hastily perform hand seals. For Yu Yuan was already making his move. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Yu Yuan, suspended in the air, granted Uchiha Fugaku no moment for reflection. As a meteor-like fireball hurtled towards him, detonating upon impact and unleashing a vast expanse of flames. This inferno eclipsed the already formidable range of Uchiha Fugaku's great fire annihilation, its power exceeding that of its predecessor. The dreadful blaze transformed the canyon into a veritable inferno, and under such terrifying flames, few could withstand the onslaught. Uchiha Fugaku was evidently among those capable of resistance. However, a bitter smile graced his features as he marveled at the stark contrast between Yu Yuan's techniques now and those before. Is it an ocular technique? An enhancement of the jutsu? Or something else entirely? Uchiha Fugaku mused silently, yet he recognized that relying solely on ninjutsu to counter this threat was unrealistic. Thus, he made a decisive resolution. The kaleidoscope of his eyes spun rapidly, enveloping him in a layer of golden chakra. This golden chakra surged forth with fervor, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form. Susanoo, it is evident that Uchiha Fugaku is equally capable of wielding this formidable technique. Having possessed these eyes for such an extended period, it is inconceivable that he has not conducted extensive research, even if he refrains from its use. Simultaneously, he swiftly forms hand seals, summoning a colossal water wall that rises from the ground, staunchly obstructing the encroaching inferno. At that moment, he suddenly observes Hagihara soaring above him, descending rapidly. With his ninja blade held aloft, sharp wind nature chakra swirling around it. Clan leader Fugaku, I shall seize the position of clan leader, and I will be the blade of the Uchiha. With the secret technique, Waterbird Dance, the razor-sharp blade, accompanied by the fierce wind chakra, spreads outwards. Hagihara gracefully swings down his raised ninja blade. Under the fervent enhancement of counteracting forces, Hagihara feels as though he wields a power capable of obliterating worlds. However, he is acutely aware that this sensation is merely an illusion. He comprehends the trajectory of future events, realizing that his current strength is still insufficient. There is no denying the potency of the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet such prowess is only relevant in the present and the forthcoming years. After all, within less than a decade, as the fourth great ninja war commences, the power of ninjas will be redefined. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku employs Susanoo, and despite the enhancement of my Waterbird Dance, it is indeed doubtful that I can breach his defenses. Although Susanoo has a history of being countered by wind techniques, it remains irrefutable that it is the most formidable defensive jutsu. While Hagihara's Waterbird Dance is powerful, directly cleaving through Susanoo is a daunting challenge. Yet, he is confident in his ability to create sufficient cracks upon it. Once he causes fissures, Uchiha Fugaku will have to expend effort to mend them, draining more of his ocular power, thus presenting Hagihara with an opportunity. However, Hagihara must remain vigilant, as he is yet uncertain of Uchiha Fugaku's ocular techniques. Regardless of what his ocular jutsu may be, it matters not to Hagihara, for he is well prepared, and today he must secure what he desires. Though the clan may presently be under his authority, the absence of a formal title leaves something to be desired, especially as he feels deprived of substantial system rewards. The wind-like blades, entwined with fierce flames, relentlessly encircle Uchiha Fugaku, while Hagihara's ninja blade glides accurately and elegantly across the yellow Susanoo. The Waterbird Dance comprises 3 segments, each segment a nightmarish recollection for Hagihara, who cannot recall how many times he has met his demise at the hands of that wind-bladed prosthetic sword. However, Now he resolves to transform the 3 segments of Waterbird into a nightmare for the entire ninja world. The Root Ninja have already demonstrated the terror of this sword technique, and now Hagihara aims to use Uchiha Fugaku to validate its might. Yet, as Hagihara unleashes the 2nd segment of his dance, he senses the emergence of minute cracks within Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. At that moment, he feels an ominous chakra converging within Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Amaterasu, or some other technique. Although Yu Yuan continued his movement, his eyes began to rotate slightly, and the azure chakra that once belonged to the spirit shield underwent subtle changes. If it were Amaterasu, he was uncertain whether the spirit shield could withstand it. Naturally, the best choice would be Susanoo. For other techniques, in the absence of knowledge regarding their specific abilities, Yu Yuan could only place his trust in Susanoo. After all, this was a battle of the kaleidoscope level, and ordinary defensive ninjutsu would prove ineffective. However, in the next moment, Yu Yuan suddenly perceived a drastic transformation in the world before him. The once vibrant realm shifted into monochrome, the sun in the sky resembling the moon. Yet this moonlight appeared devoid of vitality. The surroundings became suffused with an eerie stillness. Flames and wind blades vanished without a trace. Even the battle between Yu Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have never occurred. Illusion? Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow, having felt no abnormalities. Yet he found himself ensnared within this illusory space. Clearly, this was the ocular technique of Uchiha Fugaku. This technique appeared somewhat akin to Tsukuyami. Yet everything within it felt distinctly different. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay in Yu Yuan's realization that his situation seemed peculiar. He was neither bound nor restricted. What could it mean? Was it overconfidence, or perhaps an unwarranted sense of security? As he assessed his condition, he discovered that he was indeed unrestrained, and everything about him seemed well. This struck him as odd, or perhaps the entire battle today felt strange, primarily due to Uchiha Fugaku's exceedingly enigmatic demeanor. Yu Yuan-kun, I apologize for employing such a method to communicate with you. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated slowly within this space, and his figure swiftly materialized. Yu Yuan turned to observe him, feeling somewhat bewildered by Fugaku's series of actions. Yet he remained vigilant. Communication? Does clan leader Fugaku have something to convey to me? Yu Yuan inquired cautiously. Indeed, I have much to express. Yet I have never found the opportunity, Uchiha Fugaku replied, a wry smile adorning his lips, which only deepened Yu Yuan's sense of strangeness. However, Fugaku remained oblivious to Yu Yuan's expression and continued unabated. During last month's clan meeting, your profound insights left an impression on me. I had always believed that, while I may not be an exemplary clan leader, I was at least a competent one. However, after hearing your words and witnessing the immense support you garnered, I realized I needed to reflect critically. For the past month, I have isolated myself, shunning the company of all, including my wife and children. And I meticulously reviewed my actions as clan leader. In light of your remarks, I arrived at a disheartening conclusion. I am indeed not a qualified leader. One might even say I am a lamentable one. As he spoke, a deep and bitter smile spread across Uchiha Fugaku's face, rendering Yu Yuan's expression increasingly peculiar. What was happening? Suddenly reminiscing during a battle. Was this a traditional manifestation of the Hokage, or had Uchiha Fugaku lost his mind? Thank you, Yu Yuan-kun, for enlightening me to the depths of my own weakness and failures. You have made me acutely aware of my inadequacies, Uchiha Fugaku continued, his expression turning profoundly sincere in that moment. I surmise you are quite perplexed about the purpose of this battle, aren't you? Yu Yuan remained silent, gazing intently at Uchiha Fugaku. He seemed to grasp the essence of Fugaku's words, yet he dared not confirm it. In truth, the purpose of this battle was unequivocal. It served as both a signal and an inevitable process, particularly significant for me. Although Yu Yuan was silent, Uchiha Fugaku smiled at that moment. Soon, I shall dispel the illusion, and once we step outside, I will relinquish my defenses. Your swordsmanship is exceptionally commendable, one of the finest I have ever encountered. To perish under such skill, especially yours wielding the Mangekyo, would leave me with no regrets. To die beneath your sword? At that moment, Yu Yuan had nearly deciphered Fugaku's thoughts, which struck him as both amusing and somewhat exasperating. It appeared this individual teetered on the brink of a psychological breakdown. Uchiha Fugaku, like Uchiha Itachi, possessed a firm resolve. Once they committed to a belief, they acted upon it. For instance, after Shirsue's death, when the moderates turned hardline. Fugaku paid the price for his indecisiveness, unwittingly assuming the role of the hardline leader. Following his ascension, he indeed undertook numerous actions and diligently prepared for the family coup. Yet, on the night of the massacre, when he could have thwarted Itachi, he inexplicably succumbed to another psychological episode. After witnessing the so-called future of the village presented by Itachi, he impulsively chose to await his demise alongside his wife. This bewildering behavior from him had begun to seem somewhat familiar to Yu Yuan. If Yu Yuan's conjecture was correct, this choice of Fugaku's could be viewed as a double-edged sword, potentially beneficial, yet fraught with peril. Indeed, to perish by your blade would symbolize my redemption. I have led my family to this juncture, a consequence from which I cannot reclaim my honor. Although Fugaku perceived Yu Yuan's contemplative demeanor, the unusual expression on his face did not deter him from continuing. However, Yu Yuan-kun, with your appearance, the Uchiha have found you. At such a young age, you possess such decisiveness and power. You shall be a worthy clan leader. Yet, to attain the stature of a leader, one must wield authority. To slay me would grant you the utmost respect, instilling fear and concern in others. Most crucially, it would earn their recognition. With my demise, I shall forge a brand new Uchiha. I depart this world without regrets. Indeed, it is as such. Yu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he gazed upon Uchiha Fugaku, who had resolutely resigned himself to death. For a moment, Yu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this fellow faced the crazed Uchiha Itachi in a similar manner, only to tell him that he was a gentle child, urging him to take action? Truly, it is madness. Undoubtedly, eliminating Uchiha Fugaku would instill a profound fear in the likes of Uchiha Zong and elder Uchiha Jiju, granting Yu Yuan an unimaginable prestige. He could even attain a level of authority within the clan assembly akin to that of Uchiha Madara. However, the troubles that would ensue are equally unfathomable. To brazenly execute a former clan leader would leave a deep-seated resentment within the hearts of the elite of the Uchiha clan. Even Shursui would likely harbor dissent. Moreover, turning against one's own kin is inherently a loathsome act, for they share the same bloodline. Although Yu Yuan often espoused the virtue of reason, he had never truly dealt a lethal blow, even when he contemplated eliminating those who disobeyed him. Such measures were always a last resort, and he meticulously confined his ambitions to those spiritual leaders, especially as his motives were for the greater good of the Uchiha clan. He is not Uchiha Itachi, who could strike against the entire clan for an ethereal cause, heedless of alternative solutions. Additionally, Yu Yuan must consider the ramifications of his forcibly bound system and the potential negative repercussions it may impose should he eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. Well, I believe I have articulated my thoughts clearly. Just as Yu Yuan's inner monologue raged, Uchiha Fugaku spoke once more. Then, why should I heed your words? Coming to his senses, Yu Yuan abruptly interrupted Uchiha Fugaku, and in response to his bewildered expression, declared, I aspire to become the clan leader. And I intend to do so honorably. My prestige does not hinge upon your demise. This is why I assert that you are unfit to lead. You lack the convictions a leader ought to possess. Your grave errors have brought our clan to such a plight. Your failure to lead cannot simply be washed away by your death. Have you considered how to assist me, how to elevate the Uchiha to greatness once more, rather than seeking your own end? At this juncture, Yu Yuan paused briefly, then revealed a faint smile. Furthermore, why do you presume that I would require your leniency to triumph over you? You underestimate me gravely. As his words fell, Yu Yuan silently activated his secret technique. Steadfast will. In that instant, he felt all negative influences purged from his being. His mind became astonishingly clear, and his mental fortitude coalesced. In his eyes, he beheld a world interwoven with black and white, as well as a still realm where blades and flames intertwined. With a slight lift of his head, the kaleidoscope within Yu Yuan's eyes spun rapidly, as a terrifying chakra surged forth. When his chakra reached its zenith, he suddenly raised his hand. In that fleeting moment, the sun, resembling a moon within this realm of stark black and white, was instantly stained crimson. This blood-red sun imbued the interwoven space with an extraordinary charm. In but a moment, this sanguine orb transformed into a scarlet eye, radiating an infinite crimson hue, swiftly tinting the entire world in a bloody shade. Within the gaze of this blood-red sun, a peculiar kaleidoscopic pattern slowly revolved. That very design mirrored Yu Yuan's own kaleidoscope. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. But his expression swiftly shifted as he realized he had lost control of this illusionary realm. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass erupted, and the black and white space became riddled with countless fissures. These cracks spread wildly like a spider's web, with shards resembling broken glass cascading through the gaps. The cacophony of shattering grew denser and more piercing, as this monochromatic world began to exhibit a different radiance. Until all dissolved, the world returned to its origin. And in the real world, Yu Yuan's third dance of the blade was surreptitiously unleashed. Furthermore, this time, the figure of Susanoo had manifested around him. Boom! The lethal blade struck fiercely against Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, the three-stage dance of blades creating a tempest of sharp edges that deepened the cracks upon his Susanoo. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Yuan's Azure Susanoo launched an offensive, delivering an unadorned punch that seemed to possess the might to cleave mountains, aided by the force of the rebound. In this moment of explosive energy, the earth itself trembled, and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was utterly shattered. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared gravely weakened. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, and upon the shattering of his Susanoo, he was rendered powerless to resist. Swiftly controlling Susanoo, he extended a hand to catch the rebounding Uchiha Fugaku, thus sparing him from the misfortune of plummeting into a sea of flames. Observing the exceedingly frail, yet still conscious Uchiha Fugaku, Yu Yuan suddenly broke into a smile. "I told you, you underestimated me, did you not?" Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile, silently nodding in affirmation. In that moment, the watching Uchiha clansmen seemed to awaken from the bizarre and shocking battle. What followed was a chorus of jubilant cheers, heralding the victor, the winner, Uchiha Yu Yuan. After this battle, which would be the subject of discussion among all the observing Uchiha clansmen, they promptly returned to their clan grounds, engaging in spirited discussions. Even though this battle seemed to surpass their expectations, the preceding battles were manageable, although both individuals moved with remarkable speed. Their Sharingan enabled them to discern the trajectories of the combat. However, ever since they activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, the dynamics of the conflict transcended comprehension, becoming an arena where they could perceive and anticipate, yet were utterly incapable of responding. It was as though these individuals transformed entirely upon unlocking these eyes, elevating their combat to an unfathomable level. Moreover, Lord Yahara's swordsmanship was terrifyingly formidable, his techniques, imbued with wind release and manifesting a qualitative transformation, instilled a palpable dread, even from a distance. Indeed, while his swordplay appeared deceptively simple, seemingly comprising merely 3 phases, I sensed that even the first phase would be beyond my capacity to withstand. Have you not realized? He should now be addressed as the clan leader Yahara, and can we truly fathom the extent of his power? This statement immediately caused a stir among many Uchiha ninjas. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Yahara had unequivocally established himself as the absolute leader in both authority and strength, compelling them to alter their forms of address. The elders of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Juji, walked together, a sight that would have been inconceivable in the past, for these two had previously maintained an unspoken estrangement, despite being of the same family. Yet now, they could stroll in harmony, demonstrating seamless cooperation in both the recent clan meeting and the earlier contest for leadership, all thanks to Yahara. It was truly unexpected that this young man had ascended to such heights. As Uchiha Zong ambled along, he suddenly chuckled. I still recall how he once threatened me, declaring that if I disobeyed, he would eliminate me, and now he had become the true clan leader. He merely spoke of eliminating me, but he had genuinely acted against those loyal to me. Uchiha Juji also laughed, though soon his mirth turned to reflection. Yet, he was merely speaking in jest. He had never truly resorted to lethal force, having even rescued Uchiha Fugaku in the end. When Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was shattered by Yahara, had it not been for Yahara's intervention, Fugaku would have plunged into the inferno, a fate so dire that even amidst their lingering grievances, they could not voice discontent. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku was the former clan leader. Had Yahara truly eliminated him, his prestige would have been unassailable. Nevertheless, he refrained from such actions, preventing the clan's Mangekyo from perishing in flames, despite their status as political adversaries. Is it not admirable to follow such a person? Uchiha Zong cast a glance at Uchiha Juji, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Uchiha Juji, momentarily taken aback, soon returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. Although Hagihara was undeniably assertive, his strength effectively guided this fractured clan toward unity, a degree of acceptance that resonated with its members. Furthermore, alongside his formidable prowess, Hagihara exhibited a measure of compassion, an aspect of utmost significance. After a moment of laughter, Uchiha Takechi's expression once again turned serious. By the way, you are in charge of the security defense this time. Everything is in order, I trust? Rest assured, we have established barriers around the perimeter, and in accordance with the requests of Chief Hagihara, we have made modifications to the barriers. Uchiha Zong's demeanor also grew grave as he glanced around before lowering his voice. Even though the clan members present were unaware of these matters, precautions were necessary to prevent anyone from infiltrating using transformation techniques. I specifically instructed a few trusted individuals to monitor with the Sharingan to ensure that no issues arise. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Takeshi nodded in agreement. Although he did not specify whom they were guarding against, it was an unspoken understanding among them. Konoha would not dare to act first. Yet there would always be those who might take action, and there were a few within the clan who did not fully comprehend their intentions. Before long, their group dispersed and returned to the clan's territory. However, instead of resuming their respective duties or retreating to rest at home, they all reconvened within the South-East Shrine. Although the battle had concluded, there remained numerous matters to address within the clan, and the transition of leadership was never a trivial affair. Hagihara-kun, esteemed leader. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to rise and address Hagihara once they were all seated within the shrine. It was evident that he was still somewhat unaccustomed to this role, as it had previously been others who addressed him as the esteemed leader. This is the clan seal. From this moment onward, Hagihara-kun, you are the true leader of the Uchiha. I entrust the clan to you. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's serious yet somewhat awkward expression, which bore a hint of relief, Hagihara ultimately nodded calmly. He extended his hand, accepting the clan seal that Fugaku had offered, and at that moment, a wave of relief washed over him. Having been forcibly bound to the system until today, Hagihara had spent over half a year reaching this juncture, and today marked the moment of his triumph. Although Hagihara wanted to jest about why the seal was not a fan, such trivial thoughts dissipated in his excitement. Taking a deep breath, Hagihara raised his head and spoke with utmost seriousness. Elder Takeshi once told me that to gain his support, I must fulfill two conditions. These two conditions remain etched in my memory. First, I must ensure the safety of the clan. This is my duty as the leader. Second, I must uphold all my promises. I will restore the Uchiha to greatness. Today, I reaffirm my vow. I, Uchiha Hagihara, shall embody the blade of the Uchiha and lead us back to greatness. As Hagihara's deep and resolute words resonated, the attendees fell silent, yet in that moment, they felt a surge of fervor. At this juncture, Shursui rose, gazing earnestly at Hagihara, a smile breaking across his face. He then slightly bowed and declared with a clear voice, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed leader. Uchiha Takumi and Uchiha Munyoshi rose to their feet, following suit as they offered a slight bow to Hagihara, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed clan leader. Stepping back, Uchiha Fugaku also respectfully inclined his body, echoing the greeting. Under their leadership, all present Uchiha members stood collectively, their posture imbued with deep reverence as they bowed and proclaimed, Greetings, esteemed clan leader. Once the identity of the clan leader was formally established, the participants of the morning clan meeting quietly departed. However, Hagihara, Shursui, Uchiha Munyoshi, and Uchiha Takumi remained behind, with even Uchiha Fugaku, who initially intended to leave, choosing to stay. Hagihara's ascension to clan leader marked the conclusion of a significant chapter. Yet many subsequent matters required careful attention. After deliberation, Uchiha Takumi and Uchiha Munyoshi jointly proposed that the family hold a celebration to bolster morale. Hagihara did not oppose this notion, recognizing the necessity of uplifting spirits to confront the forthcoming challenges. Shall we hold it tomorrow? Is that feasible? Moreover, we have yet to inform Konoha, and the issues concerning the security department remain unresolved. Hagihara pondered, feeling a sense of urgency. Indeed, clan leader Hagihara, Uchiha Fugaku, as the former clan leader, spoke on behalf of Uchiha Munyoshi and the others. Since you have assumed the role of leader of the Uchiha clan, you have naturally succeeded to the position of head of the security department. Although I must prepare the necessary resignation materials for my departure, this is merely a formality, and we can notify Konoha afterward. Upon hearing this explanation, Hagihara nodded, realizing the security department was indeed treated as a family affair. While his prior knowledge of the neighboring island nations suggested such matters were quite ordinary, Hagihara found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this approach. Furthermore, the transformation he envisioned for the security department would undoubtedly deviate from past practices, a fact that both Uchiha Muniyoshi and Uchiha Takumi were well aware of. Imagining the adjustments he would inevitably implement within the security department, Hagihara thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating how to manage the forthcoming challenges. His immediate priority as clan leader was undoubtedly the relationship between the Hokage and the Uchiha. The Hokage represents Konoha, yet Konoha does not solely belong to the Hokage. This is a crucial perspective that must be clarified. Konoha is composed of numerous ninja clans and thousands of civilian ninjas. And Hagihara understood the profound discord between the Uchiha and the current Hokage. Having encountered Nara Shikamaru previously, alongside the narratives from the original text, Hagihara recognized that there were indeed many clans discontented with the current Hokage. Now that he had assumed the role of clan leader, it was imperative for him to reciprocate the goodwill previously extended by the Nara clan. Moreover, Hagihara had already determined the future trajectory of the security department. The Hokage desired the Uchiha to bear the brunt of blame while remaining compliant. Furthermore, is there an attempt to clandestinely manipulate public opinion against oneself? In that case, the security department should be fully accessible, allowing all ninjas in the village to enter. Under such circumstances, Yu Yuan does not believe the Hokage faction would dare to continue their nefarious activities. Very well, let us hold this celebration tomorrow, ensuring safety. With this thought, Yu Yuan reached a conclusion in his mind. He organized his thoughts and spoke directly. However, the subsequent time would be quite busy. To the two elders, after the celebration, let us select a few clans, and I shall visit their leaders alongside Shursui. Visiting their leaders? Yu Yuan's words caused the expressions of Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Fugaku to turn peculiar, while Uchiha Takechiyo appeared somewhat displeased. Lord Clan Leader, you are the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Takechiyo promptly interjected. Visiting other clan leaders seems somewhat inappropriate. I understand your concern, Elder Takechiyo. Yu Yuan interjected politely before Takechiyo could finish. However, I believe Elder Zong has informed you of my plans for the future of the Uchiha clan, particularly regarding the security department. I am aware. Elder Zong has mentioned it to me. Uchiha Takechiyo nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was curious, as he was unaware of these matters, yet he no longer held the position of clan leader. Strictly speaking, he should not be present here. So maintaining silence was the wisest choice for him. Since Elder Takechiyo is informed, he should also recognize the necessity for collaboration with others. Moreover, have I not stated that many prominent families in Konoha are dissatisfied with our third Hokage due to the Hyuga clan's issues? Yu Yuan chuckled softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Uchiha Fugaku, fully aware that Fugaku was listening intently. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the fact that Fugaku might overhear his words. For what he spoke was hardly a secret. In addition, Yu Yuan hoped to genuinely ease Uchiha Fugaku, the wielder of the Sharingan, into assisting him. Thus, sharing certain matters that were not entirely confidential, yet not widely known, could serve as a demonstration of trust. In truth, Yu Yuan wished not to tread so cautiously, for Fugaku's previous demeanor had indeed moved him. However, this man's son is none other than Uchiha Itachi, who also harbors a dark past in the original narrative. Although Yu Yuan was aware that he had not been in contact with Itachi for a month, Itachi had already met with the third Hokage and possibly even Danzo. Most crucially, Itachi had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, who could predict his subsequent actions. Hence, Yu Yuan felt compelled to exercise greater caution. While he was confident that Uchiha Fugaku would not betray him, based on his prior conduct, the original story revealed that Fugaku ultimately witnessed Konoha prompting Itachi to take action. Subsequently observing the future presented by Itachi's Jinjutsu, he, in a moment of impulsive fervor, chose to await his fate without resistance, an act that raises considerable concern. One wonders whether it was the sight of Uchiha Itachi that ignited his paternal instincts, or if he felt the weight of his own failures and thus decided to embrace death alongside his clan. Should it be the former, then Yu Yuan must indeed exercise caution. If it is the latter, however, Yu Yuan could place his trust in him after confirming certain matters. Lacking decisiveness, it would suffice to guide him towards the necessary actions, particularly since he is no longer the clan leader. Are you suggesting that you intend to convey some essential information under the guise of visiting them? Uchiha Hagihara has been entrenched in the family hierarchy for so long that, although his radical disposition has led him to overlook many matters, it does not imply he is incapable of understanding. If that is the case, then a proper visit is indeed warranted to express our goodwill. Let us finalize this, and I shall delegate the drafting of the list to the two of you. Yu Yuan decisively concluded the discussion, to which Shui nodded earnestly, evidently in agreement. I must emphasize once more that in order for our clan to evolve, certain actions must be undertaken. Otherwise, what purpose does my role as clan leader serve? Furthermore, we cannot afford any lapses in security. Let us not forget that our current circumstances are far from favorable. Indeed, clan leader, all present, including Uchiha Fugaku, responded in unison before rising to depart. Yu Yuan also stood, but he chose to remain for the time being, not due to any pressing matters, but rather because the system that forcibly bound him to his clan had once again undergone a change. The points he had previously acquired had elevated the prosperity of his clan to an intriguing figure, yet he found it still insufficient. Though he wielded control over the vast Uchiha clan, it was unrealistic to expect the clansmen to provide him with points equivalent to 1,000, akin to the kaleidoscope. Nonetheless, the number of ninjas, including those who had awakened their Sharingan, could not possibly yield such a meager return. Through the system, Yu Yuan understood that while he had become the de facto leader of the Uchiha clan, he lacked legal standing. Thus, the points awarded to him were not particularly high. However, he was now not only the actual controller, but had also obtained the title of clan leader in a legal sense. During the meeting, Yu Yuan sensed a peculiar stir within his system, as if it were attempting to signal him. He had not the leisure to heed it then, but now he possessed both the time and energy to ponder it thoroughly. As he focused entirely on his system, he was soon presented with his information panel. Current affiliation, Uchiha clan. Current status, relatively balanced. You have resolved internal family issues and received formal recognition, becoming the clan leader. However, external threats still loom. Prosperity, 14396. The normal foundation prosperity for a clan is 10,000. Suggestion: implement moderate reforms to truly reintegrate the clan into Konoha. Hagihara gazed at the prosperity of his clan, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was overly sensitive to numbers, but if one were to remove the initial digit, it would indeed provoke a cascade of thoughts. Nevertheless, Hagihara felt an immense sense of satisfaction with this recent increase, as he had gained over 2,000 points. Even if the system displayed a certain bias against non-Sharingan members, resulting in a modest allocation of points, it was still sufficient for Hagihara to indulge in 2 lottery draws. Moreover, he noted that the system's suggestion aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. Moderate reforms were already underway. Prior to initiating an impeachment against Uchiha Fugaku, they had established the ideological direction and political demands for the future of the clan. Of course, further reforms would require time for implementation, particularly in the realm of advanced ideological and cultural education. The world of ninjas excelled in teaching specific techniques, particularly in areas such as mathematical calculations, which had once vexed Hagihara immensely. This discipline demanded that one swiftly comprehend various parameters affecting the trajectory of shuriken, and how to accurately strike an adversary. In addition, there were teachings on various combat techniques and supplementary knowledge. However, when it came to constructing a worldview and aiding individuals in understanding their surroundings, the education was rather lacking. Shui was a prime example. Before Hagihara elucidated the essence of war to him, he naively believed that war was merely a retaliatory act driven by hatred. Naturally, Hagihara would not delve too deeply into such improvements, for this world possessed supernatural elements. A gentle touch would suffice. The paramount concern was to establish a reliable moral framework. Even as a champion of reform, one must grasp the underlying connections and contradictions. Beyond the clan, the external environment was equally crucial, and both spheres needed simultaneous attention. The situation outside was indeed grim, particularly with the existence of the security department. Although Hagihara intended to open up the security department, others would not necessarily approach directly. Therefore, he had to take the initiative to reform the security department himself. At the very least, he needed to establish necessary regulations to standardize the enforcement methods of the security department and address the attitudes of various Uchiha members while carrying out their duties. Thus, the system's suggestion was, in all fairness, quite in line with his own thoughts. Hagihara mused silently, but soon his attention returned once more to the system's prosperity metrics. The question of how to proceed could be contemplated later. For now, the prospect of utilizing the points he had accumulated for a lottery draw was the most exhilarating matter at hand, without any unexpected occurrences. This marks the second opportunity for ability extraction. Although Yuan has never considered himself particularly fortunate, as he has not acquired anything particularly formidable. Each skill he has obtained has proven to be remarkably practical, and that suffices. Congratulations to the host for becoming the patriarch of the family. The prosperity of the family is inextricably linked to the efforts of the patriarch. Although the external circumstances remain perilous, the internal structure has been consolidated. A family united in purpose possesses cohesion and combat prowess, ensuring its future. The host has currently amassed over 2,000 points, granting 2 opportunities for ability extraction, which will be combined. Secret technique, Black Flame. This Black Flame, once the divine fire of hunting deities, has lost its divinity yet retains formidable power. Upon acquisition of this technique, it can selectively replace ordinary flames with ninjutsu, with an intensity and quality far surpassing that of regular fire. While it cannot achieve eternal existence, its might is beyond imagination. Upon witnessing this, Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Wasn't this the flame used by those monstrous entities, akin to divine skins? He recalled using something similar in a game, a massive sword resembling the Olympic torch, which unleashed flames that were indeed visually stunning and seemingly powerful. Yuan stroked his chin, pondering that obtaining something akin to the true brother's bionic teardrop might also be splendid, though it seemed his brother had been slain prior to his transmigration. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the initial choices were quite favorable, perhaps a reward for truly becoming the patriarch. However, being able to select 2 implies he has 6 options to consider, necessitating a thorough examination of the other rewards. Ultimate Secret Technique, Thunder Prison of 10,000 Lightning. This technique unleashes a storm of thunder within a specified range, with the power of the technique proportional to the output of chakra. Ultimate Secret Technique, Storm of Crows. By utilizing chakra, one can manifest death crows that ensnare enemies in endless illusions and terror, potentially inflicting irreversible damage. Ultimate Secret Technique, Void Walking. This allows one to instantaneously traverse space to a designated location within 100 meters, causing spatial tremors. Recasting within 15 seconds will exponentially increase chakra consumption. The greater the accumulation, the stronger the spatial tremors, resulting in unimaginable damage to foes. Secret Technique, Unstoppable Blade. This technique imbues the blade with radiant chakra, enabling attacks to bypass defenses for the next 5 seconds. Blade Technique, Bloodblade Dance. Like a whirlwind, it inflicts unimaginable damage upon foes, akin to a dance that leaves enemies awash in blood, allowing both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Yuan stared in astonishment at his 6 options, swallowing hard. He vowed that this was indeed the first time he had encountered such a wealth of precious rewards. The abundance of these rewards left him utterly dazzled. He desired them all. Each skill would significantly enhance his power. Even the Bloodblade Dance, which overlaps with his current swordsmanship, would greatly augment his capabilities. Yet now, he must make a judicious decision between 6 options, compelling Yuan to deliberate with utmost care. Indeed, the first choice required little contemplation. Yuan promptly seized the secret art of void walking. As the renowned wielder of the spear, the biological father of Kasha, and the esteemed progenitor of mages, he was a level 16 harbinger of world destruction, a void walker. Yuan himself was unaware of how many times he had met his demise at the hands of this individual in his past life, and his abilities were remarkably suited for Yuan's current circumstances. Although the cumulative mechanism resulted in an exceptionally daunting consumption of power, Yuan believed that with proper control, it could be exceedingly beneficial. Furthermore, this ability facilitated spatial teleportation, and with adept timing, it could undoubtedly create opportunities for decisive strikes. Moreover, according to the system's adaptation to the current world and the descriptions observed earlier, it was likely that this technique would undergo modifications, akin to the dance of the void. In fact, this aligned with Yuan's understanding. Within the game, accumulating 4 layers without composure would lead to inevitable failure, while in this realm, the number of layers could increase significantly. To put it succinctly, accumulating layers up to 10 would constitute a standard spatial movement technique, while exceeding 10 would invoke a despair-inducing spatial eruption. At the very least, Yu Yuan was reluctant to exceed 10 layers, especially since it was doubtful anyone could compel him to do so. As for the second ability, after much deliberation, Yu Yuan ultimately opted for the Black Flames technique. Initially, he had considered the Invincible Blade, but upon reflection, he concluded that fire release was more fitting for his style. The effect of the Invincible Blade was to disregard defenses. However, ninjas were not fools. They would evade rather than endure. Although the combination with Void Walking could yield impressive results, the chakra consumption remained unfathomable. Furthermore, many adversaries could not be eliminated in one fell swoop, such as those capable of Izanagi, the Undying, Puppeteers, and those with an abundance of hearts. Most critically, formidable opponents like Uchiha Madara would likely survive even a direct hit to a vital point. The Black Flames, derived from the hunting deity, could be altered according to Yu Yuan's intentions, transforming his fire-release ninjutsu into this fearsome black flame. This relatively flexible selection mechanism indeed pleased Yu Yuan, especially considering that the consumption of this technique would likely be substantial. Most importantly, the power of these black flames may not differ greatly from the so-called Amaterasu, at least based on the descriptions presented by the system. Thus, it could be said that Yu Yuan had acquired a semblance of Sasuke's Kagaya Tsukuyami. Particularly as he possessed the Dance of the Void, his fire release would ascend in terms of suppression, support, and lethality. If one were to factor in Void Walking. Had he not effectively obtained 2 ocular techniques of Uchiha Sasuke's future? Yu Yuan pondered as he departed the shrine. In the ensuing days, he diligently trained and adapted to these 2 techniques. Whether learned independently or bestowed by the system, without sufficient practice, their effective utilization would be unattainable. Similar to his experimentation with the Dance of the Void, after gaining a substantial understanding of his newfound abilities and drawing certain conclusions, Yu Yuan allowed himself a well-deserved rest. The following morning, Shizuki arrived promptly to take him away. I wondered if it was truly necessary to act so swiftly. Hagihara appeared somewhat lethargic, which could certainly be attributed to the aftereffects of the previous day's exertions. After all, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Fugaku, yet in his exuberance, he had overlooked the toll it took on his body. Additionally, the lavish rewards from the system had further clouded his judgment, leading him to disregard his own fatigue. It was only after a night's rest that he realized the extent of his exhaustion, not merely the depletion of chakra, but also the significant drain on his ocular and mental faculties. Consequently, he appeared somewhat drained, even though he felt relatively restored. Today marked the commencement of the celebration, and as the clan leader, he needed to prepare early. Furthermore, he had numerous matters to attend to and familiarize himself with, necessitating an early start. Shizuki looked at Hagihara with a sense of helplessness. He had risen early today and had heard the previous night that Hagihara had ventured to the back mountain alone for training. To his astonishment, he found Hagihara indulging in a late slumber this morning, which left Shizuki somewhat speechless. Hagihara, however, paid little mind to these concerns. He was well aware of the day's significance. With a mere complaint, he followed Shizuki onward. By the way, how is the security situation? Hagihara inquired as they walked, genuinely invested in this matter. The celebration was meant to be a time of relaxation, and he was keen to avoid any unforeseen incidents during this period. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Shizuki replied, nodding. Everything is arranged. Later, I will take you to inspect it. Very well, Hagihara responded with a smile and a nod. As long as you have it handled, I trust you, Shizuki. He held a deep trust in Shizuki, yet felt no such confidence in Uchiha Itachi. Recent behaviors from the latter had led Hagihara to suspect that something was amiss. However, Itachi was oblivious to Hagihara's intelligence. He had no inkling of Hagihara's possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which served as a hidden advantage. Hagihara's Mangekyo had remained undisclosed. Only the elite and core members of the clan were privy to this secret. They understood that Itachi was not to be included in clan meetings. Thus it was improbable that he would learn of it. Moreover, during this period, they had not ventured far from Konoha, often merely to the security department. As the clan maintained a constant state of vigilance, neither Itachi nor Konoha could procure intelligence through these individuals. Frankly, were it not for the considerations regarding Uchiha Fugaku and the need to regard the system's prosperity, Hagihara would have genuinely contemplated capturing Uchiha Itachi to pry into his mind and uncover his secrets. Nevertheless, the likelihood of finding anything substantial was slim. Regardless of Itachi's true nature, Hagihara had fortified both himself and his clan against potential threats. Should Itachi dare to make a move, Hagihara would ensure he faced the consequences. Time passed unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened, as night envelopes the world like a melodic song. Uchiha Itachi and the masked Uchiha Obito stand at the outskirts of their clan's territory, gazing upon the brightly illuminated Uchiha clan. They are poised and ready. The atmosphere is unusually vibrant tonight. Since their seclusion to the village's periphery, the nights here have been particularly desolate, yet this evening feels distinctly different. A celebration is to be held, though the specifics elude me, as they have chosen not to disclose them. Perhaps sensing the doubts harbored by the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, Itachi speaks in a detached manner. This is why I have chosen to act tonight. Celebrations seldom maintain stringent defenses, especially since I can perceive that Shursui is no longer accompanying me. It seems you have completely lost the trust of this clan. I am curious how you have brought yourself to such a state. Obito's voice remains deep, but the sarcasm and mockery in his tone are unmistakable. However, Itachi pays no heed to his words. He gently closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, they blaze a brilliant crimson. Whether they trust me or not is irrelevant. I do not require their faith. This despondent clan holds little promise or nostalgia for me. After uttering this sentiment, Itachi steps forward, casting a fleeting glance back at Obito before continuing. The guards have returned tonight. There is no need for you to have come in vain. Let us move forward. Tonight, we shall make a decisive choice. With that, Itachi vanishes into the shadows, and Obito tilts his head slightly before his own figure dissolves into the night sky. Unbeknownst to them, hidden among the treetops, discreet surveillance cameras silently monitor their every move. What? You've installed surveillance devices? Obito inquires. Indeed, comes the reply. You requested we replace the sentinels, but after much searching, the elders found that the changes were overly cumbersome and reduced our defensive range. Thus, we opted for surveillance cameras. While they lack the perceptive capabilities of human guards, they are cost-effective and convenient. Is there a problem with that? Emerging from the monitoring station, Yuha finds himself at a loss for words in response to Shursui's question. Perhaps it is one that requires no elaborate answer. After all, Yuha supports the use of such surveillance devices. However, the concept momentarily eludes him. For the combination of surveillance cameras and the supernatural prowess of ninjas seems rather surreal. Upon reflection, Yuha recalls that the world of ninjas indeed possesses technological advancements, albeit their presence is often understated. For instance, firearms exist in this strange realm. Even though they are largely ineffective, ninjas do not employ them, or else they would have become commonplace in the fight against their kind. Beyond firearms, this world has movies, televisions, and rudimentary communication devices. Essentially, it seems capable of encompassing all that is useful. Thus, the existence of surveillance cameras does not appear to be particularly strange after all. Moreover, Yu Yuan carefully recalled that in the original narrative, Konoha had installed numerous surveillance cameras outside the Uchiha clan to assist the Umbu in monitoring their activities. However, as Shursui mentioned, these monitoring devices, while discreet, lack the capability of a ninja to sense the surrounding movements and the presence of chakra. Thus, such equipment could only serve as auxiliary tools, with the primary responsibilities still resting upon the shoulders of the ninja. There was no dislike. It was merely a strange feeling. Yu Yuan scratched his head, ultimately offering this as an excuse, and soon shifted the topic. He then expressed his gratitude to the clan members on watch and those stationed before the surveillance equipment, acknowledging the considerable efforts required for such a grand ceremony. Feeling somewhat guilty about their burden. You know, he remarked, it's quite significant that they remain at their posts during such an important moment. Shursui shrugged his shoulders in resignation, appearing to think Yu Yuan was being overly cautious, yet he refrained from undermining his perspective. However, you did mention that the clan requires discipline, and we cannot be certain of Konoha's intentions, so being careful is certainly prudent. Shursui's words elicited a chuckle from Yu Yuan, who recognized that a measure of caution was indeed wise. He certainly could not broach the subject of Itachi's considerable problems with Shursui, nor could he divulge that without his intervention, he might have lost an eye to Danzo, leading to despair and Itachi's drastic actions against the clan for the sake of the village and his brother. Such words were best left unspoken, for uttering them would label him as mad. Although Yu Yuan was an Uchiha and had even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was acutely aware that he was no lunatic. Adjusting his attire, he smiled at Shursui and said, "We shall compensate them later. Come, my vice-clan leader. If we do not attend today's clan meeting, there will be repercussions. Indeed, let us proceed, Shursui replied, chuckling, though his expression soon turned to one of curiosity as he glanced aside. At that moment, a young Uchiha ninja was hastily approaching them, and his somewhat anxious demeanor immediately raised alarms for both Shursui and Yu Yuan. As expected, upon relaying the troubling news, Yu Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. The warm smile he once wore had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. Shursui, witnessing the change in Yu Yuan's expression, felt a sense of helplessness. Itachi's recent behavior had indeed been peculiar. Itachi had become increasingly reclusive, hardly interacting with other clan members, including his parents. Although some family members chose to ignore him, his lack of initiative and communication was striking. Notify clan elder and elder take she that the ceremony is temporarily cancelled. However, do not make a fuss about it. Ensure the clan members protect those who are weaker, Yu Yuan commanded decisively as Shursui pondered the situation. Yu Yuan, is this perhaps a bit excessive? Shursui could not help but inquire. It is not excessive. Necessary precautions must always be in place, Yu Yuan replied. Moreover, returning quietly with such dangerous individuals, I find it hard to believe they harbor no perilous intentions. Uehara does not consider whether his orders are overly stringent or excessive. Regarding Uchiha Itachi, he feels justified in his actions. Furthermore, Uehara is genuinely incensed. How could anyone be pleased with this disruption of what should have been a joyous celebration? Does this individual truly believe himself a harbinger of justice, convinced that all his actions are righteous? Additionally, inform Uchiha Fugaku to assemble with us. We shall confront this prodigious ninja, this wielder of the Sharingan. Of course, should he wish to meet his son and discern what this young man intends to do. It would also be intriguing to observe how our former clan leader reacts. Uehara takes a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure before whispering. After uttering these words, he strides forward without a backward glance. Fortunately, today is a celebration and all clan members are gathered at the shrine, allowing him to remain vigilant and prevent any semblance of relaxation among the Uchiha. Otherwise, permitting Itachi to infiltrate their home one by one, or attacking while they are caught off guard, would spell disaster. What aggravates Uehara further is the reality that, despite the numerous Uchiha, not all are ninjas. A significant portion of the clan comprises ordinary people, entirely unqualified to partake in any coup. Yet this man, merciless and ruthless, would eliminate them all, regardless of age or gender, irrespective of their involvement, under the guise of protecting Konoha and safeguarding his brother. Such callousness and lack of empathy are repugnant to Uehara. In this world, he has yet to make significant moves, and he initially intended to persuade Shursui based on the prosperity of the clan. Yet now, this man presents such a reckless scenario, truly a path to self-destruction. The speed of ninjas is remarkable. In mere moments, everyone has begun to mobilize, maintaining a heightened level of caution despite the festivities. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Fugaku appears momentarily stunned, before he eventually encounters Uehara and then heads resolutely towards Itachi's location. He must see his son and ascertain certain matters. He sincerely hopes the situation does not deteriorate further. As Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito enter the clan grounds, numerous masked ninjas materialize in the woods surrounding the Uchiha territory. They conceal themselves in the shadows, their piercing gazes fixed upon the entire Uchiha estate. Their numbers are vast, each mask unique, as they form several groups to encircle the Uchiha clan from the darkness. The leader among them gestures, and in the next moment, a root ninja swiftly performs hand seals. In an instant, accompanied by a puff of smoke, a summoning barrier appears silently. Meanwhile, within the root headquarters, Danzo sits in silence, awaiting developments. At that moment, a root ninja rushes in to report, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Itachi has entered the Uchiha clan grounds. Please advise. Tozo gently nodded before raising his gaze towards the window, where the moonlight shone brilliantly. Yet, in his eyes, the silvery glow appeared blood-red, seemingly heralding the impending carnage. Stationed there, he entrusted the affairs within the Uchiha clan to Itachi alone this night. However, should any Uchiha escape, they were to be eliminated without exception. And Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke, was to be spared from harm. He must be contained, kept firmly within our grasp. Understood, murmured the root ninja before swiftly conveying his orders. The root headquarters, shrouded in darkness, returned to its former silence. while a cold smirk crept across Tozo's face. This evening, numerous ninjas had been mobilized, and regardless of Itachi's eloquence, the higher-ups of Konoha would not place their complete trust in him. Their presence was deemed necessary, and tonight Tozo's authority had reached unimaginable heights. They were aware of the Uchiha's celebratory event. What this celebration entailed remained unknown and unimportant to them, yet to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The third Hokage had entrusted his personal Anbu to Tozo for deployment that very night. Although Tozo had not yet mobilized the Anbu, he had, at that moment, truly seized control of them, even if only for tonight, granting him a taste of the Hokage's power. As for the third Hokage, he was diligently working in his office, entirely oblivious to the impending massacre of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, he had dispatched his closest Anbu members to locate Sasuke, who remained at the academy due to his adjustments. Upon entering the clan grounds, Itachi cast a fleeting glance to his left, aware that 3 Uchiha ninjas were likely concealed there, serving as the first sentry at the entrance. Even on this celebratory occasion, the Uchiha maintained a semblance of defense, albeit not particularly stringent. However, as Itachi approached, his brow furrowed involuntarily. To his astonishment, he found that the area was utterly devoid of personnel. What could be the reason? Had the sentries been replaced, or had those on duty also gone to partake in the festivities? A sense of foreboding crept into Itachi's mind, as he had subconsciously distanced himself from his family during this period. Aside from the fact that his family paid him no mind and his inquiries yielded no answers, he also instinctively wished to sever ties with a clan he believed was doomed to perish. He preferred to invest his time in his younger brother, knowing that Sasuke would undoubtedly survive. Enough, he silently resolved. Regardless of your intentions and schemes, today will mark an end. The peace of Konoha shall be protected by me, and the sins of the Uchiha shall be borne by me. With this determination, he accelerated towards the shrine, only to suddenly halt as he spotted an individual standing before him. The sight of this person caused his brow to furrow further, for it was none other than his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, his father remarked, returning so late and dressed like this. May I inquire if you are aware of what you are doing? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his son, his expression tinged with melancholy and a sense of despondency. Yet within his eyes lingered a glimmer of hope. However, the indifferent demeanor and words of Uchiha Itachi sent a chill through Fugaku's heart. I am acutely aware of my actions. I strive to eradicate calamity, to usher peace into our village, to salvage everything, and to preserve the last vestiges of Uchiha dignity. Yet what of you, father? Do you comprehend what you are doing? Do you foresee the fate that awaits you? Uchiha Fugaku silently regarded Uchiha Itachi, having learned from his wife about the peculiarities that had transpired over the past month. Regrettably, he had been unable to confront Itachi directly, though he had heard of Shusui's exchanges with him. While the specifics of their clan meeting were not disclosed, it hinted at the family's future direction, to integrate into Konoha, to resist the unjust oppression, to make their voices heard among all of Konoha. This was the information Fugaku had hastily deduced from Shusui's words. They were not opposing Konoha itself, but rather the individuals who oppressed them, namely the current Hokage. Konoha and the Hokage were intertwined, yet fundamentally distinct. He could not fathom why his son had transformed into this state. I believe you are misinterpreting the situation. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi, his voice heavy with somberness. Yet before he could continue, he was abruptly interrupted. I am not mistaken. I know your intentions. You seek to oppose the Hokage and this village. Under the silver moonlight, Uchiha Itachi appeared resolute and foreboding, and his words plunged Uchiha Fugaku into utter disappointment. There is no need for further discourse. Irrespective of your intentions, I have glimpsed the future of our clan and your own. It seems tonight shall yield no favorable outcome. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Why do you believe that you alone can contend with the Uchiha? I am not alone, Uchiha Itachi replied coldly. Even if I stand solitary, my pursuit is justice. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi momentarily paused, and in the next instant, his crimson eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. With these eyes, akin to Shusui's, I shall fulfill my mission. As his words echoed, Uchiha Itachi assumed a combat stance, while Uchiha Fugaku let out a deep sigh. He could not deny that he had received a response that filled him with profound disappointment, even despair. The Uchiha clan seemed poised for change, on the brink of returning to the right path, yet his own son was intent on shattering it all. Had he not provided sufficient guidance and care? Or had Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence over his son been too profound? Regardless of the cause, it did not alter Uchiha Itachi's transgressions, especially now, as he had effectively acknowledged the course of action he intended to take. Uchiha Fugaku truly doubted anyone would spare him from his fate. As he slowly opened his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze revealed the state of the three tomo, which were rapidly spinning. However, before he could utter a word, a voice resonated from afar, prompting a sigh from Uchiha Fugaku and a frown from Uchiha Itachi. What did you just say your eyes could accomplish? Glancing around, one could see Hayabusa and Shursui walking side by side, followed closely by the elite members of the Uchiha clan, now donned in their battle attire. Their crimson eyes appeared eerily captivating beneath the moonlight, casting a chilling aura over the Uchiha territory, enveloping Uchiha Itachi as well. Come out. I have long been aware of your presence. Hayabusa cast a brief glance at Uchiha Itachi, only to quickly shift his focus elsewhere. Previously, he would never have detected the hidden individual within the space. However, after acquiring the technique of void walking, he had developed a certain sensitivity to the fabric of space, easily noticing the fluctuations. Are the younger generations so capable? You are quite remarkable, little one, to have discovered me. With Hayabusa's words, a voice suddenly emerged from the void. Soon, a spiral formed in the darkness. An masked figure quietly materialized. His gaze fell upon Hayabusa, and beneath the mask, a hint of surprise flickered across his features. For it was the first time someone had drawn him out from the depths of space. This left him uncertain of how Hayabusa had discerned his presence, or if he had mastered some unique ability. The Sharingan, with such intricate patterns, is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Hayabusa spoke slowly, observing the figure of Obito as he emerged, before redirecting his attention to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I am truly disappointed in you, disappointed in your performance, disappointed in your choices. You are unworthy of being a member of this clan. What does being part of a clan or village truly signify? What do you, Uchiha Hayabusa, understand about it? What right do you have to admonish me? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, though most of his focus remained on Shursui and his father. As for Hayabusa, he did not genuinely care for his words. Indeed, Hayabusa was considered a genius of the clan, yet the disparity in talent between him and Shursui was vast. Furthermore, Itachi had never favored Hayabusa, as their perspectives had diverged since childhood. He was certainly not a loyal supporter of the Hokage. As a Jonin of Konoha, I possess that right. As the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, I possess even greater authority, Hayabusa stated calmly, lifting his hand slightly. The elite Uchiha members behind them immediately spread out, forming a semi-encirclement, subtly surrounding Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. They understood well that this confrontation was likely beyond their capacity to engage, for both Uchiha Itachi and the enigmatic figure possessed kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, assisting the clan leader in eliminating the individual who seeks to obliterate the family necessitates action. They have all heard Uchiha Itachi's words. The newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan? Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito furrowed their brows at Yu Yuan's statement, particularly Itachi, who instinctively glanced at his father. What astonished him was that his father seemed to tacitly accept everything, offering no rebuttal whatsoever. When did the Uchiha clan change its leader? How intriguing. Obito suddenly chuckled, his tone laced with derision. It appears that my absence has rendered this family even more fascinating, yet more decadent. Even a kid like you can become the leader. How utterly amusing. My ascension to leadership is a reflection of my own abilities. Rather, you evoke a profound sense of revulsion in me. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting back to Obito, and he spoke with significant implication. You are a member of the Uchiha, yet in my recollection, there seems to be no place for someone like you in the clan, suggesting you are an outsider. However, who you are is of little consequence. Your identity bears no importance. Even if you claim to be Uchiha Madara or any other name, it matters not. Yu Yuan preemptively stifled whatever Obito might have intended to say, uncertain of Madara's current significance to the Uchiha clan. Most crucially, do you all recall the Ninetales incident from 8 years ago? As Yu Yuan's words settled, the expressions of all present Uchiha members, including Uchiha Fugaku, shifted dramatically. The impact and repercussions of the Ninetales event on the Uchiha were indelible. It marked the inception of their current plight. Each clan member harbored deep-seated animosity, toward the individual who controlled the Nine Tails, and their gazes toward Obito were now rife with murderous intent. Yet Uchiha Itachi remained remarkably composed. He had indeed contemplated this scenario, having considered it upon first encountering the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. However, he had no intention of voicing it or providing any explanations. He was determined to conduct his own investigation and ascertain the truth. Quick to react, are we? Obito remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, I did control the Nine Tails in Konoha back then. I presumed you had all forgotten. Such matters, how could we possibly forget? Observing Obito's admission, Yu Yuan's gaze fixed on Uchiha Itachi. The Nine Tails incident led the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials to associate the event with our Uchiha clan, resulting in 8 years of relentless oppression and distrust. This has fostered our disappointment with the Hokage and ignited our desire to resist. Compounded by the tragic loss of the fourth Hokage and his wife during the Nine Tails incident. Uchiha Itachi, associating with such a person, you truly embody nobility. As his words hung in the air, the Tomo in Yu Yuan's eyes began to whirl rapidly, and an aura of chilling intensity enveloped him. Not only he, but also Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku regarded Obito with eyes brimming with murderous intent. The gaze directed at Uchiha Itachi no longer bore the previous sense of helplessness and turmoil. It was now infused with an endless chill, akin to confronting a stranger. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of the two transformed. Within an instant, 3 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan blossomed quietly in the midst of Itachi's incredulous expression and Obito's slightly furrowed brow. You just claimed that you could resolve matters with your eyes, and that you were not alone. Yohara's indifferent voice resonated once more, as his chakra surged violently. Thus, I am eager to witness how the two of you intend to confront such eyes. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi, from this day forth, I, in the name of the clan leader, hereby declare your permanent expulsion from the Uchiha clan. You shall no longer bear the Uchiha surname. Surrender your eyes. Before his words had fully faded, Yohara had already materialized before Uchiha Itachi, his kunai emanating an icy brilliance. Your life. In an instant, Yohara lunged at Itachi. His kunai aimed directly at his throat with ruthless intent, showing no mercy. Yet, Itachi's response was swift, in the blink of an eye. He had employed a substitution technique to counter the strike. Yohara had not committed fully to the attack, refraining from utilizing his ability to traverse the void, as he needed to remain vigilant against Obito's potential ambush, while also observing Uchiha Fugaku's ultimate decision. To his slight relief, Fugaku merely cast a cold glance at Itachi, then turned his watchful gaze back toward Obito. This action spoke volumes, prompting Yohara to apply more force into his next maneuver. He deftly angled his kunai once again towards Itachi. Itachi reacted with remarkable speed, just as Yohara's kunai was about to slice his throat. He had quietly activated the substitution technique. Amidst the shrouding smoke, 2 wooden planks fell to the ground, while Itachi himself reappeared beside a nearby building. At that moment, Itachi's mind was in turmoil. He had always believed that only Shursui possessed a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan within their family. He had never considered that his father, along with Yohara, who was once renowned alongside Shursui, also possessed such eyes. He was even more astonished to learn that Yohara was now the clan leader and had directly expelled him from the Uchiha clan. Gazing into the cold eyes of Shursui and his father, which felt as though they were directed at a stranger, Itachi felt an overwhelming heaviness within, a weight that made it nearly impossible to breathe. How had matters escalated to this point? Clan leader, at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. He respectfully bowed slightly to Yohara, then silently raised his gaze, locking it onto Itachi. I hope the clan leader will allow me to take this sinful individual. I wish to personally atone for the transgressions I have caused. Uchiha Fugaku refrained from uttering Itachi's name, and Yohara could perceive the chilling yet resolute emotions emanating from him. After much contemplation, Yohara shook his head and spoke slowly. Fugaku-kun, I appreciate your goodwill, but neither you nor Shursui shall confront him. This is not a matter of trust. The depth of his past connections and emotions with you makes it unduly cruel to engage you in this conflict. There exists a more fitting adversary, the one responsible for the plight of the Uchiha, who once committed heinous acts in Konoha, and he stands before us now. Shursui Fugaku, I charge you with the task of vanquishing this wretch to restore the Uchiha's honor. With that, Yohara brandished his ninja blade and advanced towards Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Fugaku, observing Yohara's retreating figure, let out a faint sigh. Turning his gaze, he and Shursui fixed their eyes upon Uchiha Obito, a tempest of murderous intent swirling within them. Though he bore no resentment towards Uehara for the latter's accusations, Fugaku lamented his own past decisions, which festered within him as resentment and despondency. Now, the very individual responsible for the Uchiha's tribulations stood before him. How could he possibly endure this? I know not who you are, nor do I care. He seethed through clenched teeth, but it was you who unleashed the Nine Tails, you who caused the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife. The atmosphere around Uchiha Fugaku turned ominously frigid, instilling unease in those nearby. You are the architect of the Uchiha's downfall, and I intend to settle this score. You vile, cowardly creature, akin to a rat scurrying through a sewer. With that, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward, followed closely by Shursui, who unsheathed his short blade, sharing a deep-seated loathing for this fiend. If it were not for this individual, would the Uchiha have been reduced to such a dire state? Simultaneously, Shursui's heart had entirely dismissed Uchiha Itachi. It seemed that with Uehara's revelation of this enigmatic figure's identity, the truth had crystallized. Itachi, aligning himself with such a person and daring to seek the Uchiha's destruction, was unworthy of bearing the Uchiha name. Since the moment he was disowned by Uehara in the name of the clan leader, he had ceased to be one of them. He was merely their enemy. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui surged towards Obito, while Uehara once again positioned himself before Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Uehara maintained an acute vigilance, despite his considerable strength. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the assistance of the system enhancing his abilities, he felt confident even against Uchiha Shursui. Yet, the enigmatic nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan instilled a sense of caution in him, particularly as he remained unaware of the full extent of Itachi's abilities. Ding! A flash of azure light sliced through the air as Uchiha Itachi swiftly retreated, brandishing a short blade that barely intercepted Uehara's assault. However, such resistance proved to be futile against Uehara's swordsmanship. As he lifted his blade in preparation for a counterattack, Uehara had already drawn his sword and initiated a second wave of assault. Accompanied by Uehara's graceful dance of blades, sharp edges formed by wind chakra circled incessantly, rendering Uchiha Itachi incapable of mounting an offense. Furthermore, Itachi's sword skills were evidently no match for Uehara's. All he could do was retreat and evade. The metallic clang of their weapons echoed continuously, and Itachi found himself increasingly beleaguered. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Uehara would possess such formidable strength. Most perplexing to him was the mystery of how this individual had acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. When had he obtained such eyes? Yet, he was acutely aware that Uehara would not offer him any answers, much like the enigma surrounding why his own father had lost the position of clan leader, and how the leadership had fallen to the very man before him. With a resounding clash of ninja blades, Itachi swiftly executed the body flicker technique, creating some distance between them. Almost instantaneously, he began to weave hand seals with remarkable speed, his chakras surging forth. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he declared. Childish. Uehara scoffed at the sight, not pausing for a moment as he charged forward. Yet at that instant, a sense of foreboding surged within him. He deftly dodged to the side just as a sharp sound sliced through the air, narrowly missing his garments. Without needing to glance back, Uehara discerned that he was unscathed, certain that the attack was the work of Uchiha Itachi. Quite intriguing, using fire style to obscure my vision before launching a surprise attack? His eyes darted quickly, and in a fleeting moment, he pinpointed Itachi's location, closing the distance with determination. However, in that moment, Uehara distinctly noticed blood tears beginning to flow from Itachi's eyes, an eerie chakra emanating from him. A searing aura enveloped the surroundings, and black flames subtly emerged into Uehara's line of sight. The manifestation of such flames instantly revealed to Uehara one of the abilities of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. If he was not mistaken, this was Amaterasu. If that were the case, then his other ability was likely Tsukuyomi. Although Uehara was curious about how Itachi had awakened his eyes and acquired these two powers, the revelation was ultimately advantageous for him. There existed a disparity within the Sharingan, and even greater within the Mangekyo. Uehara was determined to allow Itachi a clear view of the vast chasm that separated his newly attained Mangekyo from his own prowess. As the ominous and blazing flames of Amaterasu quietly descended upon Uehara, a brilliant blue chakra enveloped him in that very moment. He was uncertain whether the ninjutsu, chakra shield could withstand Amaterasu. Previously, he would have never dared to test such a theory. However, now armed with the terrifying spatial mobility of void walking, he felt emboldened to conduct the necessary experiments. The most effective method to counter the flames of Amaterasu is to invoke a force that can shield oneself from the flames before they ignite, allowing the fire to burn elsewhere. The chakra shield indeed possesses this capability. However, Yu Yuan harbors a lingering concern. Will the flames of Amaterasu penetrate the shield instantaneously? The products of the system are notoriously reliable, and the strength of the chakra shield has been validated against ordinary ninjutsu. Yet, what he faces now is not merely a common ninjutsu, but the ocular technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though the original narrative of Amaterasu does not depict it as lethal, caution is paramount, especially considering Yu Yuan himself has eliminated numerous foes with the fire techniques that, according to the story, should not be fatal. Buzz. The black flames unfurled around Yu Yuan, yet in that moment, a layer of azure chakra enveloped him, repelling the terrifying black flames. The sound of the chakra shield being consumed by the flames echoed, but Yu Yuan remained unscathed. The chakra shield successfully deflected the assault of Amaterasu, even as it was on the brink of being entirely consumed by the inferno. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan was certain that his chakra shield could indeed withstand such an attack, albeit briefly. Though its duration may be limited, it was sufficient. Once the chakra shield was ignited, he could simply relinquish that portion of chakra. Quietly, Yu Yuan contemplated this, simultaneously discarding the chakra from the shield. As the flames of Amaterasu descended upon the ground, they began to incinerate everything in their vicinity, as if intent on cleansing the area entirely. Yu Yuan nodded in quiet affirmation. The chakra shield could indeed be sacrificed without consequence. Furthermore, he noted that the potency of Amaterasu seemed comparable to his own black flames. Even if Amaterasu were stronger, his own flames would not be far behind. It appeared that he had indeed appropriated certain characteristics of Uchiha Sasuke's later abilities to serve as his signature. Though he recognized he still fell short when compared to Sasuke's enhanced prowess, Yu Yuan mused about this self-awareness. In contrast to Sasuke's later form, he possessed a clear understanding of his limitations. However, rather than dwell on future considerations, his focus was firmly anchored in the present, particularly on Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi's expression had begun to darken. Despite having previously concealed his inner turmoil and distress, he could no longer suppress his emotions. Though the physical confrontation was incomplete and merely a clash of blade techniques, he perceived it as a resounding defeat. In the realm of ninjutsu, he had opted against confrontation, having heard of Yu Yuan's formidable mastery over his techniques. Thus, he intended to play to his strengths and avoid direct conflict. While he was uncertain of when Yu Yuan acquired the Mangekyo, it was not particularly significant, as Yu Yuan lacked information about him. The optimal strategy was to wait for the right moment to employ his ocular techniques for a surprise attack. This was his best course of action. He stumbled upon an opportunity that could hardly be deemed remarkable, prompting him to unleash the full force of his kaleidoscopic ocular technique, Amaterasu. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that his technique did not even graze Hagihara, but was instead thwarted entirely by the azure chakra emanating from him. Was that Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi pondered silently, but it was evident that he had no time for further contemplation, as Hagihara had already closed in completely. Faced with the relentless advance of Hagihara, Uchiha Itachi desperately raised his blade to parry the incoming assault, only to feel a sharp agony in his abdomen the next moment. Clearly, Hagihara's kick had struck him squarely in the gut, sending him hurtling backwards. This was untenable. This adversary was formidable in ninjutsu. Yet Itachi had not anticipated the prowess of his taijutsu and jinjutsu. Thus, Uchiha Itachi silently resolved to gather his chakra, observing Hagihara, who showed no signs of hesitation as he lunged forward once more. No one is without flaws. Itachi could sense Hagihara's strength, yet he believed it improbable that he excelled in every aspect. Given Hagihara's prowess in taijutsu, illusionary arts, and ninjutsu, without having revealed the nature of his ocular techniques, Itachi remained unconvinced that Hagihara's jinjutsu was equally potent. While the kaleidoscope could significantly counteract the effects of illusionary arts, Itachi's own jinjutsu was far from ordinary. Suddenly, as Hagihara pressed his assault, he furrowed his brow, for his keen eyes detected that Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope was rapidly gathering power. This alerted Hagihara, who wondered if Itachi intended to employ Amaterasu against him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha deflected Itachi's short blade once more and delivered a powerful punch towards him. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had predominantly faced foes who were adults. Consequently, he often found himself at a disadvantage physically, compelling him to devise every possible strategy to confront his enemies. Now, in the face of Uchiha Itachi, despite the latter's possession of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was still younger, and his physical capabilities were evidently not as developed as Uchiha's. This rare circumstance allowed Uchiha to revel in the sensation of overpowering another, a feeling he found quite enjoyable. However, at that moment, an uncanny force surged forth, and Uchiha instantaneously felt his mental awareness ensnared. This realization struck him like lightning. He had fallen victim to a Jinjutsu. His eyes darted around, and he soon discovered that he was bound to a cross, the entire space rendered in shades of gray and white, with the moon in the sky glowing a vivid crimson. In that instant, Uchiha clearly recognized that he had been drawn into the realm of Tsukuyomi. How curious it was that both father and son excelled in Jinjutsu, particularly this type capable of ensnaring others in illusions. One could certainly say they were indeed worthy of their lineage. Uchiha mused silently, and amidst his contemplation, he truly felt a sense of relief. The moon reading technique is undeniably formidable, so much so that even Kakashi finds himself utterly helpless against it. This predicament partly stems from Kakashi's lack of awareness regarding the strength of his own eyes, and his failure to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan for resistance. Nonetheless, having reached such a level, even the strength of the standard 3-tomo cannot be compared. It is evident that the power of the moon reading technique is indeed exceptional. Yet, despite its might, Yu Yuan harbors little concern. In certain respects, as a bearer of the Minotaur heritage, he truly is a nemesis of illusions. As for Itachi Uchiha's approach, he muses, tonight marks the final act for Itachi Uchiha. I have long contemplated the notion of allowing this individual to live, to witness the Uchiha clan's ascent, to behold the naivety of his own thoughts, and to confront his own remorse. It comforts me to see the support from others. After all, I have always believed that he had alternative methods to address familial issues. Indeed, the clan's plight is not solely the burden of the Uchiha ninja. Must even children and infants perish? Leaving only one brother may seem noble, yet it is ultimately a form of control. Moreover, having prepared a celestial guardian to ensure Sasuke's perpetual protection of Konoha, I find little admiration for such a person. Additionally, I resonate with a peer's critique. The fervor of a convert aptly reflects his current state. To eliminate him outright would be to grant him an undeserved favor. However, his survival comes at a cost, especially with Obito's arrival. As events unfold, careful groundwork is essential. I implore you to support and follow my journey. Meanwhile, as Yu Yuan silently contemplates, within the ethereal realm of black and white illusions, Itachi Uchiha strides forth, wielding a ninja blade. In this hazy expanse, Yu Yuan cannot discern Itachi's expression. Nevertheless, he feels a sense of calm within. Upon realizing he has fallen victim to the moon reading technique, his worries dissipate. He gazes steadily at Itachi, secretly preparing his own technique, poised to deliver a devastating counterattack at a moment's notice. While I acknowledge your strength and the depth of your concealment, as well as your mastery of the Mangekyo Sharingan, you have now entered my domain, where time, space, and matter are under my command. Although this may merely be an illusion, it is not an ordinary one. Even with your Mangekyo, you too shall fall prey. Every sensation you encounter will transmit to your brain, which will perceive it as reality, be it pain or death. Itachi's tone is detached, exuding an air of confidence. Yet he refrains from advancing, indicating his cautious regard for Yu Yuan. This scene amuses Yu Yuan, as Itachi does not resemble his father in the least. After all, his father had drawn him into a similar illusionary realm, seeking death. You are quite confident, he remarks. Although Yu Yuan felt a sense of revulsion towards Uchiha Itachi, he recognized this individual as his adversary and found no reason to continue their playful banter. More importantly, Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku were still engaged in a confrontation with Obito, and they were devoid of any intelligence regarding him. Yu Yuan was unwilling to risk any unforeseen complications for them. It was not that he refrained from disclosing information about Obito. Rather, he found himself unable to do so. While possessing an expansive vision and keen intellect is commendable, knowing everything about every matter raises a red flag. Not long ago, I sparred with Fugaku-kun, a battle of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Yu Yuan stated nonchalantly. His gaze fixed steadily on Uchiha Itachi, as his chakra began to surge within him. He possesses techniques akin to yours. However, do you know that he suffered a crushing defeat during that encounter? As his words fell, Yu Yuan's aura shifted ominously, prompting Uchiha Itachi to adopt a more vigilant demeanor. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of confidence, for this was a Jinjutsu space constructed by the Mangekyo, a technique of the highest order. He was reluctant to believe that Yu Yuan could easily breach it, despite the latter's claim that his father possessed similar capabilities, the veracity of which remained uncertain. It seems you doubt my words, which is understandable, considering we are enemies. It would indeed be questionable if you were to trust me so readily, Yu Yuan remarked, shaking his head lightly. Yet, in the next moment, the entire Jinjutsu space began to spin chaotically, as if the very fabric of reality were being reversed. Yu Yuan gracefully descended from the crucifix that had bound him, and in an instant, the space was suffused with his chakra. Uchiha Itachi felt the Jinjutsu slip from his grasp, and amidst the disorienting whirl, he found himself ensnared upon that very crucifix. Yet the truth remained. Your techniques hold no efficacy against me. To be candid, I had never imagined I could harbor such disdain for an individual as I do for you. Konoha is Konoha. The Hokage is the Hokage. Yet Konoha is not merely the Hokage's Konoha. The fact that you cannot comprehend even this fundamental issue leaves me incredulous as to how you have been labeled a genius. However, it is not surprising, given that you never completed your studies at the Ninja Academy. Your clan nurtured and trained you, molding you into a capable ninja. Yet in times of peril for your family, you did not seek to assist them in overcoming their troubles. Instead, you conspired with a band of individuals who were already steeped in distrust towards your clan, even allying with those who would lead your family to ruin. You profess loyalty to Konoha, yet betray it. Your clan raised you, and yet you have repaid them with such treachery. How profoundly unfilial you are. As these words left his lips, Yu Yuan's burgeoning chakra surged wildly. Under the resolute will of his secret technique, Yu Yuan had extricated himself from the control of Tsukuyomi, and he could now employ his own power in tandem with his ocular prowess to counter Uchiha Itachi. Especially, Yu Yuan discovered that during his unwavering determination, the consumption of the kaleidoscope seemed almost negligible to him. However, it was not the time for Yu Yuan to ponder such matters. Unbeknownst to him, a ninja blade had already manifested in his hand. In the next instant, he lunged fiercely towards Uchiha Itachi with the blade. What face do you have to continue existing in this world? The ninja blade swung swiftly, and just as it was about to strike Uchiha Itachi, the entire illusionary space began to collapse rapidly. That fragmented space scattered like shards of glass, and at the moment Yu Yuan's illusionary realm impacted Uchiha Itachi, the whole dimension resounded with a thunderous crash. In the real world, Uchiha Itachi staggered backward, clutching his chest. As he had stated, every assault endured within the Tsukuyomi was perceived by the brain as reality. Now, Uchiha Itachi found himself backfired by his own technique. Blood streaming uncontrollably from his eyes once more. He felt dizzy and his eyes throbbed with excruciating pain. Were it not for his sheer will to endure, he would likely be unable to maintain his kaleidoscope. At that moment, Yu Yuan charged before him, thrusting the ninja blade towards his chest while his left hand reached for Itachi's eyes. In a frantic maneuver, Uchiha Itachi evaded the blade's trajectory. Yet one of his eyes was snagged by Yu Yuan's grasp. With a powerful leap backward, Uchiha Itachi created sufficient distance and swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fire dragon from his mouth. Still resisting, Yu Yuan regarded Uchiha Itachi with disdain as he deftly evaded the roaring fire dragon. However, Itachi showed no signs of relenting. He once again formed seals to cast fire release, this time targeting the direction Yu Yuan had dodged toward, causing Yu Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Do you think you can compete in ninjutsu? Can your chakra sustain it? Yu Yuan elegantly sidestepped Uchiha Itachi's fire release, but chose not to advance further. His peripheral vision glanced at the combat between Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, noting that while the two struggled against Obito also seemed somewhat at a loss against them. In fact, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Kim Yui, he might have already met his demise. Obito was not the future version of himself. Although he possessed power now, it was insufficient. His only advantage lay in that singular kaleidoscope. Moreover, he seemed wary of Shursui, clearly concerned about the potential influence of Shisui's own kaleidoscope, which considerably eased Yu Yuan's mind. You wish to restrict me with fire release? Then allow me to showcase my own. Casually discarding one of his eyes into his ninja tool pouch and embedding the ninja blade into the ground, Yu Yuan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming and suffocating heat that surged forth. In the next moment, under the astonished and terrified gaze of Uchiha Itachi, a colossal black dragon surged towards him with a deafening roar. As he beheld this dragon of black flames, feeling the suffocating heat emanating from it, a thought suddenly flickered in Itachi's mind. This must be the Amaterasu flames. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for the Amaterasu flames are pitch black, a power he himself had mastered. The flames before him, conjured by Hagihara, were not entirely black, but rather consisted of a blend of black with hints of white. Yet, the sensation it evoked in him was indeed reminiscent of the Amaterasu flames. A genjutsu? This fire was undoubtedly a form of ocular technique, and Hagihara could control his flames. Itachi clenched his teeth, contemplating his dire situation. He had already utilized both Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, and had even lost one of his eyes. What puzzled him further was that, in his view, Hagihara's ability to withstand his Amaterasu was due to Susanoo, while Hagihara's breaking of his Tsukuyami seemed to stem from the strength of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. After 2 attacks and 2 drains on his own Mangekyo, how could Hagihara appear utterly unscathed? Little did he know that Hagihara had not employed his Mangekyo abilities in either defense. The only power he had used thus far was the enhancement technique known as Dao Fan, and he noticed that the consumption of this ability was remarkably low. In fact, the rate at which he consumed chakra was far outpaced by his recovery. To his astonishment, he discovered that even the ocular techniques he had lost were returning. Was this the effect of unwavering will, a force that cleanses all negative states and transforms depletion into restoration? Hagihara himself sensed that something was amiss. Ordinarily, the consumption of the Mangekyo was irreversible, yet he found himself in this peculiar state. The only plausible explanation was the power of his bull-headed secret technique, which possessed such effects and capabilities. If this were indeed the case, Hagihara could unleash the full might of his Mangekyo within the 8 seconds of unwavering will. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the technique demanded a substantial toll on his mental strength. Theoretically, he could transition seamlessly between techniques, but the repercussions of doing so were uncertain. Yet, possessing this technique meant that within these 8 seconds, his powers would be exponentially magnified. Although there would still be some consumption, the value of this technique far exceeded his expectations. Initially, Hagihara regarded unwavering will merely as a means of dispelling control, particularly against a genjutsu like Tsukuyami. However, it now appeared that this technique was not solely for dispelling. It served as a foundation for Hagihara's explosive potential, enabling him to unleash his full capabilities without reservations for a brief period. With this realization, Hagihara's right eye began to whirl rapidly, as he poured all his energy into the force of Dao Fan. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt his ocular power depleting in copious amounts, while a sensation of pain began to emerge in his eyes. However, this pain, which had just emerged, vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented coolness. And at that moment, the fading strength of his eyes began to replenish. With his newfound control, the already terrifying black flame dragon expanded once more, and its chakra density grew even more profound. The scorching black flame dragon compelled the Uchiha ninjas surrounding Itachi and Obito to instinctively retreat to a distance. Such a technique was far too terrifying for them. Even Itachi found himself paralyzed in fear, confronted with such a menacing flame dragon, which was entirely aimed at him and had him completely locked on. He felt the ominous shadow of death looming over him. Death itself is not terrifying. Rather, it is the agonizing wait for death that instills dread, a feeling of powerlessness and despair that no one relishes. The searing black flame dragon ignited everything in its path, and upon closer inspection, the space around the black flame dragon appeared to warp. This terrifying heat seemed as if it could incinerate the very fabric of space. Gritting his teeth, Itachi found himself in a dire state due to the excessive strain on his eyes, although he could still utilize ninjutsu. Facing such flames rendered even water release futile. Had he failed his mission? Trembling, Itachi gazed at the raging inferno before him, noticing the mocking smirk on Yu Yuan's lips from a distance. His chakra surged violently in response. He dismissed Yu Yuan's accusations of disloyalty as mere excuses. He did not believe he had erred. What was Konoha to him? What was Hokage? Konoha was merely a village governed by the Hokage, who alone could lead it to prosperity. He placed himself in the Hokage's perspective, convinced he was preventing a potential uprising between his clan and the village. This was an act of protection for Konoha, for if the clan and village were to clash, how could the already fragile Konoha endure? He had experienced the agony of war. If the Uchiha and the village were to battle again, it would leave the village vulnerable, allowing other nations to exploit the weakness and ignite war anew. He now regretted not knowing that Uchiha Yu Yuan possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan. Regretted not realizing that his father also had one. Most of all, he regretted that his own power was still insufficient. I must hold on. I must complete my mission. Itachi's heart cried out desperately, and at that moment, a figure hidden deep within him began to emerge. Simultaneously, an orange-red chakra enveloped him, and with its manifestation, one of his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, blood trickling more profusely from the corner of his eye. Yu Yuan, witnessing this scene, raised an eyebrow. He recognized the technique for what it was, Itachi's Susanoo. Had he awakened Susanoo with a single eye? Can you withstand my black flames to this extent? Yu Yuan pondered silently as he grasped his ninja blade. However, at that very moment, his expression subtly shifted. He keenly sensed the fluctuations of spatial power. And the source of this disturbance was none other than Uchiha Itachi's location. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yuan's chakra surged violently, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Accompanied by the emergence of Azure Chakra, he found himself at Uchiha Itachi's side. At this moment, the art of void walking revealed its allure. As the ninja blade swiftly lunged forward, the sharp wind blade already taking form. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's body began to distort, and a hand had already seized him. The blade fell, blood gushed forth, and a severed arm tumbled to the ground. Yu Yuan gazed somberly at the fallen limb. His mood far from delightful. He was certain that his strike had found its mark on Uchiha Itachi. But the crux of the matter was whether this fellow was truly dead. As an adversary, Yu Yuan would not concern himself with Itachi, but he was fixated on the latter's eyes. Although he had acquired one, there was still another resting upon this individual. Clearly, Yu Yuan had underestimated Obito and the latter's capacity for survival. Humph. He snorted coldly as chakra rippled rapidly around him, and at that moment, the black flame dragon that belonged to him surged behind him. Subsequently, as the dragon lunged towards Yu Yuan, it transformed into a flurry of sparks, dissipating harmlessly behind him. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Regardless of whether you live or die, you are no longer worthy of the Uchiha surname. If you survive, you shall cower in the shadows like a rat, witnessing the collapse of that which you hold sacred, observing the rise of the Uchiha you sought to annihilate, and watching as the Hokage you once trusted, along with your beloved brother, loathe you to the core. If you perish, then I shall simply seek out Obito to reclaim your eyes. Yu Yuan could not ascertain whether Uchiha Itachi still drew breath, yet he did not care, for this man had effectively been rendered obsolete. He remained unaware of whether his void walking could directly transport him into Obito's domain. Otherwise, he could confirm the situation and even seize the eyes. However, even if he followed Obito's use of Kamui to open a connection between the two spaces, he would not dare to venture inside. Who could say what would happen if Obito closed the space behind him? He had no intention of sacrificing himself to nullify Obito's abilities. Moreover, Yu Yuan pondered whether it would be too lenient on this fellow if he were truly dead. The deeds he committed in the original narrative incited wrath from both gods and men. Even though he was resurrected through Edo Tensei, expressing regret, could his remorse resurrect the innocent? Let him live, let him feel the collapse of his beliefs, and let those who once loved him come to despise him. Even the entirety of Konoha regards him as an adversary, rendering all that he has done and all that he believes in utterly meaningless. This is perhaps the most fitting punishment. Moreover, Yu Yuan has never intended to let him off the hook so easily. Whether in death, his eyes must be reclaimed, and in life, his existence must be preserved. At this moment, Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly approached, both appearing somewhat embarrassed and remorseful. They had witnessed the mysterious figure rescuing Uchiha Itachi, and that enigmatic individual was their opponent. The circumstances had unfolded as they had, and it was indeed their responsibility. Even if that mysterious figure wielded space ninjutsu, leaving them both at a loss, and had consistently evaded Jinjutsu. However, the life of a ninja is one that emphasizes success and failure. No one concerns themselves with the arduous and treacherous path taken. Only the outcome matters. We have failed our mission. Please, Lord Clan Leader, punish us, they said, exchanging a glance before bowing their heads in unison. Now is not the time for such discussions. And you have no questions to raise. Yu Yuan gently shook his head, clearly uninterested in dwelling on these matters. I noticed that this individual possesses space techniques. Indeed, it is not easy to deal with him, and this is not your fault. The Space Eye technique is undeniably a tremendously overpowered ability, and it is only natural that you two were unable to cope. Yet, Yu Yuan also observed that Abito seemed reluctant to meet their gazes, perhaps aware of intelligence that rendered the two of them's Jinjutsu ineffective, or perhaps simply struggling with the complexities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Regardless of the reason, with this individual having escaped, Yu Yuan found himself at a loss. Lord Clan Leader, I believe I have gathered some intelligence on him. Uchiha Fugaku spoke first. I think that next time we confront him, I will be better prepared. Is that so? Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised, before nodding earnestly. He acknowledged Uchiha Fugaku's combat prowess. Their earlier confrontation had been somewhat lenient, given that the individual was intent on self-destruction. It was unfortunate, however, that the adversary's ocular technique was Jinjutsu, which Yu Yuan effectively countered. Had the individual refrained from employing such techniques, victory would not have come so easily for Yu Yuan. Lord Clan Leader, this individual is rather peculiar. At that moment, Shursui interjected, his expression grave. I attempted to use the Kodoamat Tsukumi of my right eye to control him, yet he appeared completely unfazed by my influence. When I tried to utilize the Kodoamat Tsukumi of my left eye in an attempt to seize him all at once, he immediately countered. It seems he employed our clan's secret technique, Izanagi, and thereafter, he no longer met the eyes of either me or Fugaku-kun. Is that so? In that moment, Yu Yuan finally comprehended why Abito was so wary. It seemed Shursue's covert actions had been detected. Yu Yuan was puzzled as to why Uchiha Itachi did not disclose Shursue's Mangekyo abilities. Perhaps Itachi himself was also unaware for the time being? In such circumstances, Abito was compelled to resort to Izanagi, forced into a predicament. Additionally, having lost one of his Sharingan, his vision was inevitably flawed. It was only upon realizing that Uchiha Itachi was in peril that he hastily intervened, making his escape in the process. Gently shaking his head, Uchiha resolved not to linger on this matter. However, just as he prepared to turn away, his peripheral vision caught sight of an arm lying on the ground. Initially, his focus had not been on this detail, and he disregarded it. Yet now, he perceived something amiss. The coloration of this arm was entirely unlike that of a normal human limb, exhibiting a chilling pallor. This sight prompted Uchiha to recall a crucial detail. He could not ascertain whether he had severed Abito's arm. He was uncertain if his strike had landed on Abito or Itachi. Yet now, he was certain he had indeed struck Abito. And it was the arm tainted with the essence of white Zetsu. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha urged himself to regain composure. Fully aware that this was not the time for such contemplations, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Swiftly, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Having been fully equipped for battle, he promptly sealed the arm within the scroll. Once this task was accomplished, he rose to his feet. And as all the clan members gathered around, he addressed them. Tonight's events have not gone unnoticed by any of you. Although the traitor has fled, he was not alone. As he himself indicated, surveillance reveals that outside our clan's territory, a group, unclear if from the root or Umbu, awaits in readiness. It is evident that tonight's assault was premeditated, involving those lurking in the shadows. At this juncture, Uchiha paused momentarily, his gaze falling upon Uchiha So and Uchiha Takeji, whose expressions were notably grim amidst the crowd. Elders, I ask that you prepare the surveillance footage from tonight. I require documentation of both the intruders outside and the occurrences here. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The two elders promptly nodded and swiftly made their way towards the monitoring room. Shursui, consolidate the clan's combat capabilities. Once the elders had departed, Uchiha's attention shifted to Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, you are tasked with escorting the clan's elders and children to the refuge. Coordinate among yourselves regarding how many remain to protect our kin. Once everything is in order, Shursui, rendezvous with me. Fugaku, I need you to make haste, find the 9 tails. With these instructions delivered, Uchiha disregarded the slight shift in expression from Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku as he brandished his ninja blade and strode towards the clan's perimeter. As he walked, he murmured, his voice resonating precisely in the ears of Shursui and Fugaku. The assailants are those who conspire with the traitors of our clan. I have never sought to oppose Konoha, yet for tonight's transgressions, there shall be consequences. Exchanging resolute glances, Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku firmly responded, yes, Lord Clan Leader. With a resounding thud, the atmosphere thickened with determination. A few kilometers outside of Konohagakure, a distortion suddenly manifested in the void, from which a figure was swiftly ejected. The individual fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, soon followed by the appearance of a shadow with a single arm. It was evident that these two were Uchiha Itachi and Obito, who had escaped from the Uchiha clan. However, Obito remained silent, gazing intently at the half-blinded Uchiha Itachi, whose expression was far from pleasant. He had to admit that he had let his guard down this time. He had failed to grasp the true dynamics within the Uchiha clan, resulting in a devastating defeat. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would undergo such significant changes over the span of 8 years, changes so profound that they left him incredulous. He had assumed that the Uchiha possessed at most 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, one belonging to the cursed Uchiha Shursui and the other to Itachi. Yet, the harsh reality was that the Uchiha had far more than just 2 pairs. Aside from Itachi, there were astonishingly 3 additional pairs. Furthermore, the 2 Mangekyo he faced were formidable, putting Obito in a perilous position. The Mangekyo of Uchiha Shursui was exceptionally peculiar, capable of subtly influencing him, which, while not particularly useful for him, could pose a significant threat to others. It could even rewrite one's will all at once. And he was acutely aware of this alteration, yet found himself powerless to resist it. Confronted with such a predicament, Obito had no choice but to resort to Izanagi to alter his fate, lest he face dire consequences. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku's ocular technique was also an illusion, and he was notably adept at seizing opportunities. Although his offensive maneuvers were infrequent, he consistently analyzed the gathered intelligence. In the end, he even managed to strike Obito. The fact that he, possessing Kimui, could be hit by someone was a terrifying thought. Obito was indeed incensed, angry at Itachi for his thorough investigation into the Uchiha clan's intelligence. Furious that Itachi had not informed him of the dangers posed by Uchiha Shursui. He was further enraged by Itachi's ignorance regarding his own father and the situation concerning Uchiha Obito. The latter was also a significant threat. He possessed spatial abilities, and the severed arm was the result of that very individual's actions. The body flicker technique bore a resemblance to space manipulation at times, but how could Obito, who had mastery over spatial abilities, possibly make such a mistake? What remained unclear was whether this individual's spatial prowess stemmed from ocular techniques or some unique ninjutsu. In his foul mood, Obito extended no courtesy towards Itachi. He regarded him coldly before finally speaking. The mission has failed. Your performance has truly disappointed me. Have you not even managed to conduct the most fundamental reconnaissance expected of a ninja? This is my fault. Uchiha Itachi, with one eye closed and hand pressed against his chest, rose to his feet, visibly wounded by the razor-sharp edge of Yu Yuan's blade, blood flowing profusely from his chest. Yet, he paid little heed to these details, nor did he seek to justify them. A myriad of questions plagued his mind. When had his father awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? When had he relinquished the title of clan leader? And that Uchiha Yu Yuan? How had he ascended to the position of clan leader? And why did he possess the Mangekyo Sharingan as well? The weight of these inquiries threatened to overwhelm him. And as the man before him had articulated, his mission had failed. He was unable to eliminate the hidden dangers facing his clan, unable to stabilize the situation in Konoha. And this reality tormented him deeply. Can you return me to Konoha? After a long pause, Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. I must warn the Hokage, otherwise, dreadful events are bound to unfold. You have 2 options, either return on your own or accompany me now. There is no room for negotiation. Obito, with an air of indifference, retorted, his patience for Uchiha Itachi having worn thin. Itachi, having lost one eye, was evidently incapable of fully harnessing the power of the Mangekyo, a fact Obito was acutely aware of. To him, Itachi was nothing short of a fool, after spending so long in the hidden mist. He should have understood the intricate relationship between the village and its shadows. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily discovered and expelled. Moreover, Obito's agreement to join Itachi in exterminating the Uchiha clan had been fundamentally aimed at weakening Konoha, now that the truth had been exposed. Should Konoha and the Uchiha engage in conflict, the clan's fate would be sealed. A weakened Konoha facing invasion and potentially igniting yet another shinobi world war could, in fact, serve as favorable news for him. Besides, having lost one Sharingan and with his arm severed, he needed to recuperate. As for Uchiha Yuyuan, Obito silently hoped that after tonight, this individual would still exist. With this thought, the visible Mangekyo suddenly erupted with an eerie power. In the next moment, both he and Uchiha Itachi were enveloped by the fabric of space, vanishing from their original location. Yuyuan, wielding a ninja blade, stealthily appeared on the periphery of the Uchiha clan. He refrained from employing the sky dance technique or rushing forth at great speed, for he needed to deliberate on his next course of action. The clan had installed surveillance equipment, an unexpected turn of events for Yuyuan. However, these devices had captured the scenes of Uchiha Itachi accompanied by Yanbiyu or root members infiltrating the clan, granting Yuyuan a significant advantage. Yet, this was still insufficient. He required more leverage. Thus, it became imperative for him to retain those who had accompanied Uchiha Itachi, even if only one or two would suffice. As he journeyed onward, clarity emerged regarding his intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly remain oblivious to such matters, for as Hokage, he could not afford to be entangled with such affairs. Thus, the scapegoat naturally becomes Shimura Danzo, and at this moment, Uehara's target is indeed Danzo. The Uchiha clan must refrain from initiating an assault on the Hokage through sheer force. Directly attacking the Hokage would be the most foolish course of action, especially within the confines of Konoha. Should they choose to act, it is imperative to wait until this individual departs from the village. Once they strike, regardless of the rationale they may possess, the ninjas of Konoha will not concern themselves with such justifications. Their actions would be tantamount to declaring war on the village, an affront that cannot be tolerated. However, Danzo is a different matter altogether. Although attacking him is also a grave offense, his significance within Konoha pales in comparison to that of the Hokage. Moreover, the majority of Konoha's ninjas may not even recognize who Danzo is. Nonetheless, you have certainly played the part of the noble savior this time. As Uehara walked, he suddenly halted, his crimson eyes sweeping the surroundings, and a smile crept across his face. The last time your people assaulted me, I trust you remember the outcome? Uehara muttered to himself, his chakra surging wildly within him. As the oppressive chakra intensified, Uehara spoke once more. I truly did not anticipate your audacity to return. Since you are here, why not reveal yourselves, just like that Uchiha Itachi? No sooner had he finished speaking than countless shuriken, accompanied by ninjutsu, hurtled toward him with deadly precision. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, igniting the night sky and painting the forest in hues of crimson, while thick smoke enveloped Uehara's position entirely. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the root ninjas emerged from their hidden locations. They formed groups of 3, cautiously advancing toward Uehara's last known whereabouts. However, it wasn't long before they sensed the chilling and destructive aura that enveloped them completely. Allow me to remind you. Uehara's cold voice suddenly reached their ears as he materialized behind them like a specter. Your fate will mirror theirs. Death awaits you. Standing silently, the ground beneath Uehara was already littered with corpses. Blood pooled across the earth, its viscous essence glistening eerily in the moonlight, and Uehara found himself slightly out of breath. The continuous use of the secret technique, void walking, proved to be quite taxing, even though his chakra reserve, enhanced by his Mangekyo Sharingan, far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja. The cumulative strain of void walking was overwhelming. He longed for the tranquility of composure, yet regrettably, he had never encountered such a state. Were the skill-S mechanics to allow for chakra recovery upon the defeat of an enemy, he would truly be able to wield this technique with confidence. Fortunately, his chakra recovery abilities are not lacking, and it is a stroke of luck that this skill has been modified to suit this world. Otherwise, he would not be able to utilize the original version at all. Taking a deep breath and assessing the state of his chakra, Uehara shook his head with a wry smile. In the current situation, Yuyuan must meticulously manage the intervals and frequency of this technique's usage. At present, he can merely utilize it as a form of the flying thunder god without coordinates. The notion of spatial oscillation must be dismissed for now, as it is far beyond his current capabilities unless he can somehow obtain a tailed beast, which remains unrealistic. However, the limitations of today do not preclude the possibilities of tomorrow, especially with Yu Yuan having acquired the severed arm of Uchiha Obito, instilling him with a renewed sense of hope for his future. Despite the considerable energy expenditure, Yu Yuan perceives no wrongdoing in his actions. Both the root and the Umbu have regulations stipulating that upon mission failure, they must self-destruct, and Yu Yuan cannot afford to grant them the time to execute such techniques. Thus, even if the consumption is significant, he is willing to bear the burden, for these individuals are evidence of their endeavors. As Yu Yuan contemplated, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Following his initial actions, he had sensed the fluctuations of chakra in the vicinity. Clearly, Shui was leading their clansmen, engaging in combat with those from the root. As their battle concluded, the chakra disturbances in other areas began to subside, converging towards Yu Yuan's location. Chief. Soon, Shui and Uchiha Fugaku arrived, the Uchiha ninjas trailing behind them bearing traces of blood. It was evident that the preceding battle had not been without its challenges, for the ninjas of the root were formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, the pivotal matter remained that they had emerged victorious. Is everyone here? What is the situation? Yu Yuan inquired directly. What are the casualty reports? Their strength was formidable, and we did sustain some losses among our clansmen. However, due to the chief's ability to draw most of their fire, the situation remains relatively manageable. Regrettably, we are unable to preserve some of the bodies, Fugaku replied in a hushed tone, with Shui nodding in agreement. In the relentless battles of ninjas, casualties are an inevitable reality. The critical aspect lies in whether the losses are acceptable. The inability to recover bodies indeed left them feeling helpless. Nevertheless, this time, the circumstances were deemed tolerable. Having been on the battlefield himself, Yu Yuan felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen members of his clan, yet his attention was drawn to other pressing matters. I understand. Shui, I entrust the next steps to you, Yu Yuan said earnestly. I am uncertain if anyone managed to escape, hence I cannot ascertain whether our information has been relayed. We must act swiftly. Our objective is their stronghold, their leader, who must pay for this transgression. Only you know the location of their lair, Shui. Understood. Shui nodded solemnly, his anger palpable. Those responsible for tonight's events shall indeed pay the price. Does this mean that Uchiha Itachi has failed? At the base, Danzo observed the root ninja kneeling before him. His expression remained impassive, yet his heart seethed with fury. Uchiha Itachi possesses the illustrious Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has claimed to have sought external assistance. Is this the outcome of such endeavors? Danzo believes he should never have acquiesced to Hiruzen Sarutobi's directive to allow Itachi to enter alone. Rather, he ought to have deployed members of the root alongside him to confront this predicament. Drawing a deep breath, Danzo inquired, we must permit the outer personnel to engage. The Uchiha must be eradicated tonight. Lord Danzo, we are currently unable to establish contact with the outer personnel, murmured a root ninja, bowing his head low, his voice barely a whisper. They lost communication after relaying intelligence. This response caused a discernible shift in Danzo's icy demeanor, as the implications of such a loss were all too clear. It could signify an inability to respond in battle, or perhaps worse, their annihilation. Steeling himself, Danzo attempted to rein in his tumultuous emotions, but just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted. The oppressive heat surged from the breach, enveloping the entire root base as if it were ensconced in a steam chamber. Lord Danzo, a root ninja rushed in, quickly dropping to one knee before him, whispering urgently, we are under attack by the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Danzo's countenance darkened further. The very arrival of these assailants indicated that the root operatives stationed around the Uchiha were likely in dire straits. His animosity towards Itachi intensified. He had refrained from seizing Itachi's Mangekyo, partly due to uncertainty regarding his capabilities. More crucially, he needed Itachi to wield those eyes against the Uchiha. Yet now, this fool had failed to subdue even a single Uchiha with only a pair of Mangekyo. Regret washed over him for allowing such power to remain with Itachi, whom he deemed a worthless pawn. Notify the Hokage. The Uchiha have betrayed Konoha. Activate the highest level emergency defense protocols. All root personnel, including the reserve team, are to mobilize and intercept these intruders. Despite the fury boiling within him, Danzo maintained a semblance of composure as he issued commands, lifting his cane and intoning gravely. I will await results in the command room. Do not disappoint me. I'm afraid you may soon be quite disappointed. Just then, a voice unexpectedly interrupted Danzo, causing him to furrow his brow. Turning to face the source, he beheld a young Uchiha ninja brandishing a kunai, the eerie patterns of his crimson eyes swirling hypnotically. Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo instantly recognized this individual as Uchiha Obito, a prodigy once renowned alongside Shursui, and he discerned the true nature of those eyes. A moment of disbelief washed over him. Why did this Uchiha possess such extraordinary ocular prowess? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could Itachi's failure stem from the existence of multiple Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan? Upon contemplating this, Danzo's heart sank slightly. Yet as he descended into this feeling, his gaze towards Yuben became increasingly avaricious. He could restrain himself from seizing Itachi Uchiha's eyes, but at this moment, he found it impossible to suppress the urge to covet the eyes before him, especially since this young man had rushed in alone. Uchiha Yuben, I never anticipated that you possessed such eyes. Danzo's mind was already consumed by greed, though he still maintained a degree of restraint as he awaited the mobilization of his personnel. Although the root ninja responsible for relaying messages had yet to depart, the events unfolding within the base could not have gone unnoticed by the other root ninja. Their immediate course of action would naturally lead them to Danzo's location, and he had already heard the sound of rustling footsteps, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. However, is it not a bit presumptuous to believe that possessing such power grants you the freedom to act as you please? Nevertheless, it mattered little. From the moment you arrived here, the Uchiha's intent for a coup had been solidified. Your demise is all but certain, is it not? Yuben regarded Danzo with indifference, suddenly revealing a fleeting smile. Do you recall what I told you last time? What was said last time? Danzo furrowed his brow, yet in the next moment, his countenance darkened immensely. I asked, do you think you are the Hokage? Yuben paid no heed to Danzo's shifting expression, his face suffused with mocking disdain, causing Danzo's expression to grow ever grimmer. You are not a Hokage. You are merely a pitiful rat in the gutter. Eliminate him. As if struck at a vulnerable point, Danzo no longer wished to engage in any further conversation with Yuben, especially after several root ninjas stormed in. He decisively issued commands and retreated. Ding! With a crisp sound reminiscent of intersecting metal, a root ninja appeared behind Yuben. He brandished a kunai poised against Yuben, yet the weapon could not touch him. 4. Unbeknownst to them, a brilliant blue chakra had manifested around Yuben's form. Attempting to flee, did you think to consult me? Yuben disregarded the root ninja behind him entirely. Even overlooking those rushing towards him, his gaze fixed solely upon Danzo. In an instant, he shifted his form, appearing directly before Danzo, affording the root ninja no opportunity to react as his kunai struck with ferocity. The speed of this spatial maneuver was beyond imagination. The reason Minato Namikaze became the dream demon of a Wagakure was due to his flying thunder god technique. However, spatial ninjutsu is not omnipotent, particularly when faced with formidable opponents who are prepared, allowing for defense or even evasion. Take, for instance, the fourth Raikage brothers from Kumobikure, who managed to hold their own against Minato, albeit he was able to entangle them with his flying thunder god technique. During the zenith of his powers, the fourth Raikage, upon activating his lightning release chakra mode, achieved a velocity that rivaled even the flying thunder god technique. This formidable individual was capable of evading Sasuke's Amaterasu solely through his swiftness. However, Danzo was evidently not the fourth Raikage at his peak. He was a skilled ninja. Albeit at this stage, he still barely qualified as such. He could not genuinely place his faith in his subordinates to resolve the predicament, remaining ever vigilant against Yahara. The moment he sensed Yahara's chakra surging, he took precautions. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that Yahara was employing space-time ninjutsu, which left him with a woefully inadequate reaction time. He could only lean back and raise his hand in haste. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and severing bone erupted, blood splattered, and a bandaged arm soared through the air. Protect Lord Danzo. In that instant, the root ninjas finally reacted, swiftly encircling him with their bodies to shield Danzo. However, by then, Yahara had once again vanished into thin air, and he was reluctant to recklessly utilize that technique again. Indeed, even in the absence of defense, evasion remained a viable option. Danzo was remarkably cautious, always on guard against him. Yahara mused silently. Yet, his hands soon began to form seals, as a torrent of chakra surged within him, ready for release. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized before Yahara, hurtling toward Danzo's position with great ferocity. The root ninjas reacted with extraordinary speed. Some pulled Danzo to safety, while others hastily unleashed water release techniques. However, the quality of Hagihara's obsidian flames was overwhelmingly potent, and the water techniques were evaporated almost instantaneously. Several root ninjas were consumed by the searing inferno, their screams echoing as they turned to ashes, while Hagihara's flames effectively obstructed Danzo's intended escape route. Some of you escort Lord Danzo out and issue the orders. The rest, together with me, will confront this adversary. A root ninja quickly articulated in response to the dire situation. Instantly, all the root ninjas rallied, executing the commands with remarkable precision. The caliber of the root ninjas was indeed exceptionally high, and this spectacle momentarily stirred a sense of admiration within Hagihara. However, such sentiments vanished as swiftly as they arose. These individuals, no matter how commendable, were ultimately his foes, and his objective was unmistakably to eliminate them. What is the point of fleeing? Hagihara mused lightly, waving his blade and chuckling softly, shaking his head. No matter how you struggle, your fate is singular, death. As his words fell, Hagihara surged forward, and the remaining root ninjas charged at him in that very moment. What? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been awaiting news, could no longer remain seated upon receiving the report from the Umbu. The emergence of flames from the Uchiha clan had yet to fully register in his mind. However, upon hearing and experiencing the searing breath emanating from the root base, coupled with the tumultuous surge of chakra, he recognized that the situation was amiss. Now, he had come to grasp a troubling reality. Uchiha Itachi, the wielder of the Mangekyo, had unexpectedly faltered, and the Uchiha clan had launched a terrifying counteroffensive. The ninjas encircling the Uchiha clan's territory had been entirely obliterated, and now these Uchiha had audaciously turned their aggression towards the root. Was this an outright act of treason? Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth in a muted roar, acutely aware that the prominent clans and ninjas of Konoha had likely sensed the disturbance and were undoubtedly mobilizing. Before him, the silver-haired ANBU agent knelt silently, head bowed, refraining from interjecting or casting a glance at the third Hokage, remaining as still as a statue. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, swiftly regained his composure, shaking his head in resignation after a rapid contemplation. The Uchiha had executed their move with utmost precision. They had not sought trouble with him, which perhaps was a silver lining for Sarutobi Hiruzen, as it indicated a war between the Uchiha and Konoha was imminent. They had directly approached Danzo, thereby evading the label of a coup, and it was likely they had indeed secured evidence. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though Danzo had persistently overstepped his bounds in his relentless pursuit of becoming Hokage, one could not deny his significance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was his shadow, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had to devise a way to rescue him. Meanwhile, within the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku had already changed into his attire, standing outside his courtyard. He gazed distantly at the towering and solemn Hokage rock, observing the black flames beginning to rise towards the heavens, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Shikaku, get up, something has happened. At that moment, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza burst into his courtyard, momentarily taken aback by Shikaku's current demeanor. Ultimately, it was Choza who, scratching his head, spoke in a somewhat earnest tone. So you have risen. I was worried you might still be asleep. I was indeed resting, but with such events unfolding, I have lost all inclination to sleep. Nara Shikaku replied, shaking his head before turning a serious gaze towards his two old friends. Have you discerned what has transpired? The location of the battle appears to be exceedingly sensitive. The root-S position was directly beneath Hokage Rock, and the Hokage-S building lay merely 100 meters ahead. From a distance, it was challenging to distinguish whether the Hokage's office or the root's territory was under siege. Other ninjas might struggle to differentiate these circumstances, but Nara Shikaku was acutely aware of their implications. Thus, he intended to ascertain the details. However, regrettably, both Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza could only shake their heads in dismay. We only know that the Uchiha clan took action, but the specifics remain unclear. Is it really the Uchiha? I understand now. Nara Shikaku nodded, having made up his mind. He directly addressed his two old friends. Let us depart. Your clansmen are prepared. I trust. We shall proceed together and assess the situation, for we are unaware of where the Uchiha have struck. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi nodded in agreement, fully grasping Nara Shikaku's intentions. Should the Uchiha have attacked the Hokage's office, it would signify an assault on the Hokage, positioning them as adversaries of Konoha. Regardless of the Uchiha's justifications, they must choose to oppose them in order to protect Konoha. Conversely, if the Uchiha targeted the root organization, they would refrain from engaging. For Danzo is not the Hokage, merely a shadow of the Hokage, a symbol of malevolence. This night in Konoha promised to be tumultuous. Not only the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, but other families also discreetly organized their members to observe the unfolding events. Even more tacitly, they arrived at a unanimous decision. Within the root base, Hagihara was already embroiled in combat with the root ninjas. Danzo's escape route had been severed by Hagihara, though it was uncertain if other avenues existed. Danzo's best course of action was not to retreat to the defensive room. He ought to reunite with his main forces swiftly, thus delaying until the Hokage's arrival. Yet, as Hagihara pressed his assault internally, the Uchiha clan, led by Shursui, was simultaneously advancing through the primary passage of the root base. Although Shursui was not a member of Root, he had once executed missions there, akin to Uchiha Itachi, and possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding its intricacies. Should Danzo emerge, he would confront the Uchiha's main forces, particularly Shursui, who wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nevertheless, Danzo had called for reinforcements. The exact number of Root's reserve forces remained uncertain, but it was likely substantial. The crucial factor was that their commotion had surely caught the Hokage's attention, thus it would be prudent to resolve matters swiftly. Hagihara contemplated, quickening his pace. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, piercing sounds echoed through the room as Hagihara's eyes darted, his ninja blades slicing through the air. He perceived that the individual strength of these root ninjas was not particularly intimidating, yet their remarkable composure and coordination posed a significant challenge. Within this relatively confined space, they indeed caused him some inconvenience. However, such difficulties were trivial for him, as Hagihara's eyes had discerned their movement patterns. With a light leap, he evaded the attacks of two root ninjas, and with a fierce swing of his ninja blade, he felled one of them to the ground. Yet, just as he landed, the sound of a blade slicing through the air reached his ears. He instinctively lowered his head, evading the incoming weapon, then stepped back and delivered a powerful elbow strike. Suddenly, a muffled grunt reached his ears. With deftness, he adjusted his grip on the ninja blade, thrusting it upward with formidable force. Under Hagihara's command, the blade pierced through the chin of the root ninja, attempting to ambush him, traversing all the way to his forehead, leaving him no opportunity to scream in agony. Having swiftly dispatched yet another foe, Hagihara did not pause. With a nimble turn, he evaded another root ninja's assault. For him, dodging was of little consequence. With the chakra shield at his disposal, such attacks posed minimal threat. Yet, Hagihara despised being a target, and the shield's mechanism required him to release techniques, which he could not guarantee would always be effective. The brutal skirmish raged on, with Hagihara facing at least 10 root ninjas, a situation that appeared precarious. However, he felt no significant pressure. Despite their commendable strength and teamwork, they held no secrets from Hagihara's discerning gaze. Though he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he remained unscathed, while the ranks of the root ninjas continued to dwindle. At that moment, having discerned the trajectories of several attacking root ninjas, Hagihara executed a clever evasion, swiftly eluding their combined assault. His ninja blade sliced through the air, gathering the essence of wind blades, and in the next instant, he plunged it into the chest of a nearby root ninja. A chilling scream echoed throughout the room, and with that cry, Hagihara slowly withdrew the blade from the unfortunate adversary's chest. The stench of blood thickened in the air, and within mere moments, at least 5 root ninjas had fallen at his hands. Observing the remaining root ninjas, he noted their calm demeanor, yet they showed no inclination to advance and attack. Hagihara couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed they were not as formidable as he had imagined. He had heard that the root ninjas feared neither life nor death, yet that rumor appeared somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. All beings harbor an aversion to death, and this was true for everyone, but for them, it was more than mere aversion. At this juncture, a more terrifying chakra erupted from Hagihara, a layer of azure energy manifesting around him, for they would confront death, and perhaps even embrace it. The moonlight sang softly as Uchiha Fugaku concealed himself within the shadows of the night, hastening towards Naruto's location. The events of that evening had profoundly affected him, leaving his inner turmoil unresolved. He had not only witnessed his son's betrayal, but also encountered the individual responsible for the tragic demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife 8 years prior, an event that had unjustly tarnished the Uchiha name. What filled him with a tumult of rage and despair was the realization that his son had allied himself with such a figure. This was no mere betrayal. Was everything merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Konoha, or perhaps a scheme of the third Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku found himself unable to restrain his thoughts in this direction. What was the purpose behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication? The answer is rather simple. The losses sustained by Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War were so devastating that even after defeating Iwagakure, they dared not demand anything, instead only yearning for the so-called peace. As a victorious nation, possessing nothing would undoubtedly incite public outrage, compounded by their own losses. Thus, the ascension of the youngest Hokage, Namake's Minato, came to be. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku saw a glimmer of hope with the rise of the fourth Hokage. For this leader extended goodwill toward the Uchiha clan upon his ascension. Fugaku had even met with Minato personally and sensed the sincerity in his demeanor. Unlike the third Hokage and others who maintained a facade of kindness while harboring deep-seated wariness, Fugaku believed that under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan could once again integrate harmoniously into Konoha, particularly since his wife and the fourth Hokage's wife were classmates and friends. Their close relationship provided a bridge for communication with Minato. However, barely a year into his tenure, the fourth Hokage fell, dying on the very day his wife gave birth, the day his child entered the world. Following this tragedy, the third Hokage resumed power, and the Uchiha clan was tacitly regarded as the culprits behind the fourth Hokage's demise. After all, 8 years prior, within the colossal Nine Tails, the Sharingan's emblem had manifested, clearly indicating it had been controlled by an Uchiha. Prior to this, Fugaku would not have contemplated such matters deeply. Yet today, he witnessed Itachi alongside the mysterious Uchiha who had slain the fourth Hokage. Their objective was to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi, being a member of the Umbu and still serving in the Root Division, surely acted under orders. Thus, was it possible that after the third Hokage's abdication, he sought to regain power, intentionally or unintentionally aligning with this elusive Uchiha? Together, did they perpetuate the events of 8 years prior, ensuring that Danzo impeded their actions, all to tarnish the Uchiha name and assassinate the fourth Hokage? Once the seed of suspicion is sown, everything begins to make a certain sense. As Uchiha Fugaku pondered this matter, the more he thought, the more convinced he became of his correctness. The day of the Nine-Tails' birth was a significant piece of intelligence. Even the Uchiha could not have obtained it. Therefore, how could that mysterious individual have acquired such knowledge? It was clear that someone had informed him, prompting such actions. Moreover, the events of this night seemed to corroborate the connection between the mysterious Uchiha and the higher-ups in Konoha. Otherwise, why would Itachi be acting in concert with him on the night of the clan's massacre? The more Fugaku contemplated this, the more entangled he became in such thoughts. Increasingly persuaded of his own correctness, the more he felt justified, the more his inner fury ignited. For he could find no reason to believe that all of this was merely coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku compelled himself to remain calm and ceased his contemplation. For he had arrived at the doorstep of Uzumaki Naruto. The residence of Uzumaki Naruto was in close proximity to the Hokage building, situated in the most bustling area of Konoha. As the former head of the security department, Fugaku had always been aware of Naruto's dwelling but had refrained from any interaction to avoid suspicion. Given that Naruto's abode would inevitably be under the surveillance of the Umbu, Uchiha Fugaku knew he had to exercise caution. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance, Fugaku pinpointed the locations of the Umbu operatives and, shrouded in the cloak of night, he silently launched his attack. Who goes there? The Umbu were roused from their slumber, yet Fugaku's movements were too swift. With the assistance of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he dispatched them in a matter of moments, opting not to take their lives, but merely to render them unconscious. Having resolved this matter, he swiftly entered Naruto's room. At that moment, Naruto lay curled up in a bedspread that had not seen a wash in what seemed like an eternity, blissfully unaware in his deep slumber. In his dreams, Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to the fourth Hokage. As Fugaku approached, his expression swiftly changed. The disarray of the room struck him, cobwebs adorned the corners, betraying a lack of care that was unbecoming of a child's living quarters. Moreover, his keen eyes noted that the only sustenance present on the table consisted of ramen boxes, devoid of any nutritious food. Alarmingly, he observed that the milk was on the verge of expiring. This was the child of the fourth Hokage, the son of a hero. The fury in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes began to boil over, for he understood that the entire village's attitude towards Naruto was woefully inadequate. Yet, he recognized this as a means of diverting the village's attention, a plight that the Jinchuriki might endure, and felt powerless in the face of it. However, he had hoped that at the very least, Naruto's basic needs would be met. Yet, this shocking scene chilled him to the core. In that moment, his resolve solidified. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the root, Danzo, clutching his severed right hand, was hastily retreating under the escort of several root ninjas. Yet, Danzo remained somewhat uneasy, fervently wishing for the swift return of his subordinates who had dashed out to relay commands and messages. He also hoped that his old friend, Sarutobi Danzo, would act with alacrity, for any further delay could spell danger for him. That Uchiha Yuya was exceedingly perilous. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he was acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, he would possess the confidence to confront such a threat, but preparation was essential, as was understanding the full extent of the abilities granted by those eyes. After all, the essence of a ninja's battle is rooted in intelligence warfare. Once one comprehends another's capabilities, appropriate countermeasures can be devised. Yet, this Uchiha Yuya, a figure he had never deemed significant in the past, now loomed as an unexpected threat. He unexpectedly possesses the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and even more alarming is his ability akin to the Flying Raijin. The nature of spatial abilities is inherently enigmatic, and Uchiha Uehara's powers defy all semblance of order. Had he not maintained his vigilance, it would not have been merely his arms severed, but his very head. This spatial prowess is undoubtedly a gift from his eyes, and the mere thought of Uehara appearing before him like a wraith instills in Danzo both dread and an insatiable desire. If only he could possess such eyes. No, he must acquire them. With such ocular power, he could ascend to the position of Hokage. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind him, causing the entire root base to tremble. This occurrence jolted Danzo back to reality. He was oblivious to what transpired behind him, yet he understood he must hasten his escape from this accursed place. "Where are you headed, Lord Danzo?" At that moment, a figure obstructed Danzo's path. They had reached the periphery of the root base. Just one more step, and they would break free. Looking up, Danzo realized it was Uchiha Shursui who stood in his way. "Uchiha Shursui, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Danzo's voice darkened as he confronted Shursui. "You are betraying us. Are you turning against Konoha? Whether we are in the act of betrayal is not for you to decide," Shursui replied dismissively, a host of Uchiha ninjas emerging swiftly behind him. "Yet it is you, Lord Danzo, who must account for your actions tonight." "What do I have to account for?" Danzo scoffed, glaring at Shursui. "Everything I do is for Konoha's sake. If you are still a Konoha ninja, step aside immediately." "Is it truly for Konoha?" Just as Danzo finished speaking, Uehara's voice rang out from behind him, sending a chill of sweat down his spine. Turning around, he beheld Uehara emerging from the shadows, his ninja blade still dripping with blood. He fixed his cold gaze on Danzo and said, "I find that hard to believe. You only act in your own interest, and we have some unfinished business to settle." Danzo is undoubtedly a consummate egoist. He always proclaims that everything he does is for Konoha, yet in reality, his actions have jeopardized Konoha countless times. Most of what he does serves his own ambitions, as he harbors a dream of becoming Hokage. For the sake of this so-called dream, he is willing to forsake Konoha's interests and will employ any means necessary to eliminate those who obstruct his path. He would even dare to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a man is merely a madman lost in the depths of his own psyche. In his previous life, Uehara held no fondness for this individual, and upon traversing into the world of Naruto and becoming an Uchiha, such animosity only intensified. Uehara felt that even if he had traversed through time and become a ninja from any clan in Konoha instead of the Uchiha, he would still harbor no affection for Danzo. With a subtle flick, he cast off the blood from his ninja blade, locking his gaze upon Danzo, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shursui unsheathed his short sword, his eyes faintly swirling, yet his aura paled in comparison to Yahara's. Shursui had expended considerable energy in his battle with Obito, employing the Kodoamet Tsukumi twice, rendering him unable to rival Yahara, who seemed to wield an unfair advantage. However, Yahara was intrigued. He wondered how long the cooldown for Shursui's left eye's Kodoamet Tsukumi truly was. If it were not lengthy, he would gladly allow Shursui to deliver a self-inflicted Kodoamet Tsukumi upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, such thoughts were merely fanciful, as Shursui would likely be unwilling to act upon them. Suddenly, Yahara raised an eyebrow as a rapid fluctuation of chakra reverberated through the air. In the next instant, numerous root ninjas clad in black appeared. Having traversed through alternate passages using the body flicker technique, they swiftly encircled Danzo, effectively obstructing Yahara and Shursui's paths of attack. Just at that moment, elite Uchiha ninjas also arrived, and within the relatively spacious perimeter of the root's outer chamber, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. It seemed we indeed had a reckoning to settle. Danzo concealed himself within the throng, for only in such a manner could he evade the potential ambush from Yahara's space-time ninjutsu. He snorted coldly and then issued a loud command. Attack. Eliminate these traitors. With Danzo's order, a portion of the root ninjas surged toward Yahara, while another contingent rushed toward Shursui and his companions. Danzo himself, after giving the command, quickly departed the scene, unwilling to remain in the fray. With his directive, chaos erupted within the chamber as combat ensued fervently. In this not-so-spacious outer chamber of the root, the acrid scent of blood began to permeate the air. Although such turmoil favored the Uchiha to a degree, given that they were all elites with Sharingan, their perceptive skills were formidable. Nevertheless, the number of Uchiha participants paled in comparison to those from the root, and the strength of those allowed into the root was not to be underestimated. Even if they were merely reserve forces, did they truly believe they could ensnare me like this? Despite Danzo being heavily guarded and immensely focused, which could lead Yahara into potential peril should he attempt to traverse through the void, Yahara was not without means to contend with Danzo. His resolve was unwavering, for he understood a fundamental truth. Peace is forged through conflict. This assault on the root was an opportunity presented by Danzo himself. A chance for Yahara to convey to the entirety of Konoha that they were not to be trifled with. His intent was to wait for the root to consolidate its forces, or until reinforcements from outside had nearly arrived, before striking decisively. After all, he was not the Hokage, and surely he was aware of the depth of disdain the prominent clans held for him. However, the situation is nearly at a critical juncture. The reserve team has arrived, and both the Hokage and those who sense something amiss are fast approaching. I must accelerate my efforts. With a swift motion, I dispatched a root ninja racing toward Yahara and deftly evaded another pursuing ninja from behind. Yahara glanced upward. Charging forward directly could lead to unintended casualties. Yet that did not preclude him from seeking an alternative route. Previously, he might have found himself at a loss, but now he wielded that fearsome black flame. He possessed the confidence to shatter the defenses here with a fierce outpouring of chakra. Taking a deep breath, Yahara's ninja blades swept rapidly, sending several would-be assailants from the root flying. Without pausing to gauge their fates, he leaped into the air, his figure suspended against the sky. A brilliant azure chakra enveloped him, providing steadfast protection. With his hands forming seals swiftly, a vast tide of chakra surged within him. Ignoring the hurled kunai and jutsu directed at him, Yahara's gaze fixed upon the wall above, remaining vigilant. That individual might possess space-based ninjutsu, and he needed to be cautious of ambushes. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, hidden among the crowd, commanded quietly, his arm throbbing painfully, a constant reminder of Yahara's uncanny spatial abilities. He dared not relax for a moment, fearing that Yahara might suddenly appear before him and end his life with a single stroke. Casting a wary glance back, he peered at the root base under the pale moonlight, where the interior was teeming with activity. Although numerous root members were propelled outward or leapt from the premises, and even several Uchiha were forced out, he had yet to spot either Yahara or Shursui, which offered him a slight sense of relief. The root base's defensive measures were commendably robust, arguably superior to those of the Umbu, a testament to Danzo's cautious nature. With such defenses in place, he could breathe a little easier, reassured that amidst the chaos, Yahara would not emerge swiftly. Moreover, the Konoha ninjas had sensed the disturbance and were already en route. Danzo surveyed his surroundings, noting the flickering lights illuminating various locations in Konoha, and in the distance, he could see ninja squads hurrying toward his position. With their presence, even if their first destination was the Hokage's office, Danzo felt a measure of comfort. Uchiha clan, tonight marks your demise. Uchiha Hagihara and Uchiha Shisui, your eyes shall belong to me. As he felt the excruciating pain from his severed arm, Danzo seethed inwardly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. Amidst the intense vibrations, Danzo and his companions swayed slightly, their minds reeling in shock. But as they turned to look, they all stood frozen in disbelief. Beneath the silvery moonlight, countless members of the Root frantically retreated from their fundamental exit. Above the base, a colossal dragon, engulfed in swirling black and white flames, roared in a frenzy. The searing breath swept across the land, an asphyxiating sensation creeping into their hearts. In that moment, they felt as though they were ensnared in a hellish inferno. Tuanzo, cradling his severed arm, gazed at the roaring dragon, acutely aware of the intense heat. For a moment, his expression grew somewhat dazed. The ferocity and strength of this fire surpassed his understanding of fire techniques, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary ninjutsu. It was likely a power belonging to either Shisui or Uchiha Hagihara's Mangekyo Sharingan. The sheer destructive force evoked profound envy within Tuanzo, simultaneously deepening his yearning for the Sharingan and the Mangekyo. Yet, amidst this surge of greed, a weight of fear settled heavily in his heart. He observed as the Uchiha swiftly emerged from the fissures torn open by the flames, and his eyes locked onto Uchiha Hagihara. He would never forget Yahara's eerie spatial abilities, nor the excruciating pain in his arm. Fortunately, he knew that a multitude of Konoha ninjas had already arrived, and as Yahara shattered the defenses of the Root base, the ninjas of Root had also emerged. This granted him a modicum of reassurance. He quickly instructed all members of Root to gather around and form a defensive formation. Indeed, spatial ninjutsu was terrifying and could instill great dread, but with a sufficiently layered and robust defense, such techniques could not swiftly eliminate a target. Yahara, you've worked hard. Are you all right? As Tuanzo hastily established defenses, Shisui leaped to Yahara's side, speaking softly. Clearly, he and Tuanzo shared the same perception, believing Yahara's black and white flames to be a manifestation of his ocular techniques. Reflecting on the Night-S battle, Yahara had employed such flames several times. As the possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui was acutely aware of the consequences of such actions, and thus he found himself genuinely concerned for Yahara's well-being. After using the two-eyed Kotoeme Tsukumi on Obito, he had already felt discomfort in his own eyes. He had even experienced a prior episode of hemorrhaging. Given Yahara's intense utilization of his ocular powers, the strain on him was likely far greater. Rest assured, I am fine. Yahara gently shook his head, sensing Shisui's concern and intuiting the worry within him. However, there were certain truths he would not disclose. While he indeed trusted Shisui, everyone harbored their own secrets. Particularly for someone like Yahara, a traveler from another world, the secrets nestled deep within him were unfathomable. He was even certain that if all of his hidden truths were to be revealed, it could instigate a revolution from the ground up within the ninja world. Moreover, he is a person of system. Although Yahara's strength is attributed to his diligent training, he would have been unable to unlock the kaleidoscope without the system's assistance. Certain secret techniques, which are both intricate and immensely powerful, remain undisclosed by Yahara, no matter the circumstances. Shisui, please assess the family's losses, and also have someone return to gather the two elders to bring the bodies along with the previous surveillance footage. As Yahara contemplated this internally, he swiftly began issuing commands. Though his gaze remained profoundly fixed upon Danzo ahead, an increasing number of villagers had gathered, and it was imperative that the events of the evening reached a satisfactory conclusion, a proper resolution. Having spoken these words, Yahara advanced directly towards Danzo and the Root members. Shisui extended a hand, intending to halt Yahara, yet ultimately chose to relent, nodding resolutely before turning to fulfill Yahara's instructions. Meanwhile, Yahara wielded a ninja blade, channeling chakra as he proceeded slowly until he halted a mere 30 meters from Danzo and his entourage. Shimura Danzo, I have stated that we must settle our accounts this evening. This reckoning not only traces back to your obstruction of the Uchiha's rescue of the Hokage 8 years ago, but also includes your harsh criticisms and slanders against the Uchiha following the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, We must thoroughly examine your actions tonight. Danzo, when all these accounts are tallied, they can only reveal your destined demise. Humph. Utter nonsense. Danzo would not engage with Yahara's provocations. Though he was in excruciating pain, he still proclaimed loudly, "Everything I do is for Konoha, to ensure its prosperity." How could you, the nefarious Uchiha, possibly comprehend my intentions? You are merely rebels, traitors to Konoha. Upon hearing his words, Yahara could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Inside him, chakra surged wildly, and at that moment, a brilliant blue chakra radiated forth from his being. This azure energy swiftly coalesced, and in an instant, a skeletal figure took form. Enveloping Yahara, his eyes spun rapidly, cold and suffused with a sense of annihilation that momentarily cast a shadow over the earth, enveloping all within root. As the chakra intensified, the giant figure clinging to Yahara grew ever larger, until, in a brief moment, a colossal half-giant solidified upon him. Susanoo. Danzo's fists clenched at this sight. He had previously suspected Yahara had harnessed this power, and now he was utterly convinced. Yet Yahara showed no signs of pausing, accompanied by his fierce roar. A massive chakra-constructed blade suddenly manifested in the giant's right hand. Under the silvery moonlight, its cold gleam shone menacingly. The victor may not possess the keenest intellect, yet undoubtedly harbors a steadfast and lucid heart. Yahara gazed indifferently at Danzo in the distance, his voice steady yet chilling. He had witnessed the arrival of various factions, and now it was time to bring matters to a decisive conclusion. In the next moment, Yahara ascended into the air, carrying the colossal Susanoo, eliciting incredulous gazes from Danzo and the members of Root. Clearly, lacking both a discerning mind and a lucid heart, one could not possess the requisite tenacity alone. I foretold your future. I have seen your destined demise. Within the Susanoo, Yahara raised his hand high, mirroring the action of the colossal figure as it too lifted its blade above its head. I am Uchiha Hagihara, the sharp edge of the Uchiha clan, and now, prepare to meet your fated end. As his words echoed, the immense Susanoo, under Yahara's command, descended from the heavens like a soaring bird. The terrifying gusts of wind, propelled by the swing of the blade, erupted forth, enveloping the members of Root with an elegance that heralded death. Stop! At that moment, Yahara suddenly heard an enraged shout from the side, prompting him to turn his head slightly. However, upon recognizing the speaker, a sardonic smile crept across his face. This individual had not intervened when Danzo and Itachi sought to strike against him. Now, to demand that he cease in the face of retribution seemed rather fanciful. Humph. Yahara did not relent. With a cold snort, the speed of the blade's dance increased. The menacing edge of the weapon swiftly obstructed the approach of the newcomer, simultaneously enveloping Danzo and his entire Root contingent in its ominous shadow.